When a person is in despair, how much trouble can they really cause? Ignoring everyone's warnings, I stubbornly pushed open the forbidden magic stone of the demon passage. In just a few short years, it led to the deaths of billions of people at the hands of demons. But what does it have to do with me? I am just a person who has traveled through time, and besides, this is a task arranged by the system. I, a man with a terminal illness, just want to live. What's wrong with that? However, I never expected that all of this would trigger an endless butterfly effect. When I returned to reality, preparing to exchange the 500 points earned from completing the task for 500 days of life, a gentle call came from outside the door. Son, come out for dinner. I was stunned. Isn't this my mom's voice? Before I could react, the door was pushed open, and my mom walked in wearing an apron. You're already this old. Why is your room still so messy? My mom frowned and snapped her fingers casually. A magical scene occurred. The chaotic items in the room seemed to have been imbued with spirituality. Instantly tidying up, I looked at my mom in shock, full of disbelief. Mom, when did you learn magic? What magic? Isn't this just a simple telekinesis? Mom waved her hand. Alright, stop dawdling and come out to eat. Mom casually waved her hand, and a few pieces of clothing flew directly onto me. Then she turned and walked out. I stood still in place, my mind completely blank, walking to the window and pulling back the curtains. The scene outside left me speechless. The sky was no longer pure blue, but a dazzling mix of starlight and flowing rainbows. Like a dream. In the sky, people are riding on owls, unicorns, and other strange creatures, hurrying on their way. Some are carrying double wings on their backs, flying freely in the air. By the street-side barbecue stalls, there are people spitting out flames to roast skewers. Further away, on a platform, two people are fighting, one casually forming an ice cone, the other spewing clouds and mist, like a real dragon from mythology. Shocked, is this still the blue planet in my memory? Am I time traveling again? I muttered to myself, but my mom is indeed still my mom. I suddenly raised my wrist and opened the time bracelet. The bracelet displayed that the mundane section had already become closed. The extraordinary entrance had become accessible, and it was marked with a countdown of 7 days. My pupils contracted slightly, and I realized that the last time I crossed over was into my main world, which means that by moving the seal stone, I had changed my own history. Come out and eat quickly, urged Mom again. Although I was full of doubts, I still responded and walked out of the room. Just as I walked out of the room, I saw Mom not moving at all, and the food flew to the dining table on its own. I could only sit down and eat, while taking out my phone to search for how humans entered the era of superpowers. I thought this kind of secret wouldn't be disclosed, but the information was easily found. In the year 1855, the water carrier Gu Wei took advantage of the senior immortal's seclusion to secretly move the demon sealing stone, releasing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and opening the passage between the blue star and the demon realm. Gu Wei committed a heinous crime and was immediately killed by the senior immortal. My heart suddenly jumped. Gu Wei should be the person I crossed over into. This earth-shattering change turned out to be a mess I caused with my own hands. Mom said softly, no matter whether your awakening ability tomorrow is a combat type or a support type, Mom will not be disappointed. What combat type? Support type ability? Is there a level for this too? At this point, I was really helpless. Crossing over is one thing, but why can't I have the corresponding memories? It was the same when I crossed over as Gu Wei. I never knew my own name until I died. Now, returning to a completely different reality. Besides my identity not changing, everything else has changed. I no longer have the sickly appearance and have become a fair and handsome young man. I swallowed and asked, how old am I this year? You'll be 18 tomorrow. My mom replied. She touched my forehead and said, you don't have a fever. Why are you asking such questions? It's nothing, I muttered to myself, touching my face and realizing there was no stubble. Compared to the harsh conditions in my previous life, this delicate appearance felt unfamiliar to me. Mom, what year did you and Dad get married? In '02. It's nothing, just asking. The answer made me instantly understand that my parents in reality got married in '95, which meant I was born 7 years later. So, does that mean my original brain cancer has disappeared? My eyes lit up, and I hadn't realized it before, but now I carefully felt my body, which seemed very healthy. In other words, after crossing over once, not only did I become younger, but the terminal illness was also gone, and this world even has superpowers. Is there something wrong with this crossing over? This crossing over is too good. I felt like the sky suddenly cleared up. However, there is one problem. I have traveled through time. Will I be different from others? For example, unable to awaken special abilities. I searched online. The answer is that all humans can awaken special abilities. Only demons cannot awaken. I breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Otherwise I would have to say 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river. By the way, Didn't I have 500 points? If I remember correctly, there are abilities in the system mall that can be exchanged. Thinking of this, I quickly opened the system mall to check. Unexpectedly, these 500 points can actually be exchanged for quite a few good things. For example, the water-based abilities. The low-level ones only require 100 points, the high-level ones only 200, and the highest-level water god only costs 2000 points. It can be seen that the purchasing power of points is still very high for me at the moment. Plus, I don't have to worry about cancer now, so these 500 points can be fully used to enhance my own strength. I looked at the abilities of other elements again, and most of them are actually not much different, especially the derivative abilities of the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. The rarer the element, the higher the price. For example, the starting price of the light element ability is 500 points, and the highest can reach 10,000 points. It is worth mentioning that there is nothing about the time element in the mall. Whether it is abilities, props, or even ordinary watches are not sold. Let's wait until tomorrow to awaken the ability. If I awaken a more powerful ability, I will keep these 500 points as a reserve for future use. If he had awakened a weaker ability, he would have traded 500 points for a good grade 5 element ability, such as surprising waves, but he preferred the fire elemental fire burning clouds of the same grade. As for crossing over again, he didn't want to cross over again. Just by crossing over once, he had stirred up such a big basket, not to mention the change of the whole world. Just his mom and dad's marriage time. It was a full 7 years late. This also led to him being born several years late and is now only 18 years old. If in the next crossover, in case he did something to affect the relationship between his parents. Like what if he got mixed up in something that caused his real-life mom and dad to not get married? If mom and dad hadn't gotten married, would he have been born? If he's not in reality in his altered timeline, can he still return to reality? Or will he simply die because he never existed in this world in the first place? He was worried that he had died unknowingly in one of the past timelines and disappeared from the world forever. So much for the time bracelet traversal. He decided to stay well in this new alien world from now on, to be a healthy person and live forever. After eating, Icky Ink went back to his room and started searching on his phone about the world situation in the second world. The second reality here is known as the second world, and the timeline traveled through is known as reincarnation. Currently the protagonist has had his first reincarnation and is living in the second world. The world of the second world is not as peaceful for humans as it appears. Here's a scourge that was planted back in the 19th century. That was the forbidden magic stone that Icky Ink had moved away from. The forbidden demon stone was, as that old man had said, a confinement that sealed the passage between the human world and the demon realm. And this confinement had been privately moved by GMO Shui while the old man was making a breakthrough. It led to the release of the aura of heaven and earth, and the demons had a chance to invade Blue Star. The Sichuan Basin was the first to be invaded by demons and became the first province to fall because it was the entrance to the demon realm. Then later, the demon realm began to invade all over the place, and the human race was losing ground. And now where he was, it was estimated that the demon realm would also be invaded by the demon realm in a few years. So far, billions of humans have died at the hands of demons. Seeing this, Ikuma's heart heaved a bit. This was all because he had followed the time bracelet's mandate and moved the forbidden magic stone. He just wanted to live, but he didn't realize that he had done such a big mistake. Also, the alien awakening is 3 times a year, and this one just happened to coincide with his 18th birthday. Therefore, thousands, if not more, would go to the square to awaken their powers every day. He flipped through his phone. He had a few close friends who were going to be awakened together. One was called Meng Ziyue and the other was called Xiao Buyu. These are 2 people he doesn't recognize at all. He flipped through the chat logs on his phone again and realized that those friends he had in his first life seemed to have changed groups. The few people he did know were still relatives who were related to him by blood. A few of his best buddies from his previous life. All of them have turned out to be under a different name. I've seen foot-washing towns for a bunch of them, but I've never seen brothers for a bunch of them too. In order not to reveal himself, he could only go through a few people's chat logs and friend circles to determine what the brothers looked like and the extent to which they were on good or bad terms with him. Don't fail to recognize them when the time comes, or act so rusty as to arouse their suspicion. He's trying to really fit in. Back to the original world he did not dare to think about. He did not want to suffer from a terminal illness again. And to change the reality again, he has to travel to 1855 again, to Sichuan to stop the first reincarnation of himself. Rule number 4 of the time bracelet is available. You cannot return to a certain time period after death. He can't go back to 1855 AD anymore. He spent the rest of the day mulling over the world of the second world. There are many types of demons, and one of them is called the illusion demon, which can change into human form and invade the human world. That's why, The rules say that only demons can't awaken powers. This was because many illusion demons like to fake being an underage human, and once it didn't awaken when it awakened its powers, it confirmed its demonic nature. It will be killed on the spot. Human beings have zero tolerance for demons, especially the illusionary demons that enter the human race as insiders. When he saw the message, Icky Inc. prepared for the second, because he really wasn't sure if he, a time traveler, could awaken his powers normally like the other humans in the second life. So he is ready to open the exchange mall at any time tomorrow when he goes to awaken his powers. And once he realizes that he has not awakened his powers, he will exchange the fire-burning cloud's power at the first time to prove his identity as a human being. He's really like an illusionary demon now, to put it mildly, because he only had memories of the first life. He was like an alien in the second. He watched a lot of videos of his powers awakening so that he wouldn't show his face tomorrow, before he speculated and drifted off to sleep. The night was silent. The next morning, Icky Inc. woke up to a ringing cell phone. He opened his sleepy eyes and looked at his cell phone, which showed the nickname Meng Ziyue. Yesterday he went through a refresher course and realized that this was his second best buddy. Chapter 8, those shifters were taken away. Inc., we said we'd gather at 4 a.m. But it's already 4:30 a.m. Where have you been? Also, Xiaobu and I are already waiting for you downstairs. Hurry downstairs. A very unfamiliar voice rang in Ikuma's ears. The Ikaruga man was dumbfounded. When did he agree with these two to meet at 4 in the morning? He had read the chat logs many times yesterday, and there was no mention of the morning assembly. Looking out the window, which was dimly lit at the moment, the sun hadn't even risen yet. It was dark and overcast, but soon he sat up immediately, quickly putting clothes on his body. He remembered. Chat records show that the day before yesterday, he also went out with these two people, presumably a verbal agreement, but the result is that he, the traveler, is not clear about the agreement between them, and slept until now. Overslept. Wait for me for 10 minutes. I'll be down soon. After he said this, he simply hung up the phone. Then, as fast as he could, he washed up, dressed and put on his shoes, took a piece of bread and held it in his mouth, and went downstairs. By the time he got downstairs, the time on his cell phone read 4:37, and he was done in 7 minutes. And he had just stepped out of the door of his flat when he saw two strong, well-built guys. GMO Shui recognized one of them, Xiao Bu Yu, who often took muscle photos, and the other, Meng Ziyu, who didn't post friend circles, was probably the one next to Xiao Bu Yu. Inc., your heart is also too big. You can oversleep even when your powers are awakened. Hurry up and get in line. The two of us just went to get in line and realized that there was already a long line. Go any later and we won't even be able to finish awakening today. Upon seeing Icky Inc., the two of them went straight up to him and dragged him on, walking quickly towards the center of the city. Ikari Inc. could only follow the two piece by piece, while shocked at how early it was to go to the line. It's only 4:30, isn't the awakening at 8 a.m.? But he didn't dare ask, and could only be dragged forward by the two. By the way Inc., have you signed up for this alien awakening yet? Xiao Buyu asked. There doesn't seem to be. Icky Inc. pressed, not knowing how to sign up. Why are you doing things sloppily? Hurry up and give me your cell phone. Registration closes by 5 a.m. Xiao Buyu snatched GMO Shuei's cell phone over, then tapped on a URL and handed it to him. Hurry up and enter your ID number and personal information into it. There's still 20 minutes before it closes. Icky Inc. nodded gratefully, took out his ID card corresponding to his information, and filled it in. The ID numbers in this world were different from the first, and he hadn't memorized them yet. Seeing him take out his ID card to record the information, a flash of doubt flashed across the eyes of both Meng Ziyue and Xiao Buyu. By the time Icky Inc.'s enrollment was over, they too had arrived at the center of the city. Looking at the bustling, long line in front of him, Ikari Inc. was a bit dumbfounded. Now he finally realized why they had arranged to meet at 4 in the morning. This is a situation where everyone is waiting for this awakening ceremony today as if they didn't sleep last night? He followed the two men in the back of this long line, chatting away while he waited for 8 o'clock in the morning. As time passed, a long line grew behind them. The stance was more than the first college days of making nucleic acids. It's not too bad. The line isn't too long. It should be our turn at noon. Xiao Bai and Meng Ziyu said with a grateful face. Pool Inc., you guys are still weirdly good at heart. As the temperature rises, the sky is getting brighter. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Icky Inc. looked back, and the line behind him went nowhere in sight. But luckily, it wasn't that boring with two close friends to keep me company, and from his two best friends, he knew more about this world. For example, if a more powerful psychic ability is awakened on the spot, it will be taken away by the officials to a specialized psychic school for further training. Whether it's a combat type ability or a support type ability, as long as it's useful, it will be taken away. However, the average alien has a week to say goodbye to their family and then go to alien school. Anyone who joins an alien school is officially given a family allowance. But if you don't awaken a useful ability, such as Ikamosui's mom's lowest level of object control, then you can't join a school of special abilities, and you can only be an ordinary person. By the time the clock came to 7:30, the crowd gave way. Several armored vehicles escorted by dozens of Xenos crossed the streets to the Awakening Square in the center of the city. It's the Alpha Alien Squad escorting the Awakening Stone, Meng Ziyue exclaimed. After going through the internet yesterday, Iki Inc. knew that the Awakening Stone was the key to awakening the powers, and the Awakening Stones were extremely expensive. So every time they were awakened, a large number of Exalted would come to escort them. The members of the Alpha Alien Squad walked to the center of the Awakening Plaza and took out a 3-meter high stone from the largest truck in the middle. This is the Awakening Stone. All uninvolved personnel leave the queue at once for the alien awakening at 8 o'clock sharp. A man at the head of the group held a loudspeaker and shouted at the long line of people. He's the leader of the Alpha Alien Squad, Kong Mon. His alien ability is to control thunder, and he's said to have killed thousands of demons. Meng Ziyue's somewhat worshipful voice rang in GMO Shui's ears. Ikamo took this announcement to heart. The time for the awakening of the supernormal ability is very strict. It says 8 o'clock. It must be at 8 o'clock. Not even a minute earlier or later. At the second hand until 8 o'clock. A loud bell rang throughout the square. The awakening of psychic abilities has begun. All players who have awakened their psychic abilities, hold their ID cards and enter in an orderly manner. Kongmong shouted with a loudspeaker. The young man who was first in line immediately took out his ID card and entered the plaza after passing through the security gate. There were a total of 3 awakening points in a city, and theirs was the largest one. Ikari Inc. and his 2 best friends cocked their heads as they watched the awakening ceremony in the plaza, but they couldn't see anything because of the distance. Ikari Inc. could only see the people on the stage going up and going down quickly, making some registrations and then leaving sardonically. And there were some who seemed to have awakened more powerful powers that were pulled into an armored vehicle by that Alpha Alien Squad. He noticed that an armored car drove off after seating 20 people who had awakened their powers. When one armored car leaves, a new one comes. He told his 2 friends about his discovery. It shouldn't be. There have been people who awaken nice psychic abilities in the past, but they all had a week to say goodbye to their families. How does this one look a bit like rushing to send them away? Xiao Buyu spoke up. Chapter 9 Slaughtering Illusion Demons. So this time it was an accident. Something caused them to be rushed off to alien school? Iki Inc. questioned. Those people were sent away in a bit of a hurry, and those who didn't know better would have thought they were fleeing for their lives. It was getting hotter and hotter as time passed and it was already coming to midday. The 3 of them were getting closer and closer to the awakening stone and could already see it. The awakening stone would change to a different color every time someone came on stage. Ikari Inc. could see that the color of the awakening stone was actually the color of the 5 grades, and the different colors represented the different elements of the awakened supernormal ability, while the depth of the color represented the strength of the supernormal ability. Take the water element to make a comparison. The water attraction technique is the lowest level. After awakening there is only a layer of light blue, the blue or almost white kind, and as the level increases, the rain attraction technique becomes light blue, the shocking wave becomes normal blue, and the water god, it is a dark blue color. Those with high rank were shoved directly into the armored car. Some of the rarer elemental aliens are also stuffed into armored vehicles, though most of them are 5 elemental in color. Just when there were still 50 or 60 turns left for Iki Inc. and the others, something changed in the awakening square. Only a young woman was seen coming onto the stage and placing her hand on the awakening stone, but the awakening stone was slow to light up. Try putting your hand on the awakening stone again. The leader of the Alpha Alien Squad, Kong Mon, saw this scene and shouted at her, and at that moment, some of the soldiers around them slowly picked up the guns in their hands and gripped them tightly. The young woman's face was a little flustered, and she removed her hand before putting it up again. The awakening stone still didn't respond. Bang! A loud bang violently erupted in the square, followed by several screams. Mo Shui, Meng Ziyue, and Xiao Bai were also startled. Next to the awakening stone, the young woman's body suddenly exploded into a mist, which was as if it was alive, slowly fading in the air until it completely dispersed. It was then that all of them noticed that the young woman had an extra bloody hole in her head and fell to the ground dead. Instead, a black shadow jumped out from within the woman's body and fled towards the distance. Illusion demon, where are you running to? Kongmon angrily shouted, and his body rose up in the air like lightning, chasing towards the black shadow. In the next instant, a ball of electric sparks cupped in his hand and bloomed into a terrifying explosion. Crackle! Countless currents seemed to solidify into a huge grid in the air, condensing the entire sky into a beautiful picture. Cackling, A somewhat eerie shriek resounded within the grid in the air, quickly fading again as if it had never been there. Even though Icky Ink was mentally prepared, he was still shocked by the exaggerated scene and couldn't control the panic in his mind. This is so supernatural. The grid above the sky faded, and Kong returned to the awakening square unharmed, regaining his loudspeaker and shouting to the long line of people, "Continue." He then calmly withdrew the loudspeaker and continued to scan over the crowd with a pair of icy eyes. Ah! Suddenly a miserable scream rang out behind the Icky Ink trio. Icky Ink had just turned his head to take a look when he caught a glimpse of a young man's body beginning to dry up while a black shadow appeared from within him and fled towards the air. And the scene terrified the people around the young man who had awakened their powers, screaming and fleeing towards a side street. This was just the beginning. And then a few more silhouettes let out a miserable scream before their bodies dried up and turned into a black shadow, fleeing towards the sky. Kong seemed to have expected this scene to happen and raised his voice. "Alpha Squad, all of you, in." Numerous alienists stepped forward. "Dispose of all illusionary demons and maintain order." Yes. At Kong order, the crowd of Alpha Squad's alter egos began to make their moves, each showing their abilities to strike to resolve the escaping illusion demon. And although the illusion demon could fly in the sky, it didn't seem to have a strong combat power, and was easily taken care of by the Alpha Squad's exalts. It only took less than 5 minutes for all the exposed illusion demons to die. Kong Kai raised his voice and said, "Continue awakening your powers." Everyone was shocked and started lining up again, fearing that they would be killed by this ruthless man who killed demons without blinking an eye as a phantom demon. Even Icky Ink was frightened, and he looked at the awakening stones in the square with palpitations. Other people might not have been able to see clearly just now, but he had watched very carefully, and the awakening stone didn't react at all when the woman that the illusion demon had turned into touched it. And by the time Kong let the woman try a second time, the others were ready to make their move. The moment the woman officially touched the awakening stone for the second time, and the stone remained unresponsive, someone shot and killed the woman outright. It's too scary. This world's attitude towards the illusionist devil is that it can't tolerate a grain of sand. What if he hasn't awakened his powers either? He gulped and silently opened the time bracelet's exchange mall interface, ready to exchange the third stage fire elemental ability inside at any time, fire burning clouds. In a moment, as soon as he realized that the awakening stone didn't react at all, he would exchange his powers at the first opportunity, and he definitely couldn't let that round of peanuts go into his little head. Fortunately, the time bracelet was invisible to others, so he could keep the exchange mall page on the time bracelet open and ready to exchange it at any time. Just when he was a bit terrified, he suddenly noticed a gaze staring at him. He subconsciously looked at that gaze, only to end up meeting Kong straight on. The heart skipped a beat. Why was this Kong looking at him? Could it be that because he had just panicked and tensed up, the other party had sensed his state? But the other party's entire Alpha Squad had just killed so many demons, who wouldn't be panicked in their place? So why did they look at him? He avoided the other party's line of sight, and became even more certain that in a moment, as long as the awakening stone didn't react, he must redeem the fire burning clouds at the first opportunity. After the incident of slaughtering the illusion demon, at this time, everyone's queue was also quieter and more orderly, and their speed was surprisingly faster than before. Soon, it was Icky Ink's turn for the three of them. The one who went up first was Xiaobuyu, who placed his hand on the awakening stone, which lit up with a subtle white light. The attributes are good, but unfortunately the strength is too weak. A flash of pity flashed under Kong's eyes, and Xiaobuyu shook his head in disappointment when he saw the faint color of the awakening stone and stood aside to wait for GMO Shui and Meng Ziyue to go on stage. Chapter 10, No Awakening. The second person to go on stage was Meng Ziyue, who walked up to the awakening stone and rubbed his hands together somewhat nervously. "Hurry up. There's a line of people behind us." The person taking the record couldn't help but prod him when he saw him inking away on the stage. Good. Only then did Meng Ziyue place his hand on the awakening stone. Swish! The awakening stone suddenly lit up a green color. Child of the forest. Stage 3 with elemental ability. Not bad. Kong saw Meng Ziyue's supernatural ability and nodded, signaling Meng Ziyue to go to the armored car after recording. "Elder, I'll wait for my brother." Meng Ziyue was originally a little excited when he saw that his powers were good, but after seeing Xiao Bai's despondent eyes, he could only suppress his joy and went up to placate him while looking at GMO Shui. Kong also saw GMO Shui, his gaze slightly cold, and the fists of his hands clasping his arms were slightly clenched. Ikuma saw a number of soldiers around him grip their guns as soon as he stepped onto the stage. Nice guy. Special treatment. Ha! He looked at the opened exchange mall, swallowed his saliva, and inwardly kept chanting, "Must be awakened. Must be awakened." Stepping forward, he pressed his hand against the awakening stone. The imagined glow did not come. Noticing the scene, his heart sank violently to the bottom of the lake. As a traveler, he really can't awaken his powers. He was indeed still a foreigner in this world, unable to be tolerated by this world. Or rather, he was no different from a demon. At this moment, the several people lined up behind him also took a few neat steps backwards, their gazes looking at him with some caution. Xiao Buyu and Meng Ziyue were even more wide-eyed, looking at GMO Shui with an unbelievable expression. After the incident with the illusionist demon just now, it was clear to everyone that the person who couldn't make the awakening stone glow was the illusionist demon. And now, once again, the awakening stone did not glow. You reposition your hand to try, Kong Ong said calmly. A pair of eyes fell on Icky Ink's body as if looking at a dead man. It's not hard to imagine that he might have to do it next. Ikamo was also beating wildly in his heart at this time, and immediately exchanged the flaming clouds in the mall. Ding! Redemption successful. Begin awakening powers. Estimated 10 seconds. 10, 9. Hurry up and put your hands up. Don't you hear me? Kong On gulped, signaling Icky Ink to put his hand up again. And at this moment, Icky Ink could even see a flickering electric light flowing between the fingers of his clenched fist. This guy was ready to strike at any moment, just waiting to kill him after he stroked the awakening stone. Damn! How come there's still 10 seconds for this thing to awaken? Isn't this a pit? Ikari Ink cursed inwardly. When awakening a psychic ability, you are usually given 2 chances, and if you don't have a reflection the first time, then in humanitarian terms, you will be given another chance to prevent the first time from indeed being an accident. However, if you fail to awaken your powers twice, you will instantly attract an attack from the Watchers. Ikari Ink knew that someone had just shot the woman for the second time in the first second that her hand had been placed on the awakening stone, which didn't glow, so he had to wait until he had awakened before placing his hand on the awakening stone. Suppressing his breath, he raised his hand and slowly lowered it toward the awakening stone. 5, 4, click, because he was moving too slowly, like a sign of being a thief. The soldiers with guns around him had already raised their muzzles and aimed them at him. Hurry up and put your hands on the awakening stone. No tricks. Kong Ong pinched the lightning bolt and walked slowly towards the location of Pool Ink. 2, 1. The moment Ikari Ink felt a hot current coming from his body, he immediately placed his hand on the awakening stone. Just as Kong Ong was about to make his move, the awakening stone suddenly bloomed with a dazzling red light. As the red light blossomed out, Xiao Buyu and Meng Ziyue simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief. And even the face of that Kong Ong, whose expression hadn't been very pretty, flashed with a touch of consternation. In his days of managing the awakening stone, there had never been a situation where the first time he touched the awakening stone there was no reaction and the second time he touched it there was a reaction. Normally, as long as there was no reaction the first time, you could basically be sure that the other person was an illusionist demon. It was the first time he had seen this kind of first unresponsive and second awakening. He brought his left hand up, and the soldiers behind him immediately lowered their guns and stopped aiming them at Icky Ink. Kong Ong walked forward and patted Ji Ink's shoulder. Not bad. Awaken the third stage of your psychic ability. After registering your information, accompany that good friend of yours to that armored car. Elder, didn't you say that those of us who awaken combat-type powers have a week to say goodbye to our families? Ikari Ink asked boldly at this time as well. It's a special situation, so hurry up and get in the car. Someone on the bus will explain it to you. Kong Ong didn't say anything, but looked down the line. Next, Icky Ink's situation led to a brief moment of tension down below, seeing that the other party was not only not an illusion demon, but had also awakened a decent fire elemental ability. Everyone's hearts palpitated while at the same time, they began to jump up and down. Counting Icky Ink and Meng Ziyue, there were already 2 consecutive people who had awakened their third stage psychic abilities. You know, once you awaken the second stage of elemental psychic ability, you can be called into the school of psychic ability. The chances of awakening an elemental ability at stage 3 were minuscule, to the extent of 1 in 10,000, and the number of stage 4s was even more rare. Ink, you scared me to death. I almost thought that the guy we were surfing with the day before yesterday was an illusionary demon. Menzies stepped forward and gave Icky Ink a hard punch to the shoulder. I'm freaking out too. I'm still searching for how I became an illusionary demon. Icky Ink held his chest and said. He was really scared. After living in the peaceful times of the First World for more than 20 years, this crossing was still being held at gunpoint by many people, who on the other hand who wouldn't be scared. Congratulations. You too. I'll be relying on you to cover me from now on, Xiao Buyu said to the 2 in a pretense of relaxation. Don't worry, the 2 of us will let you enjoy glory and wealth in the future. Meng Ziyue patted his chest and assured. Xiao Buyi, you remember to give our family a word. We are leaving in a hurry this time, so we can only ask you to inform our family for us. Ikari Ink thought of his old mom and opened his mouth. Okay, I'll speak to both of your families. Shaw nodded unpleasantly. So the 2 men got into the armored car. urged on by a wink from Kung Ong. There were 4 or 5 other seats in this armored car, and the two sat down in one, looking out the window with some nervous anticipation at the crowd of people awakening their powers on the awakening stone. Ink, what the hell just happened to you? You really scared me to death. Meng Ziyue patted Ji Ink's shoulder and said, you didn't see the look in Kong Yang's eyes just now, as if he was going to get you killed the next moment. I also saw it. At that time, countless gun muzzles were pointed at me. I was still pondering. I am obviously a human being. How come I was still almost taken as an illusionary demon? Chi Ink laughed in a pretense of relief. I almost thought I was going to accomplish a case of 1,000 years of injustice. Chapter 11, A Prophecy? At this moment, Icky Ink was also a bit puzzled as to why he hadn't awakened his powers just now. Although he was a traveler, he was also a soul wearer. Normally, the original owner of his body should be a normal human being in this world. So how could there be a situation where he was not awakened? He was puzzled, but when he looked at the exchange mall, there was not a single point left. It was 500 points that he had gotten only after stabbing a big hole in the ground, and it was too much to spend, and his awakening fire in the sky. He felt the warmth in his body and wondered how to use this ability, so he flipped through the Redemption Mall again, and soon he saw something with a sharp eye. Fire and Cloud's alien proficiency, 100 points. He blushed. What? There's follow-on spending here? But soon he was relieved that the credit was actually worth it. He had checked on the internet yesterday. Awakening a psychic ability didn't mean that it would directly increase his combat power, and awakening the topmost psychic ability didn't mean that he was invincible. No matter what kind of psychic ability is awakened, it will require later specialized training to slowly grind with one's psychic ability, whereas others had to grind out years or even decades of experience. He could get it right off the bat with just 1,000 points, though 1,000 points he didn't know where to get. It seemed that when he went to the School of Psychic Abilities, he followed the teachers of the school to learn how to use it. They waited a little longer until all 20 seats were filled. The doors closed immediately, and the vehicle then began to move. Shortly after the car door closed, Icky Ink caught a faint whiff of perfume, a scent that was so faint that it didn't smell the least bit unpleasant. A few minutes later, a shifter in military uniform stood up at the front of them. This shifter looked at the crowd, a touch of sadness flashing under his eyes. All of you talented shifters, I have to tell you all sad news. Qinling has already fallen 3 days ago. We are taking you away this time to take away all the gifted Ultrans in Chang'an, and your families can only start evacuating in the second batch. The Qinling has fallen? That's when he thought about how he had seen those armored vehicles leaving earlier. When he had thought, why were those armored vehicles like fleeing? I didn't realize that he was prophetic. GMO Shui froze. His location was Chang'an, and the Qinling was right in the middle of Chang'an and the Sichuan Basin. Doesn't the fall of the Qinling mean that Chang'an will soon fall as well? The Qinling fell 3 days ago. Why didn't we know about it all along? He stood up and questioned. The alien who spoke glanced at him and calmly said, because once this matter is exposed, Chang'an will be thrown into chaos, and we won't be able to organize this alien awakening properly. In order to safely and smoothly take away your group of gifted Ultrans, we have to conceal the news of Qinling's fall, and after evacuating you safely, we will do our best to evacuate as many people as we can. Let me out of the car. I'm not evacuating with you. Ikari Ink stood up with a deep scowl and spoke in a deep voice. There was no way he could have done the act of leaving his mom and dad to run for their lives alone. Although your families will only be evacuated in the second batch, our generals will only be evacuated in the third batch. The alien looked coldly at Ji Ink and raised his voice. The second batch of evacuation doesn't mean that your family members will definitely die, but even if they do, what you have to do is not to be buried with them, but to work hard on practicing your alien abilities and kill more demons to avenge them. No matter how many batches are evacuated. I don't care. I just want to stay with my family. Icky Ink shook his head. He didn't want revenge at all. He just wanted to stay with his parents, even if he died. So what? He still had his time bracelet, and he could still have a second reincarnation. Oh, I knew there would be some of you who wouldn't listen. The shifter who spoke suddenly laughed. That's why we've taken some special measures. What special measures? Ikari Ink was just feeling suspicious when she suddenly felt a dizziness in front of her eyes. It's that perfume smell from earlier. That scent has a psychedelic effect. Bang! The next moment he dropped uncontrollably into the seat and fell into a deep sleep. In a building in the city, Xiao Bai walked somewhat sullenly downstairs to the Icky Ink house. He planned to follow the things that Ikuma had explained to him earlier and tell Ikuma's old mom about the fact that Ikuma had been chosen by the School of Alien Abilities after awakening his powerful alien abilities. So he walked up the stairs and knocked on the door of Ikuma's house. The door to the room quickly opened, revealing the woman inside with a gentle smile on her face. Hello Auntie, GMO Shui has just awakened his psychic ability. Awakened the third order fire elemental psychic ability. and has successfully joined the psychic school. He asked me to come to give you the happy news. Shaw was unpleasantly polite. Koike awakened his powers? There was something odd about the expression on old Mother Ikemo's face, and a hint of creepy, but Xiao Wui didn't see the dissimilarity of old Mother Inc., but nodded and said, well, it's actually quite thrilling. The first time he touched the awakening stone there was no reaction, and only the second time he touched it did it emit a red light. Oh, Pool Inc. Old Mother nodded, suddenly smiled. Thanks to you little you. I suddenly thought of Pool Inc. There is something I have to give you for a moment. With that, she ushered Xiao Bui into her home and made a trip to the kitchen to bring out a cup of water. Why don't you take a drink of water? I have to go look for it. She handed Xiao Buyu a glass of water. Thank you auntie. Curious as to what Iki Inc. had left for him, Xiao Bai took the glass of water and took a sip. Seeing Xiao Bui drink the water, Ikuma's eyes flickered with a ghostly light, and she walked into Ikuma's bedroom. Shortly after Ikuma entered Ikuma's bedroom, Xiao Bai suddenly felt a little lackluster and, without looking, fell asleep while sitting on the couch. A few moments later, Ikuma walked out of Ikuma's room, and when she came out again, she had a wry expression on her face. This expression, as if combining joy and sadness in one face, was complex and creepy. It's strange. Oh, how could an illusionist demon awaken her powers? Ikuma licked her lips and dragged Shaw's unpleasant body to the kitchen. She raised her hand, then beckoned the knife on the counter to her hand. Such a simple magical power to control things, yet it's referred to by humans as an object control technique. What a niche term. She sighed and aimed the knife at Shaw. Unpleasant. Half an hour later, Ikuma walked to the storage room carrying a black bag filled with heavy items. Scarlet blood running on the floor on the way to the storage room. Inside the storage room, an identical bag was still stored at that moment, and next to that bag, a watch had fallen. If Ikuma was here, he would have noticed. This watch is the same one his old man always wore. Chapter 12, Tertiary Alien School. By the time Nikki Inc. woke up again, he was lying in a hospital bed. He looked around, and at that moment, there was Meng Ziyue lying beside him, as well as some faceless teenagers his age. I told you not to put in so much, but you went for 2 big bags. So much? You'd have to let an elephant come and sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. Not to mention these little guys who have just awakened their psychic abilities. Vaguely, Ikari Inc. heard this sound. What the hell is 2 big bags of that? Is it the same scent that knocked them out? He rubbed his aching head and suddenly thought of his parents. By the way, his own parents still stayed in Chang'an, and the Qinling had already been broken up. Didn't it mean that his dad and mom were still in a dangerous situation now? He sat up immediately, his eyes going to the 2 men who were talking. One of the men, the very same shifter who had brought them here in the armored car, and the other, a doctor in a white coat. Here, one has woken up. The doctor saw Iki Inc. and moved his mouth in a gesture to the shifter. Chang'an is currently in the middle of a second evacuation of personnel, and we have no news as to whether your family has been evacuated out. The alien didn't seem surprised to see that it was Iki Inc. who was the prick. She Inc. at this time did not want to ask these people why they did not respect their right to choose and force them out such a stupid question. The other party had answered very clearly before. To keep them, the fire. He could only glance coldly at the other man and look to his time bracelet. He can travel to any point in time on the blue planet. At this time, the countdown on the time bracelet had already changed to 4 hours 12 minutes and 23 seconds, leaving 4.5 days of cooldown time, indicating that he had slept for 3 days and 3 nights. This is the Kyoto 3rd grade alien school. Opposite the infirmary is the cafeteria. The cafeteria is permanently free for you. Go get whatever you want to eat. In addition, the start of the school year is on the day after tomorrow. In a short period of time, you should not be able to meet with your own family. The priority now is to think about how to cultivate properly. And in the future, go and find the demon to take revenge. Iki Inc. was still silent, and the alien, seeing this, shook his head and left the ward with the doctor. Ikari Inc. touched the pillow and realized that the cell phone and everything was still there as well. He immediately found his mom's phone and dialed, but the phone rang until it ended and no one answered. He called Xiao Buyu again, yet Xiao Buyu didn't pick up the phone either, and it also kept ringing until it was over. Seeing this, he got some bad feeling inside and called some relatives at home. Instead, when the relative got on the phone, he told him that the entire Chang'an city was now in great chaos, and that some individual demons had already broken into the city and started to wreak havoc, and that they were currently following the army to evacuate in one piece. When Ikuma asked about his parents, though, the relative said he wasn't sure, so, GMO Shuei called some other relatives, but there was no news of his parents, which made GMO Shuei mood gradually sank to the bottom. As a last resort, he called a neighbor at home. He also does not know the name of his neighbor, and he does not even know each other, but the phone notes marked neighbor Ma. The phone dialed smoothly and a mature female voice rang out on the other end. Hey, Ink. Hello Ma, are you with my parents? He immediately inquired. No, I'm not sure where they are, but we evacuated the whole building in one piece. But your parents weren't in the crowd. Sorry Ink. The whole building was evacuated in one piece. But not his parents? Icky Ink blushed a little pale. He actually hadn't met his dad since he crossed over. As a result, now he's hearing the terrible news that his parents are missing? Upon arriving in the second life, he initially saw only the beauty of this world and the existence of the demonic realm of humanity's enemies. But when one day this enemy appeared before them, and even his parents disappeared into thin air as a result, it gave him a very surreal feeling. It was as if one minute he was at home drinking Coke and eating fried chicken to catch up on a movie, and the next he was on the battlefield, with artillery fire nearly rubbing against his scalp. It's okay, I still have my time bracelet. I can still remedy this, he reassured himself. If his parents did have an accident, then he would put all his hopes in the time bracelet. With the awakening of Icky Ink, more and more of the exalted in the hospital beds around them at this time also woke up from their slumber. What's in here? Didn't I just awaken my powers? Holy, it looks like we've been drugged. The crowd woke up and were a bit alarmed after noticing the unfamiliar people around them. Meng Ziyue also woke up in the midst of the noise, and after seeing Icky Ink, he hurriedly asked, Ink, what's the situation now? We've been asleep for 3 days, and now Chang'an City is in the middle of its second retreat. My family in Xiaobuyu have lost contact, so hurry up and call your family and ask them. Oh, yes. Meng Ziyue hurriedly pulled out his cell phone and started calling. Soon he was on the phone, his nerves visibly loosening a bit after learning that his family was safe. Ink, my family is still safe. He looked over at Inkpool, some concern in his tone. So how can your family and you be lost piece by piece? Inkpool shook his head. He wasn't sure what was going on. The two were silent together for a long time. Just then, an announcement suddenly blared over the loudspeakers in the ward and throughout the hospital. Hello all new alien students. This is the Kyoto Level 3 Alien School. Please some of the new students from Chang'an, after they have all kept the peace with their families, go to the cafeteria across the street from the hospital and eat. The cafeteria is permanently free to you for the duration of your college years. After you finish eating, please gather across from the cafeteria, when our instructor will come forward for roll call. In the subsequent stages of training, we will inform you of a portion of the truth about this world, so please be prepared. The speaker's content was repeated twice before it disappeared completely. Hearing the contents of the loudspeaker, Ikari Ink and Meng Ziyue exchanged a glance and went downstairs piece by piece. There were quite a few people at the hospital, and Icky Ink saw that many of them had a confused look on their faces. It can be seen that all the new aliens in Chang'an City were basically captured. Moreover, there were still not a few third-level aberrations in Chang'an City. With so many third-level aberrations, how could humans not be able to deal with the demons? With suspicion, Icky Ink does want to know the truth, especially about the history of this second life. He'd googled the history of this life before, but hadn't come up with anything particularly useful. Chapter 13, Special Abilities. Icky Ink had also specifically searched the demon realm, but couldn't search for anything useful. The internet just said that the demonic realm was humanity's greatest enemy, and that the ultimate goal of combat-type aliens was to drive the demons out of the blue planet and recapture the Sichuan Basin. But so far, not to mention the Sichuan Basin, the entire territory of the blue planet began to be taken over by the demonic world on a large scale, the kind that can't be stopped. He'd really like to learn part of the truth at school if he could. Taking a step back, if his parents had actually been tragically killed, he would have used the time bracelet, and knowing that there was a part of his history would have helped him a great deal in his travels. In short, his goal for the next crossing was to save his parents and try not to do too much that would cause the trajectory of history to be affected too much. It just so happened that his stomach was a little hungry. He and Meng Ziyue came to the cafeteria, which wasn't too different from the university cafeteria in his previous life, but there were comparatively a lot fewer people, or maybe because it wasn't mealtime. All the food was free, and after he and Meng Ziyue asked for a few dishes, they ate quickly. Originally, Meng Ziyue was still thinking of comforting GMO Shui, but seeing that GMO Shui's appetite was still good, he held back his words of comfort. After eating, they followed the loudspeaker's directions to the noisy main square. There was a ravenous crowd standing in the square at this point. Many of them gathered around some bulletin board locations, looking for their instructors. There were simply too many people for Ikari Ink and Meng Ziyue to squeeze in. Ink, I'll lift you up and you take a picture with your cell phone. Meng Ziyue carried Ikuma on his back. Then Ikuma took a few pictures of the list on the bulletin board. They then shot a few more lists in a row as they did. Eventually, the two found their names in the 7th class position. Perhaps it was because the two of them were numbered together, so they were also assigned to a class. They immediately found a coaching position on the playground representing the 7th class and stood still. By now there were a dozen or so students standing in front of the 7th class, with the coach standing at the forefront, erect, wearing a hat and uniform. The two had just looked at the list, and there were 40 people in a class. The two waited in the class for about half an hour before all the people arrived. It was at this point that the instructor raised his voice and said, "Since everyone from class 7 has arrived, I'll start with a brief self-introduction. My name is Chirin. I'm the instructor and homeroom teacher of your 7th class, and from today onwards, I'll be in charge of the training and subsequent learning of your entire class. Next I'll start the roll call, and the students who call out answer. Do you hear me?" Heard that. The crowd responded in a hurry. Okay, first one, Weinhausia, here. Second one, Solstice, here. 40th, Young, here. Only when all 40 people had finished their roll call did Chirin withdraw his gaze from the list. Very well, we have a militarized management here, and the class is all boys, so I'll make it clear to you. Chirin raised his voice. Now, let's start by finding a temporary class leader to represent the class for the teacher. Now, those with non-5 elemental powers, step forward. Immediately after these words, 3 people walked out from the crowd. The remaining people looked at the 3 men with some surprise in their eyes. Actually, non-5 elemental powers were not rare, but what was rare were high-intensity non-5 elemental powers. For example, many of the ordinary people in the living area have simple chi attraction techniques and object control techniques, but high-level non-5 elemental abilities have become rare. The school they were in was a 3rd-level psychic school, which meant that everyone in this school had awakened psychic abilities that were 3rd-level psychic abilities, such as Icky Ink's fire burning clouds. The 3 of you, starting with you first, tell us about your powers. Zirin pointed to the boy on the far left, reporting to the instructor. My psychic ability is to soar through the clouds. The first boy said, reporting to the instructor. My psychic ability is giganticization. The second boy said, reporting to the instructor. My psychic ability is ice. The third boy said, of the 3 supernatural abilities, Tong Yunhei Mist and Ice Sky and Snow Earth, belonged to the mutated supernatural abilities that were water elemental, while the second person's giganticization was a special supernatural ability with a non-elemental attribute. Giantizing? In what way exactly? The instructor looked curiously at the second boy. When I turn on giantization, I'll get bigger and my strength and speed will increase, just like the Hulk. The second boy said with some embarrassment. Become like the Hulk? The crowd's expressions were a bit odd. The Hulk's clothes were gone when he transformed. I understand. When you test your mega transformation ability in the follow-up, let the logistics department side help you make a piece of clothing that can be retracted. The instructor nodded. Then you'll temporarily be the acting class leader of class 7 for now. As for whether or not you'll be transferred, we'll see after the military training is over. Yes, the giantized man immediately answered. Get back in line. Yes. Waiting until the crowd had returned to the group, the instructor continued. Next, we will first divide the dormitory. The dormitory is a quadruple room, a total of 10. You will assign yourselves. He then led the crowd to a dormitory building. The 401 to 410 dorms on the left side of the 4th floor are for our 7th class. You guys go up there and pick yourselves out. You've got 20 minutes. And if you don't pick out your dorms and roommates in 20 minutes, I'll go up there and take care of the matter myself. Chirin sneered, then took out his watch and spoke. It's now 12:10. Anyone who hasn't finished picking out their dormitory at 12:30, come in front of me. Dismissed. As soon as the words fell, the crowd immediately rushed forward. Ikari Inc and Meng Ziyue were naturally together, and got a dormitory with no problem. And shortly after, 2 more people came to the dormitory. After choosing their dormitory, the 4 of them went downstairs and came to Zirin. About 20 minutes later, everyone had picked out their quarters and were standing in front of the instructor. I have requested a viewing room. You come with me and I will show you a part of the truth about this world. Chirin led the group around the school most of the way before they came to a building with technological colors. As he entered the gate, he passed the identification nameplate and led the group successfully inside the building. 40 people crowed into a studio on the 2nd floor. There weren't many seats in the studio, 60 in total, which was perfectly adequate for them to sit down. Chirin stepped aside and communicated with the studio staff, then played a video out like a movie. Chapter 14 Humanity has only 10 years left. A video suddenly appeared on the large screen in front of all of them. Before 1855 AD, human society lived in peace, with no disasters, powers or demons. But in 1855 AD, a plumber, for reasons unknown, pushed the forbidden stone and opened Pandora's box. In the short span of 10 years, the Sichuan basin fell completely. In 20 years' time, Sichuan province fell. The world was thrown into panic as countless horrible and terrifying demons burrowed out of the demon realm, killing hundreds of millions of humans. By this point, a demon with a hideous face appeared on the video, and the demon was shrouded by a black aura, as if it were a stern ghost coming out of hell. And the demon looks like a demon, possessing some of the physical characteristics of an animal. Ikari saw some animals with black hair and elephant-like tusks, which in turn were shaped like monkeys. These animals sink their fangs into the bodies of humans, and some of them harden the hearts of children and swallow them raw. Seeing this, the people present couldn't help but feel extreme anger. Only GMO Shui's expression was still calm, but he still couldn't hide the monstrous anger under his eyes. Unlike the humans in his second life, he had seen similar images in his first life, but in the picture of the first life, the guys who committed the worst crimes were not demons with black gas emanating from their bodies and resembling animal-like creatures, but a group of moralistic, human-looking brats. Although a demon is not human, it does not possess human characteristics either. The little devils aren't human either, but they possess human characteristics. Demons on Earth, demons in hell. So far, more than 60% of the Chinese region has been occupied by demons. The demons are destroying the human world. At this rate, in the next 20 years' time, the demons will completely occupy the blue star, turning the entire world into a demonic domain. Upon hearing this piece of news, the crowd felt a deep sense of shock and a hint of fear. How is it possible? Our junior high school teacher clearly told us that humans can already maintain a kind of balance with the demonic realm. How could it only last for 20 years? Someone couldn't help but shout angrily. That's because you live in a peaceful area protected by the military. By shifters. Chiron appeared and said in a cold voice to the one who was yelling, humanity has always been in a very passive situation. Demons aren't scary. What's scary is that the connection between the demon realm and the blue planet is constantly being flooded with demons. Demons are almost endless. Humans have killed unknown tens of billions, even hundreds of billions of demons over the past 100 years or so, but it's as if these demons can't be killed enough, constantly attacking human territories like a bunch of lunatics, causing human territories to shrink continuously. 20 years are already a conservative estimate. To tell you a brutal fact, 2 days ago some experts predicted that the human race has about 10 years to go before there is no more stopping power and complete extinction. 10 years of human extinction. This heavy number made everyone feel breathless. Even Icky Inc. was shaking inside at this moment, having a feeling of suffocation. The reason why I'm telling you now is because you will be the main force in the future to fight against demons. You possess the strength of a third-level psychic ability, and in the future, you will be the future of all of mankind. Chiren's voice was forceful. The number of level 4 psychics is extremely rare, and every one of them is a national treasure. And there are no more than 10 level 5 psychics in the whole world. Level 2 alien abilities can't take up a big task. So the real top fighting force of the human race is you level 3 alien abilities that haven't grown up yet. You have a large base and a high growth rate. Only when you grow up together will we have a chance against the demons. Once you fall, then humanity loses its future as well. So do you understand what you are carrying on your shoulders? Today is the first day of school, and I, as your homeroom teacher, must tell you this bloody fact and make it clear to you that we are running out of time. Ziron's voice was infectious and raised a sense of urgency in many people. Only Icky Inc. was extremely complicated inside at this time. Humanity has only 10 years left. If nothing else, the only one who could change all this was him. The variable. He, who was able to travel to the past. But he was really a bit afraid to cross over. The first time he crossed over had left him with too much of a psychological shadow. He had heard of the butterfly thermal effect, but could never have imagined that such a tiny butterfly as himself would produce such a big effect after stirring its wings. I know it's hard for you guys to accept this truth when I let you know it today. I hope you can pull yourselves together when we officially train tomorrow. After leaving from the studio, both Ikari Inc. and Meng Ziyue were in a bit of a trance. What they had just gotten had somewhat overturned their perception of the world. How could they not have imagined, before they came here, that the human situation was so precarious anymore? Icky Inc., in particular, was silent at this point. It was hard for him to imagine that if the human race couldn't hold out for the past 100 years or so, once the human race became extinct, would it still be possible for him to be born normally? In what way should he be reborn into reality? As they were leaving, Ziren opened a website for all of them, which he told them that they could use to register their identity and access it. The contents of the study are related to psychic powers, as well as some so-called historical information. People with the 5 elements of psychic abilities can practice on their own first, based on the different psychic abilities explained inside. Ikamura has also found the fire in the clouds method of cultivation in the website. Instead of reading that, he went through the history. He then realized that most of the contents of the history were about the demon realm. During these 100 years of history, the people were doing their best to fight against the demonic realm. stubbornly clinging to the homeland behind them. And no matter how much humanity's technology advanced and how powerful they were overall, those demons that came out of the entrance of the demon realm were becoming stronger and stronger. Humans were progressing, and demons were likewise progressing, which was the main reason why humans were losing ground. One of the most frightening things about an enemy is not how strong he is, but in the fact that he is getting stronger all the time. One type of demon, the scythe demon, is taken as an example. In the recorded images, the realistic scythe demon was wearing a thick layer of armor all over his body, and his pair of scythes were even more scytheless, living like a pair of sharp long knives. But more than 100 years ago, the scythe demon's body was naked, not to mention that one of the long swords in its hand was in the shape of a scythe. After all these years, it evolved hardened armor, and the weapons in its own hands evolved as well. Chapter 15, The Greatest Regret in the History of Mankind. And there are many, many more similar to the scythe demon. All the demons were getting stronger, and there were originally some demons that even ordinary people had a chance to kill when they picked up a weapon. But over time, humans have been unable to rely on ordinary strength to kill them. People can only use their powers. Of course, the role of thermal weapons was still there, but this life, perhaps because of the rise of psychic powers, the development in the direction of thermal weapons was not as exaggerated as in the first life. Also, nuclear weapons are not yet usable. The first nuclear bursts did kill demons, but that used to happen 40 years ago. Nuclear weapons leave a cloud of nuclear radiation in that area after killing a demon, and once a demon subsequently stepped into that area, it would mutate and become stronger. It also led to humans no longer daring to use nuclear weapons against demons, and the one nuclear weapon that was released ended up being a sharp blade attacking humanity itself. The biggest mistake mankind has made in history is unleashing nuclear weapons that have bred a horde of demons with mutations that are difficult to deal with. The second mistake was failing to protect a scientist with brain powers during the defense battle 30 years ago. The scientist with the brain ability is called Ace, a madman with a brilliant IQ and special powers. Why is he called a genius madman? Because everything he does is no different from madness, yet he can take on the title of genius. He has researched many weapons against demons, but then again, everything he does is extreme. For example, he had an extreme distaste for birds like magpies, so he researched a genetic virus that could wipe out magpies and exterminated them all over the globe. Ace was extreme, but he died 30 years ago, an event that many have called one of the greatest regrets in the history of mankind, because if Ace was still alive, he would have been able to research a weapon that could cause great lethality to demons, and humanity wouldn't have been losing ground up to now. Genius that dies young is always the most missed and thought of. Ikari Inc. glanced at the picture of Ace, who was unkempt, with messy hair and an old-fashioned looking man who had been studying academia for decades. His actual age, however, was a frightening 20. Yes, he awakened the brain ability only 2 years in total, but did a lot of unexpected things. Therefore, in history, a famous alien expounded, if Ace were still alive, he would be able to keep the demons from leaving the Sichuan Basin. Countless people miss the all-powerful Ace. Even Ikuma couldn't help but feel sorry when he saw the message. For one night, Ikuma watched these histories in his dormitory. Just after 9 o'clock at night, a joyful voice rang out from the bed next to his. Ink, I can simply use my powers. Look, it was Menziu's voice. Meng Ziyua awakened his water elemental psychic ability. He lifted the cup of pool ink and handed him a suspended water droplet in his hand. Look, I can manipulate the psychic ability. That was awesome. Go back to sleep. Ikari Inc. gave a perfunctory compliment and pushed the other man back. Just now in the book he read that third-level psychic abilities could start to manipulate psychic abilities in a short period of time, such as just a few hours. And everyone in the dormitory except him was reading and practicing, so it probably wouldn't take long for them all to practice, which gave Iki Inc. some sense of urgency. But he got so caught up in reading the history that he finally decided it was more important to understand the history first, so he went back to reading the history. He stayed up late this day. Early the next morning, Iki Inc. woke up with a yawn and washed up. But before he could walk over, he saw that all 3 of his roommates seemed to have fluctuations in their powers. It seemed that all 3 of his roommates, except for him, had gotten a simple introduction to the operation of their powers. What about him? He looked at the redemption mall. The mall about the subsequent redemption methods of the Fire Cloud Sky. In addition to proficiency, there was also an introductory and a proficiency. Introductory only requires 10 points, proficient needs to have 100 points, and mastery requires 100 points. Which is carried over by multiplying by 10. It's just a shame that he spent all his money on exchanging his powers, and it wouldn't take much time to get started, so if he had the chance, he'd rather save up 100 points and exchange it directly for an adept. In fact, being proficient in third-level psychic abilities would be considered superb in reality. For example, That Kong before was also a third-level psychic adept, and a third-level psychic adept would be able to command a psychic squad. But there were so few people proficient in third-level psychic abilities, so rare that the number was about the same as fourth-level psychics. Most people are stuck at the proficiency level for the rest of their lives. Yesterday, when he was reading the historical materials, it was recorded that if all the third-level psychics were proficient in their psychic abilities, then the human race was expected to recapture Sichuan within 20 years. Icky Inc. doesn't consider himself to be a genius who was proficient in psychic abilities, so instead of cultivating properly, he should study more history and give himself enhanced combat power after crossing over. The instructor said in the group last night to meet at the usual place in the plaza at 8 o'clock this morning, so all of you pack up fast. The plaza is still a ways away from here, a roommate said. Ikari Inc. glanced at his cell phone. It was now 7:30 and he hadn't gone to bed until 4 in the morning yesterday. Did he sleep for just over 3 hours? So he did a quick wash and then set off at a few trots. 10 minutes to the plaza, an early lunch in the cafeteria, and all standing in the plaza on time as it was approaching 8 o'clock. Shiren's majestic features also fell into everyone's eyes. Good, no one is late today. Shiren looked at the crowd standing in a row in front of him and nodded his head in satisfaction. Everyone got up early. Yesterday I sent the URL to everyone. I'm sure everyone has already seen how the 5 elements are cultivated and tried to cultivate them, and currently they have been initiated to be able to manipulate the 5 elements in a simple manner, right? Yes. All but Icky Inc. blanched as they all shouted. Oh, someone who hasn't been initiated? Shiren's gaze fell on Chiyomoshue, staring at him and drinking. Those who didn't get initiated with their supernormal abilities yesterday, come out now. Icky Inc. was helpless. He could get caught here himself. So he walked out and stood somewhat cranially, and to his surprise, the giantized acting squad leader came out and stood next to him. The other 2 ice and fog controllers were initiated in unison because their powers were similar to the water element and they had a way of practicing it. The acting squad leader's ability belongs to the mutant ability. It's normal that he hasn't been initiated, or rather, from the time he awakened his ability, he was automatically initiated. Chapter 16, First Experience with Alien Abilities. After Chiren finished his sentence, his gaze went to Icky Inc. And what is the reason why you haven't been initiated? Ikari Inc. does not know how to explain. He focused on reading the history. Did not think there is this hidden requirement but everyone was pretty diligent. Meaning everyone except him and the acting class president were practicing their powers last night, right? Report. At that moment, a voice came from within the crowd. GMO Shui and Chiren looked into the crowd, but saw that at that moment, Meng Ziyue raised his hand up. Say, what is it? Reporting to instructor, GMO Shui and us all fled from the Chang'an side. His parents disappeared, so he's been worried and hasn't had the heart to cultivate. Meng Ziyue opened his mouth to explain for Chiemo Shui. From the Chang'an side? Chiren's originally somewhat stern eyes eased a bit. Your name is GMO Shui, right? Yes. Instructor. Icky Inc. nodded. You send me your home address and your parents' information. I have a bit of connections in the army, so I can help you inquire about your family's situation, Chiren said in a gentle tone. However, I hope that no matter what you do because of the final ending, you won't be too lost. Pick yourself up and cultivate well. Kill more demons. Thanks, Instructor. Icky Inc. said gratefully. He was naturally grateful for the news that the other party was willing to help him find his parents. Shiren nodded, then reappeared with a majestic look. You too, return to the line. Yes. The acting squad leader rejoined the group with Icky Inc. And Icky Inc. had some heart palpitations, so it looked like he was going to have to spend some time today to get the fiery clouds into a door. For the first step today, we are going to learn to understand a basic knowledge. Chiren raised his voice. Everyone has basically gotten started with their powers. So how long can you maintain the state of releasing your powers? Has anyone tried it yet? Reporting to the instructor. My psychic ability is flame. I can hold fire in my hand for 3 minutes, but it can last longer if it's only at a small flame level. Someone spoke up. That's right. The time it takes for you to release your powers is related to your own proficiency with them. Shiren nodded. It's like exercising your body. The longer you keep exercising, the more familiar you will become with your powers. The more time you will spend running them, and the more powerful you will be in releasing them. And our third level of psychic ability is divided into 3 levels in total. Introductory, Proficient, and Adept. Getting started is easy. As long as there isn't too much of a problem with your IQ, you can cultivate successfully within a day. But it's a lot harder to get to the step of proficiency. To reach proficiency, even if you cultivate every day and night, it will take almost a year. With average qualifications, it's not impossible to cultivate for 3 to 5 years before breaking through to proficiency. And in the outside world, Almost more than 90% of level 3 alien abilities end up at the proficiency degree. If you want to reach the proficiency level and turn into someone like the generals and alien squad leaders in the outside world, besides needing a lot of time to familiarize yourself with your alien abilities, you also need some chance. And this kind of chance can be encountered but not sought after. But I hope that all of you can break through the proficiency level one day, and become a part of the high-end battle force. Next, I'll teach you a way to practice the strength of your powers. I'm sure you're all familiar with the way to practice your ability proficiency from last night's practice. So today we're practicing the strength of our abilities. With that said, Chirin raised his hand and waved it downward. Everyone, sit down. The people in class 7 immediately sat cross-legged on the ground. Afterwards, Chirin spoke. Everyone, release your alien abilities. Iki Inc., you also listen. When you get started with your alien energy later, this method will be useful for you as well. Yes, Iki Inc. nodded. Also watching the group, all of you now, release your powers to the maximum extent. Then hold on for as long as you can. It's best to wear down your mental power. Chirin droned. So, everyone immediately released their psychic abilities. However, everyone was controlling some spherical elemental bodies of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, and the largest was just the size of a head. The more intriguing ones were the ice elemental one and the fog elemental one. The ice elemental one was releasing an ice ball while the fog elemental one raised his hand and released a large mist. The most conspicuous of these packets also belonged to the acting class president. The acting squad leader directly turned into a giant. The key parts of this giant was wrapped in a few pieces of rags. The body is incredibly muscular, living like a yellow giant. Hold on for as long as you can. This will build up the strength of your powers. Hold on all of you. Chirin drank. Everyone could only grit their teeth and hold on. And Iki Inc. looked curiously at the expressions on the faces of the crowd. The fastest one, after 2 minutes, suddenly went and fell over. More and more people then planted themselves and fainted. The scene was shocking to watch Iki Inc. It's normal to faint the first time you can't control the time. Seeing the expression on Iki Inc.'s face, Chirin explained to him, but after doing it once, you can control it all pretty well in the back. Iki Inc. nodded. After about 5 minutes, everyone, including the acting squad leader, passed out. Only Ikamo and Zirin remained. And at that moment, Iki Inc. observed the other classes around the square. Almost all of the instructors were the same as Chirin, and throughout the playground, the freshmen were lying down in a large area. Iki Inc., come with me and do me a favor. Zirin waved towards Iki Inc. Iki Inc. walked away from the fainting crowd. Send me the family's information on your cell phone. I'll find someone to help you investigate the situation. Now that Chang'an City is in chaos, I need to find a familiar shifter to go and help you investigate the situation in person. Thanks, instructor. Iki Inc. said gratefully, sending Chirin his home address and whatnot. It's okay, there's still a signal over at Chang'an City now. If you can't contact your family, maybe your family isn't doing too well. No matter what ends up happening, you need to pull yourself together. Yes, Iki Inc. nodded. If something happened to his parents, he would have to turn on the time bracelet. Once the time bracelet was turned on, there was no telling what would happen to him. After all, moving the forbidden magic stone during the first reincarnation was a task issued to him by the time bracelet, although he was the one who stabbed the basket. But before that, he didn't think he could stab such a big basket. It was hard to imagine what other tasks the time bracelet would issue him, but the situation is bad enough as it is. It can't get any worse, can it? Chapter 17, Ace's Internal Digestion. Iki Inc. followed Zirin to a place in line. People were coming and going. The place was basically full of instructors, and every instructor that came out from the front of the queue place was holding a big box in their hands. Ikari Inc. saw that in the large crate. There were also small objects in bottles and jars, and those bottles and jars contained flowing liquids. This is the place to receive the nutrient solution. The first time the alien energy cultivation breaks through the limit, it will cause some harm to the body, so you have to receive the nutrient solution for you to take. In a moment after we distribute the nutrient solution, you also take a copy of it to go back and take the nutrient solution when you wake up after using the limit of your alien energy. Chirin said. Ikari Inc. nodded her head in knowledge and followed the other side of the line. When he reached the head of the line, Zirin handed in his identification badge as the head of his 7th class. A total of 40 people. 40 nutrient solutions. The staff handed a large box to Pool Inc. Thanks. Iki Inc. took the large box. By the time the two returned to the plaza, all the aliens were still in an unconscious state. They'll be awake for about an hour. Chirin signaled Ji Inc. to put the box down and spoke. You take a bottle of the nutrient solution and bring it back with you, and whoever wakes up in the rest in a while, you'll hand out a bottle to him. Iki Inc. opened the case, and inside was tube after tube of a somewhat thick liquid. Is this a nutrient solution? He hadn't seen it at all in his first life. He held the nutrient solution in front of him and examined it carefully. You will drink it often in the future. This nutrient solution was researched by a scientist called Ace. Ever since the nutrient solution was researched, the speed of human supernatural ability cultivation has increased by more than a drink. Shi-Ren explained. Ace? The mad genius? Icky Ink thought about the history he had seen last night. Oh, you know him? Shi-Ren looked at Icky Ink in surprise and said somewhat unexpectedly, Ace's information is absolutely hidden. Ordinary people can't learn about Ace's existence. So you saw it on the URL yesterday? Speaking of this, Icky Ink was a bit embarrassed. Actually, instructor, the reason why I didn't cultivate yesterday was because I was reading those historical materials, which talked about Ace, this crazy genius. And the historical materials also said that if Ace was still alive, humans and demons might be able to change their type of offense and defense now. Indeed, Ziren sighed, if Ace was still alive, I'm afraid that humanity wouldn't be as passive as it is now, but would be able to blow the horn for a counterattack. Instructor, have you met Ace? Icky Ink asked curiously. No, when Ace was alive, I hadn't even awakened my powers anymore and didn't even know he existed. Ziren shook his head. Ace died 30 years ago, and if he hadn't, he'd be 50 now. Icky Ink asked again. Instructor, since the humans are aware of Ace's importance, but why don't they send more people to protect him? Because a traitor has appeared by Ace's side. Shi-Ren tilted his head up to look at the sky and spoke. This matter was a big deal at the time. Ace had a total of 1 level 4 Xenoadept and 2 level 3 Xenoadepts guarding him, but at that time, because Ace's lab was under attack, the strongest Xeno who was a level 4 Xenoadept went out to suppress the enemy, but no one expected that the enemy, instead of fighting from the outside, would be disintegrated from the inside. Disintegrated internally? Icky Ink was surprised. Well, because one of the third-level aliens is a spy for the small-time country whose mission is to kill Ace, an uncertain scientist, and prevent the rise of China. What? G-Ink violently raised his voice. Do the people of the Little Day country have any brains at all? The demon realm has invaded. Shouldn't the global human race be united? Why are they still doing this? Ha! Shi-Ren laughed mockingly. The demon realm erupted in the center of China. It's not like it has anything to do with other countries. So why should people unite with us? We're thankful if we don't mess up. And we're still delusional enough to expect them to support us? There is such a thing? Icky Ink sank inwardly. When he read the history yesterday, there really wasn't something recorded about the outside countries. The Sichuan Basin is almost the most central location of China. And the fall of the Sichuan Basin is like the emergence of a moth inside China. And the first reaction of other countries to see such a situation in one of the world's powers, China, is not even a win-win cooperation, but to watch the show? Although the outside countries have also supported Huaxia with their armies and altered beings, it's all but a drop in the bucket and doesn't work too well. The outside countries are all in a state of watching the show. Speaking here, Shi-Ren sighed. In fact, I sometimes have extreme thoughts. I thought that it would be good if there were 2 passages of the demon realm on the blue planet, one in the west and one in the east, so that humans around the globe could be united, instead of the way it is now, with only Huaxia fighting alone. Icky Ink was silent for a long time. Are there 2 demonic realm passages in the world? He wasn't sure, but more than 100 years ago, the one who pushed open the forbidden magic stone was himself, and he felt that there shouldn't be a second forbidden magic stone in this world, right? As for all of humanity not being united, it was something he hadn't expected. He couldn't have imagined that Ace had died at the hands of a kid spy. He had wondered if one of the commanders among the demons might have realized Ace's value and secretly killed him, but I never thought that Ace would be digested by the humans themselves. Don't we have any retaliation against the land of lesser days? Icky Ink asked. Most of the battle forces are on the front lines of the demon realm. We don't have the energy to deal with the Little Day nation. Shi-Ren shook his head. Icky Ink understood. Damn brats. Don't give him a chance to catch him in the past timeline. The 2 chatted for some time longer before people woke up one after another. Seeing that the acting squad leader's clothes were too revealing, Icky Ink stepped forward and draped his own jacket over the other man's. And when a person wakes up from a nap, Icky Ink goes up to them and hands them a bottle of nutrient solution. Perhaps due to the severe consumption of the giantized alien energy, the acting squad leader was the last to wake up. Only after the acting squad leader woke up did Shi-Ren speak. Today is the first day, and everyone has just consumed a lot of spiritual energy, so I'll now give you a few hours of rest, and when it's 2 o'clock in the afternoon, you'll continue to come here to test. Yes. Everyone dragged their tired bodies away. Icky Ink followed the group back to the dormitory. He also began to try and see if he could get his powers initiated at 2 in the afternoon. Chapter 18, News of Parents. However, for some reason, Icky Ink sat for the whole afternoon according to the cultivation method of the third level fire elemental psychic ability on the URL. But he didn't feel anything. What's going on here? Could it be because there is something wrong with his own state? He was puzzled that he hadn't been able to get his powers initiated for an entire noon. In the afternoon, while the other students were testing the limits of their powers, he followed the method on his cell phone and learned to use his powers. But as the afternoon passed, all the other students were 3 rounds into their alien limit, and he still hadn't gotten his alien initiation. This made him a bit anxious. Could it be that something had gone wrong because this ability of his was redeemed by the system? At around 7 in the evening, he arrived at the cafeteria with Menzies, who had already made the water balloon bigger and bigger. After dinner, several people returned to the dormitory, while the 3 roommates couldn't wait to go and practice. Icky Ink looked at the nutrient solution in her hand and hesitated. At 9 o'clock in the night, a sound alert reached Icky Ink's cell phone. Instructor Ziran, come downstairs. I'll be waiting for you downstairs in the dormitory. I've heard from your parents. Icky Ink's eyes lit up and he immediately headed downstairs. When he arrived at the bottom of the dormitory building, he saw Chiran, who was dressed in black, waiting for him there. Upon seeing him, Ziran waved towards him. Icky Ink stepped forward. Instructor, I've heard from your parents, but this isn't the place to talk. You're coming with me. Ziran put his arm around his shoulders and led him towards a location. Ikari Ink looked suspiciously at the crowd walking around, and although she was a bit strange inside, she followed behind Chiran because she was concerned about her parents' situation. The two headed down a pathway and ended up in an elevator-like entrance. This elevator was a glass-shaped vessel, and Ikari Ink and Chiran stood in it with a sense of impending transformation into mice. I don't know if it was an illusion. The hazy light was obscure, and vaguely, Ikari Ink seemed to see some changes in Chiran's gaze. This gaze somewhat had a coldness to it, more like the way Kongong had looked at him before when he hadn't reacted to the first awakening stone. Swish! A sudden burst of strong light suddenly descended unexpectedly, incomparably blinding, stinging Icky Ink somewhat unable to open his eyes. When the glare faded and his vision cleared over, there was already an additional glass barrier between him and Chiran, and on the opposite side of the transparent glass stood Chiran, who was watching him with cold eyes. Next to Chiran, there stood an old man with gray hair. Instructor, what's going on? A little confused, Ikari Ink raised her hand and knocked on the glass in front of her. That's when he realized that he had been imprisoned in a huge piece of glassware. Ikumo, didn't you ask me about your parents before? Outside the glassware, Ziran picked up a picture and stuck it on the pool ink glassware. Ikari Ink looked at the photo, only to see 2 clear black plastic bags with a black and red trail underneath them, and the environment around the plastic bags. Isn't this my locker? Icky Ink recognized the picture. His eyes widened. What's inside these 2 bags? His brain jolted with a sense of foreboding. He suddenly thought of a case he had read on the internet in his last life. A case called Broken Body. These 2 black bags wouldn't contain the bodies of his parents, would they? The innermost bag contained your father's body, and the outside bag contained the body of your friend, Xiao Bu Yu. Chiran looked at GMO Shuei's eyes and said, and your mother got away. What? Before Icky Ink could grieve over his old man's death, he heard the other man say something that he hadn't expected at all. What about his mother? Also, the other bag contains Xiao Bu Yu? If I'm not mistaken, Xiao Bu Yu should be the good buddy who went to keep him safe, right? It's too fast and natural. Did you just say what happened to my mom? He asked with some disbelief. After your mother killed your father and Xiao Bu Yu, she escaped, Chiran said in a cold voice. Afterwards, we pulled up the surveillance and questioned familiar people around your mother, and got a definite message. Your mother was possessed by an illusionary demon 6 days ago and killed your father, and not long before that killed your best friend, Xiao Bu Yu, and you, the illusion demon, somehow managed to pass the ability awakening test and enter this level 3 ability school. What? An illusionary demon? Me? Icky Ink was dumbfounded. But what made him even more dumbfounded was the fact that his mother was also possessed by an illusionary demon. The other party said 6 days ago, if he's right about the time, right? And the psychic awakening he passed 4 days ago meant that his mother had been possessed by an illusionary demon 2 days before he crossed over? The mother he met when he first came to the second life. The mother who was possessed by an illusionary demon? You're not kidding me, are you? He couldn't help himself. Joke or no joke? We'll find out when the you hiding under this shell dies. That old man opened his mouth and violently raised his hand, sending a black mass of energy right through the glassware and into Icky Ink. My life is over. Icky Ink felt like he was very close to death when he saw the black mass of energy rush to his face. A huge shadow wrapped his entire body. In a trance, he saw the countdown of 3 days to go on the time bracelet. It's over. There's no way to cross and escape. Swish! The energy mass surged into his body. As this energy mass drilled into his body, he suddenly had an extremely soothing feeling. He then felt as if something had been pulled out of him. His eyes snapped open and he saw something black as if it had been stripped from his flesh and blood. The dark object seemed to be a dead one, and after being stripped out, it lay still and unmoving on the ground. What the hell is this? He looked at the black substance, and the more he looked at it, the more he felt that it looked like the corpse of a phantom demon. At this moment, not only was Icky Ink confused, Chi-Ren and the old man outside the glassware were also confused. Old uncle, what is this situation? Chi-Ren asked the old man. It turned out that this old man was actually Chi-Ren's uncle. How should I know? I've never seen a person still alive after an illusion demon is stripped out. The old man shook his head and scared at the pool ink. Ikuma, do you remember who I am? Chi-Ren couldn't help but ask Icky Ink. Instructor Chi, what the hell is going on? Are you treating me like an illusionary demon? At this time, Chi-Mo Shui also guessed something and immediately asked. Because my mother turned into an illusion demon and killed my father in Xiaobuyu. So you guys also suspect that I'm an illusion demon? Chapter 19, A Blessing in Disguise? Icky Ink had just finished speaking when he suddenly felt a faint wetness welling up inside his body. The wetness feels strange, kind of like stroking a baby's tissue. This feeling, could it be the awakening of an alien power? Is that right? There was a body similar to an illusionary demon taken out of him, and then he felt his powers awaken. It felt a little strange. After all, it had never happened before. Even Chi-Ren's uncle, that old man, had his eyes widened at this moment. This little guy seems to have awakened his powers again. That is to say, he's actually really human? Chi-Ren was also extremely surprised, and immediately walked over to a nearby instrument and pressed a button. The glassware that had imprisoned Icky Ink in place immediately rose, releasing Icky Ink, and the old man made an immediate decision, placing a crystal-like stone in front of Icky Ink. Child, place your right hand on it. Ikari Ink looked at the two men suspiciously, but placed his right hand on it anyway. The crystal then unexpectedly separated into two halves, with one side being a bright red color and the other a light blue color. This little guy has actually awakened two supernormal abilities, the old man exclaimed. A stage 2 water elemental ability and a stage 3 fire elemental ability, and in his case, water and fire have actually melded. Chi-Ren said incredulously, there has never been a person who awakened two psychic abilities in human history. What the hell is going on here? The old man shook his head and walked over to Icky Ink's side, squatting down and touching the body of the illusory demon on the ground. Child, do you still have memories of this time? The old man kindly asked Icky Ink. Icky Ink nodded. Yes, I remember that Instructor Chi brought me here. What's going on here? There are memories. It seems that you haven't been possessed by the illusion demon all this time. The old man nodded. This matter is a bit of a mystery. I have to elaborate it carefully with you. Chi-Ren, who was on the side, laughed bitterly and said, this matter still has to start from the time you asked me to help you inquire about your parents' news this morning. Icky Ink nodded. Ever since you told me the address of your house, I had my friends in the army go to your house to rescue you, searched your house, and finally found two crushed bodies in the storage room. And then my people verified the DNA and found that one of the corpses was your original father, and one of the corpses was your best friend, Xiaobuyu. Later they tuned the surveillance and found that Xiaobuyi went to your house at noon on the day you guys awakened your powers, and was greeted back to your room by your mother. But after going in, he never came out, and your father didn't leave the house for several days before it was realized that he was murdered by your mother. We continued our investigation and found that your mother was behaving very oddly starting a few days before you guys awakened your powers. And we questioned some of your mother's close friends, who also noticed the situation. And with the two deaths in your family, we had to conclude that your mother was possessed by an illusionary demon. So now we've sent someone after your mother to see if we can bring this illusionary demon to justice. Your mother was possessed by an illusionary demon while you lived unharmed for days. Plus when you awakened your powers to touch the awakening stone before, you didn't awaken the first time, but only the second time. This makes us suspect that you are also an illusion demon, which is why I hid it from you this time and brought you to this place. At that, Icky Ink nodded in understanding, having guessed all of that as well. After all, he really did have the corpse of an illusory demon inside of him. I'm not sure about the rest of the situation. You are indeed a human, but you have the body of another illusion demon inside you. Honestly, this is the first time we've seen someone possessed by an illusion demon and not die. No, the old man at the side interrupted. Perhaps this child hasn't been controlled by the illusion demon since the beginning. This child's physique is very special, as evidenced by the awakening of the dual alien ability. It should be that his essence suppressed the illusion demon, so the illusion demon was able to influence him, making it impossible for him to fully awaken both of his powers. And even awakening one of his powers was very difficult. That's why he awakened twice, and his mother, who was controlled by an illusionary demon, didn't kill him, because that mother of his treated him as one of her own kind. After the old man's explanation, GMO Shui also understood at this time why he hadn't awakened his supernormal abilities. It was because there was an illusory demon inside of him. Or rather, the matter has to be extended further. First of all, he crossed over as a soul wearer, not a body wearer, and after he soul walked into the first reincarnation, he returned to his original body directly when he returned to his second life. But at that time, in this life, his body had already become an illusionary demon. After his soul returned, it directly occupied the body of that illusionary demon. He didn't even know that there was an illusory demon in his body, and that illusory demon didn't expect that a soul would suddenly forcefully take over this body. The illusion demon was suppressed by him, and he was unable to awaken his powers like a normal person. On the day of his awakening day, he had no choice but to exchange a level 3 fire elemental ability in the exchange mall to keep himself alive under the hands of Kong, the leader of the Alpha Ability Squad. So there's an illusory demon inside him. Senior, Instructor Chi, according to you, my parents actually died a week ago? He asked this. Originally, he was thinking of saving his parents, but he didn't realize that they had already died before he crossed over. So, this time bracelet, one has to break in again. Right, but also please be sad. You are the first human being to awaken dual psychic abilities. I hope you can calm down and cultivate. Well, Chiron said soothingly, Ikari is now human again, so he still hopes that the other guy can contribute to the human race. I will. Iki Inc said a little sullenly, can I go now? I'll see you off. Ziren got up and went to see Iki Inc off. The two were walking back to their dormitory. Iki Inc, I'm sorry for misunderstanding you today, because this is all just too much of a coincidence, Chiron said with some guilt. Senior, I don't blame you. GMO shook his head. He could understand the other party. It's just that he's still reeling from the information of his parents' deaths. In fact, for him now, whether it was Chi Ren or Meng Ziyue or the dead Xiao Bai, all these people are just a passerby in his second life. From the time he awakened into the second reincarnation, the second life had, in a sense, become dispensable, because in the third life, it would be a completely different environment. Everyone here will probably forget he even exists. He wondered what would happen to Blue Star after the second reincarnation, if his friends would change as a result, if everything he had experienced would become completely different. Does he even exist in the third world? Chapter 20 The Second Reincarnation. After returning to the dormitory, Iki Inc continued to try to initiate the ability, but I don't know if it was because the level 3 fire elemental ability was a mall product, so he was never able to initiate it. On the contrary, the second level water elemental ability, he was initiated in a few hours and could simply use a water balloon. He used the nutrient solution on the cultivation of his water elemental ability. Perhaps the secondary water elemental ability was the one he could awaken himself. Over the next 2 days, as if he had received some kind of order, Instructor Ziren began to sneak him a lot of nutrient solutions. In fact, he had learned before that all third-level alien cultivation resources, that is, nutrient fluids, were limited, whereas Chiron had secretly stuffed him with double. Iki Inc guessed that it might be that someone from the academy or even the higher-ups had learned about his awakening of his dual psychic abilities and had given him nutrient fluid to wait for his breakthrough to improve. In fact, only Iki Inc knew that his fire elemental supernatural ability had no way to use it at all, and only the water element had just been initiated, and there was still a long period of time before he could make a breakthrough. But so what if you're being secretly observed? The people in the second life were, after all, just some NPCs, and when he returned again, no one knew what the world would become. Ding! The time bracelet's cooldown is over. Do you want to use it? No. GMO Shui originally wanted to use it, but suddenly thought of the girl called Su Yuer from the first life. He got his time bracelet from the other side. What will become of Su Yuer in this life? Thinking of this, he took out his cell phone and dialed the phone number Su Yuer left for him in the first life. Perhaps the phone number is not available to call Su Fish. Maybe some other stranger? These are not necessarily. Dropping. The call connected and a familiar girl's voice came from the other end. Hello? It was Su Yuer's voice. Whether it was the first or the second life, this phone number was Su Yuer's. Hello Su Yuer, my name is Ikuma. Pool Inc said softly, after a short silence on the other end of the phone. Su Yuer's voice rang out once again. GMO Shui, do I know you? Have you ever heard of traveling through time? Iki Inc asked. What traveling through time? What are you looking for me for? Su Yuer sounded a bit puzzled. Iki Inc was silent for a moment and spoke. It all started with your time bracelet. Maybe you don't remember it all, but in the future, I think we'll meet again. You're nuts, aren't you? Su Yuer directly hung up the phone after scolding him. GMO Shui revealed a bitter smile. In front of Su Yuer, who had no memories of her first life. These godly words of his did seem like a psychotic, but he didn't know what to say to the other party. After all, at the very beginning he just wanted to make sure that the owner of this phone was not Su Yor. That's all. This girl was too mysterious. And everything he was experiencing now was thanks to a bracelet left behind by Su Yor. That's all. He opened his time bracelet and prepared to click on the Transcendence section to access it. But just then, a striking message was suddenly sent to his cell phone. It's the Zirin instructor. Chirin, G Inc. How do you know the phone number of General Empty's granddaughter? Su Yor? Oh, Iki Inc. paused for a moment, a strange color flashing in her eyes. General Empty he recognized. A 4th level special ability. Space elemental superpower? Did not expect Su Yor to be his granddaughter. It seemed that in his next life, he knew how to find Su Yor as well. He laughed softly and closed his eyes. Beginning the second round, Transcendence. Ding! Congratulations to the host for traveling successfully. This timeline is 1980 AD. Location, nuclear missile base in the beautiful country of the Pacific Ocean. Ding! Searching for executable missions. Ikari Inc. opened her eyes and what came into view was a cramped room with an extremely unfamiliar foreign face at the end of the room's mirror. The foreigner in the mirror was wearing a military uniform that was unfamiliar to him. The time is 1980 AD, 44 years ago in reality. Real time is 2024 AD. More than 40 years ago. Nuclear weapon sites. Ikari Inc. instantly reacted by combining her previous memories in the second world. In the previous records, something happened on Blue Star more than 40 years ago that humans around the globe regretted. Nuclear weapons are launched and demons mutate and become stronger in the nuclear radiation zone. But how many years ago the record was written? Ikuma couldn't recall. Anyway, it was right after 1980 AD. So what he's trying to do is stop the launch of nuclear weapons. Ding! Mission detection successful. Task 1, survive for 10 years with that identity and will return to reality normally. Reward, 2 points. Mission 2, go to the nuclear weapons launching base and utilize the authority to project all nuclear weapons on the Pacific coast of Victoria City, British Columbia, Canada. Reward, 800 points. Mission 3, suicide. No impact on history. Reward, 0 points. Iki Inc. looked at the 3 quests and twitched at the corners of her eyes. It was kinda weirdly sweet of this mission to give him an extra nesting option. But having decided to change history, he could not have chosen the first and third. Besides, by shooting all the nukes into the sea, the nukes won't touch the territory of China in the future, right? Choose mission 2, he whispered. Consuming all the nuclear weapons, does he count as an alternative savior? Ding! The quest was taken successfully. The host will get the instruction map next. A map was then presented to Akuma. There are also guidelines and locations on the map. Without delay, he set out immediately. Following the quest's guidelines, he picked up his identity card and then opened one iron door after another in front of him. And along the way, he met people who greeted him in English. Some of which he understood and some of which he didn't. But no matter who greets him, he just nods and doesn't say anything to prevent exposure. Finally, after circling around and around, he came to a very classified room. Following the mission guidelines, he placed his identity card on it. The iron door opened, presenting Ikuma with a room covered in mechanical devices. And as the quest guided him, he walked over to a computer and turned it on. Upon turning it on, a string of English and codes he couldn't understand appeared on the computer. He could only follow the quest guidelines and entered some codes and numbers into it, which took a full half hour. After he pressed the enter key, an alarm that resonated throughout the base began to sound, and even some of the lights around him took on a red flash that made people nervous. Red alert! And the last step of the task is to push the button next to the computer. Chapter 21 Parents are alive. Ikari Inc. came to the button and pressed it as soon as he could. Ding! Mission complete. Gain 800 points. The system voice of the time bracelet rang in his ears. The next moment, a group of people with firearms rushed into the room, aiming their guns at Iki Inc., who unhurriedly took a pistol from his waist. Bang! The armed men who came forward thought he was going to fight back and shot Ikuma. A sharp pain came, and then Iki Inc. felt his body sink into a bottomless abyss. Die again Before he died, Ikamo vaguely heard the roar of a missile launch. I wonder what kind of history I can change with this crossing. End of the second rotation. The third world. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the second time traveling through, and has successfully returned to reality. Total harvest statistics for this crossing, 800 points. Ikari Inc. covered her head with a sharp pain and sat up from the bed. Inc., you're finally awake. You were scaring me to death. An unfamiliar voice rang in his ears. He lifted his head in frozen place for a moment as he looked at the completely strange-looking teenager beside him. Great! Another couple of people I don't know. In order not to be exposed, he could only cover his head and ask, what is this place? He could see that this appeared to be the school infirmary. but those close friends of his, like Xiao Buyu and Meng Ziyu, were not with him. If this was a school, why weren't Meng Ziyu and Xiao Buyu there? This is the infirmary, the boy said worriedly. Pool Inc., can't I see this as the infirmary? I mean, is this a level 3 alien school? He asked. Inc., are you sick and confused? That boy's expression was a bit strange. This is a second-grade alien school. We're all second-grade aliens. A level 2 alien? Iki Inc. instantly understood. If he hadn't exchanged the system, he would have been a second-grade water elemental alien himself. And because of the system, he had exchanged for a third-grade fire elemental alien. And now in his third life, since he was only a level 2 water elemental, he was taken to a level 2 alien school. Where's my cell phone? He looked back and forth and found his cell phone by his pillow. He immediately opened his cell phone and saw Meng Ziyu's message, which also contained a message from Xiao Buyu. He opened a message from Shaw Discomfort and realized that the message was 6 days ago. Xiao Buyi, Inc. I've already told your parents about your awakening of the second-level water elemental ability, and they're both very happy for you. Mom and Dad are still alive? Ikari Inc. felt a surge of surprise at first, but quickly calmed down again. No, he had to figure things out first, so he took out his cell phone and searched for the keyword nuclear weapons on the previous website. Ding! You don't have enough permissions. Seeing this message on the page, Iki Inc. froze. It was the first time he had seen the words insufficient authority. Is it because he's only a level 2 alien? Yeah, the URL had to be logged into his information. And while in his second life he was able to view almost all of his information because of his level 3 alien access, that wasn't the case in his third life. Level 2 psychic powers have less access compared to level 3 psychic powers. He realized that he didn't even have the qualifications to inquire about the cultivation method of a level 3 psychic ability, and he could only cultivate a level 2 water elemental psychic ability. What about this, Inc.? You just suddenly fainted while practicing, so we sent you to the infirmary. Luckily you didn't have too many problems. It was still that strange and familiar boy who spoke. Thanks a lot. Ikari Inc. sat up and found her parents' phone, dialing her dad first. He hadn't seen his father in his last life, and even his mother had been transformed by an illusionary demon, so he had to make sure that his father was alive first. The video call was quickly dialed, and inside was the familiar look of his father. What's the matter, son? Is there not enough money to spend? Dad asked him that as soon as he opened his mouth. Looking at his father on the other end of the video looking so familiar, Iki Inc. inexplicably wanted to shed a tear, but he quickly held it back. He shook his head. Dad, are you in Chang'an? At this point in time in the second life, Chang'an should have been overrun. So how come Dad is still working in Chang'an now? Yeah, where am I if I'm not in Longview? Dad couldn't help but ask rhetorically. I'm glad you're okay. I've got a few things to do, so I'll hang up now. Iki Inc. immediately hung up the phone and dialed his mom. What's the matter, son? No money to spend? Mom's video picks up and says almost the same thing as Dad, and Iki Inc. looked at his mom in the picture, stared quietly for a while, and suddenly spoke. Mom, release your supernatural powers for me. Mom was a bit puzzled, but used her object control technique to haul a bottle of Old Spice into her hands. What's wrong, son? Iki Inc. looked at the screen and saw that there was nothing weird about the object control technique before revealing a smile. It's okay, Mom. I just miss you. In his second life, after learning that his mother was transformed by an illusionary demon, he specifically investigated the difference between an illusionary demon's use of object control techniques and the use of object control techniques by ordinary aliens. Just now, he had asked Old Mother to use the object control technique, just to see if the current Old Mother was transformed by the illusion demon. Luckily, Mom is still Mom and is not possessed by a phantom demon. After catching up with his mom for a while, GMO Shui searched the internet to find out where the battle lines between Huaxia and the demonic world were now. When he saw the map of China, but realized that the Qinling had not been lost, now he understood why his parents were fine. In his second life, when he first crossed over, Qinling had already been lost for 2 days, and his mother just happened to be possessed by an illusionary demon 2 days before he crossed over. It was now clear that Qinling was in the process of breaking the barrier, and the illusion demon entered Chang'an as the first echelon of demons. His mother was possessed by an illusionary demon and was one of the first victims. In the third life, the Qinling had not yet been broken through, and the first batch of illusory demons had not yet entered Chang'an, so his parents were safe and sound, and he was likewise not controlled by the illusion demon, and successfully passed the alteration awakening and came to the second grade alien school. And why wasn't Qinling breached at this point in time? He traveled back in time over 40 years, activated a nuclear weapon, which nuked the Pacific coast of Victoria, and that was the only thing he did. Could it be that he prevented Huaxia from using nuclear weapons against the demons and didn't allow those demons to mutate, so the humans were able to hold on to the Qinling? Well, He's done a great thing then. He clenched his fist, feeling like he had finally done something that would benefit all of humanity. Chapter 22, Returning to the third grade school of alien abilities. And Ikuma saved his parents, which was something to be happy about. He looked at the 800 points in the redemption mall and felt unprecedentedly satisfied. Also, the cooldown on the time bracelet became 1 month, 29 hours 23 minutes and 51 seconds. The entrance to the Transcendence column is still open, and the next two, Calamity and Extinction, are closed. It made him wonder a bit if Calamity and Perdition corresponded to the state of Blue Star, or if it was something he did after crossing over. Because of the first mundane reincarnation, he moved the Forbidden Stone, the world turned into an alien age, and the mundane on the time bracelet was closed, and the transcendental was opened. What about the plagues and extinctions that follow? He was extraordinarily curious, but unfortunately there was no one to give him an answer, and that answer might have to wait for him to explore later. Icky Ink left the infirmary and found the instructor. Instructor, I feel like I've awakened another psychic ability within me. What? The instructor had never seen the awakening of two supernormal abilities before, but he saw that the expression on Icky Ink's face didn't seem to be faked, so he snapped, "You better not be making fun of me." The instructor went off to get a report from the higher-ups, and when the instructor returned once more, he had a man in a suit with him. "What's your name?" The man came to Icky Ink and inquired, reporting to the instructor, "My name is Ikuma. Why did you say you had awakened another ability? Because of some change in your body?" The man in the suit asked again, reporting to the instructor, "I fainted once today, and when I woke up I felt like my organs were warm, like there was a fire burning in my abdomen." Icky Ink spoke of his feelings about awakening the fire-burning cloud sky. "This description of yours really looks like you've awakened a fire elemental ability. You come with me." The man in the suit gestured for Icky Ink to leave with him. Icky Ink knew he was going to be tested, but he wasn't afraid to follow the other man. The two of them came to a crystal specialized in testing psychic abilities, and without hesitation, Ikari Ink placed her right hand on it, like the one in the hands of Instructor Chi-Rin in the Second Life. The crystal in Icky Ink's hands was half light blue and half bright red. Seeing this scene, the man in the suit had a stunned look on his face. Humanity's first dual alien? Elder, what's the other supernatural ability I've awakened? GMO asked with feigned curiosity. Level 3 fire elemental ability, fire burning clouds. The man in the suit said gruffly. So am I allowed to transfer to a third level alien school? Icky Ink asked. It's fine if you want to transfer to a fourth level alien school. The man in the suit said. This is a special case for you, as there has never been a dual alien in human history. GMO Shuei immediately spoke up. Senior, I have a friend who has also awakened his third level psychic ability. His name is Meng Ziyue. Can I be grouped together with him? He wanted to be back in familiar surroundings, not in a world that was completely foreign to him. Yes, you can stay with me for a while and I'll go help you out with this. The man in the suit seemed to be in a hurry to report GMO Shuei's matter, so after leaving a few bottles of nutrient solution for GMO Shuei to cultivate first, he left the place in a hurry, and Icky Ink waited until the other party left before picking up the nutrient solution and starting to cultivate. He already knew the characteristics of his powers, and the system's powers couldn't be cultivated. They could only be purchased for proficiency, but he wasn't in a hurry to buy it. He had 800 points. Another 200 he could exchange for the proficient fire elemental ability. It was just that right now he hadn't made up his mind whether or not he should take a third reincarnation when the cooldown ended in a month. He determined what history the third changed before making a decision. After Icky Ink had practiced his water elemental powers a few times in the suited man's room, the suited man arrived with a few uniformed aliens. Icky Ink, they will take you to the third level alien school you wish to go to. Thank you, Elder. Icky Ink nodded to the man in the suit before following a few of the shifters away. I don't know if it's because he's the only dual alien in the world, but the aura of the several aliens is not bad, giving GMO Shuei a feeling that he's a piece of broken stone wrapped in a few pieces of emerald. No, he's just a crappy third level psychic. What are so many big brothers doing surrounding him? Along the way, he felt a bit of a heart attack, and the scene outside was changing, and he had a feeling that the driver would probably have to take the car up to 200 miles per hour. After about 2 hours or so, the car finally slowed down and Inkwell saw a tall gate out the window. On the front door were clearly engraved a few big words. Kyoto 3rd Grade Alien School. The school gate slowly opened and their car pulled in. At this time, Icky Ink noticed that the school environment was extraordinarily familiar and intimate, as if she had returned to her own home. Their car stopped in front of a building, and the two aliens protecting Ikari's left and right got out first, giving Ikari a please gesture. Mr. Chi, please come with us. Icky Ink nodded and walked out. Several shifters still protected him in the center and led him into the building. Take the elevator. Walk. Finally, He arrived at the door of the principal's office. The alien beside him stepped forward and knocked on the door, and a coming came from inside. Upon walking into the office, Icky Inc. also saw the appearance of the principal of this level 3 alien school. The principal was young, wearing a casual dress that looked kind and gave him a comfortable feeling. "You're Akuma, aren't you?" The principal smiled and reached out to him. "Hello, first dual shifter." "Hello, principal." Icky Inc. shook his opponent's hand. "I know about your wishes. Your good friend Meng Ziyue is in freshman class 7. Mr. She runs class, so I'll arrange for you to join class 7 as an interloper." "Thanks, principal." Icky Inc. thanked. "But I ask you to promise me one thing." The principal's tone suddenly sank. "You have to hide the matter of your dual psychic abilities for the time being. Ostensibly just a third-level fire elemental psychic." Icky Inc. froze and turned. "But Meng Ziyue knows about my second-level water elemental ability. Just explain to him that something went wrong with the awakening stone. In any case, you have to hide your dual psychic ability for now. But don't worry, we'll give you double the cultivation resources." "Thanks, principal." "I know." Icky Inc. could only respond. Hiding it was fine, but he might have more powers to awaken in the future anyway. Chapter 23, Bad. I'd become a ball thief? Coming out of the principal's office, Icky Inc. pulled out his cell phone and glanced at the URL that Chiron had given him in his second life. Permissions for the URL have been liberalized. Just went through a chat with the principal and he got special attention. For example, a 4-person dorm becomes a single-person dorm, double the nutrient compensation. On the way back, Ikamura immediately searched the website for the keyword nuclear weapons. Soon, a file named Top Secret appeared in front of him. Curious, he tapped on the top secret document and saw what was inside. In 1980 A.D., General Smith's deputy in the beautiful country, Arita, under demonic control, activated all nuclear weapons authority and launched them all off the Pacific coast of Victoria City, opening the second demonic realm gateway to the blue planet. "What's open?" Thinking he had misread the situation, Icky Inc. rubbed his eyes. However, when the image fell into view again, it was still the same sentence. "The second demon realm passage of the blue star has been opened." Ikuma? He immediately consulted it carefully. It turned out that after the foreigner he possessed, called Arita, opened a nuclear weapon attack, a passageway of the demonic world located at the bottom of the sea on the Pacific coast of the city of Victoria was loosened, and then a new entrance to the demonic world appeared in the ocean on the west side of the beautiful country. And because of the nuclear radiation, the demons that came out of the second demon realm passageway were even more powerful. And when the Chinese officials realized that the demons over in the beautiful country had become stronger because of the nuclear radiation, they dismissed the idea of using nuclear weapons to deal with the demons. As a result, there were no demons that had mutated and enhanced after the nuclear radiation in the territory of China. And China was able to hold on to the Qinling Mountains as a result. The reason why the Qinling hadn't collapsed until now was because the front line of China was still able to hold off the attack without the mutated demons. On the contrary, the beautiful countryside is a bit more bitter. The beautiful country could only cooperate with the surrounding countries and fight the attack of the mutated demons with all its might. Seeing this, Ikuma didn't know what to say. But what he did relieve the pressure on China. But then he stabbed another big hole. "No, what's wrong with this time bracelet?" In his first reincarnation, he opened a demonic channel, and in his second reincarnation, he opened a demonic realm channel. This whole thing made it seem as if he was a spy of a demon interspersed within the human race. The whole planet sold him out. "Oh, no, I'm the one who sold the ball. His whole body is not good." Thought he improved the world, but did not expect to improve only the Chinese. It's all because the time bracelet pressed his hand to do it. Who the hell knew that there was a demonic realm passage in the sea next to Victoria City? His expression crumpled a bit. Something was terribly wrong with this time bracelet. Wait, this time bracelet wouldn't be something sent over from the demon world to do bad things, would it? Every time he traveled to the past, he had to do something whole that jeopardized the safety of all mankind. But what made him more puzzled was that although he had opened up another demon realm, the situation of the humans had gotten a lot better instead. Soon, he thought of the words Chiron told him in his second life: "The passageway of the demon and devil realm only opens in your Huaxia, so why should all of mankind fight alongside Huaxia?" In the second world, only China had a passage to the demon realm in the world, so most of the countries around the globe were waiting to see what would happen. And in the third world, because of the two demonic realm passages, humans around the world instead cooperated to form a true community of human destiny. With the cooperation of all humanity, the targeting of Huaxia by the demonic realm was instead easier to deal with, because no one knows where in the blue planet another demon realm passage will appear. Humanity must work together to stand a chance against this natural disaster. This is the main reason why the situation in this life in China is not so tense. Knowing some of this, Aki Inc. felt some irony. The appearance of the second Demon Realm passage did truly improve the environment of Blue Star. At least so far, the Qinling was far from being a lost cause. But even so, he had to find a way to get his dad and mom from Chang'an to safety. He didn't dare to guarantee that when Chang'an broke up, his dad and mom would not be controlled by the illusion demon again. He took the information and reported it to Ziren's office. Qirun was originally drinking tea, and after seeing GMO Shui, he said in a not very friendly tone, "You're the interloper GMO Shui?" Ji-Ink knew in his second life that this guy's heart wasn't bad, so he smiled and said, "Reporting to Instructor Qi, I am Ji-Ink." Qiren glanced at Inkwell's message and frowned. "A single dormitory? Yes. What's your relationship with the principal?" "Ha?" Aki Ink was dumbfounded. "Forget it. If you don't say it, just come to the square tomorrow to report. I see that you have not yet been initiated into your powers. Tonight go back and remember to initiate your powers. There are cultivation methods on the website." Ziren returned Ikamo's message to Ikamo. Iki Ink took the message and went back to the single dormitory that the principal had arranged for himself. The room where 4 people were staying was now just him. "Looks like I'm being treated as more than a third-level alien," he muttered. "As you can see from the search file, he has more permissions this time than he did in his last life. So it's hard to believe that he has the permissions of a level 4 alien? Because his water elemental ability had been initiated." He opened the exchange mall and began to think about how to use the 800 points. The purchasing power of 800 points was okay, but redeeming a proficient third-level ability wasn't doable yet. But you could spend 100 points to evolve Firecloud to proficiency. But he had only awakened his powers for a few days. Would it be too much to be directly skilled? And this points can't be stacked. For example, if you buy introductory and then skilled, the price is 100 plus 10. 110 points, wasting 20 points. If you redeem proficiency and then redeem proficiency, it becomes 100 plus 100, which requires 1,100 points and is also a loss. But this is the kind of thing that is used and enjoyed sooner rather than later. He was lost in thought, and eventually he decided to redeem his initiation. You only need 10 points to get started, and then just wait until the time bracelet ends its cooldown. Get more points, and then raise the fiery clouds to proficient, which saves you 90 points. After exchanging 10 points for the entry level of fire burning clouds, he felt like he could release the flames. The flames were as much a part of him as a part of his body, and could be at his disposal. He tried to cultivate with the cultivation method on the URL and still couldn't. It seems that the mall redeemed powers can only be purchased at the mall for proficiency and cannot be enhanced through cultivation. This point is rather pitiful. Chapter 24, not quite the same as someone else's initiation? Iki Ink played with the flames for a while longer. It felt as if this ball of flames in his hand wasn't quite the same. In his second life he had seen the flames of other third-level fire elemental aliens just starting out. But everyone is a bigger fire and has very little control. And the flames jumped in his hands, and he felt like he had an excellent command of them. He immediately Googled it. The internet told him that it was a sign of fast proficiency in the introduction of psychic abilities. Getting started is quick and skillful. Iki Ink's eyes lit up. Worthy of the system. No wonder it costs points and can't be practiced. I guess the proficient level 3 ability with 100 points is also the peak of proficiency. That is, all he had to do was purchase that and instantly step into one of the top Blue Star powerhouses? What is the purpose of the time bracelet? Let him get stronger while making the world a worse place. In addition, the fire elemental ability was at the peak of his initiation all of a sudden, and he had to hide it for a moment or two. In his room, he opened his cell phone and searched the history of the third world. The third life is very different from the second life. Ikamura found that the third life of China did not go through the other countries' help, not to say, but also to help the beautiful country to fight against the second demonic realm passage. After the second demon realm passage appeared, the beautiful country suffered extremely heavy losses. This has something to do with the country's policy, plus the fact that there are still areas of nuclear radiation on the seashore of the beautiful country, leading to a lot of demons being mutated and enhanced. In the end, it was China that sent a number of exalts to support them and to teach the beautiful country and neighboring countries the experience of fighting demons. In this way the beautiful country was stabilized. Seeing this incident, Ikamo couldn't help but exclaim that this was the style of a great nation. On top of that, he's made a discovery through a number of smaller battles. In his second life, he memorized several key battles. Looking at these battles again in this life, he realized that there were some battles that humans didn't seem to lose. Another very important thing is that during these battles, the number of demons severely decimated. Has the number of demons decayed compared to the second life? No. A very important question occurred to him. Instead of decaying, the number of demons was dispersed. The end of the 2 demon realm passages seems to be a world? This is a major discovery. There was only 1 demon realm passage in the second world. and the demon realm then focused all of its forces on that passage. But after the appearance of 2 demon realm passages, the demon realm divided its forces into 2 and attacked the demon realm separately, which led to a sudden drop in the pressure on the Chinese side. Not only did Huaxia block the attack of the demonic realm, but there were also many more alien squads in this life. Most of those alien squads that were sacrificed in the second world still existed in the third. Having learned this, Ikuma ponders whether he should take up the matter with the officials or not. After all, this time-traveling thing of his was very strange, and there was a high probability that he would time-travel again later. So if he cooperated with the officials, he might be able to get official help. But there are a couple of issues that need to be addressed when working with officials. First, how does he convince the officials that he can time travel? Secondly, even if the officials believe him in the end, how can it help him? Third, the world would change in some way after every time he crossed over, and everyone's memories would all be refreshed and no one would remember him. After each reincarnation, he had to get the officials to believe in him again. These things are a pain in the ass when you think about them, and Ikuma has to make one of the worst possible plans. That is, what if the officials flip-flop? For example, what if the officials really believe his rhetoric that he is a scourge that affects the world and get him killed? After all, he does look like a bogeyman with all the behaviors he does. He had to take all possibilities into account, especially this one thing, so it was best for him to wait for the 1-month cooldown to pass, and then find a way to contact the officials once his permission to cross over had been lifted. After settling on the idea, Icky Ink fell into a deep sleep. Early in the morning, he woke up to an alarm clock. As usual, go and assemble with Instructor Ziren. Ink, this way. Meng Ziyue already knew about his awakening of his third-level psychic ability and immediately waved at him when he saw him. He stepped forward and walked into a piece with Menzizu. Ink, I didn't think we'd be able to stay in one piece. Menzizu's tone was excited. Well, I wasn't expecting that. Icky Ink said perfunctorily. I heard that you've awakened a level 3 fire elemental ability? Didn't you awaken a level 2 water elemental ability before? Meng Ziyue asked in a hurry. The awakening stone detected wrongly before. I guess. I was also shocked when I cultivated the fire elemental supernatural ability at the second level supernatural ability school. Icky Ink had already had the words to respond. Is that so? Meng Ziyue was a bit strange, but he could only choose to believe it. After all, there was no other explanation. It couldn't be that Icky Ink had awakened 2 powers, could it? All of you, start practicing sitting on the ground as I taught you a few days ago. Shiren saw that everyone had arrived and immediately drank. When everyone was done, he looked at Icky Ink. Icky Ink, come over here. Icky Ink got up and came to Ziren. Did your instructor at your previous school teach you how to cultivate your powers? Shiren asked in a low voice. Icky Ink nodded. The cultivation methods for third-level psychic abilities and second-level psychic abilities are the same. So you will follow the cultivation method for second-level psychic abilities. Shiren opened his mouth and settled down. You came late, and I don't know if you have fallen behind in your cultivation process. You now release your alien energy and show me. Icky Ink lifted his hand and directly released the flame. Asterisk asterisk. Ziren had a rare burst of nationalism. His eyes widened as he reached out and touched the flame on Icky Ink's hand. This intensity, the peak of initiation? He said incredulously. Icky Ink was dumbfounded as well. That's not right. He specifically lowered the level of the flame. How could he still be seen? How long have you been awakened? Shiren questioned as he violently grabbed Icky Ink's shoulder. The fastest time needed for a general entry peak was 2 years. And how long had Icky Ink been awakened? A week, I'm afraid? I think it's been a few days since the awakening? Icky Ink replied tentatively. Chapter 25, Demon Breeding Garden. Icky Ink didn't expect to see the principal again after a day. You're at the peak of your fire elemental ability initiation? The principal asked incredulously. Everyone else didn't know about Icky Ink, but he was well aware that the kid had only awakened his second psychic ability yesterday. Icky Ink said, maybe it's thick? Principal, haven't seen anyone who's thick as thieves like this. He looked at the expression on Icky Ink's face and seriously suspected that the kid was hiding something. Headmaster, perhaps it's because my psychic properties are rather special. After all, I'm the only dual psychic in this world. GMO shrugged his shoulders. We'll raise your nutrient fluid usage. Just go back and cultivate in peace. The principal waved his hand. It wasn't surprising that there were secrets, and it would be good if the boy had his own chance. Thanks, principal. Icky Ink left the principal's office. When he returned to the playground, Mr. Ziren's entire class was looking at him. This was because everyone had only learned of this once having been initiated to the peak a short while ago from Chi-Ren's exclamation of surprise. Feeling everyone's gaze, Icky Ink calmly returned to the group. Ink, how come you're suddenly at the peak of initiation? Meng Ziyue asked curiously. I heard Instructor Chi say that it takes at least 2 years to reach your level. Woke up from a nap and that's it, Icky Ink said. That's what happens when you sleep. Menzies looked at him with an odd expression, his buddy treating him like a cutie. This is. In fact, G-Ink didn't know how to explain it. He was not prepared for a showdown at all. And who knew that he hadn't even used his full strength before Instructor Chirin realized that he was at the peak of his initiation. The morning passed quickly, and when it was time to dismiss, Chirin called him over. You and I will go to the demon breeding garden this afternoon. What's a demon breeding garden? Icky Ink wondered. We put some demons in the demon breeding garden to study them, and at the same time use them to temper the guts of the newcomers. Chirin explained. Do you know what percentage of newcomers die on the battlefield? 65%. Icky inked out a more precise number. Yes, many newcomers have managed to pass the entry gate with great difficulty, only to die at the hands of demons in a single encounter on the battlefield. In order to minimize such losses, we created the Demon Breeding Garden to help you newcomers make a smooth transition to being able to fight on the battlefield without stage fright. Chirin spoke. And before the appearance of the Demon Breeding Garden, the mortality rate of newcomers reached 91%, and 65% of the mortality rate was after the appearance of the Demon Breeding Garden. At those words, Icky Ink was silent. He hadn't really known such a horrible death rate, and he didn't think he was any good at it. If he were thrown into battle, he didn't think he'd be one of the lucky 35%. You prepare yourself. With those words, Chirin left. After leaving, Chirin couldn't help but mutter. The school was generous enough to give 3 low-ranked demon kill slots. What a hell! But this kid is also really outrageous. I didn't expect to be initiated at the peak not long after awakening, and I don't blame him for going through the back door. Chi-Ink didn't hear what Instructor Chi said. He had already gone to the cafeteria with Meng Ziyue to eat, eating and napping. Still, the food in the cafeteria at the level 3 alien school is delicious, and mostly free, unlike the meals at level 2 alien school. That comes with a quota. For example, you can only have a limit of how much you can eat each month, and if you go over the limit you need to pay for it yourself. When they came to the playground again in the afternoon, everyone continued to cultivate their supernatural abilities according to the previous cultivation method, while Chirin took GMO Shuei to the Demon Breeding Garden. The Demon Breeding Garden sounds like a garden, similar to the kind of zoo, but it's actually quite different. When Ikuma arrived, he saw a huge prison. The prison is housed underground, and the further down you go, the higher the level of the demons. In the topmost first layer, all of them were low-ranked demons. Upon stepping inside the prison cage, Icky Ink felt a foul odor hit his face. Yes, the air here is extremely foul and disgusting. He all felt like he was going to throw up the meal he ate for lunch. Almost every demon has a foul odor emanating from them. Perhaps it has something to do with the demon realm they are in. Chirin on the side seemed to be accustomed to this stench. His expression did not change in any way. It took a while for Icky Ink to adjust before he was able to move on. The school gave you 3 kill credits. Are we going to go through the process first, or just get on with it? Chirin asked. What do you mean? Go through the process first or just get started? Ikari Ink looked at Chirin suspiciously, waiting for an explanation. The process is to have you touch with the demon first to work on your guts, and then under my protection, you face off against it. Which is safer? Chirin explained. Directly on the hand is when I throw you in and make you go one-on-one with a low-ranked demon. I won't be able to do anything to protect you. Icky Ink, then let's just go through the process. Chirin glanced at him. All those geniuses went straight to the top. But you went through the process instead? It's not like I'm a genius. Icky Ink admitted very matter-of-factly. He's a salted fish, and if it weren't for his cancer and the advent of time bracelets, he'd still be delivering food in peacetime. Chirin was speechless and could only say, let's go through the process then. Usually after students have been initiated for a while, they are first allowed to come and try to make contact with the demons before they fight them under the protection of the instructor. But there were also some geniuses who didn't even need an instructor on the sidelines, and could hunt demons on their own directly in the Demon Breeding Garden. Many students from third-level alien energy schools did not necessarily have 3 slots to kill low-level demons by the time they reached proficiency graduation in their alien energy. Chirin also didn't expect GMO Shuei to be so valued by the school, and he got 3 kill slots on his first day here. But with Icky Ink's talent, it's now at the peak of its initiation, so I guess it won't be long before it reaches graduation level? Thinking about this, Chirin was a bit odd inside. First time I met someone who was graduating before military training was over. You know, there's cultural studies after military training. Alien strength was important, but cultural learning was equally important. You have 3 kill slots, but you don't have to rush to use all 3 kill slots. Today let you familiarize yourself with it and meet the demons first, and then try to kill them in the later days. Chirin said. Yes, Icky Ink didn't have the bloat that came with suddenly gaining power. Unlike the people born and raised in the second and third worlds, he had never seen a demon before, so he always held a sense of reverence for such unknown creatures. So everything has to be done in a steady manner. Chapter 26. I seem pretty strong? Ziren led Icky Ink to a barred window. The prisons in the demon farms are not the same as human prisons. Prisons are confined to humans, and because of their size, and partly out of cost savings, the walls of the prisons are left with large gaps. Many demons can change size and are able to slip through the cracks. As a result, it's all formed from fully enclosed steel walls. You can see that keeping demons is expensive. And Icky Ink was thinking, did China have this in the second world? There's a lot of pressure on the state in the second world, and it's probably not really there yet. Looking at the buildings here, the materials needed to confine the high-level demons below were estimated to be worth even more. And I wondered how much money would have to be burned to build such a demon breeding garden? The first demon I brought you to see is a turtle-type demon, which usually loves to sleep and is the best candidate for newcomers when they first come into contact with demons. Ziren led Ikari Ink to a large gate. Ikari Ink looked at the gate in front of him. The handle of the gate was a little rusty. I wondered how many people had been here. It looks like everyone is using this turtle-shaped demon as a first touch target. Ziren used his authority to open the door to the room. The room was dimly lit, with a chandelier hanging from the ceiling, which gave off an obscure glow, as if it were interrogating a prisoner. In a very dimly lit state, Icky Ink looked deeper into the room. On the innermost floor, there was a huge rock sitting there, not moving. The stone was strange, covered with a layer of thorn-like vines that looked as if they could pierce the flesh of a human hand. Inkwell thought about what it was. He had seen the introduction of this guy on the URL, and the demon was called Slow Turtle. That's right, it's the Slow Turtle. The reason why it's called the Slow Turtle is because this thing is kind of the salty fish among the demons. It's very Buddhist. It won't take the initiative to attack others until it's attacked. The newcomer's choice of the Slow Turtle as the first demon to be touched to overcome his psychological fear is also completely reasonable, because touching the Slow Turtle without causing harm to it will not cause it to fight back. When the Slow Turtle first appeared on Bluestar over 100 years ago, its shell was actually quite brittle, and it could easily be peeled off and then harm to the body inside the shell. So slowly turtles have evolved in two directions. The first evolutionary direction is naturally a tortoise shell covered with thorns, which prevent humans from separating its body from its shell. The second evolutionary direction would be its claws. Its claws are extremely corrosive, just specifically against those humans who like to be guilty of touching its claws. Ikamo even read online that if you are accidentally caught by a slow turtle's claw, you must wash it with a lot of water at the first time, otherwise the wound will become infected, which will lead to a high fever and possibly even death. This was the first time he had ever seen a demon in the true sense of the word. He had already seen pictures of slow turtles on websites before, both in their shells and without, so he knew very well that the thorns of the tortoise shell were soft at first, and only when touched by a strong external force would they suddenly become solid. So nothing will happen with a simple stroke. He came to the turtle shell and raised his hand to gently stroke over it. Underneath the thorns were dark black veins, and wet, and I wondered if it was an unknown liquid secreted by the turtle shell. Not bad. You've sort of gotten through the first round. Chi Ren, who was on the side, praised. Touching a slow turtle counts as a round? Icky Ink was speechless. This thing is harmless, not to mention that it's now asleep, or awake, and it's okay to touch it. You even recognize Slow Turtle? Chi Ren was surprised. The types of demons can be found on the internet as well, but who would have nothing to do with searching for these things that you don't have access to on a daily basis? It seems that the teenager in front of him is not only a genius, but also a good learner. Saw it online. Icky Ink said casually. So we move on to the next demon? Or leave? Chi Ren asked. Next demon it is. Ikumo felt that he had no fear of demons, and he didn't know if it was because the slow turtle was too gentle. Yes, Ziren took him to the next demon cage. In the next demon cage, a vicious wolf sleeps. The most conspicuous thing about this vicious wolf also belonged to its glowing black fur and the fangs poking out of the corner of its lips in its mouth. Before he even got close, it was as if Ikari Ink could smell the stench of the other man's mouth. And unlike the slow turtle, this vicious wolf had a bloodthirsty and violent mood permeating it when it saw them. Demons were naturally aggressive towards humans, even a vicious wolf. Ikari Ink looked at the scene and suddenly felt a leap of faith. After Chirin realized the state of Icky Ink, he spoke. You go and try to fight it. Don't worry, I'll be by your side to protect you. Yes, Icky Ink opened the door to the room. Because of the vicious wolf's ferocity, it was chained deep in the room. The chains are pretty long and he can lunge to the middle of the room, so watch out. Ikari Ink nodded, watching the vicious wolf warily while carefully walking towards the front. At the same time, he raised one hand, poised and ready to deal with this vicious wolf with all his might. The dire wolf deadpanned. Just as Icky Ink's pace moved to the center. Roar! The vicious wolf lunged ferociously in his direction. I fight! Ikari Ink slapped the vicious wolf's head with a full force of accumulated flames. Sizzling sparks of fire instantly erupted from his head. Ow! The vicious wolf's body leaned back and lay unaware of his death deep in the room. Icky Ink couldn't help but look at his right hand when he saw this. I'm that strong? Behind him, Chi-Ren's eyes were almost glazed over. This kid was so powerful? Chi-Ren's movements were still quite fast. He quickly walked over to the side of the vicious wolf and lifted its head up, examining the wounds on it. It's dead. The shock in Chi-Ren's voice was uncontrollable. How could he not expect that the damage of Icky Inkwater's fire elemental ability was so high? Just now, although he hadn't seen the angle of Ikari Ink's hand or the strength of his supernatural ability, he knew how hard the vicious wolf demon's skull was. A normal introductory psychic ability would never be able to crack the skull of a vicious wolf demon. In other words, Icky Ink's psychic strength is high. This kid can't be a 4th level fire elemental ability, right? He couldn't help but think so. Chapter 27, Low-ranked demons are not enough for you to create. Chi-Ren had brought up many students with 3rd level psychic abilities, and he was well aware of the strength of 3rd level psychic abilities at the introductory stage. But the trainees who were close to graduating and reaching the peak of their initiation didn't have such high-intensity fire elemental supernatural abilities. He looked over at Icky Ink, a flash of color in his eyes. Could it be that this kid lied and reported that he was actually a 4th level fire elemental ability? Icky Ink, tell me honestly, what color was on the awakening stone when you were touching it? He asked. Red. Icky Ink spoke up. Is it that bright red color? Or is it the darkened kind of crimson? Bright red. As Icky Ink spoke, he inwardly bellyached. What was the difference between this and asking him if he was a 3rd or 4th level psychic? It doesn't make sense. Puzzled, Ziren examined the vicious wolf's skull for a while longer. This kind of intensity is not up and down. Say it's skillful. But this power is not up to the level of skillfulness. Call it an initiation. Any peak initiation wouldn't be able to reach this power. Instructor Chi, shall we continue? Icky Ink leapt to his feet knowing that he wasn't bad. Not continuing. Chi-Ren gave him a blank look. With just this damage from you, there aren't even enough demons on the 1st floor for you to build. Pool Ink, what happened to the promised 3 places? Then can you touch the demons on the 2nd level for me? He asked. I'll go apply for you, Chi-Ren said helplessly. Right now, it seems that these low-level demons on the 1st level are completely no match for GMO Shuei. Not to mention that there were only 2 spots left. Even a few more would not be enough for him to build alone. Chi-Ren didn't think that there was any other demon whose body was harder than the skull of that vicious wolf just now. Icky Ink could only leave the demon breeding garden. When Icky Ink left, Chi-Ren reacted to the top about Icky Ink's special situation. And what he didn't expect was that after the top knew about Ikuma's situation, they directly sent Ikuma 5 death slots for the first 3 floors. Of the demons in the first 3 levels, Icky Ink could get 5 of them killed. When he got this news, Chi-Ren's mouth dropped open. No, this Ikuma wouldn't be the principal's illegitimate son. Would he? That's too much treatment. At night, he once again brought Icky Ink to the demon breeding garden. Instructor Chi, which one do we start with this time? A strangling python, more than 10 meters long, with a thick body capable of strangling a cow. Would you dare to try it? Chi-Ren thought for a moment and said. The strangling python was his choice after much deliberation. The strangling python was extremely strong physically, and more importantly, free of toxins. Ikumo had just started trying to kill demons, and if it was the kind of demon that had abilities, Ikumo wouldn't necessarily be able to react in time. The strangling python was a frontal combat type demon, which was just right. What level is the strangling python on? Pool Ink asked. The 2nd level. You have a death quota for the 3rd level, yes, but I wouldn't dare to take you there. The demons on the 3rd level have completely reached the level of 3rd level alien proficiency. Chi-Ren said. Icky Ink followed Chi-Ren to the entrance of the 2nd level. The 2nd level of the demon breeding garden's walls were even stronger than the 1st level, and he had seen the thickness of the walls on this level, which was tens of centimeters. Give me a quick word if you can't hold on anymore. I'll back you up. Chi-Ren opened his mouth. Instructor Chi, I have a question. Chi Ink asked curiously. I want to know how a human with their physical qualities can fight against a demon. The human body is so fragile. If we don't use our powers, an ordinary ferocious beast can kill a human, right? When you reach proficiency in your psychic ability, the psychic ability will feed back into your body. If all psychics had very weak bodies, humanity would have been exterminated by demons long ago. Chi-Ren said. The powers can still feed the body? Icky Ink was surprised. It was the first time he had ever heard of such a thing. This matter should have been described on the website, but all he searched on the website was about history, and he knew very little about psychic powers. You should be able to break through soon. You'll know when you do. Chi-Ren spoke. but I suggest that you exercise your body well before you break through. The better your physical quality, the higher the strength of your supernatural ability, and the more feedback you will receive. At that, Icky Ink looked down at her small belly bulging out of her shirt. Well, it looks like we're going to have to use the plug-in. He directly opened his time bracelet and searched the exchange mall. Soon, he found his target. Body strengthening serum, only available to the host after redeeming it. The host's physique can be strengthened, and his physical fitness can reach the level of a national athlete. Redemption points, 10 points. It also has to be Goldfinger. We travelers have to be travelers, but with only him being able to use it. It's slightly more ribbled. It was obvious that the time bracelet was for him alone, and there's no point in giving it to someone else to use. Every time he crossed over it would be a new world. For example, in the third world he gave the serum to Chirin to use, but in the fourth world it was a completely different world, and Chirin certainly didn't get the serum's boost. Meanwhile, Chirin had led him to open the door to the room, and he saw the strung python in the room. The strangling python was really more than 10 meters long and was fed white. Like these demons in the demon breeding garden, they were all provided with good food and drink. The staff here would generally not torture these demons, because these demons would be facing new students in the future. And what the new students would have to deal with would definitely be a demon in its heyday. Not a demon that was incomparably weak after being tortured 100 times. Ikari Ink scrutinized the strangling python coiled up in front of him while one of its eyes stared back at him. This strangling python was also 3 meters tall when coiled up, bringing him a suffocating sense of oppression. GMO Shuei took a deep breath, slowly brewing flames in his hands. The introductory fire in the system brought him not only the strength of his powers, but also the proficiency of his powers. He cupped 2 fireballs in his hand and tentatively threw them towards the strangling python. Snap! The flaming ball hit the strangling python's scales and only splattered sparks of fire, surprisingly failing to break the defense. Good lord! If that vicious wolf had been there this afternoon, it would have matured into meat by now. Icky Ink's attack also annoyed the strangling python, which spat out its snake letters and violently twisted towards Icky Ink. Icky Ink reacted extremely quickly as well, using his fire elemental ability to draw a fire shield out in front of himself. The strangling python avoided it and circled around the left side of the fire shield, ready to wrap Icky Ink up with its body. It is best utilized to strangle enemies to death. Chapter 28, The Power of Serum. Icky Ink knew what the strangling python was up to, so he took a few steps back so that his back was against the wall, and once again created a long, flaming whip with his flames. He yanked on the whip with his right hand and lashed it hard against the strangling python. Snap! The strangling python ate the pain and its body subconsciously curled up. Ikari Ink noticed a flash of menace under the strangled python's eyes. This wants to fight back? He licked his lips, and with his left hand behind his back, he squeezed a ball of tiny fire spikes, while with his right hand he continued to lash the strung python with his whip. The room resounded with crackling sounds. Perhaps it was because Icky Ink's strength was just too small. The whip he used could only make a very shallow mark on the strangling python's scales. The strangling python made a move to back off a bit, taking advantage of Icky Ink's lack of attention to make a violent, sudden attack. The thing Icky Ink aimed at was the eye of the strangling python, and with his left hand he made a gesture to throw a fire spike. But the strangling python closed its eyes in that instant, and the fire spikes hit its eyelids and still didn't break defense. Instructor Chi, help me. Seeing that the attack still didn't break the defense, Icky Ink immediately shouted. Chirin also quickly appeared beside him and kicked the strangling python out of the way. He didn't bother to kill the strangling python, merely kicking it into a corner and tugging Icky Ink away by the collar. Just as soon as he left, he closed the door to the room with one hand. Not bad. You still have combat experience, just not very skilled. I thought you'd be frozen in place. Chirin couldn't help but praise it. Looks like this backdoor kid has some power after all. I'm going to go back and clean it up tomorrow. Icky Ink looked at the room where he was strangling the python. Today he completely lost because of his lack of strength. During the sparring match, he could clearly feel that his strength was greatly lacking. If he had been more powerful, he might have been able to break the defense, waiting for him to drink a bottle of serum out at night with. On the contrary, Chirin couldn't help but smile when he heard his words. What? Are you planning to break through the proficiency tonight? That's not so much. Icky Ink shook her head. How expensive is it to break through to proficiency? What about 100 points of exchange value? Moreover, the current body breakthrough was very limited in terms of boosting power. After saying goodbye to Zirin, Icky Ink went back to his single dormitory. I have to say that having a single dormitory is a lot more convenient, or at least doing a lot of things without worrying about being found out by your roommate. He exchanged a body strengthening serum in the exchange mall and still had 780 points left. Save up another 220 points and you'll have enough. Icky Ink looked at a small tube floating in front of her, which flowed with a faint, clear water, whose serum looks like plain water. He twisted off the lid and gulped the serum down in one gulp. When he finished, he smashed his mouth, as if there was no flavor. But the next moment, he felt a searing heat flow down his esophagus and toward his limbs. His body began to heat up and burn, making him feel like his entire being was sinking into a giant furnace. Holy, it's going to be alchemy. He burst headlong into the bathroom, adjusted it to cold water and turned the faucet all the way on, frantically pouring cold water over himself. But this cold water would start to bubble hot after splashing him. His body began to burn and he dropped to the floor with a thud, letting the cold water pour slowly over his head. Strangely enough, the water was obviously cold, but the bathroom was steaming, and the heat filled the room, causing the windows to be lightly fogged. If you don't know, you might think someone is taking a hot bath here. Ikari Inc. tilted his head back, the searing heat inside him causing him some pain, and he couldn't help but let a low hiss escape his throat. Throat is hot too, all over, even. This can't be said. In short, every part of his body felt like it was changing, and he felt like he was going to be burned to ashes the next moment by this fiery heat inside him. It hurts too much. He did his best to stay awake and keep his mind in a calm state, but it simply can't be done. Eventually, under the extreme scorching heat, he fainted. There was no talk all night. When Ikki Inc. turned awake, he noticed that the sky outside had brightened. A night has passed? He looked at this in amazement, then lowered his head again and looked at his unclothed body. The original small stomach had turned into 8-pack abs, and even the originally soft meat on the arms, thighs, and calves had become tight, and a muscle could be bulged out with a little exertion. Is this my body? He clenched his fists, feeling the powerful strength within him. Swish! He stretched out his right hand and a ball of flame rubbed out in his hand. The searing heat hit his cheeks, causing his eyes to flicker with a faint fire as well. The serum not only enhanced his physical fitness, but also his mastery of his powers. If he were to encounter the strangling python again yesterday, he could definitely break that defense. He was still haunted by the fact that he couldn't break the defense yesterday. Phew! He let out a long breath and summoned a jet of water with his left hand, cleansing his body thoroughly. After washing his body clean, he left the bathroom. Pick up your cell phone and take a look. Yoo-hoo! It's already 10 o'clock. Meng Ziyu sent him a message. And just as soon as he came, Coach Chiron also sent him a message asking why he didn't come. He replied to each of them, especially sending Chiron a message that he had a small breakthrough last night, and that he would take a day off today and continue to the demon breeding garden in the evening. Little breakthrough? Chiron, who saw this news, was also confused for a long time. A small breakthrough at the pinnacle of initiation. It can't be skillful, can it? While Chiron was suspicious, GMO Shuei was lying beautifully on the bed, flipping through the history on the URL. While reading the book, he looked at the abs on his stomach, and the more he looked at them, the more he really liked them. When he looked in the mirror just now, he noticed that his cheeks were a lot cleaner too. Originally, he was still only marginally handsome, but there were still some blemishes on his face. Since taking the serum, my cheeks have become exceptionally clean and white as if I had a beauty sleeper on. It's so cool. This is the body of my dreams. Yesterday's suffering wasn't in vain. The next crossing is 27 days away. I wonder what Suyuer's status is now, he murmured, always remembering the pretty girl who had handed him the time bracelet in reality. At the time, the girl said she would marry him, but since he got the bracelet, the other girl has flipped out. This had been his biggest doubt, and he was eager to see Suyuer again. The Suyuer who hadn't changed yet. What exactly is the relationship between the disappearing cuttlefish group and So Fish? Chapter 29, The Third Reincarnation. At night, after having dinner, Ikamo asked Chiron to meet him at the demon breeding garden. The number of people in the demon breeding garden was small, and when the two met, Chiron looked at him several times over. Only Chiron kept scrutinizing Ikki Ink's cheeks and finally couldn't help but ask, "You're wearing makeup?" Ikki Ink's cheeks suddenly became white, and it did look like she was wearing makeup. "Coach Chi, where did I get the makeup?" Chi Ink said helplessly. "You said you had a small breakthrough. Where was the breakthrough?" Chiron asked. "The breakthrough you're talking about? It wouldn't be getting a facelift, would it? Not to mention, the whole thing does look better. Instructor Chi, you'll know in a moment. Quickly take me to the place where the strangling python is captive." Chi Ink said. The two of them breezed to the strangled python's room, still using Pool Ink's permission to open the door to the strangled python's room. Ikki Ink walked up to the strangling python, his eyes growing cold. The strangling python recognized the Pool Ink and kept spitting. This time, it didn't wait for Ikki Ink to make a move. It made the first move. The strangling python violently lunged towards Ikki Ink, surprisingly a few points faster than yesterday. "I'm not the same person I was yesterday." Ikki Ink's eyes reflected the strung python's trajectory of movement and quickly struck out. A fire whip that was several times stronger than yesterday was quickly flung over and viciously lashed at the strangling python's body. Snap! The strangling python's scales were directly cracked open in several pieces, and blood splattered out from the flesh inside the scales. The strangling python was dumbfounded, and so was Chiren, who was watching the battle. Obviously yesterday it wasn't broken. How come only one night has passed and the strangling python has been broken by Icky Ink? In addition to using the fire whip to viciously whip the strangling python, Chiyomoshue also took out fire spikes, fire shields, fireballs, almost all the skills he would use. He used them all and tested the power on the strangling python. 10 minutes later, the bruised and battered strangled python huddled in the corner of the room, one eye looking at Ikari Ink in horror, and on the floor in front of it was roasted snake meat as well as fallen scales. What a tragic word. It's good. A lot of strength in all areas. Chiyomoshue clapped his hands and kicked away a piece of cooked meat in front of him, then said to Chiren, who had long been dumbfounded by the doorway, "Instructor Chi, let's go check out the other demons." At those words, Chiren couldn't help but feel a moment of silence for the few remaining demons. In the time that followed, Chiyomoshue went to meet many more demons on the second floor, all of which he subdued. He was not willing to kill these demons. After all, in his eyes, these demons can be his white mouse amount. One dead, one less mouse for him to experiment on. However, he had only messed with 4 demons, and the remaining one slot was going to be reserved for the third floor. Originally, he wanted to take a look at the third floor, but Chiren was dead set against it. According to Chiren's words, the demons on the third floor had already reached the strength of a third-level alien proficiency, and before he broke through to proficiency, he could never enter the third floor, so Chiyomoshue could only stop there. However, now that Icky Ink was no longer in need of Chiren's company, it was no surprise that the second level of the demon breeding garden no longer had an existence that could threaten him. But Chiren was uneasy with him and still insisted. "No, I must accompany you every time you come." He wasn't afraid that the demons on the second floor could kill Chiyomoshue. He was afraid that Chiyomoshue would sneak into the third floor. Ikari Ink looked at him helplessly and had to nod in agreement. After separating from Icky Ink, Chiren reported Icky Ink's strength again. And so, the top gave Chiyomoshue another 10 demon death slots for the first 3 floors, as well as 1 death slot for a demon on the 4th floor. Seeing that the upper echelons had double approved another death quota for Icky Ink, Chiren was already numb. He was used to the favorable treatment of Ikari Ink from above. At the same time, he was even more convinced that Icky Ink was really the illegitimate son of one of the big shots. Otherwise this is outrageous, isn't it? But how could he have thought that the reason why Chiyomoshue was treated so favorably was actually because Chiyomoshue was the only human being with dual psychic abilities, and a lot of people were paying attention to him. Over the next few days, Ikuma began to work out. At the same time, he was also different from the other students in that he ran to the second level of the demon breeding garden every day to hone his combat skills, and sometimes he even had a few demons combine against him alone. Now even 3 demons combined were no match for him alone, but not even one more. Icky Ink's life gradually had a rhythm. During the day he practiced his water elemental powers for a few hours, used up all the nutrient solution, then worked out for 2 hours, and spent the rest of the time reading books and reading what he had learned on the website. And at night, he went with Chiren to the demon breeding garden to familiarize himself with the demons. Since realizing that he wouldn't be able to kill the demons, the school authorities had simply opened the first 2 levels of all the demons to him, and now he had no access to the first 2 levels, and he was able to open the doors of all the demons. The variety of low-ranked demons in the 3rd grade alien school's demon breeding garden was still comprehensive, and Chiyomoshue was in the demon breeding garden every day, studying each demon's weaknesses and strengths. Everything is in preparation for going to the battlefield later. His strength was also soaring at a rocket speed. And so, a month passed. Ding! The time bracelet's cooldown is over. Is it to be used? It's finally over. Chiyomoshue took a deep breath and took out the time bracelet. At the same time he pondered whether he should tell the officials about the crossing. He wasn't sure what his next crossing would lead to, but for some reason, he had a damn good feeling about it. This premonition told him that this crossing would be different from the previous 2. With this premonition, he did not make the act of calling Su Yur and revealing the secret to the officials. What does this crossing manifest itself in? As he approached the crossing, he took out his notebook and reviewed the historical events he had compiled over the past month. Now, no matter what time period or place he traveled to, he would be the first to find out the end, and thus act in a way that would benefit the world. This time he had done his homework very well, and after much deliberation, he was going to try mission 1 of the 3 missions. That's surviving for decades and in turn figuring out how to use your identity to influence future trends, instead of doing what the time bracelet tells you to do for so many points. After determining his plan, He took out his time bracelet and clicked on the transcendence inside. Start crossing. Ding! Congratulations to the host for traveling successfully. This timeline is 2054 AD. Location, a certain underground city in the northeastern provinces of China. Honestly, when Icky Inc. heard the system voice, his entire body was confused, because the time bracelet says the time is the future? Chapter 30 Travel to the Future, 2054 AD. Isn't that 30 years from now? Icky Inc. is really numb. No wonder he had a feeling this crossing would be off. So that's where the misbehavior showed up. And he also thought of Rule 1 after he first saw the time bracelet. The time event that the host travels through will randomly occur at any point in Bluestar's past, and all actions the host does after traveling through will have an impact on the modern era. That point in time could be the past or the future. That point in time may be in the past or in the future. So this time he traveled to the future. Traveling to the future means two things. One is that he can't change the real world, and when he returns from the future, the world he's in is still the third world. The second thing is that he sees the future this time. In a sense, this time he traveled is actually kind of realistic in that he predicted the end of the future. What will humanity be like in 30 years? Let's analyze the information brought by the bracelet first. Just now the time bracelet said that this is some kind of dungeon in the northeast province area. The three northeastern provinces suggest a possibility that all positions below the northeast of China have been lost. And the dungeons, does that mean the land is no longer habitable for humans? Ding! Looking for quests. During the time bracelet was looking for a quest, Icky Inc. sat up and looked around. He was now in a somewhat cluttered dormitory, the room reeking faintly of stench. A huge bed with smelly socks and whatnot thrown haphazardly over the edge of it. He lowered his head and looked at a pair of worn-out shoes that had been left on the ground with a small hole in the top of them. What is he traveling to? Knock knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door of the room, and a gruff male voice came from outside the door. Number 16. Hurry up and get dressed for the assembly. Then there was the sound of the male voice taking a few steps toward the front and tapping on the door of the room next to him. 17. Hurry up and get dressed for assembly. He's number 16? Ikari Inc. looked at the time bracelet still searching for a task and hesitated, but put on his shoes and pushed open the door to his room. He noticed that the numbers in the surrounding rooms were all men, all of whom were dressed in unkempt clothes, and hurried outside. And after focusing on what number 15 and 17 looked like, Icky Inc. turned back to put on a random outfit and went out with everyone else. Following the crowd piece by piece as they ran towards the outside also gave Icky Inc. an odd feeling. It was as if he had not traveled to the future, but back to ancient times. Which future looks like this? Confused, he ran after the crowd to a flat area. And at this time, Icky Inc. observed what this dungeon looked like. They were coming out of an old, crappy building and ran into what looked like a playground. And while it was dim around here, there were a few large lights hanging in the sky, illuminating the flat area they were on. This looks a bit like a prison inmate out for the night. How strange. Had he traveled to an inmate of some unknown underground prison? Seeing that everyone was standing in line, Ikari Inc. stood in the middle of the two because she had just memorized what number 15 and 17 looked like. When everyone had stood still, a man with a broken trumpet stepped out and stood on a raised platform in front of them. The man shouted into the loudspeaker, "Comrades, it's our group's turn to go out and pick this week, and I'm sure you know the rules by heart, but I'm going to repeat them for you. First, when you go out, you should always wear a good radiation suit. This suit can not only help you block nuclear radiation, but also hide from the search of the sky-eye bats. Secondly, if someone unfortunately dies, those around him must take off his radiation suit and bring it back. Here, radiation-proof suits are scarce and are what our dungeon relies on to maintain itself to this day. More important than your lives. Thirdly, when going out, it is forbidden to speak one's name. Everything must be referred to by title, and one must not divulge one's title even after returning. Those who violate the order shall be decapitated. Fourth, it is forbidden to use alien energy. Forbidden to use alien energy. Forbidden to use alien energy. Once you use your psychic abilities, remember to take off your radiation suits at the first opportunity. Stay away from your teammates, and stay away from the dungeon. Okay, now everyone come and get your radiation suits. As the words of the man with the broken speaker fell out of his mouth, Ikari Inc. noticed the people around him crowding up to get their radiation suits. He also followed the group and went forward to take a piece of metal armor-like clothing marked 16 in his hand, and put it on his body, just like the people around him. While wearing his radiation suit, he pondered the few rules the man had just stated. The radiation suits will help them fend off the search of the sky-eye bats. What the hell is a sky-eye bat? There was absolutely no such thing as a sky-eyed bat in reality. He could definitely guarantee that. Then, there were only two possibilities for the appearance of the heavens-eye bat, one being the new breed of demons that flew out from the passageway of the demon realm at a later stage. Another possibility is evolution. Demons can evolve. Any demon can evolve. And all breeds of demons that lived more than 100 years ago to the present day are evolving. Evolving to be more difficult and a greater threat to humans. So this sky-eye bat, maybe it's a later evolution. And after the evolution, this thing can find humans? And mankind has created radiation suits to deal with this eye in the sky bat? This is a very important message. Rule number 2 he could understand. Perhaps this dungeon could no longer create radiation suits. So they were more important than human life. Rule number 3 is a little hard for him to understand. Why should going out only be referred to by title? As for rule 4, it was the one he could least understand. The use of psychic powers is prohibited. Once used, it must be kept away from the dungeon and away from large groups. As if the powers were cursed in some way? Had the demon mastered an ability of some kind that would allow those using powers to be detected? From what the man said, it was as if using the powers would be certain death. This future was so odd that it made it very difficult for Ikuma to understand. One more important thing. He glanced at the time bracelet on his wrist. Why hasn't this piece of found the mission yet? In the 2 previous traversals, the time bracelet had searched for the mission in 3 tries, and now the time bracelet had been kept on the lookout for the mission. Ignoring the time bracelet for the moment, he put on his radiation suit and followed the group towards the outside world of the prison. He looked up at the dim light on his head in a very eerie way. Chapter 31 The mission was finally released. Light can easily affect a person's state of mind, and different lights can bring different feelings to a person. And the light at that moment brought depression and despair to Ikuma. In the sparse light, he wore a heavy radiation suit as he followed the large group toward the front. At this moment, he felt like a puppet on strings, a small boat drifting in the sea with the wind. What is his destiny? Where does he go from here? Their line was heavy and quiet as they walked. At this moment, he felt like a sinner. He didn't know what it meant, but the feeling of being a sinner became clearer and clearer. The first 2 times he'd crossed over, he would have complained about the existence of the quests. But at the moment, the fact that the time bracelet hadn't been coming to the quests instead made him a little flustered and confused. He lost his target for a moment. As the group went along, he sensed a bit of a slope appearing. At this point heading uphill? Yeah, if it's a dungeon going to the outside world, it's definitely uphill. But this is a future timeline. Isn't there an elevator? Just go up? He turned his head to look around him. Everyone was wearing thick radiation suits and it was hard to see everyone's expressions. But he could also guess that the expressions of the people around him were as numb at this point as they had been before. Numb? Why the numbness? He didn't know what kind of person he was possessing. He didn't even know what his character in this capacity was called. All he knows is that his name is 16. A little bit of time passed, and he felt more and more that this uphill climb was laborious. If it was him before taking the serum, he would probably have to gasp for air to go up this slope. But fortunately, his current strength had reached the peak of an ordinary person. So it didn't seem so tiring to walk. To his surprise, the people around him seemed to walk with great vigor. Are all future people in such good physical shape? This big uphill walk took over an hour before they finally came to a cave entrance. Yes, it's a cave, similar to the kind of caves you find in the mountains. Icky Ink had thought that the exit of the dungeon would have to be an alloy door anyways. How could he not have imagined that this was a cave entrance? A very plain one, without even a plank in the way? If an animal or demon breaks into the cave, won't they discover this dungeon? He didn't know what the people in the dungeon were thinking, even if this hole got some wooden boards to block it. Without waiting for him to think more, by now the crowd had already walked out of the cave and then automatically separated. Ikamo doesn't care, just follow 15 to the death. They numbered about 30 or 40 and were divided into 4 streams, with Ikamo being the group toward the south. After regaining his sight, Icky Ink looked up at the sun in the sky. It was as if he had been reborn in the sunlight. Now he didn't know what his mission was. And anyway, everyone was walking, so he had to follow them all. As he walked, he observed the land. The land looked as if it had been baptized by artillery fire, and was pockmarked everywhere. From time to time he could see black blood and grime sticking to the ground in an extremely disgusting way, which put him in a bit of a trance. Before that he was living in a time of peace, but before his eyes were ruins. Alas, the state has protected them too well before. If it weren't for the time bracelet, he would never have imagined that the world still had this kind of dilapidated landscape. Only after seeing it with his own eyes did he long for the peaceful times before when there were no demons or supernatural powers even more. Is this land in this state because of the war? One could imagine how much pressure the evolved demons had put on humanity 30 years later. I'm afraid humans wouldn't turn their guns on their own homes if the pressure wasn't too great. Ikari Ink couldn't help but look at the time bracelet again. For some reason, the time bracelet never responded, which caused him some distress. Is this thing looking for a mission? Or is there not going to be a mission for traveling into the future? He looked around at the crumbling, desolate landscape and his walking teammates. Icky Ink didn't know what they were going for. and he didn't dare to ask, so he could only passively follow everyone. Time was passing and the scene around them was regressing. After an unknown amount of time, they came to a village. Only one of the people at the front suddenly held out a hand, and everyone all stood still. Naturally, Icky Ink stood in place following everyone else's lead. 11. You go scout. The leader of the group, who was wearing radiation suit number 10, spoke up. Yes. 11 slowly moved up and touched carefully in the direction of the village ahead. Ikari Ink looked at 11 curiously. The village was silent and gave him an eerie feeling. Is there a demon lurking in here? And 11 suddenly doubled back after a good portion of the way. Ikari Ink foxed. 11 came to 10 and made a noise that only a few of them could hear. Report. I suspect danger ahead and request that the radiation suit be removed. Ikuma, take off your radiation suit? Didn't the man with the loudspeaker earlier say that you must always wear radiation protection clothing? Taking off the radiation suit is no different than dying. And this man chooses to sacrifice himself because of the possible danger ahead? Is this guy so great? He was surprised but saw 10 nod. Take it off. 12 You help him take 11's radiation suit on. 11 then took off his radiation suit in front of the crowd, revealing his somewhat tattered-looking clothes and his hollow, wooden eyes. What kind of eyes are those? Ikari Ink squinted her eyes trying to take in these eyes of the other party, but the other party had already resolutely turned her head and walked towards the village, just moments before 11 departed. Ding! Quest search successful. Start posting this traversal quest. A clear voice rang out in Ikari Ink's head. It's the time bracelet mission. GMO Shuei's eyes lit up. He was looking forward to the task of the time bracelet. Finally, Task 1, survive for 3 months under that identity. Reward points, 100. Chapter 32, Illuminating the Magic Village. Quest 2, Rescue Dr. Zhugagong in the underground wine cellar of the Illusion Demon Village. Reward points, 300 points. Mission 3, Suicide, a Coward's Act. Bonus points, 0. After reading the mission, Icky Ink froze. What the heck is an illusionary magic village? He thought about it and took on Mission 2. That Dr. Zhugagong sounds very powerful at first glance. Saving the other party might give us a lot of information, but when the map of Zhugagong's location was shown in front of him, the expression on Ikari's face disappeared, because the illusion magic village is just around the corner. The corner of his eye twitched hard as he looked at the village before him, and the man who had taken off his radiation suit had gone to the door of a room and knocked on it. He's also oddly polite. Who? An old voice came through the door. LOL. The door to the room opened and out of it stepped an elderly man. The old man hunched over, his cloudy eyes glancing at 11 in the doorway. Guests. He revealed a delighted look and shouted toward the back. Guests, come in, come in. He then very politely welcomed 11 into the room. Seeing this scene, Icky Ink had an eerie feeling. A horrible thought occurred to him. Illusionary demons are capable of evolving. He thought of the illusion demon that possessed his mother in his second life. At that time, because he didn't understand illusion demons, he only felt that his mother wasn't quite right, but didn't realize that the other party was an illusion demon. And 30 years ago the illusion demon could already turn into a human and mimic human voices and behaviors. What about the current illusionist devil? 30 years later? What would the illusionary demon evolve into during this period? The kindly old man just now made him not see the slightest shadow of the illusionary demon. The other party was like a living, breathing human being, and there wasn't a single thing out of place in terms of demeanor, expression, or body movement. Imagine a large swath of human land occupied by demons 30 years from now, and a human walks across this great land and suddenly sees a village. There were many, many humans inside the village, and it had all the food, water, and whatnot, making him mistake it for a paradise. So he joined the village, thinking he would live here for the rest of his life. But at night, the people in the village turn into illusionary demons. That's when he realized that he was the only living person in the village, and he will be left here forever, as his body will also become possessed by an illusionary demon. How thrilling a thing is that? And as time goes on, the demons will evolve more and more, and the illusionary demons will become more and more like humans. The human that Ikari had just hypothesized might not be someone else, but himself the next time he traveled to some future point in time. This was the first time he had traveled to the future world. But what if he traveled to the future as well in the future and couldn't tell the difference between an illusionary demon and a normal human? He might actually be mistakenly thinking that he had come to the paradise of the world, as imagined by the humans, but in fact, he had walked into a demon lair. How scary! He waited, and those around him waited with him piece by piece, but the 11 who had entered the room was slow to come out, and their party stayed strangely waiting. Icky Ink looked around. Are all the brothers so patient? And no one said anything, just waited. It was only after about an hour or so, when Ikari Ink was getting impatient waiting, That 11 carried a bag of something similar to rice and walked towards them after greeting that old man. Report, the village is fine. 11 reported to 10 after placing the bag of rice on the ground. Number 10 looked at the rice and touched it after putting his hand into the rice bag. There's no problem with the rice. Like this. Number 19 stays behind. Everyone takes off their radiation-proof suits and gives them to number 19. And if something bad happens to us, number 19, you go back with all the radiation-proof suits. Yes, the crowd replied. Pool Inc. He now longed beyond measure to be number 19. Are you guys rushing to get killed? If he hadn't been on a mission, he might have tried to persuade 10, but now, he had already taken on mission 2, and he badly needed those 300 points back in reality to exchange for the proficient fiery clouds, so he clenched his teeth and stripped off his clothes along with the crowd, intending to break into this illusory demon village. After taking off his radiation suit, he followed the crowd up a piece, and 10 walked up to the elderly man's door and knocked on it. Who? The old man inquired. When the old man opened the door, he saw the 9 grown men standing in front of him and revealed a suspicious look. And you are? Old man. We have fled here. Can we borrow some food from you? 10 stepped forward in a gentle manner. There was already one person who came to borrow food just now. You guys can't be a gang, right? The old man looked at the crowd warily. Not at all the way he had just treated 11 politely. Seeing the expression on the old man's face, Icky Inc. also felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. If it wasn't for the time bracelet hint, he would never believe that this old man was an illusion demon. That's too much like a living, breathing human being. Demons keep evolving. Is there really a future for humanity? Humans don't evolve. Old man, we're good people, so we'll borrow some grain. 10 said somewhat curtly. Old man, I don't have much left in my family, but you can ask others in the village to borrow, and if they are willing to lend it to you, it has nothing to do with old man me. The old man waved his hand and closed the door to the room. Having eaten a closed door, 10 was not annoyed, but instead said to the crowd, let's split up to borrow food, and meet at that place just now in 3 hours. Yes, the crowd responded. Ikamo followed the directions on the map and found the house where Jugagon was being held. Knock knock. He walked up and knocked on the door. If there was a chance, even if he had to use his powers, he would have to save the doctor, and it wouldn't matter if he died. Let's hope the mission goes well. Who? A soft, feminine voice rang out from the room. The voice was melodious, but it put Ikuma on his guard. Is this an encounter with the chimera of illusionary demons? Just after this thought appeared in his mind, he saw the door of the room open, and the one who opened the door was a stunningly beautiful girl. Chapter 33, A Beauty Ruse? The girl is pretty. When she saw Icky Inc., she timidly said, You are? Icky Inc. was already used to the level of anthropomorphism of the illusion demon as he calmly said, Can I borrow some food? The girl poked her head out and looked around. Seeing that Icky Inc. was the only one, she beckoned. Come in first before we talk. Icky Inc. walked in ready to strike. The room was cleaned up, and the girl was seen crouching in the corner, getting a bag of flour out for him. Sir, you can borrow the food, but can you do me a favor? The girl clutched the bag of flour in her hand and looked at him nervously. What favor? Icky Inc. asked, feigning curiosity. He knew the illusion demon was going to do something bad. Mister, it's like this. I got married to my husband 3 months ago, but not long after I got married, my husband died at the hands of a demon. The girl wiped her tears and continued. And since I can't be accommodated by the village because I didn't leave an heir with my husband, I would like to ask Mister to do me a favor. What's the favor? Pool Inc. asked. Can you help me keep an heir? Sir? The girl looked up at him expectantly. Pool Inc. You mean you want me to sleep with you? Well. Not only is the illusionist devil more human-like after 30 years, he's even using the beauty trick. Although he didn't fall for the trick, this seems like a good opportunity to save Dr. Juga Gong? He feigned a heartfelt look, but his mouth hesitated. That's not good, is it? But just as these words were finished, the girl dropped to her knees with a plop and grabbed his pant leg, pleading, Sir, please save me. There's quite a bit of drama with the illusionary demons. GMO Shui inwardly slandered, but on the surface, he matched her acting skills and hurriedly helped her up. What do you mean by that, girl? I didn't say I won't help you. Sir is willing to help me? The girl looked up at him expectantly, tearfully. Sheesh, look at this little expression. The movie queen is not as good as her acting skills. Since I am willing, how can I help you? He asked. Sir, still please come with me. The girl's face flushed, showing her shyness as she took Icky Inc.'s hand and pulled him towards the bed. And in Icky Inc.'s view of the mission, that Dr. Juga Gong was under the bedpan in front of the girl. As soon as he lifted the bedpan, he could meet Dr. Juga Gong. The girl grabbed his hand and came to the bed. Ikari Inc. was submissive on the surface, But in his head he was thinking about how things would be handled in a moment. What he knew was that the illusory demons from 30 years ago were not powerful, and if he wanted to, he could easily kill all the illusory demons in this village cleanly. But these 30 years had passed, and it was not known if the illusion demon had evolved any abilities in terms of combat power. Also, are there any other guarding demons around this illusion demon village? Sir, please also. Put. Before the girl's words fell, GMO Shui cupped a flaming dagger in his right hand and ruthlessly plunged it into the girl's neck. You. The girl stared at Icky Ink with wide eyes. Incredulously. She didn't seem to think how. Why would Icky Ink want to kill her? Icky Ink knew that this shell was only the girl's first life, so he once again used a ball of flame to wrap the girl's entire body. Hiss! A suppressed scream resounded through the flames. The girl was indeed an illusion demon, and as her outer shell died, a sort of purple-black figure possessed inside struggled in the flames. Ikari Ink looked curiously at the purple and black figure that kept struggling in the flames. In the reality 30 years ago, the illusion demon's body was pure black. How did it have a purple color after evolving? But the fight is still just as weak as ever. After waiting until the purple and black illusionary demon was completely lifeless, Icky Ink lifted the bedpan as soon as he could, then stepped inside. He headed inside at a quick pace and soon came upon a wooden door. He stepped forward and kicked the wooden door open. He then locked eyes with a man inside wearing glasses. The system quickly gave him a hint that this person was Dr. Zhuge Gong. Dr. Zhuge Gong, please leave with me. He stepped forward and grabbed Zhuge Gong's wrist. What are you? Zhuge Gong looked at him warily. Illusion demon? I'm human. Icky Ink lifted his right hand and released a direct flame, proving that he had powers. As for Zhuge Gong, after seeing him unleash his powers, it was as if he had seen some great terror in the bottom of his eyes. His eyes widened and he said in horror, How did you dare? How did you dare to unleash your powers in the countryside? Ikuma? Zhuge Gong's reaction reminded him of earlier in the dungeon, when the man banned everyone from using their powers. Could the use of psychic powers cause any unforeseen consequences? Ikumo smiled faintly. The big deal is to die. 30 years ago was a good man again. Using your powers is secondary. You hurry up and leave with me, he said as he tugged on Zhuge Gong. It's an illusion demon's village out here. How did you get in? Zhuge Gong looked at him suspiciously. I got the illusion demon in this room killed, so I came in, Icky Ink said rightfully. Zhuge Gong was dumbfounded and looked at him with the look of an alien. Seeing Dr. Zhuge Gong's expression, Ji Ink couldn't help but ask, so what? Is it hard to believe that after 30 years the illusionist devil is made of gold? Can't be killed? 18 years ago illusionist devils evolved a sensing body. When one illusionist devil dies, the rest of the illusionist devils can sense it. If you killed an illusionist devil, wouldn't all the surrounding illusionist devils sense it? Zhuge Gong covered his head and said. It was as if he had never seen such stupidity before. You hurry up and get out. Don't expose me here. Zhuge Gong shoved GMO Shui a little. You also exposed your supernatural ability. You're basically dead. I still have a few days of food here, so hurry up and leave. Let me live for 2 more days. GMO Shui's physique was very good. Naturally he wouldn't be pushed by the other party. He shook his head and said, Dr. Zhuge Gong, my mission is to save you from going out, even if it means death. Upon hearing these words from GMO Shui, Zhuge Gong's expression straightened for a few moments. After he stood at attention, he looked seriously at Icky Ink and inquired, Little brother, which army are you from? I'm not from any army. I'm from the underground, Icky Ink said. Dungeons are human too, so the other guy should be able to understand that he's a good guy too, right? Dungeons? Who knows? Zhuge Gong's face changed and carefully scrutinized him for a few moments. Suddenly, Zhuge Gong lifted up Icky Ink's cuff, revealing a serial number above Icky Ink's left arm. Ikari also looked down curiously at the serial number and realized that it read C13. What's this? Chapter 34, Clones? I told you what was going on. It's a clone. Zhuge Gong laughed. A sad, desperate laugh. What's wrong with you, old man? Icky Ink put his sleeve down and wondered. What clone? You're such a strange clone to have so much autonomy. Zhuge Gong looked at him with interest, but in the bottom of his eyes was a deathly intent to die. This look on Zhuge Gong's face made Icky Ink a bit confused as well, and he was also a bit dizzy right now. What's the deal with clones? Wasn't this stuff banned by the UN? Zhuge Gong, let's talk about it properly. Ji Ink sank down and looked at the other party seriously, saying, First of all, back in 2005, the United Nations banned all forms of human cloning that violated human dignity and the protection of human life. With this treaty in place, there can't be such a thing as human cloning. Secondly, what is the basis of your claim that I am a clone? Because of this number on my arm? Or is it because for some reason the United Nations has allowed the existence of cloned creatures? Zhuge Gong narrowed his eyes. How do you know my name? GMO Shui took a deep breath and whispered, "Actually, I'm from the past." "Someone from the past?" Zhuge Gong frowned slightly, clearly not understanding what Icky Inc. was saying. "Do you know the world's only dual shifter, Icky Inc.?" Icky Inc. asked. In fact, he now also wanted to determine one thing. That is, after traveling to the future, the reality of his position? He traveled to the future. So what about the past? And did he have a chance to meet his traveled self in the future? The only dual alien, Icky Inc.? Zhuge Gong's eyes widened. If you ask anyone else, they probably don't even know. But I happen to know the inside story of this matter. Zhuge Gong then said, "My teacher said that he had met this only globally existing dual alien before. But this Ikumo suddenly disappeared in 2024 for some unknown reason. As if he had vaporized from the earth and ceased to exist." "What do you mean you couldn't find it after a long search back there?" Icky Inc. understood. If one travels to a future timeline, oneself in the original world will disappear. This would lead to a situation where there is no presence of him in the annals of history, and he would never be able to meet up with his alternate timeline self. And what he traveled through would be a future world without him. It's a mouthful to say, but it's actually quite understandable. It is that the same one cannot exist within a point in time. I am Akuma, and I traveled to the future. Icky Inc. had a direct showdown with his opponent. He summoned a water ball with one hand and a flame with the other, and the water and fire in his left hand glowed within this underground passage. Dual psychic powers. You're so Ikumo. Zhuge Gong's eyes widened. Mr. Zhuge Gong, it's like this, Ji Inc. said in a very fast speech. Actually, my supernormal ability is to travel through time and space. Do you understand what I mean? My supernatural ability is like what I am now, traveling to the future within a certain body, but not being able to inherit the memories of this body. And after I traveled here this time and rescued you, my ability to travel will allow me to get some rewards. When this body of mine dies, I will return to reality, which is 30 years ago at this point in time. In fact, this world is illusory, and when I go back this world will shatter. So Mr. Zhuge Gong, please tell me about the changes that have happened in the world in these 30 years. And also you must leave with me. My mission is to save you from the illusory demon village. You should have also found out that there are many things that I don't know, including this clone, including the fact that the illusion demon evolved 18 years ago, and also the fact that I can't use my powers." Zhuge Gong was confused. After a long time, he slowed down and asked Icky Inc. "So, your identity is similar to a savior. You can predict the future, but it's not exactly predicting the future. It's traveling into the future. Just like now?" "Yeah, I hope you believe me," Icky Inc. said sincerely. "Although this whole thing is pretty far-fetched, you have dual psychic powers and I really have no reason not to trust you." Zhuge Gong took a long breath. "If you are truly a person from the past, then you must know two very important things." "What?" Icky Inc. asked in a rush. First order of business. In January 2025 AD, have Huaxia refused to send reinforcements to help the beautiful country Demon Realm Passage. Why? Because the beautiful country is not a proper son of man. They have violated the United Nations Treaty and created clones of our Chinese Xenos to try and use them against the demonic realm passages on their seashore. Zhuge Gong gritted his teeth and said, "As a result, in the year 2030, a type of demon called the corpse-eating vulture evolved a genetic virus that could easily kill both clones and instants. This genetic virus has cost China a lot of money. There's more to this?" Ikari Inc.'s expression sank. "This is the classic story of the farmer and the snake. And the second thing?" he asked. "The second thing is the demon's king." Speaking of the second matter, a flash of fear appeared on Zhuge Gong's face. The demon's monarch came out from within the passageway of the demon realm in Sichuan, Huaxia in the year 2034 AD. He was extremely strong, and no one could resist him. In desperation, Huaxia had to use nuclear weapons to kill him. However, the Demon King did not die, but recuperated in the nuclear radiation area, and returned strongly in 2040 AD. At that time, humans could no longer resist him, and even nuclear weapons could not stop or even harm him. It wasn't until 2 years ago, in 2052 AD, that he evolved an ability. Speaking here, Zhuge Gong's voice sank. Sensing abilities. Sensing powers? Ikari Inc. almost jumped. What the hell has evolved? The unstoppable Demon King can sense powers? No matter where you are, as long as there are fluctuations in alien energy, the Demon King can sense it and then send a demon brigade to crusade against it. Because of this, it caused a lot of human organizations to lose a lot of money, and we didn't even find out about this until a while ago. So the whole of humanity is forbidden to use alien energy, and once you use it, you have to stay away from the human gathering places. Upon hearing this, Icky Inc. thought of rule number 4 uttered by the man with the bullhorn not too long ago. Prohibit the use of psychic abilities. Prohibit the use of psychic abilities. Prohibit the use of psychic abilities. Once you use your powers, remember to take off your radiation suits at the first opportunity. Stay away from your teammates, and stay away from the dungeon. Chapter 35, A Desperate Future. Ikamosui took a deep breath. According to Lord Juga, the demon army was now coming towards him? Looks like I'm dying chant. He didn't flinch, but laughed. Then Lord Juga, why did you say I was a clone? Nowadays, the various organizations are divided into many kinds. Juga Gong gave him a complicated look in his eyes and explained. When you said you came to save me before, I thought that you were an official. Then I realized that you knew very little and surmised your identity as a clone. But it turned out that I didn't expect you to be from the past. There are a few things that are different about clones. The first point is that they have very little memory. They are missing a lot of memories compared to normal humans. In a sense, clones are puppets of a part of the human race. But didn't you just say that zombie-eating vultures can release some kind of genetic virus? Xiying couldn't help but ask. Aren't these people who make clones of themselves afraid of death? That's why those at the top wouldn't clone one of themselves out. They would just clone some ordinary people. Juga Gong revealed a bitter expression and said, ever since the collapse of the rule of law, the evils of human nature have been on display, and those at the top have carried forward the cloning technique in order to protect their own lives. They went on a rampage using ordinary people to create clones, and then sent the clones out to gather resources. Anyway, they were cloned. Even if they died, they didn't feel any pain. Compared to that, they are more heartbroken about the radiation-proof suits you are wearing. Juga Gong's words made Ikumo think of the man's face before he left, and the bizarre circumstances of his journey. No wonder the environment he lives in is so bad. No wonder everyone has a mute expression. It turns out that everyone is born to be a handicapped inferior, a victim for the service of others. He also finally understood why the United Nations had strictly banned human cloning. This kind of stuff is against human decency. Thinking about all the clones that had surrounded him along the way, a lot of things he figured out. How do demons react to clones? He asked. Maybe a nice serving of meat? Juga Gong smiled to himself. Iki Ink fell silent. I really hope that what you say is true, that you are the savior of mankind, and that this ability to travel into the future might actually change the fate of mankind's impending extinction. Juga Gong deeply patted Iki Ink's shoulder. Instead, Iki Ink lowered her head. The other party does not know that the reason why the Demon Realm channel is connected to the Blue Planet has a great deal of credit to him. Aside from those two more important things, there's something else I need to tell you. Juga Gong walked to the depths of the wine cellar and took out a document and handed it to GMO Shui. The content on it concerns the development of human supernatural abilities. This is the result of the research I did with my teacher. I hope that you can write it down and bring it back to the past. Iki Ink opened the file and found that it was full of weapon planning charts made on how to better utilize the 5 elements of psychic abilities. Alas, if only Ace was still alive. He was a madman and a super genius. If he was still alive, he would have been able to research a weapon that better utilizes the 5 elemental powers. Juga Gong sighed. Ikari Ink looked up at him. In his second life, Ziren had also told him about this person. And at that time, Ziren had also lamented that it would have been better if Ace hadn't died. Ace seems to be the only human in the history of mankind to have awakened the power of the brain. The mission deadline is about to pass. Please complete the mission as soon as possible. Suddenly, his time bracelet rang with this voice. Jiang's eyes flashed as he took Juga Gong's hand. We have to hurry and withdraw. I'm almost at the deadline for my crossing mission. With that, he directly tugged Juga Gong's hand towards the outside. The two of them pushed off the bedpan and walked to the room when Iki Ink suddenly realized how much dimmer the light was in here. He seemed to think of something and looked out the window. Instead, he saw that there was a large group of people standing in a crow's nest outside the window. The group included not only the original inhabitants of the village, but also the clones who came with him with only code names but no lives. It seems that all of these clones have become shells of illusionary demons as well. Go! With the fire elemental supernatural ability opening the way, Shiamo Shui pulled Juga Gong to forcefully break through the gate and swept towards the distance. The surrounding illusory demons, seeing the burning flames, didn't dare to come forward to stop them, and could only watch them leave. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission and receiving the reward, 300 points. The moment he stepped out of the illusory demon village, this voice flashed through Ikari Ink's mind. At this moment, GMO Shui knew that the purpose of the time bracelet releasing the quest was perhaps to let him meet Juga Gong since the beginning. From the mouth of Juga Gong, I learned some history. These histories were important, and probably what the time bracelet wanted him to know. But what exactly is the purpose of a time bracelet? Again, he was allowed to open the passage between the Blue Planet and the Demon Realm. And again, he was given the chance to save the world. Good things and bad things for the time bracelet? They're coming. Juga Gong's voice rang in his ears. What? Iki Ink subconsciously asked, but soon he knew what was coming. only to see a large, dark shadow moving in their direction along the distant skyline, like a dark cloud. Is this a swarm of demons? Ikamo tries to pull out a leg but Zhuge Gong tugs on it. There's no running away. So take a quick look at the papers in your hand while you're at it, and take more notes to bring back to the past. Zhuge Gong looked at him with a calm gaze. Even though he had displayed 2 supernatural abilities, Zhuge Gong still didn't believe him. Then he'll prove it to the other side. He picked up the file and began to look at the raw, hard to understand stuff on it. Then he realized he couldn't memorize it. It's not like he's grown physically and his memory has grown. Can't seem to memorize it. He looked to Zhuge Gong. Forget it, memorize it if you can't. Zhuge Gong sighed. At this time, GM Oshue saw the demons swooping down densely in the sky. Mr. Zhuge Gong, it was a pleasure meeting you. He smiled at Zhuge Gong. We'll see you next time. Perhaps you won't recognize me when we meet again. See you next time. Zhuge Gong looked at him. And Iki Ink didn't hesitate. He didn't want to feel the pain of being killed by a demon. So he utilized his fire spike and aimed it at his heart. Pust. The fire thorn was inserted into his heart. And under a sharp pain, his vitality was slowly draining away. The real world. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the 3rd time crossing over and has successfully returned to reality. Total harvest statistics for this crossing, 300 points. Chapter 36, Falling into a Pit. When Iki Ink opened her eyes, there was her dormitory in front of her. Back. He reached out and touched himself. Well, it's your own body with 8-pack abs. He looked at himself in the mirror. His face was very pale and a little puffy as if he had been out of the water for a long time. But his eyes were very bright and sparkled with a burning light. Because after getting 300 points, he now had a total of 1,080 points. Fire in the Clouds proficiency is 100 points. As a 3rd level fire elemental ability, a person who was proficient in it could be a general in the army, or the leader of an ability squad. He had jumped from a student who had just awakened his psychic ability to one of the peak powerhouses proficient in the 3rd level fire elemental psychic ability. What kind of concept was that? But soon, he patiently searched the exchange mall. 1,000 points were the points he had saved after crossing over 3 times, and he had to think about how these points could be used to maximize them. Once he breaks through, the supernatural ability will give him no small amount of feeds, and those feeds are important. In addition, after the surprise of gaining a huge amount of points, he gradually calmed down. But a 3rd level fire elemental psychic proficient psychic doesn't seem to be able to help this world that's about to end, right? Of course, if he wasn't going to keep teleporting behind him, such a status was enough for him to live comfortably for the next few decades. But when he does, humanity is doomed. He looked at the Redemption Mall. In fact, the lower end of the mall had many more things that he wanted to get, and there was even something like the immortality pill that would make anyone's eyes water. He's got the time bracelet and he doesn't have the courage to continue? He clenched his fists at the thought. No way. A 3rd level fire elemental adept shifter would be of no help to the world, and would be nothing more than a larger mole in front of that demon king that would appear 10 years from now. Ding! Next crossing time, 1 month from now. The time bracelet brought him the time of his next crossing. A month later. And I wonder if the next crossing will be in the past or the future? He took a deep breath and looked at the Redemption Mall. Fire Burning Clouds ability proficiency, 100 points. He clicked on Redemption. Ding! Exchange successful. Remaining points, 80 points. Suddenly, Iki Ink felt a very powerful force surging inside his body. Detected that the host's physique is suitable to receive the feedback of the supernatural ability. Does it directly break through the fire and clouds proficiency level? Yes. After Ikari Ink made sure, that power began to explode. A warm current came from within his body, which made him feel that his muscles were becoming stronger and stronger, and the limits of his body seemed to be gradually surpassing the limits of mortals. He's now broken through to the proficient level, and this proficiency level didn't stop there, but continued to increase upwards, boosting the strength of his powers. Ding! Is it possible to break through the flaming clouds to the proficient level? Yes. It has been detected that the host's physical state has not reached its peak. A breakthrough at this time will not maximize the strength enhancement, and the feedback effect will be attenuated by 80%. Do you insist on a breakthrough? What the hell? Instead of yes this time, Iki Ink looked carefully at the panel of the time bracelet. As if sensing his doubts, a few large words appeared on the panel. In order to maximize the strength enhancement, it is recommended that the host purchases the prop, level 2 body strengthening serum, and make a breakthrough after taking the level 2 body strengthening serum. Pool Ink. This time he read it. Sure enough, purchasing a fire cloud sky was followed by a chain of 10,000 things that he needed to purchase. It's another proficiency mastery or something, or a body strengthening serum or something. Previously, he had taken one of the most common body strengthening serums, And now this second-grade body strengthening serum. A second-grade body strengthening serum that he had seen before. Sold for 200 points. Now he only has 80 points and can't buy anything. He lies on the floor. Tired. Destroyed. He had thought that he would be little invincible right away. But reality had given him such a big mouthful. He felt like he had fallen into a pit from the moment he exchanged fire for clouds. But up until now, he thought he was doing everything optimally. After the first time he crossed over, he only had 500 points. So of course he had to buy the best level 3 fire elemental ability he could buy. After he saved up his points once in the back and gathered 100 points to purchase the fire cloud proficiency, he had thought that he would be able to make a direct breakthrough and was about to take off. Results. Pitted again. Although it was said that it was also possible to force a breakthrough, but after forcing a breakthrough, the body reinforcement feedback would decay by 80%. Who can stand that? Step by step, it's all a pit. But now he's only 120 points short. He should have everything he needs to cross the border again. And now he's considered the peak of proficiency and halfway to mastery, right? This level was also considered a small expert. At least Instructor Chi-Ring shouldn't be his opponent anymore. He briefly tried his powers. Then, off to the demon feeder. If he remembered correctly, he seemed to have a death quota for the 4th level demons. It is still the 3rd life. This month, because he ran to the demon breeding garden every day. Chi-Ran is also too lazy to be with him a piece of it. Anyway, GMO Shui can't die. So this time when he went to the demon breeding garden, Chi-Ran, who was in the way, didn't follow him. He used his access lightly and headed down towards the bottom. There were actually not many demons left on the 4th level, and according to Chi-Ran, there were only 2 demons on the 5th level, and those 2 demon academies would not give him a death quota anyway. After he arrived at the 4th level, he found the doorway to the quota demon the school had given him. He only had 1 death quota on the 4th floor, and this death quota was a fixed demon. Unlike the first 3 floors where he was allowed to pick and choose, this demon was a scaly dragon. It was soaked in a huge fish tank, and Pooling could be seen curled up in a ball, like a rock, through the thick clear bulletproof glass. This augur had come over to see it before in the company of Chi-Ran, but it was only a glance. The other party had been sleeping, and they could only leave it unsettled. And at that time, Icky Ink was still far from being a match for this augur dragon, so he only dared to take a look at his opponent. But now, he leaned over the glass and used the light above the room to try to get a better look at the augur. The dragon sleeping couldn't say what kind of animal it looked like. Its whole body was curled up. Say it was like a python, but it also had the bloodline of a dragon. Say it was like a dragon, but it didn't have the domineering aura of a huge dragon. The first battle of your own breakthrough. Let's take you. Icky Ink thought inwardly. Chapter 37, Fighting in Blood, Killing the Augur Demon. Icky Ink removed the combat outfit from his backpack and slipped the outfit over himself before removing a large sword. In fact, he wasn't very good with weapons because military training hadn't ended yet and the gym teacher hadn't taught them how to use them. But this is safe to hold. The tank was so huge that it was able to hold 5 or 6 whales, and there was a platform on top of the tank. Pool Ink needs to take the stairs up if he wants to get inside. Ikari Ink slowly made her way up towards the stairs while adjusting herself. After adjusting his state, he utilized his authority and opened the door to the augur demon's room. Drip! The door to the room slammed and the electronic door opened. At the same time the door to the room opened, the augur in the water tank suddenly opened its eyes. Its pair of eyes were like 2 burning flames, emitting an appalling pressure that was uniquely belonging to the attributes of the dragon race. Icky Ink closed the door and stepped onto the platform. Swish! The dragon violently unfurled its curled body and broke through the water, pointing straight at Icky Ink. Perhaps it had been soaked in water. The scales on its 10-meter-long body shone with a cold metallic luster that could glow in the dim light of the room. Icky Ink intended to test his physical qualities first. As he drilled his right hand into his large sword, the blade sharp, and slashed fiercely at the augur charging in front of him. Rubbing, the collision of the two made a metallic sound. After the dragon retreated several meters backwards, it opened its mouth and spewed out raging cold ice chi, which instantly froze the water sleep in the uppermost layer of the water tank into a thick layer of ice. Icky Ink didn't retreat, his body radiating scorching heat. He suddenly dropped his greatsword. His hands made the motion of bending his bow to shoot a great eagle. A bow and arrow coalesced from the fire element emerged from his hands. He aimed the bow and arrow at the augur a few meters away, and fiercely fired it. Feathers of arrows made from extremely high temperature flames burst out. It cut through the air. The scorching heat seemed to melt the ice on the water tank. Pust! The rocket plunged into the augur's body, and the augur let out a mournful, shrill cry. Shue didn't give his opponent a chance to react. The bow and arrow in his hand transformed into a long sword. He stepped through the ice and slashed towards the augur's head. This was the method of using fire elemental powers that he had learned online. And those fire elemental powers who were experienced in combat could use the flames to create weapons that would be beneficial to them against their enemies. This was also the reason why fire elemental aberrations were the most lethal aberrations among the 5 elements. The reason why he chose to purchase fire burning clouds also had the reason of the horrifying killing power of the fire element in it. The dragon had already been injured, and at the sight of GMO Shui slashing at it, his eyes flashed with a strong color of scorn, only to see it twist its huge body around and roll up a hurricane. This hurricane hindered Icky Ink's movements, and the immense resistance caused him to freeze on top of the ice for a moment. The tip of the flaming longsword in his hand dangled over the ice, which melted and a light mist rose in the room. You were the one who used magic first. Ikari Ink retrieved his longsword, knowing full well that only magic could defeat magic. He raised his hand, and all the fire elemental supernatural energy in his body gathered into a huge ball of fire that smashed into the augur. The dragon's pupils contracted, and a dazzling light was reflected in his eyes. It smelled danger. The augur dragon's body shrank and retreated towards the back while spitting out a huge ball of ice attribute energy, colliding fiercely with the fireball summoned by GMO Shui. The two came into contact and a terrifying wave of energy erupted. The energy wave vibrated against the transparent bulletproof glass of the room, surprisingly causing cracks to appear in the several meters thick glass, which in turn caused the entire demon breeding garden to shake. GMO Shui didn't believe in this today. He reached out again and summoned the flaming longsword, stepping on the water and swiping towards his opponent. Normally, he couldn't walk on water, but don't forget that he also had a water elemental ability. The Jiaolong had also struck true fire at this time. It had already seen that this human in front of it really wanted to get it killed. It extended a pair of dragon claws and took the initiative to attack Pool Inc. One person and one augur twisted together, and the entire room, and even the demon breeding garden, shook. Icky Ink's strength was already a peak of proficiency, infinitely close to proficiency, plus the reason why the system's product was a fine product. His strength was more than that of an ordinary peak of proficiency 3rd level alien, so the killing power of the two was extremely great. There's a fight between a proficient 3rd level alien and a 4th level augur. At this point the outside watch staff noticed the commotion and rushed to report it to their superiors. But after the report, he was confused. That's not right. There didn't seem to be any proficient 3rd level aliens among the people who just went in, right? But this kind of movement can only be created by a proficient 3rd level alien, right? At this moment, the 4th floor of the demon breeding garden, a flash of fatigue flashed across GMO Shui's face. He didn't expect the augur dragon could be so difficult to deal with. At this time, all of his clothes had been scratched, and all of his limbs had been injured. Some of the wounds were still bleeding now, but he was in little pain, his adrenaline firing. The dragon was even worse. A number of the other scales were cut off by him and floated on the surface of the water on the tank, while some of the scales that were hanging with blood and flesh sank to the bottom of the water. The surface of the water was also tinted a light red, and the augur contributed a lot of blood to make the tank red. Icky Ink was determined to get Jiaolong killed this time, so he didn't hold back at all. Taking advantage of an inattention of the opponent, the long sword in Ikari Ink's hand was replaced with a spear to stab the augur's heart dead center. After a long, mournful whine, the augur collapsed to the ground with a loud thud, its huge corpse soaking into the water and sinking to the bottom, and Icky Ink retrieved his weapon and sat on his butt, breathing heavily. Finally, he managed to kill the augur. With the conclusion of this sound battle, he felt that his control over his strength had increased quite a bit. The feeling is comforting, but after the comfort, hiss, or drop waste, he suddenly covered his backside, and his body ached in all directions as his adrenaline began to not fire. He immediately pulled out his cell phone and sent a message to Chirin, "Come to the 4th level of the demon breeding garden to save me." He looked at his still bleeding body and freaked out a little. "It's bad. You're not going to dead ball yourself, are you?" Chapter 38, Two Choices. Ikari Ink felt like there wasn't a piece of her body that didn't hurt, so he tearfully summoned his time bracelet and spent 10 points in the exchange mall to exchange for a bottle of healing medicine. There were 10 healing pills, and after taking one, he put the rest of the bottle back into the redemption mall before passing out straight away. "You kid has a big life. You've only broken through the proficiency level and you dare to look for the 4th layer's augur to fight." Out of nowhere, Ikari Ink heard the voice of Instructor Zirin. He opened his eyes in a daze to find Zirin and several doctors surrounding him. "It's okay, the augur that I couldn't even defeat was killed by your kid." Chirin sat beside him and gave him a thumbs up. "You're great. Chi-Ren, will admire you from now on." Ikari Ink grinned, but it tugged at the wound, making it start to hurt all over his body. Seeing that he couldn't speak, Chirin continued, "I really don't know what you were thinking, to sneak into the augur demon's water tank all by yourself and kill that augur dragon." Icky Ink winked to show that she had a plan. "Confident that you almost played yourself to death?" Chirin gave a blank look and said, "Your kid's life is great. When I found you, there were 2 fatal injuries on your body. If you don't take care of it in time, even if it doesn't kill you, it can make you paralyzed for the rest of your life. Do you believe it? I don't know how it happened. The several fatal injuries on your body suddenly got better. And the doctor even said that you ate some kind of elixir. Icky Ink sniffed. Knowing that the miraculous medicine the doctor had said was actually a healing medicine that he had taken from the exchange mall. But then again, that healing potion was really effective. Not bad for a precious thing that cost 1 point a pill. Forget it, you rest well. Now that you've broken through to proficiency, when you've recovered from your injuries, we're still planning to ask about you. Chi-Ren got up and said, I still have to go see if the group of brats in my class are practicing seriously, but if I tell them about your breakthrough, they'll definitely go crazy practicing. Ha ha, Ziran left, and Ikuma cocked his head, wondering if the doctor had numbed him as he drifted off to sleep. When he woke up again, he found that he seemed to have changed to a more luxurious infirmary. And inside the infirmary sat 2 figures. One figure he was very familiar with. It was the principal whom he had met twice, and the other person he was also very familiar with. Not that he recognized him, but that he had seen the other person's introduction on the website, and he still has a very deep bond with the other side. That 4th level special ability, spatial law, proficiency in proficiency. Most importantly, the other party was Su Yuer's grandfather, the empty General Sumaching. The lads awake? Sumaching stood up from the sofa when she saw GMO Shui waking up. The principal on the side saw him stand up and stood up in a hurry as well. Your General Empty? Icky Ink is now able to speak, and he somewhat didn't think he'd meet the other man in this way. You recognize me? Sumaching was surprised. Saw you on the website. Icky Ink still has a lot of respect for this one. If this old man in the real world is really Su Yuer's grandfather, then the other party has the probability of being the founder of the Squid Group. We watched your battle footage, and it seems that your strength isn't just breaking through proficiency, but more like peak proficiency instead? Well, my special ability is rather special. Every breakthrough reaches the peak directly without the rest of the transition. GMO Shui graciously nodded his head and admitted he would show his worth. And anyway, if he crossed over again later, all these people in the 4th and 5th worlds would forget about him. Oh, there's such a thing as psychic powers? Sumaching was a bit surprised. The principal on the side was also shocked, but he quickly reacted. That seems to be the case? Previously, this kid didn't even have a day after awakening the 3rd level fire elemental ability Fire Burning Clouds, and he was directly introduced to the peak, right? Now after the other party had broken through, they were also directly skilled at the peak. Doesn't that mean that when the other party breaks through to proficiency in a few months, they can also go straight to peak proficiency? You also have a high level of physical fitness. What's up with that? Sumaching continued to ask. Elder Empty, this is some of my secrets, but this is a secret I can tell you in a month. If you believe me. Icky Ink thought for a moment. He intended to test the resilience of the officials by speaking to them about his secret of traveling through the timeline. If the officials believed him and helped him, he would cooperate with them every time he crossed over afterward. But if the officials didn't believe him or wanted to kill him as a variable, he would simply proceed to the 4th life, and from then on he would no longer have any cooperation with them. In a month? We can afford to wait. Sumaching patted GMO Shuei's shoulder, then asked, then let's talk about something else. Your current strength is very strong, but it's a bit inappropriate to continue to stay in a 3rd level alien ability school. So where am I going? Icky Ink was confused. Here's the deal. The principal stepped forward as he held a piece of paper. It gives you a few choices. The first choice is that you go to the battlefield and look for a breakthrough proficiency opportunity, and we will also send someone to secretly protect you and protect you from safely breaking through proficiency. What about the second one? Icky Ink asked. The second option is to go to General Empty's troops. The principal nodded respectfully to General Empty. Going to General Empty's men. It may be difficult for you to fight against demons. The level of safety is very high, and you can also practice your ability to lead troops. You can learn more from General Empty. Icky Ink heard it. The other man was asking himself if he intended to be a sharp soldier or a commander. He rubbed his chin and thought, truth be told, he'd prefer to be the first, the sharpshooter, because he wasn't sure what would happen in each of the later lifetimes, and by choosing the first one, he could directly improve his strength. He could increase his combat experience by going to fight more demons. Even after traveling to other points in time later on, his combat prowess was realistically strengthened, and his command ability, on the contrary, was a bit of a chicken in the face of traveling through the timeline. But then again, in other words, the second option also gave him some heartburn, because of one person, Sue Fishers, the girl who gave him the time bracelet that changed everything. If he was in a peace with Sue Maching, there was a high probability that he would be able to meet up with Su Yuer. Chapter 39, Goodbye Su Yuer. Ikari Ink thought for a long time. The principal and Su Maching didn't bother him either, waiting for him to make a choice. In the end, GMO Shui decided that it was better to focus on improving his own strength. So he spoke. Elder Empty, Headmaster, I'll choose the first one. He had to improve his strength, and the matter of Su Yor would be discussed later when he had time. Moreover, he felt that Su Yor had also lost a lot of memories of her previous lives, and communicating with the other party would not necessarily get him the answers he wanted. Strength is the top priority. Okay, I respect your choice. We'll see you in a month. Seeing that he had made a choice, Su Maching no longer stayed in this place and got up to leave. Seeing Su Maching leave, GMO Shui wanted to get up to see him off, but realized that he still had a lot of tubes inserted in his body, so he could only watch the other party leave. And after the principal sent Su Maching, he came back and sat in front of him with some exasperation. Kid, you're confused. Normal people should choose the second one. Why? Icky Ink already had her answer, but was still curious when the principal asked. You're silly. The principal spoke. Elder Su Maching is a general. How many soldiers does he have under him? And how many students? How many connections can you get by following him? In this world, it's not about fighting and killing, it's about human connections. Upon hearing this, GMO Shui laughed. There's no need to persuade me. Headmaster, I understand all of these truths, but when I reveal my secret in a month's time, perhaps you'll support me. Secrets in a month? The principal looked at Inkwell with a suspicious expression, and only nodded after seeing that the other party's expression did not have any heart in it. Then I'll choose to believe you for the time being. After telling Icky Ink to get some rest and relaxation, the principal left the hospital room. Icky Ink closed her eyes when the principal left. It was now clear to Icky Ink that he shouldn't be able to stay at the third grade alien school, but he still had very little theoretical experience to master. Just combat reach. It's still a bit of a struggle to get him to fight the demons now, so maybe the school's idea is to have him follow Su Maching? I guess everyone didn't expect to choose the first one. A normal person would probably choose the second one, but he was not a normal person. Perhaps it was because of the healing medicine. Icky Ink laid down for another day, and his body was basically healed. He had already made plans that when he fought hard battles in the future, he would keep a healing pill in his mouth and heal while he was injured. When his injuries healed, he went to say goodbye to Chi Ran and Meng Ziyue, while also bidding a temporary farewell to his journey to the School of Alien Abilities, which had not yet begun. The morning after his release from the hospital, he was picked up by the military, along with the people who were protecting him. Still treated as he was last time, the group escorted him into a bulletproof vehicle. However, as he entered the car, Icky Ink noticed an extremely familiar figure in the car. The silhouette sat there serenely, still cute and mischievous, with some baby fat on her pretty face, and what attracted the most attention was her clear and innocent gaze. Su Fish? Icky Ink can't forget the girl who changed his life and the world until he dies. You know me? The girl sitting at the very end was indeed Su Yuer, but perhaps it was because in the first life, Ikuma was born early. In the second and third life he was born a few years later, and Su Yuer was born at a more fixed time. So now it looks like Su Yuer is still 2 years older than him? Su Yuer didn't know what kind of psychic ability, but from the breath, the other party should also be psychic ability skilled, depending on what level of psychic ability it was. All humans are awakened at the age of 18. Su Yuer's awakening of her powers should also be 2 or 3 years old, and it makes sense that she would break through the initiation to reach proficiency. I heard about it online. Icky Ink explained. Bellyaching, I not only know your name, I also know your phone number, but also know that now you are not even looking for a boyfriend, the kind that can be checked at night. My information has not appeared on the internet. Su Yuer looked at him coldly. Have you investigated me? Or my grandfather? GMO Shui said helplessly. You are the granddaughter of old Mr. Su Maching. How could there be no information about you on the internet? At most, the internet can only have my name, but not my picture. Su Yuer glanced at the driver in the driver's seat and whispered. And Su Yuer is my nickname. Outside I'm always called Su Muhan. Su Muhan? That's not true. Isn't the name on your ID card Su Yuer? Ikari Ink subconsciously spoke up. When he met Su Muhan on a blind date in his first life, he had seen her ID card, and the name on it was clearly Su Yuer. Su Muhan looked at him with a fierce gaze. You even know the name of my ID card? Pool Ink. You're not a sister, are you? He simply broke down and said. That's right. Not only do I know that you're Su Yuer on your ID, I also know that your cell phone number is 151 ***. Su Muhan widened those bright eyes. How do you know? Oh, I know more than that. Ji-Ink glanced at the driver and the soldiers in front of him, who had their ears perked up, so he pretended to say, I'll whisper it to you when we get to the place. Now is not the right time. Su Muhan looked at the driver and nodded. Then we'll talk about it later. You'd better explain it to me. You still haven't said why you said your name was Su Muhan, Icky Inc. asked. Su Yuer was named after my grandfather. Su Muhan was named after my mother. It's as simple as that. Is there anything else you want to ask? Su Muhan's eyes looked at him. Oh, got it. Everyone in the family respected her grandfather, so the ID card was Su Yuer, but because the name Su Yuer was a bit childish, her mother gave her the name Su Muhan. When we get to the place, you better be able to give me a reasonable explanation. Su Muhan gave him an indignant look. Icky Inc. shrugged. He didn't really believe that the other party could do anything to him. Taking a step back, it was really him who should be the one to settle the score with the other party. It was Su Muhan's time bracelet that had brought him whole to this third world, and he had died a full 3 times after crossing over. 3 times. Each death hurt him so much that the third time he still killed himself by enduring the excruciating pain. Any pain felt like that to him now. After all, he had died 3 times already. Su Muhan closed her eyes in fake sleep after glaring at him. Pool Inc. examined Su Fish. Chapter 40, Sequenceability. The difference between the third life's Su Yuer and the first life was still quite big. The third life's Su Yuer was veiled, and although her cheeks were delicate, her eyes carried a kind of sternness. There was a feeling of thunder and lightning, more like a warrior, whereas the Su Yuer of the first life was wearing light makeup when she matched with him. The whole person looked sunny and cheerful, like a little girl who had grown up without any worries, and her smile was especially gentle and lovely. In comparing this to the one in front of us, well, he still liked the first one, probably because he grew up in harmony, so the Su Yuer of the first one fit his image of a perfect girl better. Have you seen enough? Su Muhan opened her eyes and looked at him unkindly. Pool Inc. Give me back the Su Fish who said she'd marry me. I'm a little bit not quite sure. Icky Inc. hesitated for a moment and opened his mouth to ask, isn't it reasonable to say that this car is escorting me to the front line? Could it be that you are also one of the people escorting me? That old man Su Moching thought so highly of him that he let his granddaughter escort him? Who told you that this is escorting you to the front line? Su Muhan asked back in disbelief. Icky Inc., and what else? Su Muhan gave him a deep look, seemingly confirming that Chi Mo Shui wasn't lying, before he took out a token from his pocket and slapped it in Chi Mo Shui's hand. I've taken on the mission of the Genius Intensive Training Camp, and I've come to send you, a genius, over there to undergo a 2-year training. What camp? Icky Inc. was dumbfounded. What's a genius training camp again? Aren't I going to the front line? He's not on the wrong bus, is he? No problem. Name Icky Inc., Chang'an native, 18 years old this year. Awakened psychic ability only a little over a month. Su Muhan took out her cell phone and handed the information and tasks on it to GMO Shui for a look. And Icky Inc. cocked her head to look at it. And it was true. Then why didn't you tell me when I first came in? He couldn't help but ask. You came in and just called out my name. And you didn't ask me, did you? Su Muhan said rightfully. Icky Inc. was speechless. What's with this guy? Also, what's with the genius camp for him? He asked patiently. What is this genius intensive? It's the fact that only level 5 powers and very special powers are allowed to join in the whole country. And you're the latest freshman to be brought up on the roster. So what's so special about you, please? Su Muhan didn't seem to have a very good opinion of him and asked, holding her arms. I'm just a 3rd level alien. Why can I be sent to some genius intensive training camp? G Inc. spoke up. He guessed up. His authority was the authority of a 4th level alien ability, but he still didn't know about the existence of the genius training camp. It seems that this genius training camp is not simple. Previously, even if he had awakened his dual psychic abilities, as the only dual psychic in the world, the officials still didn't think that he possessed the qualifications to join the genius training camp. Later on, he had broken through to the peak of proficiency in his psychic ability in just over a month's time, and only then did the officials realize that he was indeed a very special person, and then gave him a whole lot of time to this genius intensive training camp. Impossible. People with 3rd level psychic abilities aren't qualified to join the genius intensive training camp. There must be something else special about you. Su Yuer didn't believe his bull. You're from the genius intensive training camp too? Pool Inc. looked over at Su Yuer. That's right. I joined the genius intensive training camp after awakening my powers 2 years ago. Su Fish nodded. What are your powers? Icky Inc. asked. My powers are in the sequence. Just wait until you join the genius camp. The powers that are in the sequence? Icky Inc.'s face foxed with suspicion, which was something that wasn't on the URL. Feeling GMO Shui's inquisitive gaze, Su Muhan explained with some impatience. You can understand that there is also a ranking between special supernormal abilities, and this ranking is the sequence. The smaller the sequence, the stronger the power of this ability. It's only because 90% of the people around the world will awaken the 5 elemental supernormal abilities, and of the remaining 10%, 99% of the special supernormal abilities do not have a high sequence, And those who can join the Genius Intensive Training Camp are only the remaining 0.001%. Ikari inked a look of understanding. So does your grandfather, Su Maching, count in the sequence? He asked. My grandfather's special ability is Sequence 67's, Guardian Gate, which is a type of spatial system. Su Muhan explained. Good man. What an eye-opener. It was the first time that Iki Inc. knew about these things. So the outside world was so wonderful. However, the 0.001% in the other party's mouth was 100,000th of 1%, while the total population of the third generation of Huaxia was not as large as the first generation's 1.4 billion because of the demonic realm's massive invasion, totaling less than 1 billion people. So that translates to a total of a few thousand people in this genius camp? Good lord. What makes him stand out? The time bracelet specialization is really exaggerated though. I just wonder if the time bracelet counts as one of the powers in the sequence? Are there any of those time-traveling powers? He asked. The ability to travel through time? Su Muhan revealed a puzzled look as she thought for a moment before shaking her head. I'm not too sure. Then who tallied the rankings for this sequence? Could it be that Ace? Iki Inc. asked. Ace was that genius madman and the one character that both Chi Ren and that Zhuge Gong 30 years later were hung up on. Ace? Su Muhan shook her head. No, the sequence of powers is innate and not artificially arranged. Rather, someone has done statistics on the powers that have appeared. And so far, there has not been a sequence of the top 10 powers in existence. There hasn't been a sequential top 10 alien presence yet? Doesn't that mean that the 11th ranked psychic ability is the strongest? How do you guys know how many times the powers are in the sequence? Iki inked like a curious baby. It will be shown on the Divine Stone. Su Muhan explained. If you have awakened a special supernormal ability, a number will be presented on the Awakening God Stone. And this number represents how many of your supernormal abilities are ranked in the sequence. Or else how do you think those special supernormal abilities can be seen? Iki Ink's eyes widened. That's not what the internet said. Is it possible that the internet is all a hoax to hide the existence of sequential alterity? I think the internet calls the sequential ability a special ability. So it's supposed to hide something as well, isn't it? Right. Can sequential exotics be redeemed on a time bracelet? He quietly took out his time bracelet and opened the exchange mall. Then in the search bar of the mall, he typed in Sequence 1. With that, an alien ability appeared in his eyes. Sequence 1, Origins. Points, cannot be exchanged. Requires the host to unlock a major historical event to unlock the exchange conditions. Chapter 41, Genius Training Camp. My goodness. Ikari Ink's eyes widened. It's really searchable. I would have thought that this kind of thing is rather special and might not be available in the Redemption Mall. I didn't think I could search for it, but I need to unlock some big historical event to open up the redemption conditions. So he searched the back of the alien energy continuously with the mindset of trying it out. Sequence 2, Eternity. Points, unredeemable. Requires the host to unlock a major historical event to unlock the redemption conditions. Sequence 3, Epic. Points, unredeemable. Requires the host to unlock a major historical event to unlock the redemption conditions. Sequence Pickup, unordered. Points, unredeemable. Requires the host to unlock a major historical event to unlock the redemption conditions. Well, none of them are unlocked. Iki Inc. looked up the first 10 sequences, only to find that all of them said that they needed to unlock a certain historical event in order to meet the conditions for unlocking the redemption. Doesn't the fact that he opened the passageway to the demonic realm count as unlocking a major event in history? Angina. Unbelievingly, he searched for another random sequence Pickup 1, and the search came up with Sequence 11, Chaotic Violet Light. Points, 100 points. Oh, it's finally redeemable. $1 million. It's probably no different than a forced robbery. Ikari Inc. touched his heartbeat, completely giving up on continuing to search for the alien power. But he couldn't say he'd gotten nothing out of it. At least he'd opened his eyes, hadn't he? No one had ever seen a sequential ability, and they didn't even know the top 10 sequential abilities. Yet he even knew the names of the top 10 sequential abilities. Also he found that the top 10 sequences were all in traditional Chinese characters, such as Sequence 1 and Sequence 2, and starting at the 11th position in the sequence. It's simplified Chinese, and the big historical events. This isn't going to be something he's going to get into later, is it? Thinking about it gave him a headache. Every time he traveled through it was very taxing. The third time he directly ed him into the future timeline. The whole thing still has some mental trance now. There were still too many mysteries right now, and he had to take his time. But the first order of business was to go to the principal and ask what this genius camp was all about. So he pulled out his phone and dialed the principal's phone number. Drip. The number you have dialed is in the middle of a call. Please dial again later. Probably busy. Iki Inc. waited for a while. After 10 minutes or so, he continued to make calls. Drip. The number you have dialed is in the middle of a call. Please dial again later. Ikuma? What's taking so long? Still, he didn't think much of it, and this time waited a full half hour before dialing the other side again. But the phone was still on the other end. Drip. The number you have dialed is in the middle of a call. Please dial again later. Icky Ink is even a little cutie. Also knew something was wrong. The principal can't be pulling the plug on him, can he? He immediately called Instructor Zirin. However, the phone call from Instructor Zirin, too, was in the middle of a call. No. At this point in time, Instructor Chirin must be at the playground. It's impossible to be on the phone. It can't be that Instructor Chirin has also blacked him out, right? He immediately called Meng Ziyuai again. Still drip. The number you have dialed is in the middle of a call. Please dial again later. He was confused. 1 or 2 is a coincidence. So many together is a big deal. Just as he was about to call his mom, Su Muhan, who was on the side, also woke up, and seeing that GMO Shuei was on the phone, he spoke. Don't bother. When you entered this car, your cell phone automatically blocked all contact with the outside world. The Genius Intensive Training Camp is a top secret matter, and won't allow you to reveal it to the outside world. Icky Ink put down her cell phone. Why didn't you say so earlier? And you didn't ask. Also, I'm sleeping, and if you make any more noise, I have a million ways to shut you up. Icky Ink didn't say anything. This woman is too violent, and the toughest bit is that odds are he can't beat the other guy. If he could beat it, he'd have to hold the woman down for a wave of education. According to what the other party had said, the strength of the sequence special ability was roughly at the level of a level 5 ability, plus the other party had reached a level of proficiency. Even if he had just entered proficiency, the strength of his supernatural ability was higher than him. The peak of proficiency, unless he broke through the peak of supernatural proficiency. But there was no need. His body hadn't been stretched to its maximum strength yet, and he couldn't maximize the benefits of a breakthrough now. Seeing that Ikuma was honest, Su Muhan closed her eyes and went back to sleep. A little bit of time passed. Ikari Ink had been keeping an eye on the time on his phone for about 5 hours before the vehicle came to a sudden stop and he had time to look outside. But there seems to be nothing out there? All he sees is a desert. And at the end of that desert is a train station? That's right, a train station. This poor, out-of-the-way place is a genius training camp? He wouldn't have been tricked into going abroad to Karma Waste, would he? Is this a serious place? He felt that the village where his grandmother lived was better than the environment here. Mr. Ikari, please come with us. Icky Ink just got off the bus and walked into the train station in confusion. This was another completely foreign place, and as he looked around, he felt that this wasteland could be described in one idiom. Birds don't. Upon arriving at the station, he realized that it seemed to be a bit busier than he had expected. There are a lot of people in tight combat suits here, and the place seems to be very busy, with some of them getting on the somewhat old green train and just leaving. Yes, many of the trains that passed through this train station were green, making Ikuma think he had traveled as if he had traveled back a few decades. Is everyone living in such poor conditions? You're a freshman. Take the special lane with me. Su Muhan tugged on GMO Shuei's sleeve, then said to the several soldiers who came with GMO Shuei, tough luck. I'll just send him off next. Yes, a few people left. Now there were only 2 people left, GMO Shuei and Su Muhan. Su Muhan tugged Ji Ink to an uninvited staircase. There was only a small table in front of the staircase. There was a girl sprawled on the small table. This girl was originally napping. After seeing the 2 people arrive, she rubbed her bleary eyes and inquired, isn't it past the recruitment day for the newcomers of this term? How come they're only here now? This guy is more special. Su Muhan pointed at the pool of ink and showed the token. More special? The girl at the reception looked strangely at Inkwell and asked, what's special about it? The Genius Intensive Training Camp was something that only geniuses were qualified to come to, and this was the first time she had ever heard of a special genius. Is it the genius of geniuses? The psychic ability is a 3rd-level fire elemental, yet he was recruited into the Genius Intensive Training Camp. Do you think it's special? That's really quite special. The Genius Intensive hasn't had one this rookie come in yet. The girl nodded in agreement. Pool Inc. Isn't it too presumptuous for you 2 to cricket me in front of me? Chapter 42, It's all about self-awareness? After registering Su Muhan's token, the girl took out a rusty key and unlocked the broken lock on the chain of the stairs in front of her, letting the 2 in. Ikari Inc. looked at the somewhat dusty staircase in front of her and was silent for half a second. This is a dungeon? Is the Genius Camp in a dungeon? Go! Su Muhan pulled his sleeve and led him towards the bottom of the stairs. The 2 walked to the stairway and through a hidden entrance. The entrance was dimly lit, like a giant man-eating mouth. GMO followed Su Muhan inside this giant mouth, but the light in front of him suddenly brightened. That's when he found himself on an elevator, only to see Su Muhan press a button. This elevator began to descend. As the elevator descended, Icky Ink saw from the clear glass of the elevator that there were many elevators like theirs all around them, and some of them were being descended by people as well. It's an underground city of technology. Because he was in the sky, Ikumo could see the magnificent dungeon. The city was like that depicted in a sci-fi movie, with a magnificent dome covering the city's skyline, and huge columns of light shining as if they could simulate the changing of the sun, moon, and stars. The city's buildings are soaring into the clouds and have a modern technological feel to them. When the two of them came out from the elevator entrance, they saw a huge underground lake in front of them, with a faint layer of mist floating on the surface. The lake was like an uncarved emerald, revealing a mysterious color. This underground lake existed before the construction of this underground city, and because of its comparative beauty, this underground lake was preserved. And when you come here at night, you can see this underground lake emitting colorful light, like stars falling into the earth. It's beautiful, Su Muhan explained to him. Many couples like to come here for a walk at night, so this is also called Star Lake. Icky Ink nodded as he, too, admired the dungeon. Compared to the future dungeon he traveled through in the third reincarnation, this dungeon was what was called a modern technological city. And what the hell was that one before? Not even a broken door. But the thought that it was built specifically for those clones to live in made him understand a lot better. Presumably some of the lords live in a more comfortable dungeon environment. Ugh, the most annoying thing is this. Su Muhan spat. If it wasn't for the fact that there are many rewards for hosting special new students, or that it's a task Grandpa told me about, I wouldn't even bother to take it. Ikuma, your grandfather told you about the mission? Well, Mr. Suimoching is a decent-looking man, so he's playing a dirty trick on me, isn't he? If he can't get it, no one else can? What a handful for him. Su Muhan did not know that he had sold his grandfather. Continue to speak. In a moment I'm going to find you a dormitory. The dormitories here are single dormitories. Dormitory rooms are still quite large for you alone. Food is also free. But as a genius training camp, all students have to carry out a mission every month. The new students have a 6-month period of welfare. After half a year, they have to go out on a mission. But I see that in the permissions they gave you, there doesn't seem to be a 6-month welfare period? That means you'll have to go to the mission hall to receive a mission after you register your information and find where you live in a little while. There are also a lot of benefits in the Genius Intensive Camp. I'll go introduce them to you one by one later after I register your information. Ikari Inc. didn't say anything, just listened quietly as the other man explained himself. Su Muhan brought him to a huge floor in front of him. This is the building for new students. Your room is 1506, number 06 on the 15th floor. After you register your information with me in a moment, you will be able to go up directly. Icky Inc. nodded, only to find girls walking out from inside the floor. So he couldn't help but ask, are men and women mixed here? Yes, not only are the men and women mixed, if you have a girlfriend, you can also apply for couple cohabitation with the above. Su Muhan glanced at him with a slightly deeper meaning. How is it? Isn't it a little heartwarming? Generally. Why? Do you want to live with me? Icky Inc. gave her a look. You're not pretty to look at and think about. Su Muhan gave him a blank look. When can I contact my family? Icky Inc. asked. For the time being, you're off the hook. Unless you can simply check in with your family when you're out on a mission. What if my family can't reach me? The officials have already sent someone to inform your parents, so feel free to rest assured. Su Muhan said. Icky Inc. sniffs, only to be reassured for a moment. Immediately after, Su Muhan took him to apply for his identity card and also gave him an explanation of the hall where he received his mission. The temple where you get quests can't really be considered a place to get quests. The real place to get quests is on some mysterious software on your cell phone. Su Muhan instructed him to download the software and informed him of the way to receive the task. After receiving the quest, then go to the quest hall to receive the props needed for the quest. Completed quests would be issued with credits, which were very useful in the Genius Training Camp, and could be used to exchange for the cultivation resources and materials that one needed. Credits could be exchanged for almost anything. GMO Shuei was in the credit mall, and seeing the types of credits that could be exchanged, it felt like it could be comparable to his exchange mall, except that the intensity was far less than that of the exchange mall. Everything that could be bought with money could be exchanged here, including nutrient solutions and even demons in the demon breeding garden. And the geniuses of the Genius Intensive Training Camp also enjoy a lot of benefits every month. And the only mandatory requirement is to complete the tasks. When GMO Shuei inquired about the courses here, Su Muhan opened a URL for him. Our instructors here will record all the things they teach into videos, and all of these videos are free to watch. However, if you have a special needs inquiry, you need to purchase one-on-one tutoring time from a tutor. But tutoring from a tutor is for credit, so you usually just stay in your room and study the videos. Also, these study videos are hard to watch. and there is a test every 3 months. Icky Ink froze. Wasn't this an online class from the first world? How come it still shows up in the third world? So you can't escape after all? Does no one tell me these things anymore except you? He couldn't help but ask. This genius camp is a little too free range, isn't it? It's all about self-awareness. As if she could tell what he was thinking, Su Muhan coldly grunted and said, when you start watching online classes, you'll know how rolled up those guys are. Chapter 43 28 Days. The corner of the eye of Icky Ink draws. Everyone is too rolled up can be okay, but he has hang-ups. He does not believe that this group of talented geniuses can over the open. It's your first time back in the dorm, so I'd better give you a ride back. Hearing Su Muhan's words, GMO Shuei looked at her. This girl is still weirdly nice? Su Muhan led him to the dormitory, and after GMO Shuei used his identity token to register the information on the room's door, he smoothly walked in. His quarters were a well-appointed apartment with a comfortable couch in the living room against the window with a floor lamp next to it. On a small coffee table in front of the couch sat several books with titles such as On the 251 Currently Known Types of Demons, On the Evolutionary History of Demons, and so on. The room seemed to be cleaned regularly and had a light scent. There is a bedroom and a bathroom. The bedroom is a very large bunk with more than enough room for 2 people to sleep. The comforter and bed are obviously made with high-quality fabrics and are exceptionally soft to the touch. The closet was empty but had plenty of space. This closet is made according to 2 people. When you have a girlfriend in the future, this closet can put down both of your clothes. Su Muhan explained. Icky Ink nodded. And when he rummaged through the nightstand, he found a dozen more child-breaking sets in there. This thing too? He was stunned. Su Muhan also saw it and blushed and looked away. Aside from these small details, there was one last bathroom left, which was clean and tidy, with a huge bathtub sitting there and a compact shower and sink design that utilized the space to its fullest. I have to say, it's a really nice place, and Icky Ink says he could live here all the time. His ideal single-person residence. The computer over there can't play games, only backgammon and connect the dots. Su Muhan pointed to the laptop on the bedside table. The computer can only be used to watch study videos. In addition, the bedroom does not house a desk. After all, being able to lie down and watch videos, no one would choose to sit. This is a very user-friendly setup, and everyone likes to put the computer on their lap and watch videos while lying in bed. After watching the video, stop by the living room to practice, take a shower after practice, and continue watching the video. And after Su Muhan explained everything to GMO Shuei, her tone suddenly turned cold. So when are you going to tell me why you know my name and cell phone number? GMO Shuei didn't expect Su Muhan to flip her face faster than a book. Looking at Su Muhan's icy eyes, he helplessly said, I don't know how to explain this matter to you, because the odds are that you won't believe it when I say it. You first. Su Muhan didn't give him time to react. This is my biggest secret. Icky Ink looked at the countdown on his time bracelet and spoke. I'll give you the answer in 28 days. Is that okay? Why 28 days? Su Muhan looked down at Inkwell's wrist and wondered, what were you just looking at? She thought Ikuma was looking at his watch, but the other woman's wrist was smooth and there was nothing there. Because after 28 days, my cooldown will be good enough for trial and error. Icky Ink explained. Trial and error. Trial and error for what? Su Muhan wondered. Wait 28 days and you'll see. Icky Ink shook her head. Hearing this, Su Muhan glared at him. 28 days later. You'd better be able to give me a proper reason, or else I'll really get angry. And when I get angry, the consequences will be very serious. Don't worry, I'll contact you in 28 days. Icky Ink said. No, you have my contact information, but I don't have yours. Su Muhan responded. You have to give me your contact information, and I have to be able to reach you at any time. G-Ink can only add the other party's contact information. You know the room I live in. How can you not find me? That's not good. Su Muhan gave him a blank look. Pool Ink. What about trust between people? Well, no more talking to you. Just verify here and click OK. I'm going to turn in my quest. Su Muhan took out his own cell phone and brought up the page of that mission URL just now. Then clicked on Mission Complete. The mission she took was exactly to go and pick up Ikuma to come to the Genius Training Camp, and then explain to Ikuma all the things that happened in the Genius Training Camp. Now that the mission is complete, Icky Ink needs to prove himself. Icky Ink recorded a video following the self-certification on the mission, which showed the mission is complete. Okay, bye-bye you. Su Muhan waved her small hand and directly left GMO Shuei's room. Only when Su Muhan completely disappeared from sight did GMO Shuei come back to his senses. Unexpectedly, his other choice, instead, also allowed him to meet with Su Yuer. I thought that I might not be able to meet Su Yuer in this life. It was really fate. Wonderful. As for telling the other side the truth a month later, it was also within his calculations. The odds were that he'd still be traveling in a month. He just didn't know what timeline he'd be traveling to, past or future. The last time he traveled to the future, his premonition was very strong, while this time his premonition was not as strong, and he felt that the probability was that he was still traveling to the past timeline. And once you travel to the past, it means the world is going to be changed. The world was changing too fast, and he was afraid he wouldn't be able to accept it. He went back to his bedroom and opened the website of the internet class as Su Muhan instructed, and after registering his information on it, the website immediately popped up a lot of videos for him. Dear Mr. Ikomo, here's your video watch list for this month. Please watch all of these videos this month. Iki Inc. looked at the 180 hours of video that each person watches each month. That's not much. It's only 6 hours a day on average. But when he sees the leaderboard, he realizes that everyone's daily viewing is over the limit. He estimated that the average time everyone on the leaderboard spent watching the video was over 9 hours. That's still not counting cultivation. Ikomo could totally imagine that the guys were either watching videos or cultivating, and sleeping for only a few minutes? But it didn't matter. He didn't need to practice. He just needed to watch the video. He then looked at other things and found that people from the Genius Intensive Training Camp could receive 1 demon from the 4th level of the Demon Breeding Garden and 5 demons from the first 3 levels every month. The demons of the first 3 layers were of no use to him and could not raise his strength. Instead, this 4th layer of demons caught his eye. It seemed that in the future, he could utilize this 4th level demon to sharpen himself. I think he can only collect this month's, right? He's gonna have to run next month. Or rather, he'll have to change worlds. Chapter 44 Rolling Demon. Iki Inc. rubbed his chin and pondered. Could this thing be advanced? If he could get a year's advance, he'd get a year's advance. Then in the next life join the talent camp for another year's advance. He asked this question to Su Muhan on his cell phone, only to receive an affirmative answer from the other party. Are you thinking about fart food? Gee, it looks like things like credit are out of the question. But this video webinar does add to his knowledge. Otherwise he really wouldn't know so much. Some of the videos explain in detail how individual demons evolve, and in what way some of the more unusual ones attack humans. This experience is often heaped with human lives. Iki Inc. was watching very carefully, even during dinner. However, he noticed that most of the people in the cafeteria were watching the online class videos while they were eating, and it looked like none of them wanted to miss out on such a great opportunity to learn either. Everyone's pretty rolled up. In addition to watching videos, Ikomo also picks out demons from the Demon Breeding Garden on the URL. Unlike the Demon Breeding Garden of the 3rd grade alien school, the Demon Breeding Garden of this genius training camp had an extremely large variety of demons, with almost every kind of demon. The most tawdry thing about this place is that people have died in the Demon Breeding Garden. Yes, there are unsuspecting geniuses who have died at the hands of demons. Go to the Demon Breeding Garden. Practical training is to be able to find a mentor accompanied. The first 2 levels of mentor accompanied are free. The 3rd level began. Want to mentor accompanied? You need credits. Credits aren't that important to freshmen because all the resources that freshmen need, all of them are free. But for someone like Iki Inc., whose strength was not up to par, credits became important. He was at the peak of his skillfulness, but his true fighting strength might not be as good as the geniuses here who had just broken through their skillful psychic abilities. After all, they were all level 5 psychic abilities, or sequence psychic abilities, while he was only a level 3 fire elemental psychic ability, and was able to come here solely because of the dual psychic's name plus the fact that he had broken through too quickly. If it wasn't for these 2 reasons, he wouldn't have been qualified to join the genius training camp. But now, all the resources he needs have to be for credit, except for the online classes, which are free. He glanced at his credits, which showed a clear number 0. It's really not even a tiny bit cheap for him. He searched the website and found that there was only one way to get credits, and that was to do quests. He looked for quests in the Hall of Quests, and found that most of them were actually dealing with demons, such as going to some frontline that was asking for support, and helping the army there deal with some difficult demon. Then there's the example of going to escort some critical material, to get that material safely to a designated location. Demons are not cuties. Demons can secretly get in the way of human troops escorting supplies, so escorting supplies can be very dangerous. The other thing is intelligence. For example, going deep into the hinterlands of demon territory and investigating some sort of intelligence, such as the movements of a demon brigade, and having to take a video to use as a basis. This kind of quest that went deep into the demonic hinterland usually rewarded a very large amount of credits. The higher the hazard factor, the more credits are awarded. Credit awards are given out in advance for some individual missions with a very high risk factor. The intensive training camp is meant to improve strength before going on such a dangerous mission. Very humane. Seeing this, a flash of plan flashed in Iki Inc.'s eyes, waiting for him to take a super hard mission right before he crosses over the next time. After he's claimed his points and used them up, finally he still caught him wool gathering. But he was a freshman. Could the genius intensive training camp let him receive such a difficult task? Through the temple of tasks, he discovered something. Compared to cultivating geniuses, this genius training camp was actually more like a base for cultivating special forces. Everyone here, growing up, can be extremely strong individual combat units. Everyone here, if they followed this training method, once they graduated, were all war gods who had gone through many difficult missions and killed their way out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Apparently, Su Muhan's grandfather, Su Maching, was such a person. You can't graduate from this place without becoming a superpower. Ambient and curly and all-talented. In addition to the quest hall, Icky Inc. looked at the credits mall, which could exchange for a wide variety of weapons, as well as new types of nutrient solutions. This nutrient solution can strengthen the cultivation speed of the supernatural ability. It's just a pity that Icky Inc. is open and doesn't need to get high. Special nutrients are cheap, and you can buy one for a little credit. It was a pity that Icky Inc.'s system space could only hold things exchanged out of the exchange mall, and things in reality couldn't be taken away. Otherwise he'd go back to the past timeline with a few copies of the special nutrient solution and give it to the officials to have them work on the thing decades ahead of schedule. By the time a few decades down the line, the human race could be much stronger. Instead of rushing to buy something, Ikamo stayed in the dormitory and studied, going to eat when he was hungry, and studying all the time when he wasn't. At the same time, he saw a message. Those with stealth powers went to the already fallen Sichuan Basin and entered the Demon Realm Passage. There were people who wanted to see what it was like at the other end of the Demon Realm Passage, but those who went in didn't come back. He looked up more information about Elder Ask the Immortal, who was the old man who guarded the forbidden demonic stone and crossed the lightning tribulation in the Sichuan Basin more than 100 years ago. However, there is not much introduction of Senior Asking Immortal here, only saying that Senior Asking Immortal was the one who guarded the forbidden devil stone many years ago, and no other information has been mentioned. This made Icky Inc. extremely curious about the old man. If he hadn't taken advantage of that old man's seclusion more than 100 years ago, he wouldn't have had the chance to move the forbidden magic stone. A few days later, Icky Inc. used this month's permission and went to the demon breeding garden to exchange for a tier 4 demon that he had carefully selected after. Rolling demon. Rolling demons look a bit like triceratops, with thick limbs and a hard layer of armor on their carapace. This fellow's combat power was not inferior to the ogre he had killed before, and he chose this as an opponent to sharpen his combat ability. He arrived at the demon breeding garden and didn't need to be accompanied by his mentor. He contained a healing pill and rushed up. Right now his main goal was to hone his strength, so he prolonged the fight. The rolling demon's output is limited, but the thick skin is just enough to help him test different abilities. After 2 hours of testing, he left with a hangnail. Chapter 45. For the next period of time, GMO Shui would take the time to go to the demon breeding garden every day. There is no entertainment at the genius camp. Only computerized backgammon and back-to-back games, and backgammon can only be played with human machines. It was estimated that all those masters who went out from the genius training camp were all masters of futsal. Just like that, Icky Inc. stayed at the genius training camp for half a month. He had watched the video for a long time every day for the past half a month, and had almost finished the month. On top of that, he honed his fighting skills. For the first 2 days, Icky Inc. needed to take a healing pill while dealing with the rolling demon, but in the latter days, the rolling demon couldn't top it. So, the roller derby got played by Akuma. The quota of only 1/4 tier demon in this month was just too small. Icky Inc. felt like he could even take on some quests and exchange credits to buy demons. The next time he crossed over, the odds were that he'd reach proficiency in his powers, and it was time for him to trade in his other powers to boost his strength. And one day, a message suddenly popped up on Icky Inc.'s phone. Dear Mr. Icky Inc., you haven't completed your mission this month. Please do so as soon as possible. Seeing the prompted message, Icky Inc. froze for a moment. What's that supposed to mean? But soon he thought that Su Muhan had told him earlier that his authority was no longer that of a new student, and that he had to do missions every month like the old students. He couldn't help but curse at the thought. This ass isn't even warmed up yet, and you have to go to work? He had no choice but to open the mission software and pick a mission. It just so happened that he was planning to see his parents in his third life. He hadn't met them yet in this one. Therefore, it was best for him to pick a mission location that was near Chang'an City. There it is. He found a mission of a support nature, which was to travel to the southern region of Chang'an City, near the train station in Jinan County. This is a group mission that requires 2 people in total. Pick up and leave tomorrow. Their mission was to tackle the small group of demons that surrounded the train station. This small group of demons contains countless first and second level demons, and it is expected that 4th level demons will exist within. The levels here correspond to the levels of confinement in the demon breeding park. That train station is a major hub for transporting supplies and needs to be addressed as soon as possible. Seeing that this quest was good, just so he could tackle a level 4 demon himself, Shue shared this quest with Su Muhan and inquired, take it or not? There were quite a few credits for the mission. 500 credits each, which was considered a slightly more dangerous mission. If an accident on a mission causes it to become more difficult, more credit rewards will be compensated at a later date. Su Muhan seemed to be brushing up on her online classes as well, and quickly replied to him, how many rounds can you last under the hands of a level 4 demon with that strength? I'll single-handedly kill this level 4 demon. You can help me mop up the rest of the smaller demons first. I'll get this level 4 demon killed and go support you. Inc. replied. The quest only stated that there might be level 4 demons. It didn't say that they must exist. Maybe they were all a bunch of level 3 demons. You can kill a rank 4 demon? Su Muhan was obviously a bit shocked. Currently, I can only ever get a rank 4 demon killed with a bit of luck. I thought that you were asking me to accompany you on this quest to bring me to my death. Ikuma was speechless. How much did this little ninny distrust him? He directly gave the other party a screenshot of his information about redeeming the rolling demon and getting the rolling demon killed. Seeing the screenshot, Su Muhan believed it. You are 2 years younger than me. So strong? Su Muhan's voice was a little hard to believe. No wonder you can be recruited by the Genius Intensive Training Camp for a 3rd level alien ability. This is indeed quite genius. Aki Inc. should have only been awakened for a month, right? Aki Inc., on the other hand, was not arrogant. He was able to clearly feel that he was not the opponent of the other party when he was in a peace with Su Muhan before. Perhaps in terms of dealing with demons, the other party had only killed a rank 4 demon, but the other party definitely had the ability to kill himself. So he tentatively asked, what's the sequence number of your psychic ability? I won't ask you what your psychic ability is, just tell me the sequence number. Telling him the sequence number is the same as telling him about the powers. Jia. Su Muhan, however, bargained. Then tell me your secret in advance, and I'll tell you what my psychic ability is. Then I don't want to know. Aki Inc. is still not used to it. The big deal is that he'll find out later. And anyway, if he knows once, he's known in advance in every subsequent life. Che, no fun. Su Muhan's tone was a bit lost, but still said, it's fine to tell you. Anyway, my supernatural ability was not recorded into the sequence file. My supernatural ability sequence is number 22. 22? This far ahead? Aki Inc. was shocked. Isn't that super genius? The first 10 sequences are not out, so sequence 11 would be considered sequence 1, and sequence 22, sequence 12? In other words, this ninny's talent was extremely strong and could be considered a super genius. Aki Inc. does not talk about martial arts. Immediately opened the Redemption Mall. Search for the keyword sequence 22. A message then appeared in front of him. Sequence 22, true traces. Points, 500 points. True trace, initially you possess a pair of eyes that see through the essence of everything. Subsequently, as you cultivate your powers, different abilities will be added. Note, when you turn on the true trace, your eyes will turn gold. After reading the message, Aki Inc. was silent. What does it mean to see into the nature of all things? Perspective? No. To be precise, perspective was only the most basic point of the true trace ability. Holy, he couldn't help but curse. It was the last time Su Muhan didn't look at him with the real thing, or else all the secrets in his body were going to be seen? Although he doesn't have any secrets either. However, can the opponent's authenticity eyes see the time bracelet? It is important to realize that the introduction of the true signs is to see through to the essence of all things. Everything is a conceptual word, and a time bracelet is a thing. So far, he was the only one who could see the time bracelet, but in the first life, the time bracelet was actually left behind when Su Muhan left the coffee shop. So how did the other guy see the time bracelet? It can't be this true trace ability, can it? He breathed in sharply, feeling as if he had discovered some great secret. After tomorrow's departure, he must find a way to let the other party open the true trace to take a look. In case the other party can see the time bracelet, then Su Muhan may become the person who has the most reason to believe in him as a time traveler. He also has human witnesses for all his crossing. Chapter 46. Have you worn this bracelet before? Aki Inc. and Su Muhan got a little nervous after taking the same quest. If Su Muhan could really see the time bracelet, then in a sense, he wouldn't be alone. The last time Su Muhan saw him, his eyes didn't change their golden color, indicating that the other party didn't sneak a look at his situation. Or maybe it's a way to hide your powers? No wonder he had a hunch that the other guy could get himself killed. It's sequence 22. Old man Su Maching was able to get to this point, and it was only 67 of his alien ability sequence, while Su Muhan's future potential was even greater than her grandfather's. After he cooperated with Su Muhan to receive the mission, He went to the mission place to collect the round-trip airfare and ticket for both him and Su Muhan. Su Muhan was too lazy to come, so he let him receive it on his behalf. This was near the capital, and since the mission was an emergency one, they had to take a plane there. In addition, the genius training camp was a hidden place and could only be left by a green car, so they would have to take a green car to the airport first and then take an armed helicopter to the train station in Jinan County. When they come back, because it's not that urgent, they need to figure out how to come back on their own, and the school will give out funds for the round trip. Icky Inc. was also looking at this and was planning to take a trip home in between completing his tasks. When he returned to the dormitory, he asked Su Muhan how he bought the ticket back. Su Muhan quickly replied to him, "There's no rush. We'll go to Chang'an City for 2 days after we finish the mission by then. How can we go out on a mission without having a tour?" The corner of Icky Inc.'s eye twitched. This ninny was pretty much in sync with what he was thinking, but he was trying to get home to eat his mom's ribs, and Su Muhan was just plain greedy. Right. The first time you go out on a mission, prepare a backpack with food and water in it. The frontline resources are scarce, and the help provided by the military to us will be very small. Su Muhan prompted. Icky Inc. sniffed and took a bag downstairs. There is a huge department store supermarket in the dungeon of the genius training camp, where living supplies and food are taken for free. But this food cannot be wasted, and severe punishment will be carried out once it is discovered. Icky Inc. arrived at this 2-story supermarket and headed straight for the bag to fill it with toilet paper, compressed cookies, instant noodles, and whatnot. As for the hot water, are you kidding? He's a dual water and fire alien. Can he lack hot water to drink? The water source summoned by the water elemental alien was drinkable, pure and unpolluted, similar to mineral water. Or, of course, you can boil it and drink it. Thinking of this, GMO Shui took a small pot that could boil water, and thinking that there was still Su Muhan, he took another small pot, and all the instant noodles were replaced with bagged ones. With a skillet, there's no need for a bucket of bubbly. $0 purchases are so cool. He left the supermarket with his bag on his back after taking pretty much everything. The night was silent. The next morning, Ikari had just finished washing up when she heard a knock on the door. He opened the door to his room and saw Su Muhan, who was carrying a large bag. "Is everything packed?" Su Muhan walked into the room with her bag on her back and saw GMO Shui's bag on the sofa. "It's packed. It's all in that bag. Go see if there's anything else missing. We'll get it later." Icky Inc. was brushing her teeth, pointed to the large bag on the couch, and turned back to the bathroom. Su Muhan curiously flipped open the large bag, but saw 2 small pots inside, and some instant noodles and self-heating hot pot. When she saw this, the corners of her eyes jumped and she said angrily, "Icky Inc., where's our water?" "Water?" Icky Inc. stretched out a hand from the bathroom, which rotated in a circle, and a bead of water slowly emerged from it. "Water elemental alien?" Su Muhan was shocked. "Aren't you a 3rd-level fire elemental alien?" Reintroducing myself, I'm a water-fire dual shifter. Icky Inc. wiped the foam off his mouth and smiled. "That's one of the reasons why I can join your genius training camp." Su Muhan blinked and looked at Icky Inc. carefully, and for a moment, Ikari Inc. felt the girl's eyes in front of her emit a faint golden light. Authenticity, exoticism. Because of the appearance of the dual alien ability, Su Muhan finally paid some attention to Xiaomo. Su Muhan's eyes glittering with golden light swept over Chiemo Shui for a moment, then suddenly frowned and looked at Chiemo Shui's left wrist. "Have you worn this bracelet before?" Su Muhan's words were not surprising. As soon as those words came out, Chiemo Shui instantly realized that Su Muhan could see the time bracelet. "You can see this bracelet?" Icky Inc. lifted his left hand and pointed to the time bracelet on his wrist, asking excitedly, "What's wrong with this bracelet?" Su Muhan looked at him with some confusion. "Can you turn off your powers and try to see?" Icky Inc. said this. Hearing GMO Shui ask himself to turn off his supernormal ability, a flash of panic flashed under Su Muhan's eyes. "What, turn off your supernormal ability? I haven't turned it on all this time." The ability to see through a person, whether it be an external object like clothing or an internal ability, was too offensive for true signs, after all, so she usually didn't dare to inform outsiders about the nature of her ability. "Alright, don't pretend. Only the True Trace ability can see this bracelet. Don't believe me? Turn off True Trace and take a look." Icky Inc. unmercifully exposed her cover-up. Su Muhan gave him a deep look. "How did you know that my special ability is called True Trace? This whole thing has to do with that secret I told you about. Do you remember the 28 days we agreed on 10 days ago? Remember, that's my most important secret. And the reason I know about your psychic abilities has to do with that secret. And that secret is this bracelet on my left hand." Icky Inc. lifted his left hand and whispered, "If you close authenticity, you might not be able to see it." Su Muhan gave him a half-hearted look, but still turned off her powers. But just as she turned off her powers, her eyes snapped open. because that bracelet on Ikari Ink's wrist had really disappeared. She lifted her hand and felt around Ikari Ink's wrist, nothing but the other woman's wrist. So she reopened, authenticity. And the glistening white bracelet was once again in front of her. She lifted her hand, and this time she could touch the glistening white bracelet. Icy cold, like a piece of emerald. What is this? Su Muhan asked in surprise. This is what you gave me before. Ji-Ink looked at Su Muhan who was crouching in front of him and explained. Or rather, it was given to me by you from another parallel universe. What? I gave it to you? Su Muhan's face was filled with doubt. I can guarantee that this is the first time I've seen this bracelet. How could I possibly give it to you? Also, what the hell is a parallel universe? Ikari Ink smiled bitterly. In fact, he didn't know what the hell was going on with this time bracelet. But it's the time bracelet that's screwing up the world. Chapter 47, First Mission. There are still 10 days left, and when the time comes I will tell you all the secrets at the appointed time. Iki Ink said. Why can't we talk today? Su Muhan's curiosity was about to explode. This was the first time she had used True Trace to see an existence that was invisible to the human eye. In fact, her True Trace can tell if a human is possessed by an illusionary demon. And the other thing is that some demons with illusions have no effect on her. Counting you. This bracelet can only be seen by the two of us at the moment. Iki Ink said. Don't worry. I'll tell you the truth later. I'm in a hurry. Su Muhan said through clenched teeth. She hated Iki Ink's take it easy. She was in a hurry. And the more she said it, the more she was in a hurry. Su Muhan focused on touching GMO Shuei's time bracelet, and also took it off GMO Shuei's wrist and put it on his own wrist. Do you feel anything? Iki Ink asked curiously. Didn't feel anything. Su Muhan shook her head and returned the time bracelet. At those words, Iki Ink was a bit disappointed. Was the time bracelet only bound to himself? At most, Su Muhan could see it, but he was the user of the time bracelet. There's still a pretty big difference between the two. After putting on the time bracelet, he really heard the system beep of the time bracelet. Ding! The host is successfully bound to the time bracelet. Great! Successfully bound. Never mind if I don't. Then you can always tell me what you know about my powers, right? Su Muhan was very mindful of this. The information about her powers was hidden, and unless she died, the True Trace powers would not be entered into the file. As a result, this guy was able to tell that he had just been turning on his powers, and he even called out the name of the real artifact with precision, which was too outrageous, right? She could guarantee that the number of people who knew about the True Trace was no more than 5, and even her parents didn't know the name of her powers, which showed the importance of her powers. And this guy in front of her, from the first time she saw her, she precisely called out her nickname, followed by her phone number, and her powers. Ji-Ink doesn't know what she's thinking, otherwise he'd really want to spit out. If it wasn't for the lack of time in the first place, I could memorize your ID number. The name of your powers was told to me by this bracelet. Iki Ink pointed to the time bracelet. This bracelet? Su Muhan looked at the bracelet on his wrist suspiciously. Are you kidding me? I told you I'd tell you all the facts in 10 days. Just don't be too surprised then. Ikari Ink maintained his previous thoughts. Now was not the time to tell the other party the truth. The identity of his time traveler was too sensitive. He had to speculate on everyone with the utmost malice in order to protect himself. He needed to be on guard against the other side selling him out until he was gone. Okay, I have received very strict training since I was young. No matter how outrageous this matter is, I won't be surprised. Su Muhan glared at him and slammed her bag on the sofa. Why don't you hurry up and pack up and go? You're making me, a girl, wait for you for so long? Instead, Ikari Ink heard a strange sound as Su Muhan's backpack fell onto the couch. Does that sound like a snack like potato chips? What are you packing? He asked. You control me? Su Muhan's expression was slightly heartbroken. When Iki Ink saw this, he suddenly had a bad feeling as he stepped forward and pulled the backpack open. A wide array of snacks then fell into view. Chips, calcium milk, chocolate, candy. He froze. How do you have the nerve to question me? He took a deep breath and felt like he almost fainted. I'm not afraid of being bored on the road, so I bought some snacks to satisfy my craving. Su Muhan defended with a stiff upper lip. Then you can't just quench your thirst, can you? Iki Ink couldn't help but say. Isn't this with you, the dual water and fire alien? Su Muhan blinked. Ikari Ink is punching hard. Come on, I'll get some more stuff. Ikari Ink quickly washed up, slipped her combat tights under her jacket, and picked up her backpack. As for Su Muhan, he wasn't counting on it. He'd already seen this ninny. The good impression that Su Yuer left in her own mind in the first life was all lost to Su Muhan in the third life. Su Muhan wilted behind him, carrying a large gift bag of snacks. The two of them went to the department store supermarket together and bought a few more compressed cookies and instant noodles before leaving together. After spending 10 days at the Genius training camp, Icky Ink hadn't seen the sun in a long time. He and Su Muhan took the elevator and headed to the ground. Back in the wasteland again. Icky Ink was not as mental as before when he thought he had been duped. This whole wasteland out here is all camouflage. Let me see our tickets. Su Muhan snatched the two of them from his hand and saw that the ticket on it showed that their seats were connected. The green train only goes to 3 places. The closest Kyoto airport, the train station, and the high-speed train station. They flew on a plane from Kyoto. In the midst of the anxious wait, a green car wobbled into view. The two of them carried their bags and lined up to the front. And GMO Shui also thoughtfully protected Su Muhan to prevent the petite figure of the girl in front of her from bumping into it. TSK, kinda boyfriendish. Su Muhan noticed his behavior and flirted. Heart moved? Icky Ink was not to be outdone. Why don't you apply to move into my dorm? On what grounds? Su Muhan was dissatisfied. If you want to move, it should be you who moves to my dormitory. After saying this, she immediately reacted and sharply explained. No, there's no way I'm living with you. Don't daydream about it. Pool Inc. I'm just kidding. Why are you so mad? I'll sit inside. You sit outside. Su Muhan placed her bag on the table as soon as she sat inside, then commanded, put your bag on it. Then hold my bag. There are snacks inside my bag. I want to eat. Icky Ink had no choice but to do as he was told. The bag he had filled with small pots and pans was placed on the top where he kept his luggage, and Su Muhan's large bag filled with snacks was held in his arms. Humph. Punish you for hugging all the way. Su Muhan said angrily. No sister. What did I do wrong? Icky Ink was a bit confused. Just a joke and the punishment is here? I'll clean you up now if you don't hug me. Then I'll hug. Chapter 48 Arrival in Jinan County. So there was this scene, with Ikumo hugging his school bag while Su Muhan took snacks out of it every now and then and ate them. The people next to them were also from the Genius Intensive Camp, and seeing the two in action, it was hard not to think that they were a couple. Get me the wipes in the bag. Both of Su Muhan's hands had oil in them, and she opened both of them, signaling for GMO Shui to help her with her things. I feel like I'm out on a mission with an ancestor. Icky Ink spat, removing a packet of wipes from her bag and handing it to her. Can't you see I have no hands? Su Muhan shook her two small hands that had oil on them and pouted. Help me wipe it off. Sis, I think we're having a bit of a fling. Ikari Ink pulled out a paper towel with some disgust and wiped the other man's chip crumbs from his mouth. What's wrong with being ambiguous? Su Muhan glanced at him. Sister, I like the ones older than me. Little brothers like you. Sister, I'm not interested. Ikuma? Well. I wish I could videotape you in the first life and give you a good look at yourself to gag you now. So Su Muhan ate all the way through. And GMO Shui watched the other party eat bag after bag of potato chips and drink AD calcium milk when he was thirsty. That's too much attention to health. Aren't you afraid of getting fat from eating? GMO Shui looked at Su Muhan's flat little stomach. It's okay. I'll take you begrudgingly if you eat fat. You get out. The green car traveled on the pre-built track, and after about 40 minutes of travel, it arrived at the airport. GMO Shui and Su Muhan's tickets were special, and after quickly going through the security check, they carried their bags to the special boarding gate. The people at the boarding gate let the two people through straight away after checking their information. Special circumstances were treated specially and the duo got into a helicopter gunship. The helicopter is a direct flight to the train station in Jinan County. At this point the train station was still surrounded by swarms of demons and the army was struggling to hold on. Can you skydive? Su Muhan inquired to Akuma as she put on the skydiving backpack in the airplane. Icky Ink was silent for a moment and hesitantly said, I'm not sure without skipping. Oh yeah, forgot that you didn't participate in the parachute jump for the freshman training. Su Muhan soliloquized, then hold on to me tightly in a while. I'll take you piece by piece. Icky Ink nodded. The airplane was still fast, and that afternoon they flew to Jinan County, below Chang'an City. Both of you, we can only send you here. A little further and the probability of us encountering a sneak attack from flying demons will become greater, the pilot said with the two. Yes, please. Su Muhan pulled open the door of the helicopter. A strong gust of wind instantly surged into the cabin, and the sound of a massive fan rattled in their ears. Hold me tight. Su Muhan let out a shout. GMO Shui immediately wrapped his arms around her waist, and the two of them fell from the air piece by piece, high above the sky. Icky Ink also noticed the train station surrounded by demons in the distance. Ka-ching! The jump unfolded and a large umbrella supported the two men as they plummeted to the ground. Seeing that they were only about 20 meters from the ground, Icky Ink leapt and jumped straight down. Are you crazy? Su Muhan didn't expect GMO Shui to dare to jump from such a height, but what made her pupils contract was that Icky Ink rolled on the ground and stood up unharmed. What kind of horrible physicality is this? Her eyes were filled with shock. This guy's physical qualities seemed to have exceeded that of an ordinary skilled alien, reaching the level of an adept alien. Sumuhan didn't know that GMO Shui was taking the body strengthening serum, having broken through the proficiency level at the best time of his physical quality, so his body had increased a lot. And the humans of the third world hadn't researched things like body strengthening serums, causing everyone's physical fitness to not grow much even after they broke through. At least it's not as dramatic as Pool Inc. By the time Sumuhan landed on the ground, GMO Shui had already quickly run towards the train station in the distance. The aura on Iki Ink's body wasn't concealed, and a terrifying aura of alien energy was brewing around him. Roar! The group of demons also noticed the unknown factor that was GMO Shui at this time. The swarm of demons stopped attacking the train station and went to attack Ikaruga instead. When he got close, GMO Shui also saw a demon at the head of the demon group. This was an orangutan demon that exuded a hideous fury. This orangutan's body was bulging with muscles. The breath it exhaled was mixed with a fishy odor, and its scarlet eyes were full of bloodthirsty appearance, only to see it let out a roar. A group of demons emerged from all directions, their eyes fierce and fangs bared as they looked at Iki Ink, who was surrounded in the center. Noticing the level 1 demons around him as well as the level 3 demons in front of him, Iki Ink's tone was a bit disappointed. Aren't there any level 4 demons? Without a level 4 demon, this quest was also a bit tasteless. And by this time, the reinforcements that were originally struggling at the bus station were overjoyed to see support arrive. Little brother, be careful of that magic ape. What the magic ape specializes in is not close quarters attacks, but long-range attacks. Someone shouted a warning. At that, Ikari Inc. surveyed the muscular ape in front of him again. As soon as the other party said magic ape, the evolutionary history of this ape appeared in his mind. The magic ape was a skinny monkey more than 100 years ago, but this monkey had a jewel-like stone growing on its head, and its attack was a magic attack. But then humans killed it off too easily and it began to evolve. And it evolved not its magic, but its body. Its body began to become muscular, and from the outside, one might think it was a violent attacking ape, but in reality, its strongest form of attack was magic. Thinking of this, Iki Inc. focused on the glittering stone on the head of the magic ape. Sure enough, it's a magic ape. If he didn't look closely, he wouldn't really be able to recognize his opponent's breed before he did. Then die. A flaming longsword flickering with hot temperatures slowly materialized in his hand, which was pointed towards the group of demons, and his entire body exuded a stern aura. He swung his flaming longsword, his body transforming into a stumbling shadow as he quickly traveled between the groups of demons. Many first-level demons didn't even have a clear look at Iki Ink's body before they fell to the ground with hatred. Countless demons roared continuously, waving their sharp claws and teeth in an attempt to counterattack, but Ikamon knows them all too well. Third-level demons are hard to recognize as magical apes, but these first-level demons are too discriminating. The flaming sword chi he casually waved out could leave a deep bloody gash on a demon. Watching GMO Shui killing his own men, the magic ape could not sit still. It took its fist and hammered its chest, making a thumping sound like thunder. It was then seen that the stone on its head glowed as it opened its huge mouth and spat out a thunderbolt towards Iki Inc. Chapter 49. A leaf doesn't touch my body. Iki Inc. was always on the defensive against the magical ape, who had a nimble stride and swam the dragon through the swarm of demons. The moment the magic ape Thunder attacked him, he let out a violent cry, and a curved column of water surrounded him, which he guided and diverted towards the group of demons. The thunder struck the water column and was finally guided to electrocute the crowd of demons. Hiss! Iki Inc. was also electrocuted, and he shuddered as he felt the strongly numbing electric current destroying his muscles and causing a bloody scar to appear on his body. He could only turn off his water elemental ability and turn on his flame shield instead, and a circle of ripples spread around him, and these shields bounced off all the lightning that attacked him. This time, the current that originally attacked him only attenuated a little. GMO was annoyed. He had actually let a third-level demon get hurt. This was a strange shame. Iki Inc. leapt up in the air. The red light within his body flourished, and the flaming longsword fell fiercely, slashing at the magic ape that was hiding at the very back. The flaming longsword transformed into a brilliant ball of fiery energy and threw it at the magic ape. Boom! The ground around the magic ape was blown up into a large crater, and the small demons around it couldn't avoid it. All of them were killed by this explosion. Thick black smoke rose from the grounds, and when it cleared, Iki Inc. found the magic ape lying lifeless on the ground with its eyes wide open. There was a huge bloody hole where its chest had been. The flaming sphere had actually penetrated his body. The surrounding demons saw the death of their leader and were about to flee in terror. Just as they turned around and were about to run, a bizarre scene appeared. All of the demons' bodies did not move after being in the state of turning around, and were unexpectedly fixed in place. Phew, why don't you finish with these guys without me? It was at this time that Su Muhan ran over panting. Ikari Inc. noticed a golden light flashing underneath Su Muhan's eyes as his opponent was using True Trace. Did you do all these demons around? Icky Ink looked around at the level 1 demons that turned around and stopped moving. Shocked. This is the power of true traces. Group control. Ha! My control is based on their strength. If you don't kill that 3rd level demon, I can't control these 1st level demons, Su Muhan explained. She then reached up and snapped her fingers. Pust. Pust. A column of blood shot out from the necks of all the surrounding grade 1 demons, and then their eyes widened as they unwillingly collapsed to the ground. No longer alive. Seeing this scene, Icky Ink's pupils contracted. No wonder when he first met Su Muhan, he felt that the other party could get himself killed. He hadn't even seen how these demons around him died. So if the other party wanted to get himself killed, wouldn't it be easy as well? Don't worry, I won't do anything to you, Su Muhan comforted. A lot of people would be wary of her after seeing her strike. After all, this psychic ability was so bizarre that normal people were afraid that they wouldn't be able to react at all. In fact, the best thing about her was those eyes. The two of them no longer cared about the demons around them, but walked towards the location of the train station. There were also some demons surrounding the train station, and Icky Ink went up to them and easily disposed of all of them with his powers. Thank you both for your support. It's a good thing you came in time or we wouldn't have been able to hold it. The officer at the head of the train station thanked the two men. It's okay, do you have any other demons here? Su Muhan inquired while taking out her cell phone to take a picture, which was the evidence of completing the mission. Speaking of threats, there really is one. The officer pondered for a moment and opened his mouth to explain. That's a night demon, probably a rank 4 demon that only appears at night. The nightmare? Icky Ink's mind immediately searched for information on night demon. The night demon is not a bat-type demon from Cthulhu mythology, or even a demon with the ability to fly, but a viper. Yes, a night demon is a venomous snake that only appears at night. Its outer skin is black and it is difficult to see it clearly with the naked eye. The night demon will day sleep during the day. Similar to hibernation, it will not awaken until the sun sets and the moon rises. The nightmare's venom is terrifying, and its bite is so strong that it can kill an elephant. Just to make sure he hadn't memorized the nightmare incorrectly, Icky Ink opened the URL and researched nightmare, adding a few details. Do the night demons show up at night? Icky Ink asked. Yes, and it has a weakness in that it doesn't have very good static vision. If all of us at the station stay in the room and remain still, it won't notice us, though there will be unlucky people who are spotted by this night demon because of their movements, the officer explained. So that means that if you make a noise, this night demon will show up at night 100% of the time? It seems that we have to find a way to seduce this night demon and kill it before the mission is complete. We'll be staying here tonight, but we'll need you to prepare a large vehicle for us. Su Muhan had already taken almost all of the pictures, and was only waiting for the night to capture the night demon's corpse. As for why she wants the car? Because the big car moves loudly and is a very attractive presence for night demons. It's like a dog seeing. But upon hearing Su Muhan's request, the officer's face revealed a look of difficulty. What? No car? Su Muhan asked with a frown. A train station this size and not even one big car that can drive? It's like this. Our chief took it upon himself to drive a large vehicle to lure away the night demons for our protection. Otherwise our deaths and injuries would have been much worse. The officer looked sad and explained. At those words, GMO Shuei and Su Muhan didn't know what to say. Condolences. Icky Ink patted him on the shoulder. I can create some movement. Su Muhan thought about it and asked the officer. Do you have anything bigger here? Something bigger? The officer looked around and finally landed on the signed Jinan County Railway Station. Is that one okay? He asked, pointing to the sign. Yes. Su Muhan looked toward GMO Shuei and delicately said, Brother Mo Shuei, please help me take down this sign. Okay? Icky Ink. Speak human. Chapter 50. This person is a water and fire dual alien? Ikamo still flying eaves on the wall plaque. Will be Jinan County Railway Station. A few big words taken down. His maneuver directly stunned the soldiers present. You're an adept shifter? When Icky Ink jumped down from the high ground, the officer in charge couldn't help but be shocked. Such strong physical qualities. And they had just seen the other party use flames. Only adept aliens have such strong physical qualities. I'm at the peak of my proficiency and will be proficient soon. Icky Ink smiled impolitely. So it was. The officer was slightly disappointed. If Icky Ink reached the level of proficiency, it wouldn't be a snap to deal with a rank 4 demon. But don't worry, she's the big brother. She's much better than me. Icky Ink added. GMO Shuei, what high hat are you putting on me? Su Muhan glared at him. Although I'm not as good as you at dealing with demons, I still have experience in dealing with people. Do you want to try? Icky Ink shrugged. When he opened the top 10 of the sequence's supernatural abilities later, he had to clean up this girl. The officer's eyes twitched hard at the corners of his eyes as he listened to the two fight. He couldn't pick up on that either. These two are still sent from above. Looking so young, They look like future general level. Thinking of this, he secretly vowed that even if he died, he could not let these two children be sacrificed. Is there a light bulb or something? Hang the light bulb on this sign at night. Then GMO Shui, you hold it up and run. I'll help you find the night demon. Su Muhan stated his plan. Why don't you hold it up and run? Icky Ink was going to say why don't you run with the sign controlled by your powers, but thinking that the other party was trying to hide his powers, he changed his words in time. That's not all your strength. Su Muhan blinked and said in a voice only he could hear. And you know my eyes. I can see through the outer skin of a night demon and find it with precision. You attract it and I'll be your eyes. As well? Icky Ink nodded. Yes. The sign was as light as a feather to him, and there was no pressure to hold it up and run. It was the officer who heard their words and hastily stopped them. It's better not to do that. The night demon is extremely stealthy at night. It's hard to notice without striking out. If it suddenly sneaks up on you, you'll most likely be seriously injured. It would be fine if Icky Ink was a proficient alien. It was just a skilled alien, and doing so was no different from committing suicide. Why don't we do this? I'll get a few people to carry this sign piece by piece and run, and when the night demon sneaks up on us, you'll make your move? He suggested this. Wouldn't that be certain death for you guys? GMO really quite admired the Chinese soldiers. Whether it was in the first or third world, they were so dedicated. But now, he was part of it. No need. I'm not like ordinary skilled aliens. He refused outright. But, no buts. You guys just stay here at night and she and I will take care of the night demon. It's just a little night demon. I can handle it all by myself. Ikari Ink waved her hand, declining the offer. Okay. The officer nodded, but his eyes glanced at Inkwell's backpack and struggled a bit. Can I ask you guys to borrow some food and water? We've been running low on water here for a long time now, as supplies have not been able to be transported in. Sure. Icky Ink turned his backpack upside down and dumped out all the food. But the officer was dumbfounded to see a field of food in 2 pots. Where's the water? Is the water on the girl? He looked over at Su Muhan. Su Muhan directly pulled open her school bag. I only have 2 bottles of AD calcium milk left. Do you guys want it? Don't you pay any attention to her. Icky Ink directly said. Don't you have any water elemental adepts here? The officer shook his head. Water elemental aliens are the rarest of the 5 elements. There were a few of them before, and so was the chief. But after they sacrificed themselves, all we have left are aliens of the 4 elements of gold, wood, fire, and earth. At that, the corner of Icky Ink's eye twitched. The water elemental alien is dead? It seems one can only be exposed early. Ugh, bring the container. He sighed. Yes. The officer looked at Su Muhan in surprise. GMO Shui was a fire elemental alien he had just seen. So a water elemental alien. It could only be Su Muhan. When he had led the crowd in bringing the pots and pans and whatnot, Icky Ink walked over to the crowd. What does this guy want? The crowd looked at Icky Ink suspiciously. Was this guy going to fire up the pots and pans? Instead, Icky Ink reached out with both hands and surprisingly squeezed 2 water globes out. Then it was as if his hands were transformed into a steady stream of small waterfalls that flowed into the containers they had brought with them. Everyone's eyes widened. This is dual alien? Or a dual water and fire alien? The officer's eyes glittered with deep shock along with a hint of realization. Although he didn't know about the genius training camp, he had guessed 1 or 2. As an official, he vaguely knew that there was an organization in the country, which was filled with ruthless people with special psychic abilities. The ruthless people within each organization are geniuses, and this time when he asked for help, he knew that it would be someone from the organization who would come to support him. That is, super geniuses with special psychic abilities. However, when Icky Ink showed his fire elemental ability, he was still a bit confused. How did this guy join the Genius Intensive Training Camp if he was a 5 elemental alien? But now he knew the answer. Water and fire dual alien. The only dual alien in the world at the moment. Does this name deserve to be part of an organization? True to form, the agency's people are first-rate geniuses whenever they make an appearance. GMO Shui naturally didn't know what the other party was thinking. He was a bit tired after releasing the water source almost. I'm going to rest for a while. You guys should have fire elemental aberrations here. Help me cook a packet of noodles as well. I'll wake up and eat it. Thanks. Saying that, he and Su Muhan came to a room to rest under the direction of several people. Time passes slowly. The night was low, the stars were dotted, and the moon rose quietly, shedding its silvery white glow, illuminating this somewhat silent train station. The entrance to the train station, however, has a shiny sign. The 6 words Jinan County Railway Station on the sign were illuminated by the luminous body and glittered. Icky Ink held this huge sign above his head and wandered around the train station. Meanwhile, he was wearing a headset in his left ear. At this time at the top of the train station, Su Muhan looked out at the surrounding area. a pair of golden rays flickering in her eyes. Under the True Trace ability, this dark earth was like daytime in front of her. Chapter 51, The Night Demon. Perhaps under the real thing? The area around this train station is clearer than daylight. Because the real artifacts had the effect of perspective, some of the trees were vaporized in Su Muhan's eyes. In her POV, Icky Ink is holding up a huge billboard and wandering around. The crowd inside the train station building also stood nervously at the window openings, watching as Icky Ink was out there killing herself. But when her gaze swept over Icky Ink, she naturally saw something she shouldn't have because of her perspective. She spat lightly and averted her gaze. The night was quiet, and Icky Ink was really strong, holding up a sign that big and still able to walk around casually with ease. Icky Ink had already wandered around the train station 5 or 6 times, but the nightmare still hasn't been seduced. Suddenly, Su Muhan's eyes trembled violently and looked dead on in one of the directions. It was under a huge rock, and an extremely large python was silently crawling underneath. A pair of eyes like pearls of ice reflecting a cold luster, quietly observing Ikari Ink, who was holding the sign. This turning back python was none other than the night demon that hid in the darkness and seemed to merge with the night. Look out! It's coming! She slumped behind a bunker, put the microphone to her mouth and whispered, "It's at that boulder at your 3 o'clock. Don't look at it. It's staring at you. Careful. It's approaching you. About 50 meters away." Ikari Ink was also a bit alarmed at this point, as he couldn't hear a single sound at all. A monster the size of a nightmare, moving not only without a sound, but also without being able to see it. As he ran, he also used his afterimage to focus on the surrounding picture while running, but he couldn't see the night demon's presence at all. It's getting closer and closer. Su Muhan's voice his ears rang. Look out! Suddenly, a bellowing cry from Su Muhan came from the headphones. Icky Ink's entire body instantly tensed up, and almost in an instant, he violently raised his sign and smashed it in the direction of the night demon without even thinking about it. Bang! In just this instant, the sand and dust around him flew up and swept up gusts of wind with an appalling power. Icky Ink deadpanned at the night demon that appeared in front of him, lifting a large fireball in his hand. The fireball slammed into the nightmare, illuminating the nightmare's likeness. The night demon wasn't timid either, and his huge body swept violently across like a moving mountain range. Icky Ink closed his eyes slightly and retreated towards his back, managing to dodge the physical attack of the night demon. His large fireball also crashed into the night demon's body, causing the night demon to let out a scream. Watch your head. It's releasing poison. The next instant Su Muhan's voice rang out. GMO Shui didn't even think about it and once again retreated towards his back. Hiss! The venom fell to the ground, corroding the sandy soil on the ground. Icky Ink sent out a flaming longsword, and holding it, he slashed at the scales of the night demon's epidermis. The night demon's epidermis was hard, and its scales were intertwined with the light of the sword, but its speed was too fast, especially in the darkness of the night, and Ikari Ink couldn't even see the opponent's position clearly. Watch your step! Su Muhan's voice sounded again. On your feet? Icky Ink lifted his fire sword and thrust it hard into the bottom of his foot. Put! The flaming longsword viciously stabbed inside a bloody mouth. This night demon's head unexpectedly burrowed into the soil at an unknown time, and with this sneak attack tried to settle Icky Ink's life. The night demon let out a hiss of pain, but Ikamo tugged at it with a deadly grip, preventing the other from flinging itself off the other's body. After stabilizing his body, he maintained the presence of the flaming longsword and once again reached out and summoned a new longsword. He raised his hand and plunged his longsword into the other man's neck once more. The night demon shook wildly, and the entire ground began to tremble as it struggled too much. GMO Shui took advantage of its illness to kill it, constantly lifting up his flaming longsword and ruthlessly stabbing into the night demon's body. Under the back and forth swinging of the sword, the night demon's huge body eventually collapsed to the ground and lost its life. And just in case the guy was swindling his way to death, Icky Ink remained in the stabbing motion. He kept up his assault on the night demon's nearly stabbed and cadaverous head, blood splattering onto his clothes. It's dead. Only when Su Muhan's voice rang out did GMO Shui stop his mending action. He took the flaming longsword that he had manifested back into his body and gasped slightly. It's worthy of being a level 4 demon. It's too hard to kill. He took a long breath, looked in the direction of the train station, and made an okay gesture with his fire elemental powers. Seeing that Icky Ink really killed the 4th level demon night demon, the crowd inside the train station resounded with cheers. Finally killed this thing. How many of their brothers has this night demon killed in this time? Even many officers died trying to cover them. But thankfully, the thing is finally dead. At this time, Su Muhan jogged down from the top of the train station. She turned on a headlight, and took pictures of the body of the night demon. Well, the task is now successfully completed. When we go back in a while, we must go to eat a trip to Chang'an's crayfish, as well as mutton buns, hot pot, Su Muhan broke his fingers and counted the delicacies he was going to eat in Chang'an. Okay, when we get back in the morning, we'll eat it all over again. As soon as Icky Ink had finished saying that, she felt something was a little off somewhere. Why does that sound so much like a flag? Let's go. With this night demon's corpse here, we can sleep soundly tonight. Su Muhan yawned and stretched. By this time the crowd had also arrived and surveyed the body of the night demon. It was because of the existence of this night demon that they didn't even dare to sleep these days, fearing that they would roll over and make some kind of noise and be noticed by this thing. Thank you both for saving me. The officer gave a military salute to both men. The two also immediately returned the salute. The officer also got the news after reacting to his superiors that the train station had been saved. Supplies will be delivered here tomorrow and a squad of shifters will come and hold down the fort for them. And Ikomo then rested with Su Muhan for the night, preparing to leave in the morning the next day. They had only 2 days to rest after completing their mission. Early the next morning, at the dawn of the day, Su Muhan woke up the sleeping pool ink, ready to go back to Chang'an. Su Muhan looked very happy, and her entire body radiated a happy glow. How do we get back? Pool Ink inquired. The officers had told them earlier that vehicles and whatnot had been used to attract night demons before. Chapter 52 Grade 7 Demon Present. You're stupid. After we knock down the train station, it'll be open. We can totally take the train back. Su Muhan had a look at a little cutie's gaze at him. So when's the train coming? Pool Ink asked. I heard them say that the station is a few minutes away, so that's why I woke you up and we're going back to Chang'an City on the first trip. Su Muhan pondered. They said that this train will only take 2.5 hours to get to Chang'an. It will be about 10 o'clock when we arrive. When we come out of the train station to go to the restaurant, we can just have lunch. After lunch we will go play the game. Playing games? Icky Ink asked curiously. What kind of game? Of course it's a holographic gun battle game console. Su Muhan gave him a blank look. The content of that game is simulated. It can simulate a real gunfight game, just so you can practice your accuracy. Otherwise you can't throw a big fireball out every time you fight, right? Icky Ink thought about it for a moment, and it seemed like it. Last night he just threw a big fireball out, which caused his big fireball to look bluffing, but it was actually hard to hit. It was just as well that Nightmare was too stupid to eat a big fireball hard. If they were to fight some very small-sized demons, the large fireballs would not be able to be effective. Why are you suddenly thinking of playing gun games? He was a little curious. Because I love to play, can't I? Su Muhan patted his shoulder and said in a big sister tone. By the way, I'll give you, a little rookie, some practice in accuracy. Okay, by the way, you accompany me to eat a spicy exploding crayfish on Bayan Street at noon. Their crayfish is super delicious. Su Muhan pulled out the map on his cell phone and showed it to Akuma. Ikari Ink glanced at it casually, memorizing the address on it. I'll secretly tell you, oh, this is my favorite food. When I was a child I often sneaked out to eat their crayfish. My family doesn't know. This is one of my most important secrets. Su Muhan whispered. A secret so important you're willing to tell me? Icky Ink was surprised. This is not a call for you to go eat with me, Su Muhan said rightfully. Okay. Icky Ink nodded and agreed to keep the secret for him. As the two chatted, a train sound rang out and they saw a train coming into the station. Move. Su Muhan carried a large bag with only 2 bottles of AD calcium milk on her back and tugged GMO Shui down the road. The two came to the entrance of the train and saw a number of people getting on. The people who left were basically the soldiers who had stayed at the train station during this time. And this time reinforcements arrived so that everyone could go home and rest. And the officer from yesterday was also heck of a lot of them. When the officer saw the two, he gave them a wave that counted as a greeting. Su Muhan and GMO Shui received a boxed lunch, which was hot and full of meat. Just hungry. Eat something. Su Muhan rubbed her stomach, picked up the boxed lunch and began to feast on it. GMO Shui was also a bit hungry, and all the food he had brought earlier had been given to the people at the train station. But before he could pick up the boxed lunch and take a few bites, he realized that Su Muhan had already put down her empty bowl and went to find someone else's staff to ask for a few more boxed lunches. The staff looked suspiciously at Su Muhan and GMO Shui, but still took 3 more boxed lunches for them. Watching this scene, the corners of Icky Ink's mouth twitched viciously. When Su Muhan returned, she saw GMO Shui's strange expression and couldn't help but ask, do you want one too? If you still want one, I'll go get another one for you. Dare I say she ate all 3 lunchboxes by herself? For the first time, Ikuma realized that Su Yuer could eat so well. Her powers shouldn't be called authenticity. They should be called Tao Tai. It's okay, you eat alone. I'm full. Icky Ink put the empty box in the trash can. Oh good. Su Muhan lowered his head again and dried his rice. Ikari Ink leaned back in his seat, drowsy. It was easy to get sleepy when you'd had enough to eat and drink, even for a shifter like him. Just as he was about to fall asleep, GMO Shui Something is approaching. Su Muhan suddenly whispered in his ear. What? Ikari Ink's sleep dissipated and she opened her eyes. He noticed that Su Muhan's expression was very grave, and his eyes were emitting a faint golden light as he looked somewhere outside the window. Ikari Ink followed her gaze and looked out the window, where there was a huge mountain range with a dark mass sliding on top of it. It was a large black snake that was almost 100 meters long. Nope, it was a night demon. Why is this night demon so big? He exclaimed. This is a level 7 demon. Su Muhan's voice carried a slight hint of fear. A level 7 demon? Ikari Ink's eyes widened as well, and a huge chill surged through his heart. Don't night demons appear at night? He inquired in a low voice. Why did this night demon appear so brightly in broad daylight? Its air was killed by us. It followed our scent. Su Muhan's tone was a bit bitter. Although the night demon's strength is limited during the daytime, it can also exert the strength of a rank 6 demon. A rank 6 demon. This is simply an existence that we are far from being able to resist. What now? Ikki Ink couldn't help but ask. My comment is, why don't you run away and draw us away? After all, its target is you. Su Muhan looked at him, her eyes thoughtful. Pool Ink. What a great idea. The problem was that because of the time bracelet, anyone in this world could die but him. Is there another way? He really didn't want to die. Yes, but it's risky. If you dare to try it with me. What's the risk? Pool Ink was curious. Maybe we will die together. Su Muhan looked into his eyes and said in a serious tone. Are you afraid of death? Fear. Su Muhan. That's not saying much. Can you be a little manly? She hated it and said. You're a man. A man should be able to take responsibility. That's true, but I do fear death. Ikki Ink said. If it wasn't for the fear of death, the world would still be at peace now. Where would there be any demonic realm passages? If it weren't for the cancer, he never would have used the time bracelet. Su Muhan was speechless and gritted her teeth. Then make your choice. Either I take control of you and use it as bait to lure away this level 7 night demon, or you cooperate with me and lure this level 7 night demon away. Chapter 53. Who the hell asked you to sacrifice for me? Where else could Ikamo make a choice but to say, the fine shivering program? The word from the heart is really carried out to the extreme. First, let's leave piece by piece and lure that level 7 night demon away. Su Muhan whispered. First, let all the people in this train leave. My supernatural ability has a kind of vision shielding effect. I remember that there is a lake not far away. We can jump in and shield our vision to try it out. Failure is a dead end. Ikki Ink pondered for a moment. That would have to be the plan for now. After all, that night demon's attention had always been on him. In fact, Su Muhan's willingness to accompany him on his adventures was already considered not abandoning and not giving up. Let's go. He took the lead and got up, finding the staff. Hello, please, Ka-ching. Before Ikki Ink could say anything, the glass beside him suddenly crumbled. Then Su Muhan stepped forward and yanked him, and jumped out of the broken window. No time for nonsense. Hurry up. As the staff watched in dumbfounded silence, the two jumped right in. The physical quality of both of them was good. On the contrary, Su Muhan's physical quality was far inferior to GMO Shuei, so she clamped her legs together and directly lay on his back. That direction. Run quickly. The two of them couldn't run together as fast as Ikuma could carry her. Su Muhan's body was very light, and GMO Shuei had no trouble carrying it, and it was about the same as if he was running by himself. See that rank 7 night demon? Su Muhan's eyes had been flashing with golden light. The train wasn't slow, and they hadn't been down for long before it had gone by, leaving only a trail of exhaust behind. And on the distant mountain range, the hundreds of meters long level 7 night demon was writhing. Countless trees were overwhelmed, birds and beasts scattered and fled, and the ground began to tremble slightly. A demon like the night demon could only melt into its surroundings at night, and during the daytime, it was similar to an ordinary strangling python. GMO had fought with a strangling python before and knew the weaknesses and strong points of this kind of demon. Authenticity. Fast. Ikki Ink, who was running, suddenly felt a lightness under his feet and his running speed became much faster. In the next instant, his body felt like it was flying out, running frantically. What kind of psychic ability is this? Ikki Ink was shocked. This other party's supernatural ability auxiliary was too strong, wasn't it? Sequence leading supernormal abilities all have diversity. You 5 elemental supernormal abilities all have diversity, let alone a sequence supernormal abilities? Su Muhan explained. Ikki Ink was a bit surprised. A sequence ability that was only at the early stage of proficiency was so powerful. Then if the sequence ability reached proficiency, wouldn't it be invincible? His speed was far beyond human limits, and he was running so fast that he felt he could now catch up with the train that had just left. The level 7 night demon on the mountain range also noticed Ikki Ink's movements and sped up as well. The chase between one man and one python was drawn out. As this rank 7 night demon got closer to them, Ikari Inc. could even smell a touch of burnt scent. He had wanted to turn around and glance at it, but his head was broken back by Su Muhan. Don't look! Night demons can't survive in the daytime. Also because the sunlight burns their bodies, and their bodies are so receptive to all the outside environment that the sun, an object, conducts heat strongly to their bodies. Ikari Inc. could only suppress his curiosity as his 2 legs ran as frantically as if they weren't his own. After 10 long minutes of fleeing, Ikamo gradually caught a whiff of a foul odor. Even the sound of the chase behind him was close at hand. Iki Inc. didn't dare to imagine that if he were to look back at this moment, would he be able to see a bloody mouth? Almost there. Hold on a little longer. Su Muhan's voice rang in his ears. Even without saying it, Ikamo saw a lake not far ahead of him. However, could this lake stop the attack of this level 7 night demon behind him? What's the difference between that and covering your ears? But now he could only treat a dead horse as a living horse. He gritted his teeth, saw the opportunity, and took Su Muhan into his arms from behind, and then leapt forward, because they were high up in the air, 50 to 60 meters away from the lake. Their bodies were rapidly falling down towards the lake because of gravity. The reason why he hugged Su Muhan was also because he wanted to use his body to block the first wave of impact. Just as the two were about to fall into the lake, something changed. Su Muhan, who was in GMO Shuei's arms, suddenly slipped out of his arms like a loach. Only Su Muhan was heard to say, "Authenticity. Replacement." In the next instant, GMO Shuei felt something in his body being stripped out, while something else surged into him from Su Muhan's body. Put! His body crashed into the bottom of the lake while Su Muhan fled towards the distance with both feet on the lake surface. He watched as, not long after Su Muhan fled, a huge black shadow swept over the lake and actually chased after him in Su Muhan's direction. Wasn't he the target of this night demon? Why did you go after Su Muhan? Ikamo began to use his strength to swim toward the lake, choking on water in his mouth. Vomit. It was hard to get to shore, and he began to spit up the lake water that he had just drank into his stomach. Suddenly, he sensed an inexplicably familiar scent. As if on cue, he lifted his arm and sniffed his arm. It really has a light scent. This kind of scent, kind of like a girl's body odor. But how could a body odor appear on him? A man? Asterisk asterisk. He realized with a jolt that this body scent was Su Muhan's. Just now Su Muhan said something about replacement when he was using the real thing. This displacing the breath of both their bodies? The one who killed the previous 4th level night demon was him, and this 7th level night demon came after him in order to avenge his heir. But because Su Muhan had replaced the aura between them, the 7th level demon turned his head and went after Su Muhan. After thinking about all this, his face became a bit ugly. Su Yuer, who the hell asked you to sacrifice for me? It was true that he was afraid of death, but this kind of drama of being saved by a woman laying down her life was not something he wanted to experience at all. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You better be alive. GMO Shuei was also a bit flustered at this time. Su Muhan's physical quality was far inferior to his. Even if he possessed the sequence ability, True Trace, how long could he hold out in front of a level 7 night demon? Although he knew in his heart that he only needed to make the next crossing, Su Muhan would be resurrected in a completely new way. He didn't want to let the 3rd Su Muhan die like this, especially to die in such a way that he would regret it for the rest of his life. At the thought, he closed his eyes and his tone was more resolute than ever. Bracelet. Break the fire cloud sky into proficiency. Chapter 54, The Real Deal. Desperate, Su Muhan did want Ikuma to live. She wasn't sure why she wanted to sacrifice herself so that the other person could live. Perhaps because of the other person's "I'm afraid of dying" comment on the train? If you're so afraid to die, then you live, and I'll die for you. She thought like this, but felt the breath of the level 7 night demon behind her getting closer and closer. She's afraid. It's hard for anyone to be comfortable with death, and she's afraid of it. However, she could only grit her teeth and fight to lure this level 7 night demon farther away. Now he hoped that GMO Shuei guy could react quickly and escape, or else when she died and the breath replacement disappeared, the 7th level night demon could still discover each other's existence. Wait, that guy GMO Shu wasn't going to come over and die trying to save her after realizing that she was the one who saved the other, was he? I don't think so, right? After all, that guy is so afraid of death. It was the first time she had ever seen that someone from the Genius Intensive said that they were afraid of death. Speaking of the talent camp, I don't know when the support will arrive. As early as when she saw this level 7 night demon, she had already sent out an urgent distress message to the Genius Intensive training camp, wondering if any bigwigs would notice and come to their rescue. Feeling the 7th level night demon behind her getting closer and closer, she had no choice but to offer her final killing move. True Signs. Jedi. At the cost of her life, she activated the True Trace alien ability to the maximum extent that she was currently able to exert given her physical quality base. Ka-ching! A slight sound shattered. And Su Muhan knew that it was her life that had become a funnel turned upside down. A funnel that could not be stopped or reversed once it began to flow sand. Pop! She raised a golden palm and ruthlessly slapped it towards the body of the 7th level night demon. Bang! The 7th level night demon obviously did not expect that this human with a weak breath in front of it could explode with such a powerful might. And under an inadvertent, it even directly screamed miserably. And its head was even knocked out of a bloody and huge gap. The pupils of the 7th level night demon contracted, and a flash of fear flickered within his eyes. Daylight was already unfriendly to it, not to mention the fact that the human in front of it seemed to have been cornered and started fighting it. Sort of saved that guy. Su Muhan raised her hands, looking at her hands that were emitting golden light, and sighed softly. I obviously feel that the potential of the true trace ability is far more than that, but suffering from too weak a physical quality. It seems that I can't even utilize 1/100th of it. But, her eyes flashed as she looked murderously at the 7th level night demon in front of her. It's enough to deal with you. The functionality of the true trace ability was more on the auxiliary side, but even so, she was able to whip this level 7 night demon hard with one of the few attacks she had. Didn't you just get high on the chase? She condensed a long golden whip and viciously lashed at the night demon's body. The night demon rolled all over the ground in agony, and wails continuously emanated from its mouth. Although the 7th level night demon was covered in wounds, Su Muhan realized that the life force of the 7th level night demon was still too tenacious, and it seemed that she was unable to kill the other party during the period of desperation. However, it should be able to seriously injure him, or at least save Icky Ink's life. At the thought, she cracked the whip a little harder. Seeing that the strength of the whip was too small, she gave herself a portion of her power, and was able to make her whip smoking hurts a little more. It couldn't be helped. Her attack methods were just too limited, and even if her strength was enhanced at the cost of losing her life, it was still too weak. Just as she had been pumping for a full 2 minutes, her true sign suddenly sensed a fire elemental adept shifter approaching quickly. Backup from the school coming? Su Muhan couldn't help but laugh bitterly. What was the point of the school support coming? She was already bound to die. But right after she got a good look at the person who came with her real handwriting, her beautiful eyes snapped wide open. This fire elemental psychic master. How is it Icky Ink? Boom! A huge fireball crashed down towards her, and she immediately retreated a few steps to see the massive fireball smashing into the half-whipped level 7 night demon at her feet. Under the terrifying searing breath, she felt the level 7 night demon under her feet gradually lose its breath. The 7th level night demon was much weakened by the various abilities on its body because it was in the daytime, but even so, it still had the strength of a 6th level demon. And such a rank 6 demon was even seconded? No, wasn't Icky Ink a normal 3rd level fire elemental ability? Even if it was a breakthrough, it shouldn't have such exaggerated attack power, right? She looked suspiciously at the incoming Icky Ink, and because the true trace was open to its physical limit, she could clearly see that Icky Ink's aura had already reached the peak of proficiency. This is the pinnacle of proficiency. Nothing could be hidden under true traces. So the truth was that Icky Ink had just broken through, and as soon as he did, he was at the peak of proficiency in the fiery clouds, and the belatedly arriving GMO Shui was relieved to see that Su Muhan was still alive. Luckily, she was still alive, so she wasn't too late herself. Su Muhan's gaze just looked at Ji Ink, and the doubt in the bottom of her eyes gradually faded away. Instead she was relieved. It's just that I'm going to die anyway, so none of this matters. She felt the true trace aura in her body gradually fading away, and she was no longer able to maintain her suspension in the sky, her body falling directly to the ground. Seeing this, Icky Ink rushed forward to catch Su Muhan. What's wrong with you? Icky Ink sounded a little alarmed. I exploded the full potential of my sequence abilities. I'm already bound to die. Su Muhan looked at GMO Shui as he pulled out a bottle of healing medicine from somewhere and shook his head. It's useless. My life potential is already almost depleted. This kind of healing medicine has no effect on me at all. You eat first. Icky Ink insisted, taking out a pill and feeding it to her. It didn't work, but this pill is quite a pain reliever. At least none of my body hurts anymore. Su Muhan was in a good frame of mind and joked about it. She lay in Ikari Ink's arms, feeling the weakening of her bodily functions. It's okay. This medicine works very well. GMO Shui was also a bit frazzled at this time. How useless. Su Muhan raised her hand and pressed his movements, her tone serious. GMO Shui, if you become a supreme power in the future, can you promise to help me take care of the Su family? I grew up under the grace of the Su family, and I owe the Su family a favor. Ikari Ink also felt at that moment that the girl in his arms was fading away. For a moment, it was as if he had been relieved. Girl destined to die. You won't die. I promise you. He gently brushed the girl's cheek. Do you remember the secret I kept from you before? Chapter 55, Confession, Su Yuer's Death. Hearing that GMO Shui was going to say his secret, a flash of curiosity flashed across Su Muhan's pale, paper-like face. What? You're going to fulfill the curiosity of a dying man like me? You are curious why I know your name, know your phone number, and even know your age, the name Su Yuer, and why I said that this bracelet is there you gave me. Ika Mosui flashed the bracelet on his wrist. He has already planned to let Su Muhan survive in the whole fourth world. Well, curious. Su Muhan nodded weakly. Actually, the full name of this bracelet is Time Bracelet. A time bracelet? A flash of doubt flashed under Su Muhan's eyes. What it does is travel through time. GMO Shui took advantage of Su Muhan's shock and said softly, and it can change history and change the entire world. You're making up stories to trick me, right? Su Muhan's beautiful eyes glared at him. I'm dying and you're still telling stories to amuse me? Listen to me slowly. GMO Shu said helplessly. The Guwei in history who opened the first Demon Realm passageway, and the Arita who opened the second Demon Realm passageway, are both me. Go ahead. I'll listen. Su Muhan looked at him with a look of disbelief. Alright, I'll tell you from the beginning. GMO Shui said. Actually, the world I lived in at the very beginning was a peaceful era with no supernormal abilities, no demons, and at that time, the people of Huaxia lived in peace and happiness, and I was one of the 10,000 people. But one day, my mom suddenly asked me to go on a blind date, and then I met you on a blind date. Meeting me on a blind date? Su Muhan had an odd expression. How could I possibly go on a blind date? Could it be that I'm so bad that no one wants me? Instead of answering her question, G Inc continued. When you were on a blind date, you told me that you were willing to give me a child. Impossible. Su Muhan was really angry. You're making fun of a dying man like me? Listen to me first. G Inc gestures for her to calm down, then tells the whole story of his blind date with Su Muhan, including the name Su Yuer on Su Muhan's ID card, including Su Muhan's dress, and the heartbeat that caught his eye. Su Muhan was originally angry, but listening to GMO Shui's description, her expression gradually became serious. I have to say, if you didn't know my information, I would have thought you were spying on this face of mine. Lusting, Pool Inc., do I look like such a creep? Subsequently, Icky Inc. elaborated on the things he had done when he crossed over twice in the past, including the changes in reality after crossing over, and even the things he had exchanged in the Time Bracelets Exchange Mall, which he had told Su Muhan. After listening to Ikuma's expression, Su Muhan understood what he meant. So you're saying that even if I die in this world, if you travel to the past next time, I can be resurrected in a different way, only that I will forget about you in this world? Well, if you hadn't been able to see my time bracelet, I wouldn't have been able to explain it to you. Icky Inc. nodded. Then is there any way to make me remember you in the next life? Su Muhan couldn't help but ask. There's no way for now, Icky Inc. offered. But you can tell me some more secrets about you, and then in the next life it'll be me who comes to you with those secrets. Hearing the secret, Su Muhan thought seriously. She coughed up blood a couple of times midway through, though, because it was hard on her body. GMO Shui was still planning to help her, but she waved her hand and said, it's fine, we're going to die anyway, so we might as well wait to see each other in the next life. Pool Inc. What a good point, I thought of it, there's a secret I haven't told anyone. Su Muhan suddenly said, when I was still in junior high school, I watched a movie, and after watching that movie, I often fantasized that I too had once forgotten someone I loved deeply. What movie? Icky Inc. asked curiously. Don't you care? Su Muhan spoke. Anyway, when you see me next, you'll say you're the Tachibana Takaru I forgot about. Your name? Icky Inc. was surprised, hearing GMO Shui precisely name the movie. A blush appeared on Su Muhan's pale face. That's what you'll say when the time comes anyway. She huffed. Ikari ponders the fact that your name is about two couples who fell in love in the past but forgot about each other afterward. Tachibana Takaru is the hero in it, and both the hero and the heroine are struggling to find each other, or to be precise, to find the unseen other. I didn't realize that Su Muhan had once fantasized over this movie, but fantasies are the kind of thing that no one knows about except for herself. I see. Any other secrets? Icky Inc. continued to ask. Then I'll think about it. Oh. Su Muhan pondered for a while, continued. In addition, I love to eat Chang'an's crayfish, Sichuan skewer hot pot, Ningxia's stewed earth chicken, Jiangxi Nanchang's old 3 samples. It's just that the old 3 samples every time I have to queue up to grab them, and I can't always grab them. What are you doing here? The corner of Ikari Inc.'s eye twitched, but he could only say patiently, is there more? There is. Su Muhan nodded. And I love drinking milk tea the most. I like the white mist red dust with 3 points of sugar and less ice. And when I eat crayfish I like other people to peel the skin for me, but every time I eat with other people piece by piece I pretend to like peeling the skin. In fact, I don't like peeling the skin at all. That's very important. Remember? Remember. Ikari Inc. was close to taking a notebook. Well, that's it. Su Muhan adjusted her position. After her head was rested on a comfortable position, her eyes slightly closed. I'm so sleepy. So it turns out that people can really feel that their big day is coming before they die. Then get some sleep and we'll see you in the next life. Iki Inc. gently closed her eyes. Soon, Su Muhan lost her heartbeat and breathing. Su Fish, in her third life, died. The moment he felt Su Yor lose her breath, Iki Inc. sat paralyzed on the ground as if his soul had been drained. His eyes were lifeless and somewhat fearful. Su Yor's death in front of him made him feel a great fear, and he was fearing that one day in the future, would he also die like so-and-so? He was obviously just an ordinary person. So why would the time bracelet find him? He didn't know where he was going to go from here, let alone where he would end up. At this moment, he is like a lonely boat in the sea, no direction, no end. Why? Why did it all turn out this way? Chapter 56 Meetings. Better treatment? Ikari Inc. didn't know how long he had been sitting holding Su Muhan's body. Unbeknownst to me, the bright sun was covered by a heavy cloud. A sudden clap of thunder rumbled in the sky, and soon a few drops of rain fell and struck the ground. Immediately afterward, the rain began to intensify, and the thin lines of rain seemed to weave into a thick curtain. The rain grew heavier and gradually poured down. Ikari Inc. sat on the wet ground, feeling the rain hit him hard, drenching him and Su Muhan's bodies in no time. A sudden burst of lightning lit up, reflecting the corpses of the level 7 night demons on this hill. The massive corpse looked hideous in the light of the lightning. Ikari Inc. felt like she had sunk into the mud, and her body was a little stiff and numb from not moving for so long. He moved his limbs with difficulty. His gaze fell on Su Muhan's body, and he said softly, I won't let you die in my arms again in the future. The rain washed away the blood from their bodies, as if it had also washed away Ikuma's desire to live an uneventful life. Since getting the time bracelet, he seems destined for a bad end? This heavy rain came and went quickly, when the rain from dense to sparse, until completely stopped. The golden light of the sky also came out to penetrate the clouds and shone on the wet earth, and the rainbow also built a bridge between heaven and earth. By chance, Ikamo seems to hear an alarm. He then saw a man in military uniform leading the crowd up the hill. The man's pupils contracted for a moment after seeing the corpse of the 7th level demon not far away, and he turned his head to look at GMO Shuei and Su Muhan. Did you guys kill this rank 7 night demon? He inquired, while looking at Su Muhan in GMO Shuei's arms. She sacrificed herself? Sacrificed. Iki Inc. whispered. We killed this night demon piece by piece. You've broken through to proficiency? The man couldn't help but feel the aura on GMO Shuei's body and couldn't help but be a little surprised. Iki Inc. nodded, not really wanting to talk right now. The man waved his hand, signaling the others to deal with the corpses of the 7th level night demons while he sat down in front of Iki Inc. It's over. Please be sad. Iki Inc. nodded. He wouldn't be upset because he would make Su Muhan appear alive and well again. The medic will be here in a few minutes. You will give them the body and they will help you bury her body. The man said softly. He had seen many people who had lost loved ones or friends, and these people would often hold the bodies of their friends and family. Their spirits extremely fragile in the moment, so he spoke softly and gently, hoping that Iki Inc. would listen. Yes, Iki Inc. nodded. Within moments, the medic appeared with a stretcher, and Ikamo stumbled to his feet, placing the body on the stretcher. Do you need us to take care of your injuries? The medic asked Ikuma. I'm not hurt. Iki Inc. shook her head. Still, he followed into the ambulance, and for a long time afterward he was in a state of confusion. A few days later, Genius Camp Mission Debriefing Room. The facts are already in front of us. Su Muhan stimulated the potential of her supernatural ability in order to save Iki Inc., and Iki Inc. directly broke through the proficiencies in the heat of the moment and killed that level 7 night demon. The only question that exists now is why was Iki Inc. at the peak of proficiency as soon as he broke through? It has to do with the characteristics of his powers. After all, no one in this world can awaken 2 powers at once. Ikari sat in a corner of the room, quietly listening to the camp's teachers discuss his mission. As for why he was here, it was because every time there was a death in a squad mission at the Genius Training Camp, a series of questions would be asked of the one who survived, to prevent the possibility of an internal hatred leading to the death of another party. In any case, he has also broken through to the peak of proficiency now. You know, although the 3rd level psychic ability is not strong, but proficiency and skillfulness are 2 completely different concepts. Proficiency level 3rd level psychic, in a sense, has been equal to those of us, not to mention that he is still directly breaking through to the peak of proficiency. Why wouldn't he break through to a deeper level in the future? When the man who had asked the question spoke, the room was momentarily quiet for some time. Hearing the crowd's discussion, Iki Inc. couldn't help but yawn. In fact, he also knew that currently, Although humans were said to have mastered psychic abilities, there was no reasonable hierarchy for the division of psychic abilities. Even up until now, 3 very rough grades were used: introductory, skillful, and proficient, to classify the different levels of psychic abilities. Moreover, it wasn't because the humans didn't want to make divisions to a deeper level, but because the strongest of the current humans were only cultivating their level 5 psychic abilities to the peak of proficiency. Currently he was in the third world, and the strongest humans in the second and third worlds were only sequence abilities, or level 5 abilities, being cultivated to the peak of proficiency. No one could cultivate to a rank above the peak of proficiency, including him, Ikuma. This was because the highest alien ability proficiency that could be redeemed in the time bracelet was only the peak of proficiency. For example, his proficiency in this fire burning clouds was currently redeemed to the highest level he could get, so that leaves him with 2 guesses. The first point is that the pinnacle of the ability is just that, unless he goes to redeem other sequential abilities, but the top of the ability proficiency is just the peak of proficiency. The second point is that the redemption mall within the time bracelet follows the top end of the human battlefield in reality. For example, in the realistic timeline of the third world, the strongest human was a proficient adept with level 5 psychic abilities. Then the only thing he could redeem was the rank of adept proficiency. If a human's cultivation breaks through the level of proficient and skilled in one of the future worlds, the exchange mall in his time bracelet can also be refreshed accordingly. Of course, those were just 2 of his guesses. Not sure there was a third possibility. Anyway, his fire burning clouds ability could not continue to grow. Plus he hadn't even drank the body strengthening serum before he had a direct breakthrough because of the level 7 night demon. And now his physical quality hadn't reached its peak either. The meeting was still warmly discussing. Of course, what everyone was most curious about was still how far GMO Shui could go in the end. After all, when put on a global scale, GMO Shui was also the only one who was at the peak of his alien ability proficiency at the age of 18. Which of the rest of the people who have reached the peak of proficiency in their alien abilities are not middle-aged or old? The record holder of this record, before Iki Inc., was a 28-year-old level 3 alien. As a result, he didn't expect that the person who cracked this record would be a teenager who had awakened his powers for 2 months. I think that we can increase Iki Inc.'s cultivation resources. Perhaps in him, we will unlock the method that we have not been able to find. The method to break through the peak of proficiency. It was suggested. Chapter 57, Informing and Preparing for the Fourth Reincarnation. The proposal was supported by the entire meeting, and so Ikuma's deal was raised again. Also, there's one more important thing. As a matter of fact, after breaking through the proficiency there would be no qualification to stay in the genius training camp, but considering that Iki Inc.'s video learning was still a lot short of what it should be, he retained the qualification to stay and could continue to utilize the genius training camp's privileges to watch the learning videos. So the Pool Inc. stayed. Previously, he and Su Muhan had originally taken on a quest with only 500 credits, but because they had killed a level 7 night demon in the middle of the quest, the 500 credits had turned into 10,000 credits. GMO Shui used all 10,000 credits to exchange them into cultivation resources and began to use them to cultivate water elemental supernormal abilities day and night. His water elemental powers were only level 2, but those credits would all be null and void after he left the third world. So he started cultivating without stopping, and hard before he left. He cultivated his second-grade water elemental ability to the level of proficiency. The lower the level of the alien ability, the faster the breakthrough. The average second-level alien could not have as many cultivation resources as GMO Shui. And so, 10 days passed. Ding! The cooldown is over. Do you want to use the time bracelet? As this notification appeared, GMO Shui took out his phone and directly used the special contact information of the Genius Training Camp to contact Su Moching in the outside world. What he wasn't aware of was the fact that just as soon as he made this call, he was being overheard by the executives of the Genius Camp. Hello, General Air? After G Inc. made the call, he first introduced himself. I don't know if you still remember me. I'm called G Inc. I should be the only dual alien known to mankind at the moment. GMO Shui. I remember you. Su Moching's voice rang out on the other end of the phone, making it impossible to hear his emotions. I have something very important to tell you. GMO Shui paused for a moment, but seeing that the other party still didn't speak, he could only continue. Su Yuer didn't die. He was not surprised by his words, and when these words came out, not to mention that Su Moching on the other end of the phone was not calm, even the few people who were eavesdropping on the content of the phone couldn't help but let out a gasp of surprise. Are you kidding me? Su Moching's voice was suppressed with anger. I personally put Fish's body into the coffin and you're telling me that she didn't die? Air General. GMO raised his voice. Do you remember what I told you a month ago? Without waiting for an answer, he spoke. At that time, I said that I would inform you of all my secret palettes while out in a month's time. And today, exactly 1 month's time has come. Sumaching's side was silent for a long time. As if after about 3 or 4 minutes, Sumaching's somewhat dull voice rang out from the phone. So, the fish really didn't die? I can assure you that I have a way to bring her back to life. Icky Ink said seriously. I believe you once, Sumaching said in a deep voice. I'll make a trip to the genius training camp. You better not be lying to me, or else even if you're a peak adept alien, I'll make you pay. After saying that, Sumaching hung up the phone. After hanging up, Icky Ink rubbed her cell phone against her fingertips. In fact, he could have just gone ahead with his 4th reincarnation without having to care about anything at all. But one thing he still wanted to know was what the officials thought of him as a spoiler. No one wants to go it alone. He wants official help so he can make his crossing smoother. The reason why he chose to meet Sumaching was also because he wanted to squeeze out the last of the third life's value. In fact, through the conversation with Sumaching after, he was also clear that Sumaching was very dissatisfied with him. After all, it was because of him that Su-Yor died. But from a human's perspective, Sumaching didn't want to hurt him. A peak proficient alien. And at most, she just didn't give him a good face. Only when it came to the matter of Su-Yor would this famous air general lose his temper. Icky Ink was in his room, looking around at the bottles and jars of nutrient solution, and couldn't help but rub his head with a headache. These days, his use of nutrient solution can be said to have reached the level of very wasteful. After all, the nutrient solution was a key prop for increasing the speed of cultivating the supernatural ability, and it was only after a reasonable use that the effect could be maximized. But not him. He drinks the nutrient solution like water. It could be said that more than 50% of the effects in the nutrient solution were wasted on him. But he had no choice. He had to use the fastest speed to raise his strength, and his own awakened water elemental ability was the only direction to raise his strength. Sumaching didn't let GMO Shui wait too long, and that night, Sumaching's phone called him. Conference room 013. I'll wait for you here. Instead of cleaning up his room, Icky Ink took out a piece of chocolate and nibbled on it, refreshing himself with the sugar, before heading downstairs with nothing. The conference rooms are in a specialized building, and many of the rooms in here are soundproofed, making it easy to make deals, have meetings, and whatnot, except that you need to apply in advance to use these conference rooms. It is said that the walls of these conference rooms are forged with state-of-the-art metals, and that many of the powers are irrelevant to destroy them, as well as stopping some of the pupils' special powers from peeking in. Of course, Sumuhan's true trace ability couldn't block it. Authenticity can even be seen in a time bracelet, let alone anything else. Icky Ink arrived at the door of room 013 and he knocked. LOL. The door to the room was pushed open a crack, and Sumaching's dull voice came from inside. Please come in. Icky Ink walked into the room and scanned the area. Well, there was a small lamp, a round table and a dozen chairs, but most of the chairs were empty, and the innermost chair sat Sumaching. He and Sumaching were the only two people in this room. Chiemo Shui closed the door to the room behind him and sat down across from Sumaching. General Air, we meet again, he greeted. Compared to the last time, he didn't feel too suffocated this time. He had also reached the peak of his proficiency in his powers, so he wouldn't be completely defenseless in the hands of his opponent. You said in that bot that Su Muhan is still alive? Sumaching spoke. No, the reason for using this reason is simply because I want to see you. Just after Chiemo Shui finished speaking, he saw Sumaching's face sink, so he immediately explained. Of course, I do have a method to resurrect her as well, only this method may sound unbelievable to you. Sumaching didn't engage in his words, but calmly said, do you know what Su-Yor's special ability is? I know. Sequence 22, the real thing, Icky Ink said rightfully. As he said these words, GMO Shui noticed a trace of consternation flash across Suemoching's calm face. Though the hint of a demeanor was fleeting, he was certain that the other man was indeed surprised. Chapter 58, The Origin of Su-Yor's Name. Sumaching took a sip of water and calmed her mind before she said quietly, I didn't realize she even told you about it. Elder Su, is there a possibility that your granddaughter trusts me? Chiemo opened his mouth. So what if she believes you? Sumaching looked at him with cold eyes. You think that just because you know about Fish's supernatural ability, Lao Fu should believe you? My purpose in coming to see you today was indeed to get you to trust me. Otherwise I wouldn't have come to you. Icky Ink said. I can calmly sit and communicate with the person who killed my granddaughter all because you said you could resurrect her. Sumaching said indifferently. Icky Ink said. Elder Su, I have ways to make you believe, including the sequence alteration thing. Since you already know that Fish's ability is the true trace of sequence 22, you should also know how important her ability is, right? Sumaching held back her anger and said, since the opening of the passageway of the demon and demon realm, Only 9 alterns with sequences before number 24 have appeared in the history of mankind. What's so special about the sequence being before 24? Icky Inc. asked curiously. So far, the top 10 alien abilities of the sequence have not appeared, and no one knows what the top 10 sequence alien abilities are. Su Maching explained. So the strongest supernormal abilities start from sequence 11, and later on, someone discovered that the supernormal abilities between sequence 11 and sequence 24 would be different from ordinary supernormal abilities. The powers of sequence 11 to 24 undergo a metamorphosis that far exceeds the strength of all powers of sequence 25 and beyond within the same realm. The life of the fish is more important than the old man's life, so to speak. GMO Shui didn't say anything. He really didn't know that the powers between sequence 11 to 24 were more special. After all, Su Muhan didn't say anything to him either. The alien abilities in the previous sequences are simply too important. Su Maching's tone suppressed anger, almost questioning. Even up to now, these sequences have not been counted clearly. Do you understand? Fish's being alive is what keeps everything in the archive about the true trail in a hidden state, and her increased strength also determines the constant refreshing of the archive. Su Maching slapped the table with his big hand. The information in the file is very incomplete. Could you go and fill in the gaps in the file on unknown powers? I can. Silence. GMO Shui's sudden words caused Su Maching's voice to come to an abrupt halt. Elder Su, I know the names of the top 10 sequences and the names of any sequential exalted abilities, but I also want to tell you that these are meaningless because once I leave, you will forget and the archives will be refreshed. Icky Inc. spoke up and explained. You're really ignorant. Su Maching laughed in exasperation. Then come and tell me what sequence 1's special ability is? Sequence 1 is Origins. GMO Shui's reply caused Su Maching's expression to freeze. Su Maching withdrew the expression on his face and asked in a deep voice. What about Sequence 2? Sequence 2, Eternal. Sequence 3, Era. Sequence 4, Reincarnation. Sequence V, Equilibrium. And Sequence 11 is, Chaotic Violet Light. GMO directly snatched the answer to say all the names of the first 10 sequences. Afterward, he cocked his head and looked at Su Maching. Elder Su, is there anything else you want to know about the names of the sequential abilities? I can tell you everything. Su Maching was silent for a while. Bad. This kid seems to really know. He did doubt the authenticity of the ability, but as one of the insiders, he did know that Sequence 11's ability was really called Chaotic Purple Light. He could guarantee that very few people knew the name of the Sequence 11 alien ability. Even that good granddaughter of his, Su Yuer, didn't know it, so there was no way that his granddaughter could have told this kid. So where did this kid learn about it? And the names in the top 10 of the sequence do sound kind of like that? You answer me one more question. Su Maching asked in a deep voice. What is the name of Sequence 16? Wait and see. Icky Inc. opened the exchange mall and searched for the Sequence 16 ability. Sequence 16, Inscription. Note, you will be able to master an entirely new type of energy. Sequence 16's ability is, Inscription. Icky Inc. looked up. What were you just looking at? Su Maching stared at his wrist suspiciously. Senior Su, do you know why Su Yuer trusts me? GMO Shui suddenly asked. Why? Perhaps because this matter was too unbelievable. Su Maching asked a rhetorical question without thinking. Because her pair of true trace eyes can see things that ordinary people can't. GMO Shui flung the time bracelet on his wrist and said softly. And this thing? Only Su Yuer and I can see. And this is also my biggest secret. Su Maching didn't speak again, but looked at him, waiting for his next words. Icky inked squarely. Elder Su, have you ever heard of time travel? He then went into a 10-minute long explanation. So, what you're saying is that you can travel through the timeline, and anything you do will make things change in the future? Su Maching's expression was a bit strange. GMO Shui practically repeated what he had told Su Muhan earlier to Su Maching. Well, so the way I resurrected Su Muhan was to cross over again. Icky Inc. nodded, and Su Maching pondered. Elder Su, I know you don't really trust me right now, but if I make the crossing again, you'll probably forget about my existence. So can you tell me some secrets that only you know, so that I can come to you with the secret in my next life and thus gain your trust? Icky Inc. murmured. Of course, if I don't succeed in crossing over, I'm willing to commit suicide in front of you to ensure my authenticity. Su Maching pondered for a long time before speaking quietly. There really is one secret. What? Icky Inc. asked curiously. Everyone in the Su family is unclear as to why I had to name my granddaughter a child's name like Su Yuer. Su Maching spoke. I didn't tell anyone about this matter. Icky Inc. perked up her ears. The day before Su Fish was born, I had a very real dream. Su Maching slowly said. In my dream, I dreamed that a whale swam from the sea to me, then opened its mouth and delivered a little girl in a princess dress to me. That whale mouthed the words of a human. Sir, this is the last of our true trace clan. Please also help us to take care of her. She will become your granddaughter and descend as a human. Her name, Su Yuer. After it finished speaking, it jumped back into the sea and disappeared. By the time I woke up the day after my dream, Su Yuer was born. Su Maching said in a deep voice. Originally, I didn't think much of this matter until Su Yuer showed a talent that was different from ordinary people. When she was 16, she awakened the supernatural ability, True Trace. Chapter 59, The Fourth Reincarnation. Ikari Inc.'s pupils contracted violently. The last of the true miracles? That whale. Moreover, Su Yuer had really awakened the True Trace ability, and this matter completely corresponded with that dream of Su Maching's. So you know why I insisted that Fisher be called Su Yuer, right? Su Maching sighed and said, I know that Fish's mother named her Su Muhan, but Su Yuer is her original name. GMO Shui nodded in understanding. A secret Su Yuer obviously didn't know either. If what you say is true, Su Maching got up and said, then in your next life, the so-called fourth life, when you come to me with this secret and those words you just said to me, I will definitely believe you. In addition, you said that you wanted to explain the matter of traveling through time with the officials. Su Maching thought for a moment before saying, my suggestion is not to inform first. Why? Iki Inc. asked curiously. Guess why you guys ran into a level 7 night demon? There are bad people in the crowd. After Su Maching said this, she pushed open the door and left. There are bad people in the crowd? GMO Shui stared blankly at Su Maching's departing back, his eyes thoughtful. What old mister? Su Maching means is that there's something wrong with that mission they took? But it seemed like it did. After all, the quest they had taken was clearly to kill a rank 4 night demon. But they hadn't thought that the rank 4 night demon was the heir of a rank 7 night demon. Anyone who does this quest, I'm afraid, will be targeted by that level 7 night demon. Chant? In that case, Su Maching had discovered some kind of unbelievable secret? But still, because he didn't trust him that much, he didn't tell everything. There are bad people inside the crowd. This time, Ikumo didn't wonder why humans couldn't be of one mind in front of a great enemy like the demon realm. He had already been told that Ace, the scientist with the brain ability, had been consumed by the human race itself. Thinking of brain, he opened the exchange mall and searched for the keyword, brain, in it. Not long after, the alien power about the intelligent brain appeared. Sequence 26, Intellectual Brain. Note, you will have an intelligence beyond that of normal people. The content is concise, but also clear. Some people are profit-oriented. Others are born to be human traders. GMO Shui gave up on the idea of looking for an official. After talking to Su Mo-chang today, he at least got this good news. In the next life, as long as he took this evidence to Su Maching, he would be able to gain the other party's trust. Instead of leaving the room again, he opened his time bracelet. Next, it's time for the fourth round. Use time bracelet. Enter mode, transcendental. Ding! Congratulations to the host for traveling successfully. This timeline is 1950 AD. Location, Ganzhou, Jiangxi, China. Searching for this timeline mission. After a dizzying sensation, Iki Inc. opened her eyes. In the first moment, he set his eyes on the long river that rolled before him. This time, unlike the previous times, he has come to the south of the country? The thought of being in the country made him wary. Last time, he was in the Sichuan Basin in the country, opening the first Demon Realm passage. If he opens a third Demon Realm passage in Ganzhou this time, then the entire southern part of China will fall off. Without waiting for much thought, the next moment he felt searing heat converging towards him. He wiped the sweat stains from his forehead and began to look around. At this time around him, there were quite a few people who were carrying something just like him. Hurry up! Our research group will get to the front line earlier, so we can have a chance to study the new miracle. A shout rang out from directly in front of them, and Ikari Inc. looked over at the speaker to realize that the person who had opened his mouth was a young, chipper young man. After determining the time and place, he began to search his mind for historical events. After pondering in his mind for a while, it really did lead him to one. On July 23, 1950 AD, somewhere within the countryside north of Ganzhou City in Jiangxi Province, a major event occurred when a mine collapsed, killing 450 people. In fact, there wouldn't have been so many people dead, but the odd thing about this whole thing is that after the mine collapsed, only about 200 people died inside the mine. But for some reason, people from around the mine went forward to rescue people from the mine, and as a result, the mine collapsed twice, killing another 500 or so people. The most screwed up thing is that the people around continued the third wave of rescue and then the mine collapsed a third time. In the end, the total death toll reached 450. After 3 collapses, the rescuers were honest. This event was remembered well by Ikuma because it was so odd. In fact, there are quite a few other historical events that are similarly odd. and Icky Inc. is dedicated to memorizing them. Supposedly, several experts died in this one. These experts were a very valuable resource during this period, and their deaths were a great loss to the cause. At the time, when Icky Inc. saw the news, it was also a bit strange. Why did the collapse of the mine kill the experts who should have stayed inside the lab? This incident reveals strangeness. At that thought, he looked to the young fellow in the distance. The other party just said that there was some kind of miracle and called themselves a research group. Seems to, sort of, correspond to events in history? He observed himself again. On a hot day, he was surprisingly wearing thick clothes. The mold of the clothes on his body was a bit strange. It was a bit similar to the radiation-proof clothes he wore that time he traveled to the future before. Not only that, he was also carrying a big heavy bag, but he was now physically strengthened twice, so he was walking as light as a swallow, quite easily. Encouraged by the young lad at the head of the platoon, the group continued on. Icky Inc. followed the crowd while waiting for the system to release the quest. The system's quest hadn't been released until now, and Icky Inc. didn't know what to do, so he could only follow the large group first. Their group was in a fast hurry all the way, and after taking a break in the middle, they saw someone behind them take out a large pot and ingredients, frying a large pot of egg fried rice, and everyone ate it piece by piece. Just a few eggs, but a lot of salt, and a lot of flavor. I have to say, although these ancient people do not have enough ingredients, but the fried rice is really delicious. He had just eaten a full meal when the voice of the time bracelet suddenly rang in his head. Ding! Quest search successful. Start issuing quests. Chapter 60, Breaking the Energy Limiting Stone. 2 quests have been searched in this timeline. Mission 1, Die in a Miracle. Reward points, 10 points. Mission 2, Die outside the miracle. Reward points, 0 points. Mission 3, Break the Energy Limiting Stone within the miracle. Reward points, 100 points. Note, the Energy Limiting Stone is a stone that limits the upper limit of all Exalted in Blue Star, and by breaking the Energy Limiting Stone within that miracle, the upper limit of Exalted will be breached. Ikari Inc. withdrew her gaze, something odd under her eyes, and this mission knows how to explain it to him? But thanks to the quest explaining it to him, there was a real possibility that he might have refused to accept the third quest otherwise. The first reincarnation quest is for him to move a rock, and then the world becomes an alien world. The second reincarnation quest had him launching into a missile that resulted in opening a second demonic realm passage. He had already lost his trust in the time bracelet, and this time he crossed over. He had originally intended to die casually and try not to change history, and his main goal was still to save Su Muhan's life and return to reality. The results now seem. I choose Mission 3. He intended to trust the explanation of the Mission 1 last time. After all, this mission had been explained to him. There was no need to lie to him again, right? With the global alien breaking through the upper limit of proficiency, the overall strength could definitely be enhanced, and there would definitely be an additional layer of means to fight against the demonic realm. A good mission this time? The guidelines for the mission then appeared before his eyes. The location that the mission had directed him to was indeed exactly the same as the direction that the research group was heading. What is this miracle? Icky Inc.'s eyes twinkled with curiosity. This crossing was the longest he'd had since this one. They had traveled for 3 days and 3 nights as a research group, resting when they were tired and eating when they were hungry. With 3 days of walking around, Ikamo also knows that his name is Lin Zhang, this time mainly to play a hand. And the thick suit he was wearing was really for radiation protection. The suit also had a helmet, but the helmet was only put on after he got to his position. As for what the miracle was, he didn't ask, and it was not good for him to ask, because everyone seemed to know about it, and it would be out of place for him to ask. After 3 days and nights of traveling, the group finally arrived at the legendary miracle. This miracle is, in fact, a bubbling purple mine. Seeing that it was indeed a mining area, the story seemed to overlap with that historical event he had memorized in his mind. It seemed to have just rained at the mine and the air was a little damp. Ikoma then noticed that the leader of the research group was an old man, who had found the head of the mine, and not knowing what was being discussed, the workers of the mine had given them a free pass. Just like that, you let it go? Icky Inc. followed the crowd inside somewhat strangely. Everyone, the miracle in here erupted and collapsed once before, so let's stick together this time when we go in. Don't fall behind. The young man at the head of the group said to the crowd in place of the old man, "We've taken on a mission from the state this time, so we must find out why the miracle appeared this time." Taking on a national mission? Ikari Inc.'s expression was a bit odd. Was this mission really issued by the state? He followed the crowd inside the mine, only to realize, to his surprise, that this place was a huge labyrinth altogether. Countless passages, as if representing different endings. It turned out that after the underground of this mine was dug through, many passages appeared, but these passages were unstable and would probably collapse. But then again, because there was a purple aura floating up. Countless people were attracted to it. But so far, everyone who has entered has died, so they have invited a team of professionals to come and see if they can find the location of this miracle. Among the people present, only Ikuma, who has a map view, can see the location of the core. The research group had already learned about the situation of this place, so they had already prepared for it, and directly took out countless long wires, connecting them to the bodies of people similar to these people like Icky Ink. Icky Ink also finally realized his role, so it was Daredevil, with a thick suit on, and then a helmet. He connected one end of the line and walked into a cave. The mission seems to be using this method to get them inside the cave to find the exact location of the miracle inside the cave, but all these people seem to die in the end. Icky Ink had a map, and he followed the map's directions into the soggy cavern, staying away from the group for some time before using his powers to burn through the ropes and quickly skimming towards the inside. The cavern was as transparent to his eyes as he ran quickly through the rugged, curved underground passage. If it wasn't for the map, there would be no difference between these actions and his death. Under the guidance of the mission, it only took him 10 minutes to find the legendary energy limiting stone. The energy limiting stone was indeed a purple stone, and this purple stone emitted purple mists that could penetrate the soil and surge into the outer sky. No wonder the outside world can see the purple energy coming from the east. Icky Ink arrived in front of this energy limiting stone and watched as there were countless chains deadbolting the energy limiting stone to a huge altar, which had a lot of runes that he couldn't understand. He cupped a fireball in his hand. Since the mission was to break this energy limiting stone, he lifted his Peak of Proficiency's fiery cloud and viciously snapped at the energy limiting stone in front of him. Bang! The energy limiting stone exploded under the force. Countless purple debris splattered, and Icky Ink fell back a few steps. The explosion of the energy limiting stone seemed to have released countless energies, and being hit by a wave of energy, he bore the brunt of it. The huge energy impact directly caused his body to be unable to withstand it, and his skin began to rupture, and he felt that his body was being flooded with endless energy, which was on the verge of completely bursting his body. Ding! Mission accomplished. The system's voice rang in his head. He could not hold on any longer. His body completely shattered with a bang. Lin Zheng, D. The Fourth Estate. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the fourth time crossing over and has successfully returned to reality. Total harvest from this crossing, 100 points. Currently possessing points, 1080 points. Having experienced death once again, Icky Ink feels like he's used to that pain of death. Back to reality again. Su Yuer should be resurrected, right? He slowly opened his eyes, but at the sight of his immediate surroundings, a flash of consternation flashed across his eyes, because the environment he was in was the very same bedroom he'd had in Chang'an City. At home, after he'd crossed over in his second life. He's back in the second timeline? Chapter 61, there are no more secondary alien academies. Ikari Ink was about to get up when a familiar voice sounded in the doorway. Son, come out to dinner. At the sound of the frightening voice, Icky Ink almost jumped out of bed. What's going on? Mom's turning into an illusionary demon again? A flash of alarm flashed under his eyes as he went to the window first and pulled back the curtains. There were still Alterans out there, and the entire city of Chang'an was still guarded by colorful protective barriers. So what's going on now? Icky Ink's expression was odd, saying that he had traveled to the second life. Right, but when the previously traveled timeline returned, it was all delayed according to normal time. There shouldn't be any accidents this time either. Son, hurry up and come out for dinner. The door to his room was knocked violently outside by his mom. Feeling his mom's violent knock on the door, Icky Ink inexplicably felt a sense of kinship. The flavor is right. In his first life, his mom was from Sichuan, so his temper. Later, in the second life, because of the emergence of the demonic and demonic realm passages in the Sichuan basin, the entire Sichuan province fell, so their family lived in Chang'an City, but the old mom's temper remained the same. Icky Ink had a hunch that this time old mom wasn't controlled by the illusion demon. After he got dressed, he opened the door to his room and hugged his old mom straight away. What? What is going on? Mom froze. It's okay. Just wanted to hug you. Inkpool let go of his mom and asked curiously, where's Dad? Your dad has already finished his breakfast and gone to work. You should hurry up and have a breakfast and go to work too. Don't you have a morning meeting today? Yesterday you even asked me to wake you up earlier today. Mom urged after patting his shoulders and helping him smooth out the creases on his shoulders. Going to work? What the hell is going to work? So he said tentatively, Mom, would you believe me if I said I'd lost my memory? I believe you want a big mouth. Mom's expression sank. I'll give you 3 seconds to get your ass to breakfast. 3, 2, I'm going to eat now. Ikuma immediately ran away. It looks like the whole going to work thing is not going to come out of Mom's mouth. But he was also confused at this time. Wasn't he a level 2 water elemental alien? Shouldn't he be staying at the level 2 alien school at this time? How come you started working? As he sipped his milk, he took out his cell phone and searched the web. One of the key words is secondary alien school, but the news he soon found out made him blush. There are no secondary alien academies. He was dumbfounded and immediately searched for the levels of the powers again. Then he realized that the levels of the powers had been updated long ago now. The total number of levels of psychic ability is divided into introductory, skillful, proficient, and only hand-skilled. Yes, the upper limit of the ability level really did change because he broke the energy limiting stone. There was an extra, only hand-ripe. But what made it harder for him was that although the level of the ability had been raised, there was still no more standardized level. These are 4 levels that don't appear to be representative. This also illustrates the point that humanity's current development of psychic abilities remains insufficient. Could the disappearance of level 2 alien schools have something to do with the rank of only hands acquainted? Icky Ink pondered. Thinking of this, he directly opened the exchange mall of the time bracelet and found the Fiery Clouds upgrade program inside. Sure enough, it refreshed. Ability Fire to the Clouds, only hands are cooked, 200 points. 2,000 points? Icky Ink blinked. It seemed that his previous guess was correct. The maximum exchange limit of the exchange mall was related to the strongest person in this world. But that would seem to be quite a restriction on him. After all, his strongest strength still depends on the eyes of the top powerhouses of this world. There are some immortal arts in the exchange mall, but the points needed for those things are astronomical. So he can only take a look, not even dare to think about it. Currently, the way he enhanced his strength was still alien powers. Also, he probably knew why the secondary alien school had disappeared. When he was in the genius training camp in his last life, he learned something. That is, the cultivation resources in this world are limited. In the 4th generation, there is an additional only hand-skilled level of psychic ability. So there are a lot of resources are given to the top psychic ability and high-level psychic ability to cultivate. With the increase in high combat power adepts under the scarcity of resources, the country went ahead and cancelled the cultivation of second-level adepts. Because second-level adepts really don't play much of a role on the battlefield. It would be better to give the cultivation resources of these second-level adepts to other high-level adepts, so that those high-level adepts can cultivate stronger. After all, high combat power is the mainstream of this world. After figuring this out, Icky Ink was also a bit helpless. I didn't realize that I had become a working person, but I don't know if my job is delivery. He flipped through his cell phone just in time to see a work group. Alien Water Factory Employee Group. The corner of Icky Ink's eye twitched hard when he saw the name of this employee group. This second-level water elemental ability of his own was considered a waste of time? The water source released by the water element's aliens is drinkable. And because of this, the water factories developed are indeed likely to actually exist. Hurry up and eat. You'll be late in 10 minutes. Mom walked up to him and prodded. Icky Ink glanced at her cell phone. 8:20. Looks like it's 8:30 at the place? He ate and drank and went out. However, after going out, he glanced at the cooldown time of the time bracelet, and it was still a month's duration. So now, should he look for Su Muhan first? Or should he look for Su Maching first? Let's find Su Muhan first and let this girl give him a peace report. Icky Ink dialed the number, which he had memorized masterfully. The phone waited for a long time before finally connecting. Hello? A familiar girl's voice came from the other end of the phone. It's Su Muhan. Su Muhan has come back to life. He was instantly relieved. Resurrection was good. Resurrection was good. Hello Su Muhan, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Ikuma. Do I know you? Su Muhan's tone was a bit puzzled. We once had a promise. Ikuma was in a good mood at the moment as he chuckled softly. You once told me that when I find you again, I'll tell you that I'm your Tachibana Takaru. There was no sound on the other end of the phone. Icky Ink froze for a moment, thinking the other person had hung up, and picked up his cell phone to see that the call was still in progress. So the ninny didn't hang up? What's Tachibana Takaru? I don't know what you're talking about. Su Muhan's voice rang out, but GMO Shuei had already noticed that Su Muhan's voice was somewhat less calm. With a slight tremor? Chapter 62, Su Yuer is in danger again. Ikari Ink sensed that the other party should have realized that, so he continued to speak. Su Muhan, or Miss Su Yuer, aren't you curious as to why I know all your information? Su Muhan this time also does not cover up. She directly questioned. How do you know Tachibana Taki? Also, what news do you know about me? There are some questions that I think would be more appropriate to meet and talk about. Icky Ink suggested. Good. Su Muhan said. Where are you? When I'm done with this mission, I'll go find you. I'm in Chang'an City. Call me when you get here. Icky Ink said with a smile. Chang'an City? What a coincidence. Su Muhan was a bit surprised. It just so happens that I finished a quest last night in Jinan County near Chang'an City. so I'll look for you when I get to Chang'an City at noon today. Okay, wait until you finish your mission. Before GMO Shui could finish his words, the other side hung up the phone. That little ninny. She hangs up the phone pretty fast. Icky Ink muttered. But the next moment. Later, his pupils snapped wide open. Just now, Su Muhan was saying that she did a quest in Jinan County near Chang'an City last night and returned to Chang'an City this morning? This mission. Why does it sound so familiar? Wasn't this the same quest they took in their third life to go to the train station and kill that level 4 night demon? His face sank violently. History was indeed strikingly similar. And this life Su Muhan had taken on this mission after all. It seemed that someone was indeed assassinating Su Muhan, the genius alien with sequence 22, True Trace. Jinan County is in what place to come? He opened the map with somewhat trembling fingers, and found the location of the above train station coming to Chang'an City. He was just about estimating, even if he reached the spot where they found that level 7 night demon at that time. Just now, Su Muhan suddenly hung up the phone and might have already had an encounter with that. It's too late to stay. The next moment, he immediately stopped a cab and threw a few $100s from his pocket. Driver, go to the south of the city as fast as you can. My wife has cuckolded me. I'm going to catch the female. He couldn't use his powers freely within the city. He'd have to take a taxi first to be able to fly somewhere. Seeing a few $100, plus there are melons to eat, the driver instantly hit the chicken blood like, brother, you don't worry. I drive. Very quickly. With that, he launched right into the gas. Inside the vehicle, Icky Ink looked out the window anxiously and kept urging the driver. But the driver just said, don't worry, I'm already fast. Just as Icky Ink looked out the window anxiously, a phone suddenly rang. Thinking that it was Su Muhan returning the call, G Ink hurriedly answered it. But just as soon as it was connected, a furious male voice came from the other end of the phone. Chi Ink, you didn't even come to the morning meeting today. Do you not want to work in the company anymore? I'll you up. Chi Mo instantly cursed in a rage. I'm your father. You, get lost. Da. He hung up and quickly blacked out the phone before an angry pair of eyes looked at the driver who was watching him in the rearview mirror. Drive your car. The driver immediately retracted his gaze and swallowed his saliva and said, little brother, although such a bad thing has happened in your family, but the work still needs to be done properly, and you are scolding your boss. So much. Whatever. Icky Ink didn't feel anything. His superior just bumped into the muzzle of his anger. Who would get scolded if not him? I don't know if it was because of fear in the midst of it, but in just 10 minutes or so, the driver delivered Ikuma to the south of the city. Dude, where's your wife? And there are no hotels around here. The driver had just stopped the car when he saw Icky Ink open the car door and directly manifested a pair of flame powers and flew away towards the sky. The anxious look made the driver smack his lips for a moment. Wild war. Icky Ink spread a pair of flaming wings out as he brought his psychic ability to extreme speed and flew frantically in the direction indicated by his cell phone's map. He hadn't been flying for long when his cell phone rang again and he took it out to see that it was his mom calling. Did that waterworks company find their mom and put pressure on her? GM Oshue was now panicking inside because of the danger that had befallen Su Muhan, and had absolutely no heart to deal with some inconsequential matters in the fourth world. I don't know how much time had passed, but he followed the train's pathway in a frantic rush. Suddenly, he saw a train coming in his direction. He quickly stopped the train and found his way to the glass of the compartment where he and Su Muhan had jumped off earlier. The glass is broken. He had a sudden sense of foreboding within him. Where are the girls here? He inquired of the staff. She just jumped right out with another girl after breaking the glass, and it looked to me like they were going in the opposite direction of the train. The staff was startled by the sudden appearance of Pool Ink. However, after seeing GM Oshue's appearance at such a young age yet he was already proficient in the third level fire elemental ability, it was hard to hide the shock within his heart. Upon learning of Su Muhan's departure, Ikuma resumes his journey. He left the train and quickly swept toward one side. Soon, he saw the marks that had been slid over by the body of a level 7 night demon. Because of the long period of time spent traveling at full speed, Ikari Ink felt that his body was already a bit tired, so he spent 2 points and exchanged 5 shots of adrenaline within the exchange mall, taking one out and sticking it directly on his thigh. 1078 points remaining. With the adrenaline, he felt his body regain its strength, and he resumed his frantic run towards his position in the mountains. Listening to that staff member just now, there was another girl who was on a mission with Su Muhan this time. Now we could only hope that the girl's powers were stronger and she would last a little longer. Don't wait for Su Muhan to use the true mark. Desperate, after he crossed a familiar valley, he did see, right in front of him, 2 somewhat wretched figures. Besides the 2 figures, there was also a giant python that was chasing the 2 figures. It's that level 7 night demon. However, a level 7 night demon would be severely weakened in battle during the day, and was nowhere near a match for him. and fleeing for their lives with a level 7 night demon chasing them were two girls. In addition to the familiar Su Muhan, the other girl's body emitted a faint blue light, and with every flash of the blue light, Su Muhan and the girls' bodies would instantly move forward some distance. Su Muhan was also a bit unable to top it. His eyes flashed with despair as he shouted, "Authentic and absolutely. Keep your mouth shut," Ikari shouted violently, interrupting Su Muhan's spell casting. "I did memorize your ID number." Seeing that Su Muhan was no longer fighting for his life, GMO Shuei's body directly transformed into a flaming gyroscope. The flames transformed into a sharp, thick bullet that wrapped Icky Ink's entire body and slammed downward. Icky Ink's body seemed to turn into light for a moment. Boom! Under GMO Shuei's almost furious attack, the 7th level Night Demon's body was actually directly penetrated by this huge flame gyroscope with a huge bloody hole. The Night Demon let out a miserable scream as Icky Inkwater picked up a flaming longsword and slashed at the Night Demon's head with all his strength. But the 7th level Night Demon was unable to dodge the blow because of the pain, so the several meter long flame giant sword was directly inserted into the 7th level Night Demon's head. The Night Demon's bloodthirsty eyes also gradually lost their color. Bang! After a loud bang, this level 7 Night Demon fell to the ground with a loud thud. After killing the 7th level Night Demon, Icky Ink slowly walked out from the other party's corpse. He was covered in Night Demon blood, and he simply used his water elemental ability directly to cleanse his body. Su Muhan and the other woman just watched in awe as he killed the Night Demon and then used another of his powers to clean himself up. "Thank you for saving me, sir." When the two women saw GMO Shuei looking toward them, they hurriedly saluted gratefully. "I only have ladies' clothes, so take them and cover up first." Su Muhan hurriedly took out a lady's dress from her bag and handed it to GMO Shuei. Ikari Ink found herself somewhat unclothed as well, taking her clothes over and tying them up to block her key areas. He thought that he was wearing the free combat uniform issued by the Genius Intensive Training Camp, so he just used his powers casually, not realizing that he still burned almost all of the clothes on his body. "No need to thank you." GMO Shuei looked towards Su Muhan and smiled. "Introducing myself once again. My name is GMO Shuei. Pool Ink?" Su Muhan's good-looking eyes snapped wide. "You're my Tachibana Takaru?" Icky Ink had just gotten off the phone with her. How could she forget the man who had told her biggest secret? "Hello GMO Shuei. My name is Xingyu." The girl on the side did graciously extend her hand to him. "Thank you for your assistance. If it wasn't for you, Muhan and I might have to plant ourselves here." GMO Shuei shook his hand with him and then looked back at Su Muhan. "I know you have a lot of doubts right now. I hope you give me some time. I'll explain it to you when we go to Chang'an City later." Su Muhan nodded, but a pair of beautiful eyes were still curiously glancing at GMO Shuei's body. Even there was a faint golden glow. GMO Shuei was open to letting the other party look at him. The secret he was carrying wasn't much of a secret to Su Muhan. On the contrary, Xinyu on the other side. "Where did she come from, Mr. GMO Shuei? How come you're already a level 3 fire elemental ability proficient at such a young age?" Xinyu asked curiously. "Probably gifted," Icky Ink said after thinking about it. Xinyu said with stars in her eyes. "Wow, you're so strong then." "Well, whether he's strong or not is another story." Su Muhan blocked Xinyu's face with a slap. Her tone was not very good. "Also, he's my friend." Su Muhan was also quite strange at this time. She obviously met with GMO Shuei for the first time, but watching Xinyu and GMO Shuei chatting like this made her heart very uncomfortable. Could it be that she really knew this Ikumo before, and that he was her Tachibana Takaru? "Is he your friend?" Xinyu, however, cocked her head and said, "But I just saw your expression. It seems like you don't recognize him?" Su Muhan clenched her fists and made a cackling sound. "If I say I know, I know. Fine. You recognize. Xinyu glanced at her mouth and succumbed to Su Muhan's force. Ji-Ink didn't participate in the chat between the two as he sized up Su Muhan's appearance. Su Muhan and the Third Life were almost carved from the same mold in terms of both personality and appearance. It's just a shame that none of it is like the gentle girl of the First Life. Of course, the Su Muhan of the First Life could have been pretending before his eyes. But luckily, Su Muhan was resurrected. As long as the people are still there, everything is okay. "I have a question. How did you know that I was shipwrecked and know my detailed location?" Su Muhan asked him. "You're not from the training camp, right? It's logical that you shouldn't be able to receive my distress call." Ikumo laughed. "Didn't I tell you? I'm your Tachibana Takaru. Of course I have telepathy with you." Xinyu, who was on the side, looked at the two and was a bit puzzled. "And who is Tachibana Taki? You have telepathy with me?" Su Muhan couldn't help but ask. "Then why don't you tell me what's on my mind right now? What you're thinking of is after you go to Chang'an in a little while, go to Bayan Street and eat a spicy popping crayfish," GMO Shuei said. Su Muhan. This was something she'd thought about before. And this boy knew about it? So you know what I love to eat? She asked again. You love to eat Chaghan's crayfish, as well as Sichuan's skewer hot pot, Ningxia's stewed local chicken, Nanchang's old 3 samples. That is, Nanchang's old 3 samples every time you have to queue up to grab, and you still always can't grab it, said Pulink as if counting his family's treasures. Su Muhan's eyes widened. Then do you know what I love to drink? 3 parts sugar and less ice and white mist red dust. Without waiting for her to ask, Icky Ink continued to add, you like people to peel your crawfish when you eat them, but pretend like you like peeling them every time. Su Muhan froze. Xinyu on the side was also surprised. Su Muhan, so the last time you took me to eat crayfish and took the initiative to peel it for me, you were actually pretending to like peeling it? And Ikumo continued. Also, you watched a movie in middle school and then I was your Tachibana Takaru. Aha. Without waiting for him to finish, Su Muhan immediately covered his mouth. Alright, I believe you. Stop talking. You're so close to memorizing my ID number. Her chest continued to rise and fall, clearly frightened by Icky Ink. I did memorize it. It was 36 ***. Don't say it again. Su Muhan directly grabbed the skin of his mouth and pinched his upper and lower lips together, indignantly saying, if you say it again I'll sew up your mouth. Icky Ink shook her head, indicating that she would never speak again. After releasing Icky Ink's mouth, Su Muhan still couldn't help but ask, did I really know you before and then I still forgot about you? Aha! Icky Ink nodded. Then what is the relationship between us? Su Muhan asked with a slightly flushed face. You said you'd give me children, Icky Ink said honestly. In the first life, Su Muhan did say she would give him children, so it's okay to say that, right? Chapter 64, he's been time traveling for me? Su Muhan's face instantly turned red. How could she say something so unashamed? Was Ikuma and her lovers before? But what period of time was she missing her memory? Why would she forget Ikuma's existence? But after the shyness, she asked, blushing, what you say, but is it true? Well, I know you're in danger. Icky Ink lit up on his cell phone. I've been here as fast as I could, and I'm glad I made it. Just as he pulled out his cell phone, Mom's call came back. The corner of Icky Ink's eye trembled, but there was always a call to answer, so he stiffened and picked up the phone. Ikumo, do you not want to go home? Mom's growling voice resounded on the other end of the phone. I'll give you 10 minutes. If you can't get to the office in 10 minutes, you won't call me Mom in the future. Although GMO Shui hurriedly lowered the volume when he picked up the phone, his mom's angry voice was still heard by Su Muhan and Xinyu. The expressions of the two women's eyes were a bit odd. This level 3 fire elemental proficient expert was still at work? What is this? The great hidden one? Mom, I've got something going on here. I'll go back and explain it to you later. Icky Ink whispered. What could be more important than losing your job? Mom's furious voice wasn't disguised at all, although Ikuma had lowered the volume of his cell phone to a very low level. To the two women, who had been physically enhanced, it was no different than talking in their ears. Su Muhan couldn't look at it anymore and went up to the front, ready to say something, but Icky Ink shook her head at her, signaling her to keep quiet. She could only stop. Alright, I'll rush back now. GMO Shui coaxed his mom. Also, about you cursing the leader. You'd better explain it to me when you get back. Mom hung up with a curse. After hanging up with his mom, Icky Ink rubbed his brow with a headache. He didn't know who had called him at the time, and in his haste he had cursed at the other man, and now he had to find a way to settle the matter. The most annoying thing about traveling back was also this kind of thing. The fourth life himself had no memories of all the things he experienced. He couldn't inherit any memories, and every time he traveled back, it was just like traveling to a new world. This time it didn't rain from the sky, and it didn't take long for that supportive army from before to show up. After the army came out, the same young men as last time came to ask how they were doing. After Icky Ink gave an honest explanation, the matter was left unsettled. This matter also naturally didn't end. After all, once Icky Ink's identity was exposed, his dual alien situation was also naturally exposed. After a few people registered their messages, a special car came to take them back to Chang'an. Someone brought Ikuma clothes to prevent Ikuma from being naked all the time. The three sat in a car and were taken to Chang'an. Along the way, Su Muhan wanted to ask GMO Shui about the memory aspect, but there was no choice but to hold back her curiosity since Xinyu was beside her. Icky Ink wasn't in a hurry. He was thinking about what to tell Su Muhan about this. The truth? But it didn't feel like it worked that well, and the other guy didn't always keep his secrets. It still felt like he had to hide part of what was going on, while the third Su Muhan was willing to sacrifice for him. The Su Muhan of this life was not the same person. After sending them to Chang'an City, GMO Shui asked Su Muhan, "Did you bring your ID card? Bring it on." Su Muhan pulled out her ID card and looked at GMO Shui suspiciously. That. Shi Ink looked at Xinyu. Shin Yu, we have something to say. I'll return Su Muhan to you later ha. After saying that, he dragged Su Muhan to the nearest hotel. Just walking into the hotel, he said to the receptionist, who was a bit frozen, "Get a bell room." Then, he slapped his and Su Muhan's ID cards on the table. "It's booked, number 3012. $120. The front desk quickly registered it and returned their ID cards and room cards. "Pay up." Icky Inc. looked at Su Muhan. He had given the driver all the hundreds of dollars he had in his pocket and was now penniless. Su Muhan took out 200 from her bag and threw it to the receptionist. When the two walked into the room, Icky Inc. immediately closed the door and began searching the room for any cameras or anything like that. After searching around and there was nothing unusual, he rolled up his sleeve and placed his left hand in front of Su Muhan's eyes. "What are you going to do?" Su Muhan looked at him strangely. "I don't have anything on my wrist right now, do I?" Hikari Inc. flicked her wrist. Su Muhan subconsciously nodded. "You turn on True Trace and see?" Icky Inc. said. "You even know about the real one?" Su Muhan froze. "Open it and see." Pool Inc. urged. Su Muhan could only open the real handwriting and look at Icky Inc.'s wrist. However, the moment she opened the True Trace, she realized with a jolt that a glistening white bracelet had appeared on Hikari Inc.'s wrist. "What is this?" She touched the bracelet in surprise. The texture of the bracelet was very real, yet she knew that she couldn't feel the bracelet's presence without turning on the real thing. "Time bracelet," Icky Inc. explained simply. "This bracelet allows me to time travel." "Time travel?" Su Muhan blinked. "Didn't you want to know why I knew you were dying?" Icky Inc. explained. "It's because you died in front of me before, and I chose to time travel in order to save you. And only now was I able to succeed in saving you from that level 7 night demon." Icky Inc. explained rather vaguely, but in Su Muhan's ears, it changed some flavor. "So, you've been time traveling to find a way to save me, have you?" Su Muhan said. Some plot on a movie coming to mind. In the plot, the hero keeps time traveling in order to save the heroine. And every time he travels back, the heroine forgets about him. But he is still determined to keep traveling and traveling back to find a chance to save the heroine. Could it be that Ikuma is also constantly time traveling to save her? The thought made her look at Icky Inc. all wrong. And Ikuma froze for a moment when he heard Su Muhan's words. "Why do you feel that the other side has misinterpreted it?" "Forget it, doesn't matter. The point is that the other guy believes him." "There is one thing I need to let you know," he said in a deep voice. "Someone is deliberately harming you. In my previous experience, the person who was on a mission to save the train station with you was me. But that time you died at the hands of a level 7 night demon. This time, however, you came with Xing Yu. And the person who wants to get you killed must be the one who knows that your special ability is True Trace. So, who are the people who know about your powers?" Chapter 65 Beautiful Country is researching human cloning technology? Su Muhan thought for a moment and opened her mouth. "I'm not sure who all knows about my psychic ability. The people who know about my psychic ability are my grandfather Su Maching. But it's absolutely impossible for my grandfather to harm me. There's also my mother, because when I awakened my psychic ability at the age of 16 my mother was by my side. And then after my mother told my grandfather about my psychic ability, my grandfather told my mother to keep it a secret. Only Grandpa and Mom and the Su family know what my powers are. Who all the rest know about my powers? I'm not sure." GMO Shuei nodded. "A tiger's venom does not eat the child." The person who wanted to kill Su Muhan was definitely not her mother and grandfather. Because if Su Mo Chang and her mother wanted to kill her, they wouldn't go through so much trouble. Looks like there's still a way to get through to Su Maching? Thinking about this, he couldn't help but think that it would be nice to travel to the future. It wouldn't be such a hassle for him to go straight to the future timeline for answers. Now the whole thing is like a werewolf kill. Not since Su Maching told him there were bad guys in the crowd. There was also what he had talked to that Zhuge Gong after he went to the future earlier, and he hadn't played much of a role in it so far. "Right. We can't let Huaxia send a team of Ultrans to support the Demon Realm passage in the Beautiful Kingdom. Because the Beautiful Kingdom will violate the United Nations Treaty by researching human cloning." This news he had to find a way to tell Su Maching and cooperate with the other party. "Call your grandfather." After thinking about it, Icky Inc. said this. "Call my grandfather? You know him?" Su Muhan was curious, but still took out his cell phone. "I don't know you in this life, but I knew you before, just like I know you. You know what I mean?" Icky Inc. said. Su Muhan nodded. It was a certain timeline that she had traveled through earlier where her grandfather had met Ikumo. She dialed Su Maching's number. Perhaps because of his granddaughter's call, Su Maching's call was answered quickly. "Fish, what is it you want from Grandpa?" Su Maching's voice was extraordinarily kind. If not for GMO Shuei recognizing the other party's timbre, he would have thought that he had changed. "Grandpa, there is a man looking for you." Su Muhan looked at GMO Shuei and said, "I think you can trust him." "Who is it?" Su Maching's voice was a little puzzled and a little wary. GMO Shui picked up the phone. Hello Mr. Su, this is GMO Shui. GMO Shui, I shouldn't know you, right? Su Maching asked back in confusion. This morning, after going to the train station to carry out a mission, Su Yuer and her partner were chased by a rank 7 night demon. This matter should not be known to you yet, right? What? Su Maching's voice was a little frightened. Where is Fish? Is she alright? Grandpa, I'm fine. It was GMO Shui who saved me. Su Muhan shouted from the side. Elder Su. It's obvious that someone is harming Su Yuer. Chi-Ink picked up the phone and whispered. Otherwise, how could an ordinary mission draw out a level 7 night demon? Who are you? Su Maching questioned. I told you. I'm the one who saved Su Yuer, and I need your help. Why should I trust you? Su Maching asked rhetorically. I have every suspicion that you've made a setup to gain Su Yuer's trust. Grandpa, we can trust him. Su Muhan spoke from the side. He told me a secret, and these secrets can make me trust him, because Ikumo knew all of her secrets. It was impossible for her to tell anyone else those secrets, and Ikumo could know these things, probably because the other party could really time travel, and in one of the previous timelines, she herself trusted the other party so much that she informed the other party of all the secrets in her body. It's okay, I have a way to make old Mr. Su believe me. GMO Shui shook his head to indicate that she didn't need to say more, and said with Su Maching, General Empty, to be honest with you, the reason why I know you guys is because I experienced time travel. In another world, Su Yuer was successfully assassinated and died at the hands of that 7th level night demon. Oh, how do you prove you've experienced time travel? In the other world, you once told me a secret. Iki-Ink whispered. This secret was about Su Yuer's name. Oh, Su Maching's tone intensified a few points. You should know if I mention a few keywords. Iki-Ink whispered. Dream, whale, authentic. I believe you. Su Maching immediately said. Tell me, what kind of help do you need? Hearing that her grandfather also believed Iki-Ink, Su Muhan looked at Iki-Ink's face curiously. What's the story about her name anyway? What with the dreams and the whales? Ikimo had become filled with mystery in her mind. Iki-Ink really had a few more requests. The first thing was that his identity needed Su Maching to help him hide it, especially regarding his dual alien identity. Su Maching agreed. In fact, those officers were not clear about the matter of the 7th level night demon. It was only necessary for Su Maching to explain to the outside world that he had allowed a proficient 3rd level fire elemental adept to secretly protect Su Muhan. Second thing, he needs a military identity. Because of his family, it's not good for him to continue to work at that water factory, and asking for a military identity will gag his mom and allow him to secretly investigate the matter. Su Maching also agreed. One last thing, Elder Mr. Su, I would like to ask, are there any people who know about Su Yuer's authenticity, supernatural ability? Ikari-Ink asked. It was important to him. It was about who the human traitor really was. There are only 5 people who know about her psychic abilities, other than her and you. Su Maching said in a deep voice. Her mother and I, the first and second in command of the Genius Intensive Training Camp, and the last person the leader of the Demon Suppression Corps, Wu Qing. Do you think that if someone were to try to get Su Yuer killed, who of the remaining 4 would that person be? Ji-Ink asked. Wu Qing. Su Maching spoke without even thinking. Wu Qing has lost his father since he was young, and his mother is a Chinese American. If it wasn't for the fact that he owed a favor to a handful of people from the Genius Intensive Training Camp, he would probably have relocated to the beautiful country with his mother. And recently he's been working with the beautiful country, and it's rumored that early next year he'll send a team to support the beautiful country to help it resist the demons that have experienced enhanced nuclear radiation. Clones? Ji-Ink snapped. That's 100% Wu Qing. The beautiful country is gracious. They recorded all the personal information of the troops supported by Huaxia and carried out the cloning technique. What human cloning? Su Maching snapped. You're saying that the beautiful country is researching human cloning technology? Chapter 66, Hard Rumor? If you're willing to believe me, Ji-Ink said. Next year, all the people in China who go to support will be cloned by the beautiful country. What is the probability of this happening? Su Maching asked. 100%, Iki-Ink whispered. That's what I saw in the future. I know. I'll go do what you told me to do for you. Wait for my news. Su Maching hurriedly hung up the phone, not knowing who to contact. After hanging up the phone, GMO Shui and Su Muhan exchanged a glance. I didn't realize that there were secrets between you and my grandfather, Su Muhan said with some amusement. I only have secrets with you guys. Iki-Ink sighed. I feel like I'm surrounded by bad people right now and I don't even know who to trust. He felt like he was playing werewolf killing. He was the prophet. Su Muhan was his first day of Jinshui, and Su Maching was his second day of Jinshui. Also, there exists the possibility that Sumo Green could be a hidden wolf. Hidden Wolf Prophet verified as a good guy. It's okay, I'm sure I'm good. Su Muhan comforted. Someone tries to kill you and you come to comfort me instead? Icky Ink said in amusement. You'll save me even if I die, right? Su Muhan suddenly asked. It would be, but time travel would have a lot of instability. Icky Ink covered her head. I'm not sure how good or bad that instability is. Then it's not alright, as long as you're alive. It's the same as if I'd been alive. Su Muhan said seriously. Icky Ink nodded. The infinite possibilities existed if he was alive, which was equal to the other party being alive as well. It's really a charming time bracelet. Actually, I still have a lot of questions. Su Muhan asked. Were we really a couple before? Why do you ask all of a sudden? Icky Ink was surprised. I don't feel like the two of us were a couple before. Su Muhan shook her head. I had thought that you were really my Tachibana Takaru, and that the two of us were a couple, or even a husband and wife, in another world, or another universe. But I've just been looking at you, and when your eyes met mine, I didn't see even a hint of adoration in your eyes. Su Muhan said seriously. This shouldn't be the way a boyfriend looks at his girlfriend. It's more like an ordinary friend. Icky Ink nodded. Yes, you guessed right. We really weren't a couple before. But why did the me from the other timeline say that you were my Tachibana Takaru, and say things like giving you a child? Su Muhan's tone was a bit puzzled. Maybe it was just a joke? No. Su Muhan suddenly raised her head and looked into Ikuma's eyes. There's only one possibility, and that's that the me from the other world likes you a lot. It's just that you don't like me. So why am I willing to tell you all my hobbies? Even Tachibana Takaru's secret, while you don't have the slightest bit of love when you look at me. Pool Ink. Wait a minute. I don't think that's what the script says, is it? I think you're overthinking it a little. He couldn't help himself. You don't have to hide it. All the lies you're telling now are trying to hide that previous timeline of I like you a lot. Su Muhan looked like she had discovered the truth. The Pool Ink is numb. He's not trying to hide it. No. Why is this girl so cerebral? Whatever you think. He sighed. You see, it must be that the me from before has been pestering you. So now after I repestered you, you don't have the heart to refute it. Because it's the truth. Su Muhan raised her voice. Icky Ink. No. Your second arm? He really wanted to slap the ninny sober. How is it that in the fourth life, Su Muhan has become so love brain? Icky Ink was about to say something else when an unknown call came through. He picks up the phone. Hello Mr. Chi, I'm General Air's aide Qianing. Due to your request, the chief has left you a file. You're currently a scout under General Air, and the badge is being sent to your home. Well, thanks a lot. In addition, General Empty has taken a long leave of absence for Miss Su, and he said that lately he will let Miss Su stay with you for now. He has some things that he needs to go over. Niels remember to send it. Okay, I'll go arrange it. Qianing paused for a moment and immediately said. Apparently she didn't expect Ikuma's whole tawdry maneuver of asking for money. Grandpa told me to stay with you this time? Su Muhan waited for GMO Shui to hang up the phone and then hurriedly asked. Well, the old man reckons he wants me to keep you safe. GMO Shui nodded his head. Su Moching's efficiency is really high. It's only been a few minutes. It's estimated that Su Moching already knows that he's a third-level fire elemental proficient alien. However, he was curious about how strong an alien of the level of only the hand is right was. Then I can only stay with you during this time. Su Muhan directly said. I want you to accompany me to eat crayfish and peel them for me. Icky Ink, peel it yourself. Don't you like to pretend? Pretend to show me. Icky Ink, you have to peel it for me. You're not my mom, and I'm giving you skin? Icky Ink gave her a blank look. You'll just have to skin me or I'll find your house and tell your mom that you've knocked me up and are responsible. Su Muhan stomped her foot. Inkpool's eyes widened. Hard rumor. Ha? Are you going to skin me or not? Strip. Ikuma couldn't help but cover his face when he finished speaking. Why did this conversation sound so familiar? In the third life it was being threatened by the other side because they couldn't beat them. And this fourth life. Sir, this ninny has changed her way of threatening people. So, while GMO Shui was accompanying Su Muhan to eat crayfish, his mom's phone call came through. Son, I just received a delivery that says it's for Major Ikuma. What? What's going on here? Mom's tone was a little shaky, and a little overwhelmed. Mom, to tell you the truth, after putting the peeled crayfish into Su Muhan's bowl, GMO put his shoulder and ear between his cell phone and said, Actually, I'm from the military, and I've been on a hidden mission before, and I didn't go to work today because I'm going to carry out a mission. Oh, so that's how it is. Mom's voice was no longer so grumpy. I told you my son has always had the greater good in mind. How could he commit absenteeism? Ikuma, that's not what you said on the phone this morning. By the way Mom, isn't that granny downstairs renting out a house? Yeah, what's wrong with that? His son got married and took the old man to Kyoto to enjoy the happiness. Mom said. But the house could not be sold, so it was rented out. It's okay, I'm just asking. GMO Shuei was asking for Su Muhan. Suemo Ching had asked Su Muhan to follow him. He had to find a place for Su Muhan to stay. Chapter 67 Assassinated Again. In the open? On the side. Su Muhan waited for GMO Shuei to hang up the phone and winked. What? You're going to let me live under your roof? So straight up golden? You're overthinking it. I'm afraid I won't be able to be the first to protect you if you're assassinated. Icky Inc. disliked it. Anyway, he was certain that he could never let Su Muhan see his old mom. After finishing the crayfish, Su Muhan wiped her mouth and was about to get up, but in the next moment, Icky Inc. slammed down on her head and pressed her head down. Bang! A loud bang exploded and the tables and chairs around Ikamo made a roaring sound. Just a moment ago, GMO Shuei detected an aura locking onto Su Muhan's body, which was why he pressed down on the other party's head and protected him in the first place. What's going on? Su Muhan raised her head in shock, looking at the overturned tables and chairs around her, and even a few bloody corpses lying there in death. Go! Icky Inc. didn't know what kind of person it was at this point, but the intensity of this attack was not the least bit weaker than his proficient level 3 fire elemental ability. He yanked Su Muhan's wrist, intending to take advantage of the chaos to run towards the first floor. Because of the sudden fluctuation of alien energy, it caused many people in the hotel to scream in panic. After all, Su Muhan was not that kind of vase. She turned on her supernatural ability at the first time and her golden eyes scanned towards the surroundings. On the roof of the building next door, there is a sequential alien staring at us. Su Muhan pointed directly in one of the directions. That guy realized that we saw him and has already run away. What's his strength? Pool Inc. asked. Peak proficiency, but I didn't recognize the sequence of his powers. Not only that explosion just now must have been his doing. Is there anyone else around? He inquired, while very skillfully taking out the communication device from Su Muhan's bag. After he put on the headset, he said with Su Muhan, I'm going to get him. You help me report his position in real time. There is no such thing as a day-to-day defense against thieves. After Su Muhan made sure that there were no extra Ultrans around, he kicked the glass in front of him and manifested a pair of flaming wings to chase after him towards the one who had left. Under Su Muhan's True Trace supernatural ability, that person was like a cockroach that had been exposed to the sun. There was nowhere to hide. Icky Inc.'s sudden outburst of supernatural powers caused countless people on the streets to gasp in shock. He crossed over a layer of tall buildings, and his gaze quickly locked onto the black-clothed man who was frantically fleeing. Be careful. He's fleeing to a crowded area. If his powers have explosive abilities, he might want to threaten you with the innocent people around him. Su Muhan's voice came in GMO Shuei's ears. Upon hearing this, the killing intent underneath GMO Shuei's eyes did not diminish in the slightest. Threaten him with the innocent people around him? That's really the wrong person to threaten. He is a time traveler, and the value of catching the culprit is much more important to him than these innocent people who will be automatically refreshed in the next life. At this time that man in black had already run to the front door of a shopping mall. Seeing that GMO Shuei was getting closer to him, he directly picked up a black syringe and shouted, Don't come over. My psychic ability is sequence 71's Thunder Lead. The liquid inside these syringes will explode at any moment, and if you come any closer, I'll have the entire mall buried with me. The man in black hid his face under his cloak, and when he raised his head at this time, GMO Shuei was able to see the other party's hideous scar-filled face. Thunder Lead is able to create anything into a mind that can explode, but this ability has one major drawback, and that is that the ability user can't be too far away from the Thunder Lead. Su Muhan said in his ear at the first opportunity. Ikari Inc. looked coldly at the man in black in front of him. Why did you come to assassinate us? I won't answer any of your questions. The man in black held up a syringe. The liquid inside the syringe looked harmless, but once these mines were detonated, the mall behind him would probably explode instantly, and the thousands of people inside the mall would probably be hard to survive. Now you turn your head and leave, and I'll leave straight away, and no one here will be harmed. Beneath the skin of the man in black's scarred visage, a pair of eyes gazed coldly at Ikari Inc. Ha, you're threatening me? Ikari Inc. noticed at that moment that police cars with sirens had appeared. Someone had already called the police, and 3 or 4 minutes had passed since the crawfish store had just exploded. The police showed up very quickly, to say the least, and at the sight of the police appearing, Icky Inc. noticed a flash of panic in the bottom of the black-clothed man's eyes as he lifted the syringe and shouted in a hoarse voice, I'll give you 5 seconds, and if you don't leave I'll let the entire mall be buried with me. And threats? GMO Shuei's eyes flashed with a flash of ruthlessness, directly invoking a pair of flaming wings behind his back, quickly grabbing towards the black-clothed man. No! Su Muhan's voice rang out within the headphones. Even the black-robed man's pupils contracted violently. How could he not have thought that this fire elemental ability guy would actually dare to take a shot at him? So he squeezed and popped the syringe in his hand. Bang! A terrifying thunder-like bang exploded at the main entrance of the mall, and a mushroom cloud unexpectedly rose from the terrifying power. As the man in black said, his syringe literally set the entire mall off. Inside the mall, there were instantly countless deaths and injuries, and thick black smoke filled the air, causing countless people around them to have tinnitus. Ahem! As the smoke gradually cleared, Icky Ink coughed while cupping the black-clad man's neck with one hand and stepped out of the thick smoke. Pop! As he threw the man to the ground, he questioned in a cold voice, "Say, who sent you to assassinate us?" At this time, the man in black was also dumbfounded. He looked fearfully at the man in front of him who was like a devil and muttered, "You're a devil! You're a devil!" So many people at the mall. Originally, he did not dare to detonate the Thunder Leader. After all, in the past, if he was so threatening, the people on the side of justice did not dare to move him. Let him leave. But this one before us, this one didn't care about the deaths of those innocent people. So many people at the mall, all dead because of this guy's callousness. It was as if this man would do whatever it took to achieve his goals, and his methods were so ruthless that he did not even care about the lives of the people. Say, Icky Ink took out a fiery machete and violently chopped off one of the man's arms. Ah! The man in black let out a scream of pain. It's the dark line. It was the dark line that sent me the information, telling me the location of the target. Then I went over there, not expecting to be discovered by you guys. The man in black immediately spoke. Chapter 68, Shinyu is a traitor? Who is the target of your mission? Icky Ink asked. It's Su Muhan. The man in black was terrified and immediately said, I came straight here after receiving the mission. The target is that woman beside you. Who is your master? Icky Ink continued to ask. Hearing his master, the man in black was silent for a moment, a few moments of deliberation flashing under his eyes. Isn't it Wu Qing, the leader of the Demon Suppression Corps? Hearing Icky Ink's inquiry, a flash of fear flashed under the black-clothed man's eyes. Put! The moment fear flashed in his eyes, Icky Ink's hand rose up and blood splattered across his face. And at that moment he was expressionless, and although it was the first time he had killed someone, he was not in any discomfort. It's like killing a demon. Perhaps it's even worse than killing a demon. Demons are explicitly bad, while some humans. He looked back at the mall that had been reduced to rubble, and sighed softly inwardly. I'm sorry guys, in the next life, I'll bring you back to life. He felt that his current mental state was a bit off, as if everyone around him had turned into NPCs in the game in his eyes. Sooner or later he'll refresh the game anyway, and after that, these NPCs will all come back to life. That's why he didn't have any worries just now when the man threatened him with the innocent people here. After all, there will always be a resurrection. As for killing the man in black, since the answer was already known, there was no point in keeping him alive. And the dark line, he said. GMO Shuei's eyes flickered, knowing that there was only one person who knew that he was eating crayfish with Su Muhan. Shen Yu. At first he had suspected that something had gone wrong on Su Maching's side, exposing their whereabouts. But keep in mind that the location where they were assassinated was inside the crawfish store. Shen Yu was the only one who knew that the two of them had gone to eat crayfish. Shen Yu. Not good. His face changed slightly. Originally, he was still thinking that he should not reveal his identity. After all, not many people knew about his double shifter, but he had overlooked a very key figure. Shen Yu. If Shen Yu was a spy, wouldn't his identity be transparent? Thinking of this, he didn't care about those police officers who were rushing towards this place. He directly manifested a pair of wings and disappeared. It just so happened that Su Muhan was waiting for him not far away, and he found Su Muhan's location. After landing on the ground, he realized that there was something not quite right about the way Su Muhan was looking at him. He took 2 steps toward Su Muhan. Contact. For me. But the next moment, his words came to an abrupt end, because Su Muhan actually took 2 steps back, and a pair of watery eyes were looking at him with some fear. You're afraid of me? He frowned. Why did you disregard the safety of those innocent people and insist on catching that guy? Su Muhan opened her mouth to question. Her voice was a little cold, all the way from the joking way she had been when she was eating crawfish together earlier. Because I need to know the answer, and if I wait for the police to arrive, I won't always be able to ask so smoothly. Icky Ink explained anyway. So you killed so many people at the mall to know the so-called answer? Su Muhan took another step back, some disappointment flickering in her eyes. You know, Ji Ink said with some annoyance. Hurry up and contact Xingyu and see if you can reach each other. Instead of listening to him, Su Muhan shook her head and took a few more steps back. Seeing Su Muhan in this state, GMO Shuei became even more annoyed inside. He rubbed his brow and spoke. Su Yuer, you haven't experienced what I have, so you don't even understand my situation right now. I didn't experience anything from you? Su Muhan asked rhetorically. I've traveled through the timeline a few times. Icky Ink just looked at her. Su Yuer, in the last timeline you traveled through, you just died in my arms. But did you know that 3 months ago? I was a delivery boy in Tama. Speaking here, the annoyance in his tone intensified. It's because of the blind date with you, meeting you, and getting this time bracelet crap that the trajectory of my life has completely changed. I've been through several crossovers, and every time I've crossed over your lives have been resurrected. And I'm having a problem with letting some of those destined to be resurrected die once in order to get more evidence this time around. His tone gradually calmed. As long as I'm alive, none of you will die. Su Muhan looked at him dumbfounded, feeling that the boy in front of him was somewhat strange. If Xinyu is the traitor, GMO Shui said in a very light tone, in the next life, I will make her life worse than death. Why do you say that Xinyu is the traitor? Su Muhan hurriedly inquired. Only Xinyu knows that the two of us came to eat crawfish. Ji Ink said. That guy just told me that he took the mission from the Dark Line and came to assassinate you. I'll give Xinyu a call. Su Muhan took out her cell phone and dialed Xinyu's phone number in front of GMO Shui. Dodo. The phone kept ringing, but no one answered. The fact that the phone couldn't be answered also made GMO Shui even more convinced that there was something wrong with this Xinyu. Xinyu is in trouble, and his identity is in danger. He seemed to think of something and rushed to dial his mom. But it's not working either. Whether it's Xinyu or mom, they can't get through. All of them are unanswered. Icky Ink's face was also getting grim. It seems he's been caught up in the unthinkable in this life. Moreover, why did that Wu Qing change from originally assassinating Su Muhan to killing him in the open? In his last life, because of Su Muhan's direct death, his perspective was narrow, and in the end, Su Maching didn't tell him who was assassinating Su Muhan. Even he thought the incident might just be a common accident, but now it seems that things are not like that at all. The pursuit of Su Muhan by some people in the dark was becoming more and more exaggerated. And by the current setup it had developed to the point where they wouldn't stop until Su Muhan was dead. Well, don't fight. Just call Su Maching, he said with Su Muhan, who was still insisting on calling Xinyu. Su Muhan glanced at him, but still obediently dialed Su Maching. The phone was answered almost in seconds, and Su Maching's voice rang out. What's going on in your place? I just received news of a terrorist attack in Chang'an City. Elder Su. It's someone who is assassinating Su Muhan. I just learned from that person's body that there's a 70% probability that the person who assassinated Su Muhan is Wu Qing. Icky Ink spoke up. Su Maching was silent for a while and spoke. That guy went to assassinate fish? That or assassinate me? Icky Ink said irritably. Chapter 69, Mr. G, please kill Su Muhan. Icky Ink didn't show the old man any mercy this time. His mother was out of touch, and it was not likely that his mother had fallen into Wu Qing's hands. And a moment later Wu Qing's threatening phone call came directly to him. What else did you find out? Su Maching asked. That Xinyu who did the mission with Su Muhan may be the traitor. You have to send someone to investigate Xinyu's details. In addition, my family may have fallen into Wu Qing's hands. Ji Ink spoke up. I wonder if the threatening phone call from Wu Qing's side will come to me later. In addition, old master, you'd better investigate clearly why those people are chasing after Su Muhan. Is there some unimaginable secret in Su Muhan that makes those people pay even more to kill Su Muhan? Ikuma said a lot of things in a row. On the contrary, Su Maching's side was silent for a while and spoke. Then on your parents' side, do you need me to help you rescue them? Yes. Ji Ink spoke. Also, find a safe place for Su Muhan and I. Within a month, I need to know all the truth. As for dealing with Wu Qing, he planned to leave it for the 5th reincarnation, or the 5th life. If he still traveled to the past in the 5th reincarnation, then he would choose a spot to stay and get this guy killed in the future. I can't beat you in reality, but I can't kill you in the past? Icky Ink is really pissed off. Wu Qing should never have moved his family. His family is his scales. Okay, I will arrange it as soon as possible. You and Fish also find a place to hide. We will keep in touch. Su Maching finished the sentence and added. Also, your family members don't need to worry too much. I will find a way to help you rescue your family members. If they look for you, don't trust them. Master, are you afraid that they'll use my family to threaten me and I'll kill Su Muhan for it? Icky Ink asked in a direct and provocative manner. I don't think you should. I need you to trust me. Su Maching said in a deep voice. I know. Icky Ink said calmly. Su Maching didn't say anything else and hung up the phone. After waiting for Su Maching to hang up the phone, GMO Shui looked at Su Muhan. What is your relationship with Xinyu? How did you meet? Tell me briefly. Convenient for him to get that woman in his next life. Icky Ink found out the hard way that every time he traveled back to reality, he cured the symptoms. Especially with something like Su Muhan, he needed to get to the root of the problem. Moreover, in this life, Su Muhan had almost been killed by that level 7 night demon. So when he crossed over to reality in his 5th life, The timeline was going to be a full month later than when he crossed over this time. By the time the 5th crossed over again, Su Muhan would likely have been killed. So the only way he can solve the problem is in the past timeline. Taking care of that guy directly in the past wouldn't have caused so many changes in reality. So, Su Muhan began to tell him about the things about meeting Xinyu. First of all, Xinyu had joined the genius training camp in the same class as her, because she had awakened her true trace psychic ability at the age of 16. Her preliminary training had been left at home. When she was 18 years old, she joined the genius training camp together with Xinyu. But at the very beginning there was no familiarity between her and Xinyu. And it was only after she did a mission together with Xinyu a few months ago that the two of them slowly became acquainted with each other. During the time in between, the two of them had done many more missions together, so it was only natural for the two of them to travel together on this mission to free the train station. In fact, Su Muhan still quite trusts Xinyu. After all, the two people have sold their lives friendship, so up until now, she had assumed that Xinyu wasn't busy with something, so she hadn't answered her calls. She called repeatedly, even contacting Xinyu with different contact information, but the other party didn't answer the phone. Icky Inc. just kept watching her disbelievingly make the call, but half the time it didn't do any good. We'll have to change locations. Icky Inc. thought for a moment. This place isn't safe. We need to find a safe place. Where to? Su Muhan asked. Let's make sure you don't have a tracker or something on you first. Su Muhan shook her head. I don't have any tracking instruments on me. You mustn't forget that my supernatural ability is a true trace. I can see anything. Tracking instruments can't hide from my eyes. Icky Inc. nodded. That was true. That also made it more clear that Xinyu was the mole. Only Xinyu knew where they were. Just as GMO Shui was thinking about where to take Su Muhan to hide, a phone call suddenly rang. Icky Inc. looked at the completely unfamiliar phone number with some obscurity under her eyes. He wasn't sure that the words on the other end of this call would be threatening. Su Muhan also saw the phone and asked him with his eyes. Icky Inc. shook her head, signaling her not to make a sound before picking up the phone. Hello? On the other end of the line, a man's voice rang out. What are you? Icky Inc. asked. It doesn't matter what I am. The male voice on the other end of the phone laughed softly. Mr. Shi, you are really deep in the world. The only dual alien in the world. To be honest, I want to study your body. Oh, Shenyu told you guys? Ji Inc. asked rhetorically. Mr. Shi, you shouldn't be concerned about Xinyu right now. If I'm not mistaken, you should have lost contact with your parents, right? You have my parents? The man on the other end paused. How could he not expect Icky Inc. to react so calmly? Then I will speak plainly. The man raised his voice. Your parents are in our hands now. If you want your parents to return to you alive, you need to do two things for us. What is it? Icky Inc. asked. First thing, according to the location we gave you, you go to this private clinic and get a full body checkup. A full body checkup? Icky Inc. asked rhetorically. What? Are you guys concerned about my health? Mr. Shi, I think you should figure out that your parents are in our hands right now, and I will take both of their lives at any time. The tone of the male voice on the other end of the phone dripped with menace. It's okay to do the checkup. Is there anything else besides the checkup? Icky Inc. asked. Second thing, kill Su Muhan next to you. The man's voice went cold. Kill her? Send us the pictures of the body after taking them, and the two missions will be considered completed. And we will let your parents return to you safely after you finish the two missions. Are these the only two missions? Ji Inc. asked with a somewhat curious tone. Actually, I'm curious to know, why did you guys have to kill Su Muhan? Chapter 70, she is the only one who is not qualified. That's out of your hands. You just need to kill Su Muhan. But what if I'm not with Su Muhan right now? GMO Shui seemed a bit distressed. Just now General Suemo Chinkon picked up his granddaughter. Can you guys change the mission? I coma. The male voice on the other end of the phone had a very impatient tone. I don't have time to joke with you. I'll give you 3 days. We have a method to detect Su Muhan's death or survival. If we detect Su Muhan is still alive here within 3 days, you'll wait to receive a courier of your parents' corpses. After that, the phone hung up with a busy signal. Watching the call hang up, Icky Inc. slowly put down the phone, revealing a thoughtful state. GMO Shui. Su Muhan also looked at him at this time. She heard the content inside the phone. The person on the other end of the phone actually told GMO Shui to kill her. This matter has nothing to do with you. GMO Shui knew what Su Muhan was worried about, and he rubbed his chin as he pondered the circumstances of this matter. He wondered how those people were sure of Su Muhan's death. Or, alternatively, what do these people mean by their two conditions? Have him get a physical? Are these people so kind as to help him check his body for any diseases? He felt like this whole thing was a huge net, a net that wrapped them all in it and no one could escape. Jinmu Troop Leader Wu Qing. Beautiful country. Clones. Icky Inc. felt as if she had straightened out a few things. One thing that is very clear now is that Wu Qing has betrayed China and thrown himself on the side of the beautiful country. And early next year, Wu Qing will take the Jin Demon Corps of no less than Chinese alien to the beautiful country to support it. And as a result, it will be genetically reproduced by the beautiful country. That's right, genes. He realized with a jolt why the man on the other end of the phone had asked him to do a physical. The beautiful country wants to replicate his genes and create a clone of him. Why replicate his genes? It's because he's the only double alien in the world. His attributes were so unique that the beautiful kingdom certainly wanted to create one of him out of himself and study him as a dual alien. Beautiful country's idea was doomed to fall flat though, as the replica didn't have anything like a time bracelet for him, nor would he have a fire elemental ability. After all, his own awakened ability was just a second-level water elemental ability. The other thing is, why did the people over there have to get Su Muhan killed? First of all, Wu Qing was aware that Su Muhan's supernatural ability was very powerful. It was, True Trace, a supernatural ability that was ranked at the front of the sequence. Logically speaking, Wu Qing must have already replicated Su Muhan's genes, and with the technology of cloning, it was entirely possible to create a few more clones that possessed the True Trace supernatural ability out of it. Then why did you kill Su Muhan? Besides, how do they know if Su Muhan is dead? According to the man, they had information on whether or not Su Muhan had died. Icky Ink felt like he was missing a very crucial piece of information, and as long as he got it, he would be able to deduce the pulse of everything. And this was a question that he could only hope to get an answer from Su Moching, or in the next crossing. Rubbing his brow, his head felt a little sore. He felt like he needed to get some rest after the series of events today. From the third life into the fourth chakra, he had been rushing within the fourth chakra, when the weather was still hot, and he hadn't even rested properly. Now that he had come to the fourth life, he had run to the train station in the morning to save Su Muhan, who had almost died at the hands of a level 7 night demon. And after saving Su Muhan, he had experienced so many things one after another. He felt like his brain hadn't had a good rest since. What do we do now? Su Muhan couldn't care about the deaths of so many people in the mall at this time. She looked at GMO Shui with some trepidation and inquired in a small voice. Get you to safety. Icky Ink spoke up. I'm still missing one piece of information, so I'm going to go to that private hospital. You don't want to go. I feel like this is a Hongmen banquet. Su Muhan worried. Hongmen banquet has to go as well. Icky Ink gave her a look inside. It's not just my parents. I'm actually worried about you too, because the next timeline I'll be traveling through again is a month from now, and there's a good chance that you'll have been killed by that time. If Su Muhan died in front of the realistic timeline, it would be hard for him to save his opponent. Everyone was saved. Otherwise, the point of his time travel would be lost. Listening to GMO Shui's words, Su Muhan suddenly felt a touch of guilt rise within her. She had just thought about the other party killing thousands of innocent people in a shopping mall, but she had forgotten about the other party's identity. Time traveler. Ikumo travels through time and searches for a way to save her. She couldn't even begin to imagine how much Ikuma had been through, how much death she had witnessed. Maybe that's why, in Ikuma's eyes, those ordinary people will come back to life sooner or later, because he will keep traveling. And wasn't the reason why Icky Ink had worked so hard to cross over, all for the sake of saving her? Even the fact that Icky Ink didn't care about the normal human from the mall was to save her. It was for saving her that Ikuma should be very numb by now, right? Perhaps Ikumo had once suffered for killing some mortals, but had experienced so much time travel that Ikumo had become numb. Yet, who was she to blame the other? Everyone in the world could spit on Icky Ink's behavior, but she was the only one who didn't have the right to do so. At the thought, she stepped forward with some heartache and hugged Inkwell. Icky Ink was originally thinking about things when he realized that the girl in front of him had suddenly hugged him. What is this? Begging myself not to kill her? Don't worry, I won't kill you. He patted Su Muhan's back. Tough luck. I'll never trouble you again. Su Muhan said with a little sob. Ikuma? What's going on? Why are you suddenly like a different person? Is this girl brainstorming again? Well, we have to change places now. GMO Shui let go of Su Muhan and pulled her out of the area. By this time, the man on the phone had also sent him the location information. He opened his cell phone and saw the address the other person had sent. Sure enough, it was in a private hospital in Chang'an City. I don't know if it's a Hongmen banquet or not. Is it okay not to go? Su Muhan inquired as she saw the location on the map. No way. Icky Ink shook his head. They shouldn't kill me, and there's a higher probability of capturing me alive if possible. Those humans should be curious about his double shifter. And once captured alive, he or she is expected to turn right into a guinea pig. Chapter 71, The Uniqueness of Authenticity. Naturally, Ikari Ink wouldn't send himself to his death. Not before investigating some information. He took out Su Muhan's cell phone and searched for some information on the genius training camp. The information he searched for was, naturally, about Wu Qing's history. Wu Qing was born in 1975 A.D., born in the capital city of Huaxia, awakened the Sequence 41's extraordinary ability, Dragon Man, when he was 18 years old, and broke through the only Hansher in 2018 A.D., becoming the head of the Jin Demon Troupe. Regarding the Dragon Man's powers, Iki Inc. specifically searched the Exchange Mall. Sequence 41, Dragon Man. Note, the higher the proficiency of the ability, the more parts of the body that are dragonized, and at a later stage, it can directly turn into a true dragon. I can see that it's a physical practice. Wu Qing had made a lot of achievements in the fight against the demonic world, and in the life file, it was hard to see that the other party was actually a lapdog of the beautiful country. Su Muhan, since she was leaning right next to him, also looked at the message with him. Ikuma, what are you doing reading all this history? I'll go to the past timeline to get him. Iki Inc. said. If I can't beat him now, I can't beat him who hasn't grown up? Su Muhan, do time travelers talk so tough? You can control the time you travel through? Su Muhan asked. Can't. Iki Inc. shook his head. Every time it's random, and sometimes it's even traveled into the future. And traveling to the future? Curiosity flashed in the bottom of Su Muhan's eyes. Then what is the future world like? The clone is the one that exploded in the future. Now the beautiful country should have hidden the clone technology so deeply that not many of us here know about it. Iki Inc. said. I suspect that the reason why beautiful country wants to kill you is to replicate your psychic ability. Is it because of the uniqueness of my powers? And the clone they reproduced can't awaken the true trace without me. The original body. Dying? Su Muhan spoke up. What? GMO Shuei's eyes widened violently and grabbed Su Muhan's shoulders. Did you just say that your special ability has uniqueness? I'm actually not sure, but there is this feeling. Su Muhan hesitantly said. I always feel that this supernormal ability of mine is unique under this heaven. I don't know if it's an illusion. It's not an illusion. It should be. Iki Inc. sounded a little agitated, feeling like he had discovered the truth of the matter. Apart from the fact that the top 10 supernormal abilities in the sequence did not appear, the strongest supernormal ability in the human world was told to him by Su Maching in the third life. Sequence 11, Sequence 24 Altered Powers. These 14 powers are the top powers after the top 10 sequences. Being a top-notch psychic ability is unique in addition to being extremely strong in its own right. That is the uniqueness of the powers themselves. The powers here are unique. And the beautiful country has been researching human cloning technology, and they have discovered that a human cloned by a psychic can also awaken the psychic's own psychic powers. For example, if the beautiful country clones an Iki Inc., that clone Iki Inc. can also be the same as him, awakening the second level of water elemental powers. But this cloning technology has an accident here in Su Muhan. Wu Qing did not know what method to get Su Muhan's genes, and then the beautiful country found that the people cloned with Su Muhan's genes could not awaken the True Trace special ability like Su Muhan did, and so the beautiful country found out that the True Trace ability was unique. If Su Muhan's original body didn't die, then even if 10,000 clones of Su Muhan were created, they wouldn't be able to awaken the True Trace ability. Therefore, in order to obtain the True Trace, beautiful country intended to kill Su Muhan's original body and keep the True Trace ability firmly in their hands. One of the Su Muhan clones was awakened to the True Trace ability. That was why the man on the phone had just told him that they had a way to know if Su Muhan was dead. Because if the Su Muhan clone can awaken the True Trace ability, it means that Su Muhan's body is dead. On the contrary, if the clone didn't awaken the True Trace, that also indirectly meant that Su Muhan's main body wasn't dead. As Su Muhan had said, she didn't have any instruments for monitoring, or a locator or anything like that on her. So the people of the beautiful country categorically could not utilize some technology to grasp information such as Su Muhan's death, life, or location. After thinking about these things, he understood. That's why no matter if it was the third or fourth generation, the beautiful country wanted to assassinate Su Muhan. The benefits are put here. Authenticity, alien powers are too important. If the interests are not here, why would the beautiful country let Wu Qing exposed in advance? And even assassination does not work openly to kill, but also not all in order to get this sequence of supernormal abilities? After Su Muhan's death in his previous life, the matter seemed to have calmed down. It didn't matter because beautiful country had already mastered the True Trace ability. In this life, because he had saved Su Muhan, Wu Qing no longer hid it and directly exposed it. Even Xinyu, the dark pawn, was exposed in advance. Thinking about these things, Iki Inkwater gasped and laughed. That is to say, not only did he have to guard against the demonic realm making bad moves, he also had to guard against the human's own backstabbing? At this moment, he thought of Su Maching's words from the third life again. There are bad people in the crowd. Chilled. How about the destruction of the human race? He suddenly had the idea of swinging for the fences. Someone is carrying the weight, and a dog is making it in the dark. GMO Shui. You still haven't told me what the future of mankind looks like? Su Muhan urged from the side. The future of mankind? GMO Shui thought of what he had experienced before and said softly. Human rights were lost. Humans did not act like humans. The earth was occupied by the demonic realm, and a being appeared in this world. What existence? Su Muhan asked. Demon King. Aki Inc. slowly elaborated. At that time, many demons had gone through evolution, and humans were losing ground, and could even be said to be lingering. The idiom of lingering is not an overstatement. Ha! Su Muhan sniffed, her face filled with worry. Then does humanity still have a future? Ikari Inc. lifted her hand and glanced at the interface of her time bracelet. There are a total of 4 ways to travel through the time bracelet, and right now he's still experiencing this second transcendence. He shuddered to think what the 4th way of crossing the world, extinction, represented. The second transcendence alone gave him a headache. I suppose there will be. He sighed. The two of them found a safe place and waited for news from Su Maching. After about 2 hours, Su Maching's phone call came through. Chapter 72 Confession. Su Maching's anger. Su Maching told the duo that the army he had sent had already arrived in Chang'an City and was coming to pick them up now. GMO Shui agreed and waited for Su Maching to pick them up. He didn't tell the truth on the phone because the phone wasn't safe and he had to guard against someone overhearing the message. So these things could only be elaborated with Su Maching in person. After receiving the location of the two, the person dispatched by Su Maching arrived. Uncle! After seeing the visitor, Su Muhan shouted in surprise. The visitor was a man with a decent face, and was also none other than the oldest son of the Su family. Sui. Sui sized up GMO Shui and reached out. Hello GMO Shui, you don't need to worry about your family. The old man is already trying to find a way to rescue your family. Hello, Iki Inc. shook his hand. Fish, I'll send you an Iki Inc. to the old man's troop. So don't return to the Genius Intensive Training Camp until this matter is handled successfully. Sui looked at Su Muhan and put on the majesty of an elder uncle. Okay, oh big uncle. Listen to you. Su Muhan spat out her tongue. Why don't you just drop out of school and not go to the Genius Intensive Training Camp in the future? Sui suggested. The Su family can protect you well. On the contrary, this Genius Intensive Training Camp has too little protection for geniuses. No. Su Muhan hastily waved her hand and said, when this matter is over, I still have to return to the Genius Intensive Training Camp. Only a genius training camp could grow. She didn't want to grow under the shelter of the Su family. Alright then, but just be honest and stay in the old man's unit for the time being. Sui stayed in a car with the two and personally escorted them back. The car was slightly dull. GMO Shui because his spirit had been tense. This time he relaxed. He couldn't help but lean on Su Muhan and fall asleep. When GMO Shui woke up again, he found Elder Su Maching sitting beside him. Awake? Elder Su. We meet again. Iki Inc. sat up. Meeting again? Su Maching said in amusement. We should be meeting for the first time, right? According to what you mean. We met before in one of the timelines you traveled through? Iki Inc. nodded, glancing over to where they were. They were in a room where they were the only two people. Master Su, is this place safe and confidential? He asked. What? You're afraid someone's listening in the neighborhood? Fear. Iki Inc. said seriously. What I'm going to say next. It's best if only your old self knows. Su Maching came interested. Don't worry. There are only two of us here. The news won't get out. With that, he raised his hand and enveloped a spatial barrier, dividing this place from the outside world. Su Maching's strength had increased again. GMO Shui could feel that Su Maching's strength was completely different from his last life. Is it because you've broken through the realm of only the hand is ripe? Don't worry about it. I've asked Sui to blindfold the fish. She can't see. It seemed that in order to make GMO Shui believe, Su Moching even had someone blindfold Su Muhan. Thus, GMO Shui told Su Moching all about the clones, including the uniqueness of the authenticity, and the causes and consequences of the beautiful country's attempt to kill Su Muhan, especially when he said, they wanted to use Su Muhan's clone to awaken the true signs, thus killing Su Muhan herself. Su Maching, in a rare moment of not hiding his anger, slapped the table. Bang! This bunch of... Su Maching gritted his teeth, always happy and angry. This time he obviously didn't even bother to hide it. Master, haven't you investigated the news of their clones yet? Iki Inc. inquired. How could I possibly investigate blatantly? Su Maching shook her head. But according to the information you gave us, we found out that among the alien squads that will go for support at the beginning of next year, all of them will have to go through a medical checkup arranged by the beautiful country. And this medical checkup is most likely their plan to extract DNA. Definitely. Icky Ink said with certainty. The guys before that were the ones who made him go through the physical exam, presumably to extract information about him as well. I'll arrange this matter when I return. Do you have any other important information? Su Maching inquired. By the way, what did you say about that time travel of yours? It's just seeing some images about the future, Icky Ink said casually. Su Maching represented the officialdom in a sense. He still wasn't good at picking his words out completely. After all, the cooldown on his crossing hadn't been healed yet. What picture of the future? So, GMO Shui explained the genetic virus of the corpse-eating vulture and the matter of the Demon King to Su Emoching one by one. This includes the ability of the Demon King to evolve sensory powers later on. In short, clones should never be allowed to appear. And the ghoul-eating vultures would make the clones pay a brutal price. Corpse-eating vultures? Su Maching revealed his thoughts. Icky Ink waited for him to think about what he could say. Basically saying that the evolution of the zombie-eating vultures had led to the idea of an army of clones becoming a joke. And something like human cloning is against human decency. I need to go and discuss these matters with the hand of the Genius Intensive Training Camp. Su Maching spoke. Elder Su, who is the hand of the Genius Intensive Training Camp? Icky Ink asked curiously. His name is not to be elaborated upon. But for the sake of all the secrets you've told me, I can tell you that his powers are sequence 16. Inscription, huh? Icky Ink was surprised. Su Maching, why did he only say the sequence and not the alien name? Wasn't it because he didn't want Ikoma to know the name of a handful of sequences? And this kid just blurted out the name? Harm. So it's, inscription. I thought it was, chaotic violet light. Icky Ink waved his hand. As soon as these words came out, Su Maching stared directly at GMO Shui, a trace of imperceptible killing intent flashing under his eyes. What are you doing? Icky Ink sensed the old man's unkind intentions and immediately stopped. This is what you said before. You even told me about that dream, so it's not strange for me to know this, right? In his last life, the old man had asked him about two powers. One was sequence 11 and the other was sequence 16. Coupled with the fact that there were only a few times that sequence powers had appeared in this world, didn't that mean that that handful of powers were likely to be in one of these? Su Maching shook her head. There's no way I'm going to tell you the name of my powers. It's okay, I know all about it anyway. Don't tell anyone about this matter. Su Maching dropped the sentence. Don't worry, I have a tight mouth. Pool Ink assured. Will you time travel again in the future? If you don't get my parents back, I'll definitely time travel. Icky Ink said seriously. Chapter 73, I'll never look for you again. Su Maching left. In fact, even if Su Maching didn't say anything, GMO Shui knew that the probability of saving his parents was too small. It's a dead end. Not to mention the fact that he didn't do what he was instructed to do, and the other party was bound to tear up the ticket. Even if he did follow the person's instructions, the other party would not necessarily keep their promise to return his parents to him. I'm still in too much of a hurry in this life, so I hope I can do better in the next one. I just hope that in the next life Su Muhan doesn't die too quickly, or that he can go to the future timeline and change the ending of all this. When Su Maching left, he arranged him in a separate house and sent him cultivation resources every day. It was only at this time that GMO Shui realized that Su Maching seemed to have imprisoned him. He tried to leave, but was stopped by a couple of shifters guarding the doorway. Mr. Ikari, please also stay here and let us know if you need anything. That's what a couple of shifters told him. In addition to being under house arrest, Icky Ink finds that he can't see Su Muhan either. He said he wanted to see Su Muhan, and the guarding alien just told him that Miss Su was recently in closed-door cultivation and couldn't see anyone. Closed-door cultivation was a lie. Su Muhan's true trace had just broken through the proficiency without a year's time. How could it be closed door? Then there's only one possibility. His parents suffered an untimely death, and Su Maching was worried that he would do something impulsive. So he closed all the news and put him under house arrest. For the Su family's behavior of revenge, GMO Shui did not explode. He stayed in his room every day, using his cell phone to search for various periods of history, in addition to using Su Emoching to send him a huge amount of cultivation resources, day after day to cultivate. And so, more than 20 days passed. There are only 3 days left until the cooldown for Ikuma's next crossing ends. On this day, Su Maching came to the door. There's one good news and one bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Su Maching sat in front of him. You say. GMO Shui didn't directly express his dissatisfaction to Su Maching. The bad news is that we didn't save your parents. After Su Maching said this, she kept looking at GMO Shui's reaction. Icky Ink closed her eyes and inquired. And then what? The good news is that they didn't get your parents killed, but they took your parents to the beautiful kingdom, and one of our handlers went to the beautiful kingdom himself to rescue your parents. At those words, GMO Shui's eyes looked at Su Maching with some subtlety. Mr. Su, So you started with the bad news because you wanted to see my reaction? If what you say is true, then I hope that you don't time travel first. Sumoching explained. The reason for keeping you in this place during this time is also because I'm afraid that if you leave on impulse, with your level 3 fire elemental proficiency, there's no way for us to stop you. Oh, I can understand. Ji-Ink nodded flatly. When is our hand free? I'd like to meet him. He won't meet you. Sumoching said. He knows what you are capable of, so he won't meet you. He's jealous of me? Iki-Ink felt a little amused. Right. Sumoching directly admitted. He is indeed jealous of you. And very jealous. Oh, Iki-Ink was a bit curious. Doesn't he doubt my abilities? Sumoching shook her head and whispered. There is also a sequence alien in the beautiful country, and his sequence is 17. Time stop? Iki-Ink had memorized the list of ability sequences during this time, and he was able to accurately name the abilities when the other party spoke the sequence numbers. How do you know so much? Sumoching looked at him with a strange expression. I also just learned about this matter. I know all the powers, and since he won't see me, is there anything else you guys are ready to tell me besides this? Iki-Ink asked. Look at Sumoching's posture. As if the matter of a hand going to the beautiful country to save his parents has been nailed down. We would like to ask you if you will still time travel? Because of the time stop ability, we would believe that your ability to time travel could be real. And even a handful of us wondered if this time travel of yours could be some sort of sequential ability? It's not easy to say. Iki-Ink explained. There are also limits to time travel, and the price I have to pay for each time I travel is very high. As for time travel being a certain sequence ability thing, then I'm not sure anymore. Can the crossing be less costly? Every time he crosses back it's like a new world. Everyone forgets about him. He hasn't inherited any memories yet, and coming back is a double whammy. Don't say you're coming back, but if you don't come back, you'll be in the dark. Sumoching was curious. What price? That's not easy to reveal. Iki-Ink shook her head. Sumoching gave him a deep look and got up, ready to leave. We applied all the permissions for you. Your permissions are the same as the mentors of the Genius Intensive Training Camp, so you can search most of the information. With that, he left. Permissions are unlocked, which means that Ikoma has the opportunity to see more of his history. In fact, Iki-Ink was planning to just make the crossing as soon as the 1-month deadline was up, because real time passes all the time. He crosses over a few days late, and when he returns to reality after his turn, he'll be a few days late in the timeline. He's not good at wasting time with reality. The big deal is that you keep crossing over. He couldn't believe that he couldn't find a solution to the problem. After getting access on the website, he searched the web for major events in history. There is still 1 day left before the time bracelet cooldown ends. Su Muhan found Iki-Ink, just as soon as she appeared. Su Muhan couldn't wait to ask. Mo Shui. I've been locked up by Grandpa for this period of time. They wouldn't let me come to you, and the ban was only lifted yesterday. Aha! There was nothing Iki-Ink wanted to say. Are you going to make your next crossing soon? Su Muhan asked. Probably. Iki-Ink had actually settled on the idea of crossing over as soon as she finished cooling off tomorrow. Then will you come back to me in your next life? Su Muhan couldn't help but ask. Not anymore. Iki-Ink shook his head. I'll never come back to you after I save you. Hearing his unhesitating words, Su Muhan was stunned. She couldn't imagine ever being able to remember the boy in front of her if he really was someone she had loved dearly, but who had stopped coming to her. What a painful, desperate thing that would be. Why? She asked. Because your Su family is too troublesome. Mo Shui looked up at her. After I save you, I will try to stay away from your Su family and never come back to you from now on. Saying such things, he also had the idea of gambling in it. He saved the Su family's little princess, and then the Su family put him under house arrest? Is this the way to treat a savior? If he thought differently, he could understand the Su family's approach, but from his perspective, this approach chilled him to the bone. Chapter 70 for the 5th reincarnation. Think of it as paying off a debt. Iki-Ink sighed softly inwardly. In his last life, Su Muhan had died to save him, so he was considered to be returning a favor to the other party. This favor he had to return. After returning this, he is also lazy to save the world. Find a quiet paradise. Spend his old age. Su Muhan stood still and looked at him with a very complicated gaze. Go ahead. It just so happens that you're not very familiar with me in this life. Or perhaps we weren't supposed to be very familiar in the first place. Iki-Ink said softly. So it's kind of over between the two of us? Su Muhan suddenly said. Iki-Ink froze. No. When did we start? I mean the relationship between us as friends. Is it even over? Su Muhan added. Can't say it's the end either. Iki-Ink pondered for a moment and spoke. I can only say that I'll see you again sometime. I'll see you again sometime. But what about you avoiding me? Su Muhan asked. Why am I avoiding you? Iki-Ink said casually. It's not like you know me. You wouldn't even look back if I passed you by. That won't do. Su Muhan shook her head. I don't want to not recognize you. Ikari Inc. looked at her, her gaze landing on the stubbornness on Su Muhan's face. So what do you want to do? Instead, his idea swung a bit. As long as I don't go to you and talk to you so much, you won't recognize me. Su Muhan was still looking at him so stubbornly, looking into her eyes. Iki Inc. inexplicably thought of an incident that happened when she was still in elementary school. At that time, he saw a very cute stray cat and wanted to bring the stray cat home to keep it. But when he came home with the stray cat in his arms, his mother insisted that he get rid of this broken cat with no known disease on it. In the end, he could only release the stray cat. He also saw such a look in the eyes of the stray cats when he chased them away. And at this moment, Su Muhan's eyes seemed to overlap with the stray cat. The softest part of his heart suddenly touched. Fine. I'll come to you in my next life. Iki Inc. finished the sentence as if letting out a breath. Sinning. Did he owe Su Yor in his past life? Grass. Hearing GMO Shui loosen up, Su Muhan revealed a joyful smile as she stepped forward and wrapped her arms around his neck. I knew you were the best. I'm not good at all. Iki Inc. said bitterly. Really don't want to get involved in this at all. But it was the Su family that did the lackluster thing, and it really had nothing to do with Su Muhan. But if he wanted to know Su Muhan, he had to contact the Su family. It felt like it was a complete dilemma. Is there any video stone or something to record Su Muhan's current pitiful appearance for later use in the world after crossing over? Really owe it to this ninny. The two of them were probably enemies in their previous lives, right? Then let's say yes. Oh, you must come to me in the next life. Su Muhan emphasized again. Okay, got it, Iki Inc. said breathlessly. Su Muhan clenched her fists and left cheerfully, looking at the girl's joyful gesture. Ikari Inc. shook her head helplessly. When Su Muhan left, GMO Shui resumed resting his eyes. This time he traveled. He still didn't know if he was traveling to the past timeline or the future timeline. But if it was the past timeline, he had to go and cut off that Wu Qing's hope. Definitely can't let Wu Qing continue to live and grow into real time anymore. Since he couldn't solve the problem in reality, he would go to the past timeline to fix it. After waiting for the rest of the day, he listened to the sound of the time bracelet's cooldown ending in his ear and got up to find the guard at the door. Hello, I would like to see General Air. Yes, I'll go and report for you, the guard said and left in a hurry. After waiting for about a few hours, Su Maching appeared in front of him. Old Mr. Su, long time no see, Ji Inc. asked as he opened the door. I'd like to continue working with you for my next timeline crossing. I wonder if you can tell me some more secrets. Or rather, phone numbers? Su Maching frowned slightly. A handful of people have already gone to help you save your parents. Why do you need to time travel? It's not the same. Iki Inc. shook his head. In a sense, the only way he can get stronger is to time travel. And the only way everything can be in his hands is to travel. In the new world, he would be a pawn in the dark, rather than the obvious one that everyone knows he is now. I have no secrets to tell you. And if you insist on time travel, I will not stand in your way. And you can still use the origin of the fish's name to find me. Su Maching shook his head. I have a question. Iki Inc. looked him in the eye. Who are the traitors besides Wu Qing? He seriously suspected that Wu Qing was not the only traitor. You can say it after you've solved Wu Qing first. When Su Maching said this, she suddenly thought of something, so she immediately changed her words. If you really solve Wu Qing, in the next life you can tell me that you solved the Dark Pavilion's Earth Character God. Earth Character God? Iki Inc. was curious. What is this? The Dark Pavilion is an organization of traitors inserted by the outside world in China, and there are a total of 4 deeply hidden traitors within it, each of which has been made into the 4 character gods of heaven. Earth, Xian, and Yellow, and Wu Cheng, is one of the Earth character gods. Who are the other 3 gods? Iki Inc. asked. This is not convenient to tell you, Su Maching said in a low voice. It was only recently that we discovered that Wu Qing was an Earth character god, and this was only exposed because they wanted to assassinate Su Muhan. Alright, but after I've solved this Earth character god, another Earth character god may appear. Master, will see each other again sometime. Iki Inc. waved his hand. It was really the clone situation that he wanted to address this time. It would be nice to get to the root of the problem. And hopefully the time bracelet would give a bit of a boost and teleport him to one of the labs in the beautiful country where clones were being researched. And he'd just kill all the scientists inside the lab. Without further catching up with Su Maching, GMO Shui directly turned on the time bracelet's teleportation function. Beginning of the 5th reincarnation. After opening the teleportation, his consciousness gradually sank, as if he had fallen into the deep sea. Ding! Congratulations to the host for traveling successfully. This timeline is 1985 AD. Location, Kyoto, China. Ding! Quests are starting to be released. Mission 1, kill the scientist Ace. Reward points, 200 points. Mission 2, protect the scientist Ace. Reward points, 500 points. Mission 3, suicide, without affecting the timeline. Bonus points, 10. Chapter 75, Ace the Scientist. Ikari Inc. slowly opened his eyes as he looked at the ceiling. Aware that he seemed to be lying down now, he sat up and looked around. This appeared to be a laboratory, and not far in front of him directly was a row of test benches, on which were neatly arranged all kinds of glassware, some of which still had traces of liquid left over from the last experiment, and the money refracted with the luster of a grain of rice. There were also a number of sophisticated instruments spread across the table, their monitors displaying complex data. On the other side, there was a tall bookcase, which took up most of the wall and was stuffed with heavy professional books and materials. There was an old man wearing presbyopia glasses, his hair disheveled, standing by the bookcase with a magnifying glass in one hand and a book in the other. Ikari Inc. froze for a few minutes as she looked around at her unfamiliar surroundings, before immediately reacting and then getting excited. The old man in front of him will never forget who he is. One of the greatest regrets in human history. Sequential alien power, the host of Brain of Wisdom, Scientist Ace. He just took one look at Ace's appearance and instantly recognized the other. Then his heart fluttered with excitement. He actually has a chance to change history? He had read on many websites what scientists and great powers from all over the world had said about this Ace scientist. If Prof. Ace is still alive, the demons cannot leave the Sichuan Basin. Professor Ace's existence is a world-changing landscape. How great would it have been if Ace had lived? Too many people expected this genius to live a few more years, even if it's just for a few more years. He took a deep breath and his eyes fell on the time bracelet's task. There are 2 quests for the time bracelet, the first being to kill Ace the scientist, a quest that rewards you with a full 200 points, and the second mission is to protect Ace, with only 500 mission reward points. This time bracelet is not a good thing. He wants him to kill Ace. What's wrong with him? Killing the future of mankind? Even though there was a 500 point difference between the 2 quests, Ikari Inc. didn't hesitate to choose quest 2, which only had 500 points. Just kidding. He had to protect the life of Ace the scientist. I'm afraid that if Ace had survived, the real world wouldn't have been as grim a landscape as it was in previous lives. Even the legendary Demon King that has not yet appeared. I am afraid that it is not impossible to deal with. This is the gold content of Smart Brain. This ability is not in the top 24 of the sequence, but its importance is no less than that of the top 24 of the sequence. Little did he realize that the time bracelet would give him this chance to change the world. After he takes on mission 2, he realizes that the system is quick to tell him Ace's identity. In fact, he didn't even need the mission to tell him. He already knew Ace's look by heart. Even before, he had made preconceived notions of what he would use to change Ace's certain death if he had the chance to cross over to Ace's side. As a result, he was incredibly familiar with the people around Ace, to the point where he knew them backwards. He looked at the glassware in front of him, the clear, reflective glass cover showing his likeness, a standard Asian face. This one wore some fatigue, and the eyes were a little puffy, as if they had been up all night. Sure enough, it still teleported him to this guy? For Ikari Inc., who was familiar with everything about Ace's death, crossing over to this guy kinda fit the bill. Beside the scientist, there are a total of 3 guardians, chapter 17 Volt, 2 level 3 alien adepts, and 1 level 4 alien adept. The spy, in fact, was one of the 3rd level psychic adepts, and this spy was sent by the Brat Nation. This body he had crossed over to was another level 3 alien adept that belonged to Huaxiao itself. If he had chosen mission 1, he could have just teamed up with the Brat and killed Ace piece by piece while the level 4 alien adept was gone. But he chose mission 2, so his enemy was that little kid. He pondered the situation carefully. It was actually the demonic realm that had organized a wave of attacks to come and assassinate Ace, and that level 4 alien adept had gone out to fight against the demonic realm, leaving only him and the Brat here. Because the character he possessed didn't realize the other one was a Brat, he was inadvertently sneaked up on and brutally murdered by the Brats along with Ace. But knowing the history shifted the roles between them. Right now, he's the one who's hiding. He's in the shadows. The Brats are in the open. He just has to wait until the Brats want to make a move, and take care of the Brats in advance. This would be a logical way to get Ace down. He turned his head and yawned as he looked at the 2 sleeping beside him. Despite crossing over to this person's sleepiness had not weakened in the slightest. One of the 2 sleeping people was a level 4 psychic adept, and the other was the little kid. Ikari Inc. also remembered what these 2 looked like, and at the sight of the Brats, he really wanted to get his hands on them and do away with them. But after thinking about it, he still didn't do it. Dispose of this guy now, and he'll be treated as a traitor and dealt with by that level 4 alien adept. After saving Professor Ace, he had to settle some other things for Professor Ace. He looked at Professor Ace, who was reading a book in the distance, and a flash of excitement flashed in his eyes. I wonder if Professor Ace would believe in such things as time travel. Then he seemed to think of something and glanced at the calendar hanging on the wall next to him. At the sight of the calendar time, Icky Ink's eyes flickered. It was still a day away from the Demon Realm organizing troops to come and sneak up on them. Which is tomorrow. He had actually analyzed the main reason for Professor Ace's death before. The little brat was a third-level psychic adept, and if he wanted to kill Professor Ace, he had many ways to do it in his normal life. But because of one reason, it caused him to have to wait until the Demon Realm sneaked up on him before making his move. That is, Professor Ace has a guardian jade on his person. This guardian jade stone could emit a purple light, and if someone attacked Professor Ace, the guardian jade stone on Ace's body would turn into a defensive barrier, isolating all those around him. That's why the little kid didn't dare to take the risk, because once he did, the time it took for the guardian jade to open the defense barrier would be enough to sustain him until Ace's guardian came. However, in that situation where the demonic realm came, it was because there was an invasion of a level 7 demon. And this underground lab only had level 4 adepts who could deal with that level 7 demon, which was why he left, leaving only 2 level 3 adepts to protect Professor Ace. Chapter 76 Ace suspects him. The little brat was able to get his hands on this alien possessed by Icky Ink first, and then went on to slowly wear down the energy on the defense barrier. After draining the power of that guardian jade, then kill the defenseless Professor Ace. Professor Ace's psychic ability, Wisdom Brain, doesn't have a single bit of combat ability. And I'm afraid that's one of the reasons why Wisdom Brain couldn't be chosen to be in the top 24 sequences, isn't it? If the brain was a little beefed up, the pack could have been in the top 24 of the sequence. Icky Ink can't let what happened in reality repeat itself, so he's left with one enemy, all waiting for tomorrow's demon sneak attack. Ikari Ink looked around at the scene, then lay down on the bed and went back to sleep, and shortly after he fell asleep, Ace, who had been reading over at the bookcase, turned his head and looked suspiciously in his direction. He then mouthed the word strange before continuing to study the book in front of him. He's a genius and a madman. Genius because of his terrifying ability to think, and madman because he'll do anything to get what he wants. He can do anything over the top for any purpose, like destroying a race. Destroying a race was not even stressful for him. This kind of lunacy, too, reaches near obsessive levels when it comes to research experiments. What Ikari Ink hadn't even realized was that he had woken up from a nap, and Professor Ace was still there reading a book and doing some kind of experiment. Doesn't this guy sleep? He looked over at Ace and realized that the other man's eyes were red and bloodshot, like a madman who hadn't slept in days and nights. What a crazy person who lives for research. No wonder he's only in his 20s and he's grown to look like an old man. Ace seemed to be too tired to put down the experimental tools in his hands, picked up the eye drops on the side, took a drop, closed his eyes for a while, and then opened them again to continue the experiment. Not long after, someone pushed up a food cart with lots of food that looked like meat and veggies, and the aroma was overflowing. Dinner! There were a few beds in total in the lab, and when that level 4 alien adept saw the food coming, he didn't even sleep anymore and jumped straight up to get his meal. Icky Ink, despite being a first-timer, had the good sense to follow the other party to dinner. The visit was brief, but he could also see that the state had let them live in the lab directly with the professor piece by piece in order for them to protect Professor Ace. Eating, drinking and whatever else is handled in the lab. The importance of Professor Ace really cannot be overstated, and it makes Ikoma inwardly decide that he must protect this ace and not let the tragedy of history repeat itself in front of him. After finishing his meal, the level 4 alien adept said to Professor Ace, "Professor, come and eat. Don't wait for your meal to get cold in a while. It's okay, you guys eat. I'll drink some nutrient solution to cope." Ace's voice was booming, not like a voice from an old man. It was his appearance that was just a total mess. I wonder if cleaning up will reveal his young lad face. Ace picked up a tube of liquid. GMO Shui looked at the liquid. The liquid is very turbid. Do not know what is added inside. This nutritional fluid is similar to the hospital's kind of convenient patients to eat fluids. Can fill up the stomach, but also has some nutrition. Especially easy to eat, but the flavor was definitely hit or miss. Ace doesn't even eat to research his experiments. He just hangs on to his nutrient solution. Seeing this, the 4th level alien adept couldn't help but advise, "Professor Ace, why don't you just eat a little bit of food? Eating nutrient solution every day isn't good for your body." "How is it bad for your body?" Ace glanced at him and said lightly, "Why don't you guess why nutrient solutions are called nutrient solutions?" When the 4th level alien was disliked, he stopped talking and lowered his head to eat his meal. Instead, the brat smiled and added, "Professor Ace, would you like to take a break? I haven't seen you rest for 3 days. Why sleep long in life, when you will sleep long in death?" Ace said without looking up. Ikari Ink was dumbfounded. Although this professor looked old, he was kinda hip. In reality, this kind of internet-tiness could come out of his mouth. Seeing that he couldn't say anything to Ace, the little kid also shut his mouth and ate with the 4th level alien. Icky Ink was not aware of his position or persona, so he just ate together without saying anything. But Ace didn't seem to intend to let him off the hook, and instead, while studying the experiment, he said, "Sorrow, both of them have persuaded me. Why don't you give me a word of advice?" The person Ikari possessed was called Wang Cho. So Prof. Ace's little Cho must have been calling out to him. Neither of them could talk you out of it, so I guess I can't either. Icky Ink shrugged. You guys just do your thing. I'm not going to trash my body. Ace reassured them instead. Upon contact, Ikamo realized that Professor Ace was actually a pretty good person, kind and gentle. They can also fight with their guards. Good relations. In his opinion, this Professor Ace was rather better than Sumoching. Ace had been busy late into the night, and in kid terms, Professor Ace hadn't had a break in 80 hours. It was only at night, at the strong request of the 4th level alien adept, that Ace reluctantly left his work at hand and went to rest. Actually, by this point, Icky Ink was a little confused, because Professor Ace did whatever he did himself, not like he thought he would, followed by a lot of hit and miss scientists. No matter what experiments were done, including writing data and those things, all of them were done by Ace himself. The night passes, a night in which Icky Ink doesn't sleep very deeply. His mission is not yet complete. He has to prevent the assassination of Professor Ace by the brats. Early the next morning, Ace, who had gotten up, suddenly asked him, "Cho, is something going on in your family lately? I feel like you've been a bit off these past 2 days." "Nothing much, it's just that lately I've had some bad vibes in my heart, as if something is about to happen," Icky Ink explained. "Things like premonitions are most likely true." Ace spoke languidly and asked, "How are your parents at home?" Icky Ink was instantly confused. This Professor Ace suspects him? In fact, he had studied Professor Ace so much that he could say that he knew all the factors around Ace just so that the time bracelet could send him to Professor Ace one time. The person he possessed was called Wang Cho, who had no father or mother at home and grew up with his grandfather. His family is arguably full of loyalists. Chapter 77, Can't Stand It? Wang Cho was 31 years old at the time of his death, with 2 sons, a wife and his grandfather at home. Why? His family was full of loyalists. His grandfather was a war veteran, and both of his parents were shifters who were sacrificed on the battlefield. So Wang Cho was raised by his grandfather, and when he became a family man, he was sent by the state to protect Ace because he built his career. In fact, both the level 4 alien and the brat were also well made, otherwise they wouldn't have been sent to protect Ace. Only that kid's identity was disguised and not lined up. Ace just suddenly asked him about his identity as Wang Cho. "How are his parents at home? Don't you just suspect him?" "Suspect him of what?" "Illusion of the devil, because the real Wang Cho's parents had already died." And the other party coldly asked this question. If it was an illusion demon, he might have fallen for it. Icky Ink was a bit thankful at this time. Fortunately he had memorized the intelligence related to all the information about Professor Ace. Otherwise this time, he would probably have to be treated as a phantom demon and dealt with directly. So, he revealed a puzzled look. "Professor, my parents have long since passed away. What do you mean by this?" "Agu." Ace suddenly slapped his head and apologized guiltily. "I've been confused with my research lately. I mistook you for Xiaoyu. Sorry. Icky Ink could only shake her head, indicating that it was okay. What treats him like Xiaoyu? It's not treating him like a cutie. Is that it? Xiaoyu is the kid, although the kid's parents are alive. But in his life background, his relationship with his parents is not very good. So no matter who Ace asks about their parents, it is a bit of a thing. But what could he do? Performing the strength of a level 3 alien adept directly to Ace? He was unleashing his powers one foot and letting the guardians around Ace deal with them the next. Especially that level 4 alien adept. In the history books, this level 4 psychic adept is a remarkable existence. He was on his way to protect Ace when he took on a mission. That would be the qualification to destroy all existences that pose a threat to Ace, including humans. For anyone, he has the power of preemption. It's actually a pretty outrageous rule, but it also shows how much the officials value Ace. For example, that level 4 alien who suspected someone of being an illusionist demon could just kill them. And even if it exploded later that the person wasn't an illusionist demon, the level 4 alien wouldn't have to pay too much. That's the right given to 4th level aliens from above. This was why the little brats dared to make a move only after the level 4 alien was tuned out of the mountain. If he didn't kill Professor Ace the first time he made a move, that 4th level alien would truly dare to get him killed straight away. The kind that doesn't even ask for a reason. Instead of dwelling on the question of Ikuma's identity, Ace went on to his experiments. As for the pool ink, eat and drink and wait for the demon hordes to come. A little bit of time passed. It came to about 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Suddenly, Several alarm lights on the ceiling above their heads began to flash frantically, and the red lights coupled with the urgent sirens caused Ikari Inc.'s insides to lift. What's going on here? Aside from Ikki Inc. knowing the situation, Ace, along with the level 4 alien and the kid, were all a bit puzzled. Instead, a gleam flickered in the little kid's eyes. He'd been sent here for a long time and hadn't been able to find a chance to assassinate Professor Ace. Could it be that the opportunity has come today? He didn't show the slightest bit of killing intent, but instead pretended to be panicked. Ikki Inc. also performed with him piece by piece. Within moments, someone rushed in and debriefed with them. Sure enough, there was a team of demons led by a rank 7 demon that was attacking this experimental base of theirs. And the experimental base only had one level 4 alien adept. So this level 4 alien settled down to Ikki Inc. and the little kid. No matter what, you can't leave Professor Ace's side. Make sure you keep him safe, okay? Ikamo and the kid nodded busily. And so, the 4th level alien left. It was just as it developed in the episode. And next, it's time for the kiddies to do it. Ikki Inc. pretended to look as if he didn't know anything as he came to Professor Ace's side and spoke. Don't worry, Professor. I'll definitely keep you safe. A level 7 demon isn't strong. He should be able to handle it. Professor Ace glanced at the alarm light and calmly said, "You guys just stay here. I'll continue with the experiment." I have to say, his heart is really big. No wonder it's crazy, at this time, not to care about the demon brigade outside, but also put here thinking about that forced experiment. Don't worry, Professor. Wang Cho and I will definitely protect your safety, the little devil exclaimed. As if the louder the voice, the more it showed his loyalty. Ikari Inc. felt a little amused, but put on a serious face. Can he beat the brats? Sure, as long as he defended himself against his opponent's sneak attack. The peak of his proficiency in his 3rd level fire elemental ability casually crushed his opponent. After the little kid finished speaking, he leaned over in Ikari Inc.'s direction. The little brat delayed making a move at this time. One reason was to wait for a while to let Ikki Inc. relax his guard. The other reason was that the 4th level alien hadn't gone far yet. When that level 4 alien was far away, it would be convenient for him to sneak in and make his move. Ikki Inc. waited for his opponent to approach as well. After about 5 minutes, ka-ching! A sturdy metal long knife violently appeared in the little kid's hand. And with a grim expression, the little kid raised the metal long knife to stab into Ikki Inc.'s waist. Swish! The long metal blade stabbed empty. The little kid's eyes widened as he raised his head to meet Ikari Inc.'s teasing gaze. Can't help it? Ikki Inc. said with a smirk, then raised his palm and smacked the brat's face hard. Pop! The crisp slap was accompanied by the little kid flying out backwards and lying on the ground looking up at the ceiling. The sudden scuffle caused Ace, who was in the middle of an experiment, to look up at them. What's going on with you guys? Ace asked with his hands clasped together. So which one of you is here to kill me? Professor Ace, Wang Cho tried to kill you. The little kid climbed up and shouted in a hurry. I just saw him pull out a flame and tried to sneak up on you, so I rushed to stop him, but I didn't realize that he would take a shot at me as well. Ha! Ikki Inc. laughed softly and raised his voice. Inoue Fujino, a brat origin, since more than 3 years ago, that is, 1981, infiltrated into China to carry out the Wisdom Extermination Program, to assassinate the Wisdom Brain, Alien Ace. Today you finally found the opportunity to try to kill me before destroying that purple barrier on Professor Ace. Am I right? Chapter 78, Professor Ace. Have you ever heard of time travel? The little brat stared at him dumbfounded, obviously not expecting Ikari Inc. to strip him of his bottoms. How do you know? He asked with incredulity in his tone. What do you care how your father knows? Ikki inked his foot on the kid's ankle, making the sound of a bone being crushed. Dogs, traitors to the human race. Professor Ace, you all stepped on a horse and tried to get killed. Are you or human? Ikki Inc. has been on fire for a while now, and this little kid, who has had a national hatred in his first life, has obviously become a tool person for him to vent his anger. He kept raising his foot and stomping on the brat, like to make sneak attacks. Don't you? I'll give you a good time. The subdued screams of the brats then resounded through the lab. Instead, Ace's otherwise unimpressed look straightened up and he watched Ikki Inc.'s movements intently. The ordeal lasted all of 10 minutes before the brat was played to death by Akuma. And after playing the little kid to death, Ace suddenly asked, Wang Cho, what's going on with your physical fitness? He could tell that Ikki Inc. was physically stronger than the average psychic adept. Professor Ace, aren't you afraid I'll do something to you? Ikki Inc. asked when he saw that Ace had no fear at all. You don't have murderous intentions towards me, Ace said. How do you know I don't have killing intent towards you? Ikki Inc. laughed. This little brat has killing intent towards you, and you don't feel it. You're not Wang Cho. Ace shook his head. And if you wanted to kill me, you wouldn't have killed this little brat. At those words, a strange color passed through Ikki Inc.'s eyes. And who do you think I am? Professor Ace? He asked curiously. I don't know who you are either. Ace shook his head. Your physical qualities are different from the average psychic adept. The secrets you carry intrigue me more than knowing who you are. Sure is crazy. Ikari couldn't help but think that the other maniac's reputation was well earned. After thinking about it, he decided not to hide the road anymore. Professor Ace, have you ever heard of time travel? Time travel? Ace raised his eyebrows slightly, Icky Ink's comment clearly exceeding his expectations. Actually, I came from the future. G Ink spoke the precise time. 30 years later, in the year 2025, in the history books of the future, you and Wang Chou both died at the hands of this brat. He pointed to the bodies of the brats. Are all future alien adepts physically the same as you? Ace asked. Pool Inc. No. How come your focus isn't quite like a normal person's? Is the point this physicality of his? No. He laughed in exasperation. I'm physically strong because of the workouts I went through. The more I worked my body to its peak before my powers broke through, the more the powers fed back into my physicality. There's more of that? Professor Ace's eyes lit up. Icky Ink was now completely speechless. This guy couldn't be bothered with oil and salt. Professor Ace, I want you to live so that humanity has a future. So how did you get so much physical improvement? Ace seems to be very concerned about the physical aspect of his conditioning. Because I took the body strengthening serum, my physical quality improved. If you're good, why don't you also research the body strengthening serum and enhance the physical quality of the world's psychics? Pool Inc. said directly. Good. Ace nodded. I've been working on the alien power levels lately, and when I'm done with them, I'll work on the body strengthening serum you mentioned. Icky Inc. What's wrong with researching alien levels? He asked impatiently. At that, Ace looked at him in puzzlement. Could it be that after the next 30 years, psychic ability levels will still be crude statistics, such as introductory, proficient, adept, and only hand skillful, and this kind of thing? Yeah, well, what else? Icky Inc. asked rhetorically. You futurists are such losers. Ace shook his head. With such a rough statistic of alien ability levels, you guys even used it until 2025. Pool Inc. So have you researched anything? He asked curiously. Have you ever heard of the hypothesis of William James, a psychologist from the beautiful country in the late 19th century? Professor Ace advanced without waiting for Ikuma to answer. He proposed that humans develop less than 10% of their brains. So, I haven't studied much about the human brain, but I have studied a lot about psychic powers. Ace said. I have researched that humans have developed less than 20% of their psychic abilities. So how much have humans developed their powers? Icky Inc. asked curiously. You can actually understand it in another way. Ace explained. The 4 grades that exist now, introductory, proficient, adept, and only hands acquire, actually correspond to the degree to which human beings have developed their psychic abilities. And after my research, I have found that the current human rank ordering of psychic abilities, introductory corresponds to 1% of the degree of psychic ability development, proficient corresponds to 5% of the degree of psychic ability development, proficient corresponds to 20% of the degree of psychic ability development, and only hand-skilled corresponds to 20% of the degree of psychic ability development. Proficient corresponds to 10% of the degree of alien ability development, and only hand-skilled corresponds to 20% of the degree of alien ability development. Mastery is only 10%. Ha! Icky Inc. was stunned. That is to say, the potential of the Ultrans is very high, and their use of the Ultrans is now very small. Such is the case with the project I've been researching recently. Ace spoke. When my project's research is finished, I will count the ranks of the precise powers, not as haphazardly as the current 4 ranks. I will name the percentage of the degree of psychic ability development as Psychic Ability Awakening Degree, and the proficiency level of psychic ability will also be graded precisely in terms of the percentage of Psychic Ability Awakening Degree. Icky Inc. was stunned. Not bad for Professor Ace. Is this the legendary, intelligent brain, alien, whose 1 more year of life would be of great benefit to mankind? Next, is it time for you to tell me what's going on with this time travel of yours? Ace suddenly looked at him. You said you time traveled from the future. So you saved my life. So the world would have changed if I had lived any longer. So if you went back to the future, would the world change in the future? Will. Pool Inc. nodded. Professor Ace's mind was spinning fast and analyzed it all at once. Assuming I'm fortunate enough to live to see 30 years from now, will I get to meet you? Ace asked curiously. That should be fine. Icky Inc. nodded and turned. But I'm sorry, Professor. I can't tell you my true future identity. No relation. Professor Ace continued. So when do you go back if you cross over? It returns automatically upon death. Icky Inc. explained. Chapter 79, This is our agreement. Ace thought for a moment and continued. So now that you've told me you've traveled from the future, is there anything you need me to do? Ikari Inc. looked at him in surprise. Professor Ace, How did you know I had asked you to do something? Feelings, Ace laughed. If you traveled back in time just to save me, you could have told me the truth. Icky Ink nodded. I do have something to ask of you. In the future timeline, the beautiful country researches clone technology and uses the cloned aliens to go against the beautiful country. But in the year 2030, there is a type of demon called the corpse-eating vulture that will evolve a genetic virus. And the genetic virus will kill and injure the clones and the clone's own body. Necrophage vultures? Ace looked thoughtful. Then said, don't worry, I won't let clone technology flourish. Just casually assured? Icky Ink froze for a moment, not expecting the other party to agree so simply. It was even so simple that he was somewhat skeptical of the truth in the other man's words. Things like human cloning are only researched by the beautiful kingdom. Ace spoke. The Chinese shouldn't be able to do such a thing. You guessed right. Pool Ink said. Boom. Just as Icky Ink continued to prepare to say something, a loud noise rattled against the side of his head, only to see that the wall of the ceiling above their heads was directly pierced through, and a huge eagle demon flew over in their direction. Good lord, there's something new? Icky Ink was stunned. There was nothing written about this demon in the history books either? Has it been solved by the brats? As soon as he pulled Professor Ace behind him, he raised his hand and released a dense screen of flames, enveloping it in an encircling stance towards the eagle demon. Now Icky Ink finally knew why the mission didn't show completion after killing that little kid. So there was still something waiting for him. Under the terrifying flames burning, the eagle demon screamed miserably and turned his head to run away. Just run away? Ikari Ink watched the other party flee, a flash of suspicion in her eyes. Don't let it go. It's calling for its kind. A quick shout came from Professor Ace on the sidelines. At those words, Icky Ink immediately manifested flaming wings and swept towards the sky. Die for your master. He held a flaming longsword and slashed down fiercely. In one fell swoop, he actually directly chopped this eagle demon's body into two. Ding! Mission complete. Host will die in 10 minutes. The system's voice rang out in Ikuma's head. Icky Ink's eyes lit up as he returned to Professor Ace's side. Professor, I'm going back soon. You should be safe alone. I may not get the chance to protect you all the time next. You're going back? Professor Ace asked rhetorically. The world you go back to will change because of me. So what will happen to this person you're possessing? May die? The person possessed by Icky Ink is called Wang Chou. I wonder if Wang Chou will awaken, or will he just die? So what's the difference between this and taking over your life? The difference is big, okay? Shi Ink retorted. Wang Chou will die sooner or later. In the original timeline, he would have been killed by a sneak attack by the brats, died with a grievance, and also took you with him. After I possessed him, he saved your life. Will we see you again in the future? Professor Ace asked. Should, maybe, meet up? Icky Ink deliberated. How about this? In reality 30 years from now, there is something called a telephone, and telephones can communicate over long distances. Icky Ink pulled out a piece of paper, wrote a string of numbers on it, and handed it to Ace. You'll definitely be powerful in the future, so when the time comes, you'll just ask for a string of these phone numbers, and when I return to reality and want to contact you, how about I call you directly? Phone. Ace looked at the 11 numbers Ikuma handed him and memorized them even though he didn't understand them. Okay, but we need to have a code word between us as well. When you find me then, tell me you're a future body and I'll believe you saved me. Ace said softly, I owe you a favor, and if I have the chance, I will return that favor to you in the future. Then I'll thank the professor in advance. Icky Ink arched his hand. He glanced at the time and realized that time was indeed running out. So he spoke again. By the way, Professor, that alien energy awakening degree you mentioned, is it true that in the future, human ranks will be based on alien energy awakening degree? Not until I've researched it after a while. Ace waved his hand. Decades ago, because Icky Ink broke the energy limiting stone, humanity broke through the 10% peak of proficiency limit, and it was not known if there would be any other circumstances that would allow humanity to break through the 20% only hand proficiency limit in the future. It's definitely a good thing when there's a proper statistic for alien power levels anyway. As for whether or not the stats had been successful, Ikuma would be able to find out when he returned to reality and opened his time bracelet. Wait, I have one last question. Ace shouted, seeing that Icky Ink was about to leave. Professor Ace, you say? Icky Ink paused. Some time ago, my research found that the way the demon realm occupied Blue Star was very planned, so I have always wondered if there is a kind of leader in the demon realm. Ace thought for a moment before saying, this leader's intelligence is extremely high, and his strength shouldn't be bad either. Professor Ace, why do you have such a suspicion? Icky Ink was shocked. Professor Ace had guessed correctly that there really was a king in the demon world. The Demon King, because demons are a group of creatures that are dominated by strength, similar to how the animal realm's king is honored. so this leader's strength must be very outstanding. Ace explained. Plus this leader was very well planned when the demon realm took over Blue Star, like an excellent military man, so I suspect that this leader also has a decent IQ. However, this demon leader has an Achilles heel. Ace pushed his glasses. It's not aware that the internal struggle within the human race is also fierce, so it ignores this point. Otherwise, in fact, if the demon realm hadn't opened the second demon passage, the human race would have perished much faster. Hearing Ace say that, Ikamo really admired one of the top geniuses in human history. The other side is absolutely right. Since the appearance of the second passageway of the demon realm, the situation in China when he crossed back to reality was instead much better than before when there was only one passageway of the demon realm. Your guesses are all right, Icky Ink said bitterly. In fact, the person who opened the second demon realm passage was also the one who traveled through the timeline. Me. Chapter 80, Detailed Leveling, Alien Energy Awakening Degree. Professor Ace's eyes finally revealed a flash of incredulity. The person who opened the second demon realm passage was also you? Icky Ink nodded bitterly. In the original reality, Huaxia could no longer hold back the demon realm's offensive. And then I performed a timeline travel and opened a second demon realm passage in the past timeline. But after opening the demon realm passage, the situation in Huaxia instead eased a lot compared to before. So that's it. Then you're kind of a savior. Ace looked at him meaningfully. Pool Inc. The savior was not to be talked about. After all, the first demon realm passage was also opened by him in its entirety. There's also the demon realm leader that you speculated about. There is indeed such an existence. G Inc. spoke. The demon realm leader, which we call the Demon King, appeared in the year 2030. Its ability is very strong. And since it appeared, humanity has been unable to resist the demon realm passage. And it has a very sick ability. It can sense the presence of psychic powers. Sensing the presence of psychic powers? Professor Ace narrowed his eyes. Just as he opened his mouth and was about to ask something, the pool ink in front of him suddenly glared. LOL. He's lying on the ground, dead or alive. Traveled back? Professor Ace looked at Wang Chou, who had fallen to the ground and died, his eyes obscure as if he had made some great decision. Fifth generation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the fifth crossing and has successfully returned to reality. Total harvest from this traversal, 500 points. Currently possessing points, 1,578 points. Although he only got 500 points for this crossing, Icky Inc. was quite satisfied with himself. After all, he saved Professor Ace's life. He let out a long breath and slowly opened his eyes. But at the sight before him, he subconsciously shouted, asterisk asterisk? All he could see was a transparent table in front of him. And he could see his legs, his hands, and a handful of shiny white bracelets. Silver white. The kind of thing police departments use on prisoners. Asterisk asterisk I'm a prisoner? Icky Inc. was genuinely confused. He had envisioned many possibilities. Only he hadn't thought he was wearing this thing. What's going on here? Just when he didn't know what was going on. LOL. The door to the interrogation room opened and in walked a man with a straight face and a police uniform. The man snapped, slamming the paper in his hand onto the transparent table in front of him. Confession is lenient. Resistance is strict. Why don't you hurry up and explain things clearly? Pool Inc. Explain what? No. How did one go down the path of crime? Is that right? What did Prof. Ace do? Give him a makeover from third grade studentick to criminalic? That. I'm a little dizzy right now. Can you give me a brief description of what's going on? He tried to rub his brow, but his hands and feet had been confined to the completely transparent table in front of him. Now Icky Inc. finally realized why the table was transparent. So it's because you're afraid he'll pull a stunt. No tricks. The man slapped his hand on the table and said angrily, if you don't tell me again, you'll continue to stay here. Icky Inc. opened his mouth. He would have liked to say that. But you asked. What will I say if you don't ask? And I really don't know anything. Icky Inc. was really pawned by the lack of memory inheritance this time. Then you stay on here. When the man saw that Icky Inc. was still in denial, he didn't even take the papers from the table. So he turned around and turned off the lights and left. When the man left, Icky Inc. was left alone in this confinement room again. The dim, tightly closed room calmed Icky Inc.'s insides. He didn't know what he had done wrong. In fact, he didn't care about that. He just wanted to know why he had ended up like this. This whole thing is 100% related to Prof. Ace. He ignored his current encounter for the moment and opened the bracelet on his wrist. After opening his time bracelet, he glanced at the exchange mall and searched for the third level fire elemental ability. He then noticed that the proficiency aspect of the level 3 fire elemental ability had turned into ability awakening. The status on him at this point is as follows. Level 2 water elemental ability, 1. 21% ability awakening. Level 3 fire elemental ability, 9. 99% ability awakening. Nice guy. Icky Inc. froze. These circumstances were not at all what he had expected. Moreover, he was wondering if he hadn't already become skillful in his water elemental ability. In other words, breaking through proficiency means that the level of awakening has broken through the 1% mark. The pinnacle of proficiency is actually 4.99%, and 5% above that is mastery. Further up, over 10%. It is only the hand is familiar with it. He glanced at the redemption conditions. Fire elemental ability proficiency, 99%. Redemption points, 200 points. As expected, the peak of only hand readiness represents a value under 20%. Then, after the 20% breakthrough, it's a new world. He touched the silver bracelet on his hand and felt that he could crush this one with his hand. Looks like the silver bracelet isn't very strong. I don't think anyone here treated him like a level 3 alien adept though. Locked up here. His eyes fell on the papers the man had just dropped on the table. Originally the room was dim, but the time bracelet gave off a faint, shimmering light that only he could see, so he could barely make out the lettering on the document. About the theft of the mechanical core. He muttered, his eyes turning quizzical. Mechanical core theft incident? It couldn't have been him, could it? But what about the mechanical core? He pondered around in his mind and couldn't find any memories of the mechanical core. Could it be that this mechanical core was something Professor Ace had made whole? And that the original owner of the fifth life had been brought in because he had stolen the mechanical core thing? Is this the butterfly effect? But would stealing this mechanical core be a death sentence? Icky Inc. actually had a little panic. After all, this time he crossed over just so embarrassing situation. In case the next time, he directly crossed over to the scene of the death penalty how to do? Or maybe he couldn't come back because the original owner died? Thinking of this, he secretly pondered that if Professor Ace could really change the landscape of Doom, then he would never cross over again from now on. The golden pot is clean. From then on, traveling through the timeline had nothing to do with him at all. But this mechanical core was really quite interesting to him, so he searched for the mechanical core with his time bracelet, but nothing can be searched. Chapter 81, the first time I've ever been in jail. No longer focusing on the mechanical core, Icky Inc. closed his eyes and waited patiently. A little bit of time passed, and under the long hours, Icky Inc.'s heart instead grew calmer and calmer. Perhaps the police thought that keeping him here would make him flaky, and if Icky Inc. in his first life had been kept in this place, he probably would have indeed flaked. But unfortunately, the current Icky Inc. had been through too much, and this quiet environment calmed his mind instead. The cooldown of the time bracelet was still a month, and with the time bracelet in place, Icky Inc. could tell how much time had passed. A full 2 hours passed before the man returned. Got something to say? The man was very calm this time, as if 2 hours of waiting had stabilized him. I don't know what to say. Icky Inc. shook his head. If you mean about stealing the mechanical core, would you believe me if I said I forgot? Then you stay on here. The man pushed the door and left. Another long wait. Another 3 hours had passed, and Icky Inc. was still calm inside. The man rushed in and placed a bowl of noodles in front of him. Eat, don't starve. He then helped Ikuma untie one of his hands. Thanks a lot. Icky Inc. smiled at him. Thank you. The man's curse almost came out of his mouth, but professional ethics still kept him from uttering that expletive. He stifled his expletives and said in a cold voice, if you are truly thankful to me, explain the location of the mechanical core earlier, or explain clearly to whom you sold it. Icky Inc.'s eyes flashed. Surely it was still a mechanical core? It's a real crime. Lord, you're also guilty as charged. Did what I was afraid to do in my first life for over 20 years. Seems to see the pool ink moved. The man's tone eased a bit. In fact, I can also understand you. After all, your mother suffered from lung disease. You are in a hurry to embark on this bad road, but you have to think clearly. Resist in the end is not a good end. My mother suffers from lung disease? Icky Inc. asked fiercely. What's going on here? His mother had obviously been fine in the previous few worlds. Don't you dare. Acting crazy doesn't do anything. Seeing how shocked Icky Inc. was acting, the man turned away with a touch of disgust on his face. After he left, Icky Inc. was very unsettled inside. How did his mother somehow develop lung disease? He went quiet. During these few hours, he also considered whether he should ask his police uncle for the phone number to call Su Yur, or Professor Ace, but exposing himself so early, he hadn't even figured out the situation of this world yet, and risking exposing himself would not end well for sure. He took a deep breath to calm himself. Shortly after finishing his noodles, several men suddenly rushed in, retied him and took him into a steel cage. Upon stepping into the iron cage, Icky Inc. knew that he was locked up. It's kind of squatting, and it's still single. Icky Inc. had thought he was going to be here for a long time, but something happened that he didn't expect in any way. The day after he was put in the single occupancy prison, a couple of aliens rushed to the prison and flew over in a helicopter to take him away. Yes, It was so watery that it took him to break out of jail. In fact, Icky Ink pressed on. He hadn't even unleashed his powers and had been sitting on his bed inside the prison, but by the time he reacted, he was already sitting in a helicopter. Awesome old Chi. I heard you were locked up for 2 days without selling your brothers out. He had just gotten on the plane when a young-looking teenager tapped him directly on the shoulder. Icky Ink could only force a smile. Dude, I don't even know you. You're taking me straight out of jail? A few people around him greeted him as well. Icky Ink didn't recognize any of them and could only nod at a few of them. Right. Auntie, I also received the base. Auntie's lung disease. We have a professional healing system alien ability to save. The same teenager from before came to GMO Shuei's side and said, the mechanical core we snatched this time is enough for us to spend for a long time. I just spent some of my points to exchange for that healing system alien to save Auntie. Afterward, he poked Icky Ink with his elbow. No need to thank you. We're lifelong brothers. Hearing that his mother had been saved, Icky Ink's expression was a bit complicated as he patted the other man. Thanks a lot. Although the two didn't know each other, judging from the other's intimate attitude, this guy was considered a good brother of the original owner of the Fifth Life? Find a way to get the other guy's name out, or he'll be in a constant state of passivity. Asterisk asterisk, you say thank you to me? Are you ing taken over? The young man shouted exaggeratedly. Icky Ink's expression froze, just as he didn't know how to respond. Someone from the side suddenly shouted to the young man, You hi. It took a lot of effort for my brothers to come over and help you rob someone. You'll have to treat my brothers to a drink when you get back. Waste a few words. I'll let you drink till you die. Yu Hai turned his head and laughed and cursed with the people on the airplane. A long flight ensued, and about 5 or 6 hours passed before the plane slowly touched down. By the time the plane landed, Ikamo still had a sense of unreality. Looking around, they landed on top of a huge technological castle. The castle looked like a world from a sci-fi movie. The metal had a shiny appearance that made Ikoma think he had traveled to another world in a trance. When the crowd landed, there were immediately sweet-looking ladies under the plane to welcome them. Welcome back to the Dark Court. Congratulations on coming home, Pool Inc. Ikari Inc. nodded calmly, but inside, a furor rose. What did this woman just say? The Dark Court? GMO Shuei but remembered the existence of the Dark Cabinet. It was said that in the Fourth World, the Dark Cabinet was a mole organization that the beautiful country had planted in Huaxia. But now, how did the Dark Court become a mega military base? And looking at the specs of this tech castle seems to be on the sea? A giant technological castle built on an island in the sea. Big deal. Yuhai directly went up and pinched the other girl's buttocks after seeing the good-looking girl and teased. I haven't seen you in 2 weeks. Our little sheep is growing more and more watery. The girl who was called Little Sheep gave him a blank look, and without getting annoyed, she turned around and said, Everyone, follow me. With that, he twisted and turned and walked inside a metal door. The crowd followed, and Yuhai, after molesting the little sheep, returned to Icky Ink's side and wrapped his arms around him, saying, Not a brother. How come you went into a trip to the station and came out so reticent afterward? It's fine. Just don't really feel like talking right now. Icky Ink waved her hand. Words were not enough, and he was still trying to figure out what the hell was going on in this Fifth World's Dark Court. Chapter 82 Professor Ace who has become obsessed. Upon entering the metal door, it was as if they had come to a new world. The crowd in front of us was as if we had entered an area that was a big tourist hit, where many people were selling and shouting. Little Sheep took out a tablet and pulled it out for them to see. You guys originally brought back 12 mechanical cores this time, which can be exchanged for 120,000 points. But after requesting the help of a space sequence alien, which cost 20,000 points, purchasing a helicopter, which cost 500 points, and treating a lung disease, which cost 200 points, there are now 300 points remaining. Upon hearing this, Icky Ink realized that he had been rescued without any reaction because a powerful spatial sequence alien had made a move. They even bought a helicopter. Thanks a lot, he said to Yuhai. Thank you. Yuhai burst out. You sacrificed yourself to cover everyone's departure. Can a brother not go save you for a few tens of thousands of points? Icky Ink realized that it was the original owner who sacrificed herself to save these people. After Yuhai cursed, the few people behind him agreed. That's right. If you hadn't stayed behind to cover our retreat, none of us would have been able to leave. Icky Ink smiled gratefully, not realizing that the original owner of the Fifth Life had gained such a group of friends. He also noticed that it wasn't just Yuhai and the others on the helicopter. There was another group less familiar with each other, vaguely centered around a young man. Perhaps this young man was the space alien? Let's stick to the old rules this time. The remaining points will be used to improve everyone's combat power first, then leave 20,000. We'll enjoy ourselves for 2 weeks before going out on a mission. Yu-hai clapped his hands, then wrapped his arms around the little sheep and prepared to leave. But today we first rest. Pool Inc. Your old mom I give you a cure after put into that room of yours. You see after the aunt also find a chick to relax. Ikari Inc. just watched Yu-hai leave with his arm around the girl. Iki Inc. then came into a larger metal room with a piece of the others. When he heard someone next to him say, "Alas, when we first came to the dark pavilion, we didn't even have a place to live, so we could only spend points to live in those dog kennels outside. It's really heartbreaking to think about it, but now it's also for the better. We all have a squad exclusive base." The metal room looked like a huge courtyard with a total of 8 rooms within it, and the courtyard had everything it needed. TVs, couches. Ikari Inc. had been wondering which room he was in when he saw a familiar figure sitting on the couch. "Mom!" he shouted. The figure on the couch turned her head, and it was really Mom. "Son, you're back?" Mom came to him. Tears could not stop flowing out. "Mom will never talk about you again, since you don't want to take your father's old path. Mom also supports you. Mom only has one relative left you. Auntie, GMO Shui will be fine with us. Don't worry." Seeing this, the person at the side directly smiled and spoke. "Thank you, guys. Thank you." Mom saluted the crowd. But Iki Inc. froze at that moment. What do you mean? Don't follow in his father's footsteps? And Mom's the only one left with him? Did Pop sacrifice himself for some reason? Ikumo also knows that he is not good to ask those now. Can only comfort seem to pat the back of the mother? Take the mother back to their own room. And after settling his mom down, he got his cell phone, which, according to her, was after he covered those people's departure and let everyone else take it. After getting his cell phone, Ikuma immediately went online to investigate. He searched for nothing else but the word ace. Immediately, all of Professor Ace's contributions to human society appeared on the phone, including Professor Ace's announcement of the degree of awakening of psychic abilities around 30 years ago. The algorithm for alien awakening degree was so precise that it soon became the standard by which alienists around the world standardized their alien abilities. In the years that followed, Professor Ace went back to studying the physical structure of demons, and he began to study the evolutionary history of demons. Moreover, Ace didn't know where he got the information and directly announced to the public that a mysterious person told him a very important thing. That is, there exists a very powerful demon king in the demon realm, and with the current strength of human beings, it is not possible to cause harm to the demon king. He even introduced a theory on how to better utilize psychic abilities, so he researched many varieties of nutrient and awakening fluids. The awakening fluid has been called the greatest invention of the 21st century. The purpose of the awakening fluid is to be used by a child who has not awakened his or her powers at the age of 18. This child can increase the probability of awakening the sequential powers. Because of the existence of the awakening liquid, the probability of human beings awakening the sequence of supernormal abilities has greatly increased, and the sequence of supernormal abilities is no longer a secret. Sequence abilities are now known to the general public, and the probability of awakening a sequence ability now reaches 20% of the overall human population. Sequence abilities here refer to abilities that are not of the 5 elements. This is a very exaggerated probability, bearing in mind that before, sequence abilities accounted for 10% of all abilities, and the presence of awakening fluid has tripled. And that's not all. After developing the awakening fluid 20 years ago, Prof. Ace turned to the nutrient fluid. About the nutrient solution Pool Inc. was aware of it, because in the 3rd and 4th generation, the first generation of nutrient solution was researched by Professor Ace, and humans use the nutrient solution Professor Ace researched to keep cultivating their powers. The 5th generation of humans had improved their nutrient solution because they had Professor Ace, and now there was a 2nd generation of nutrient solution and a 3rd generation of nutrient solution. After Professor Ace researched the 5th generation of nutrient solution 15 years ago, he stopped research and development of nutrient solution and started developing technology instead. That's right, technology. Professor Ace has gone off to study technology, and he's come up with a theory that humanity around the globe didn't expect. Alien powers can't defeat the Demon King, only technology can. So Ace turned to developing something, cyborgs. Cyborgs are similar to the half-mechanical, half-flesh humans in the movie Terminator, in which a part of the human body is transformed into a weapon. The study was a global sensation. Thus, there was a presence in China, the mechanical army. A half-human, half-mechanical existence would cause a human to lose some of the functions that should be partly human, and instead have more functions that are not human. For example, humans don't need to eat, they just need to drink motor oil. This kind of research was so anti-human that Professor Ace was ostracized by a number of people. But still, Professor Ace is not only a genius, he's also a madman. As if he were possessed, he worked feverishly on the cyborg. And the cyborgs are starting to show their colors. The cyborgs had lost their human weaknesses. but possessed human intelligence, and were surprisingly far stronger in dealing with demons than an alien of equal strength. Chapter 83, Pops is a cyborg? The first batch of mechanical army killed the demons cleanly, and someone posted the video of the mechanical army in combat to the whole internet, making the whole world shut up. How did you get such a powerful army? And one of the strongest things about the mechanical army is that it doesn't need to have any great powers. For example, if a person had only awakened a level 1-5 elements elemental ability, then he could still become a sharp sword and a strong person after becoming a mechanical army. Thus, the existence of the mechanical army drew countless people who had awakened low-level psychic abilities to enroll, and the existence of the mechanical army twinned a new kind of existence. Mechanical giants. It's the same kind of robot that was in Ikuma's first movie, Pacific Rim. While the robots in Pacific Rim required 2 people to operate them together, this mechanical giant, on the other hand, requires 5 robots in one piece at the same time. The mechanical core that the original owner stole in the fifth life is the core of the mechanical giant. A mechanical giant only had 3 mechanical cores, and the original owner and the others had stolen a total of 12, which equaled to 4 mechanical giants. Stealing a mechanical core is about as much of a crime as robbing a high school paper in the first world. In the first world, someone asked a question on the internet, is it a greater crime to rob a money truck or a greater crime to rob a college entrance exam paper? Someone commented below, people may still advise you to go straight if you rob a cash truck, but if you rob a college entrance examination paper, they may shoot you on the spot. That's how important the mechanical core is. It's a top secret situation. In other words, if Ikoma doesn't end up confessing while he's at the station, there's only one crime he's guilty of, the death penalty. Confess or don't confess is a death sentence kind of thing. It didn't work. Stealing 12 mechanical cores and Jesus coming doesn't help. The corner of Iki Ink's eye twitched even after he learned how much of a crime he had committed, and he continued to read. In fact, from 15 years ago until now, Ace has been working on the cyborg thing, and he's very persistent when it comes to researching cyborgs, as if he wants to rely on them to deal with that demon king. In fact, Ikari didn't know what the so-called cyborgs were. After all, he hadn't fought with cyborgs, nor had he fought with mechanical giants. The internet is also mixed when it comes to discussions about cyborgs. He watched some combat videos about cyborgs that didn't look like they had much feeling, and he couldn't really feel the strength of the cyborgs. The cyborgs are really kinda shady, though. He saw that some robots' stomachs were made into ammunition packs, and even their mouths were made into machine guns, and the spit they spat out was turned into bullets. Seeing the remodeling, Ikari Inc. felt chills instead. Is it still human after this transformation? Aside from retaining a human brain, cyborgs no longer have the characteristics that an ordinary human should have. Cyborgs don't need to go to the bathroom. They only need to drink motor oil, and when that tissue of the body breaks down, they just replace the part. Seeing this, Ikamo inexplicably felt some fear for that Professor Ace. This guy really is crazy. Further, he thought of the task that the time bracelet had issued to him. The first task of the time bracelet is for him to kill Professor Ace for 200 points. In a way, is the time bracelet quest asking him to do good? After all, Professor Ace's crazy side can be quite intimidating. Seeing this, he couldn't help but ask his mom, who was cooking. Mom, is my dad a cyborg? Mom had told him earlier that he didn't want to follow in his dad's footsteps. Could it be because dad was a cyborg and had lost the traits that humans should have? Or, in the case of the cyborg, died in battle? You know, cyborgs can die. The death rate of robots is very high, not to say that they will not die at all. In the beginning, the demons did not know how to deal with the robots, but recently, it seems that the demons have received orders from the Demon King. All the demons started attacking the robot's head. A cyborg's head has the most basic things a human can have, and once the head is shattered, the person is dead. Son, I know you're sad about your father's death at the hands of a demon, but this is the fate of a cyborg, and from the day he became a cyborg, he was no longer considered human in a sense. Mom said as she stopped cooking and looked at him with a complicated face. Iki Inc. nodded. I know, now he's probably got his thoughts straight. The reason why the original owner of the fifth life became the fugitive that he is now has a lot to do with the Professor Ace that he saved in the past timeline. It's also like it was all meant to happen. Professor Ace lived to work on cyborgs that could make low-level aliens strong, so his old man, who aspired to be strong, went to become a cyborg and died on the battlefield. As a son, he hated becoming a cyborg extraordinarily, and took up the act of stealing mechanical cores in order to change his fate. Of course, the original owner stealing the mechanical core could also be due to his mother's lung disease. He is a person with filial piety. In order to save his mother, he began to walk on this road of no return. So, together with Yuhai and the others, he joined the Dark Cabinet. I also don't know how the original owner joined the Dark Cabinet. After all, The original owner is only a water elemental alien. Or maybe the Dark Cabinet doesn't have high requirements in terms of alien strength. After joining the Dark Cabinet, he began his legendary career. That's the general idea. Basically, that it was Professor Ace who changed the course of his life in the fifth world. And he sighed slightly. His old man was still dead. Why does this old man of yours love death so much? He had already traveled through the fifth world. And apart from the first world where he had lived for more than 20 years, he had never met his old man in the remaining 4 worlds. And the whole thing was still weirdly embarrassing. Looks like you'll have to cross back there yourself. As for Prof. Ace here, I have to say, Professor Ace really is a double-edged sword. This cyborg is clearly not normal. What was Ace thinking? Why did he work on things like cyborgs and mechanical giants? Is technology greater than psychic powers? Mankind is only at 99% off its current level of development of psychic abilities. So why not continue to develop them? He was now tempted to call and question Ace. But soon, his eyes flickered and he thought of another possibility. In the previous timeline, he broke the human limit from 99% to 99% because he destroyed an energy limiting stone in the past. Could it be because the limit value for humans is now fixed at 99%? And the reason why Professor Ace researched cyborgs was because when he researched psychic abilities, he realized that they couldn't continue to break through for some reason. So he took a different approach and thought of another way to deal with the demonic realm. Chapter 84, a powerful superorganization, the Dark Court. The more Icky Inc. thought about it, the more likely it was. And how to break through the 99% barrier was also a problem. Perhaps after a time travel in the future, he could help humanity crack something similar to the limit stone and break through the highest level of human awakening so far. Whether or not Professor Ace is saved is again open to debate. If human psychic abilities could push past their current limits, maybe Prof. Ace would have kept working on psychic abilities instead of working on that cyborg thing? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. After all, Professor Ace wasn't a cutie pie. Why would he need to study cyborgs when he could study psychic powers? He lowered his head and looked at the countdown on his time bracelet. For some reason, he felt an inexplicable stirring again. Could it be that, next time you travel, it's a future timeline? He took a deep breath and tried to stay calm. If the 6th reincarnation is in a future timeline, the 5th life is going to last an extra month. Crossing is a must. 2 reasons. The old man died. He has to be resurrected. The second reason, now Burning Cloud's supernormal ability to break through 99% of the points is just short of 422 points. He needs to get stronger. Getting stronger will solve a lot of problems. Originally, he had planned to contact Professor Ace, but now that he thought that the next reincarnation might be in a future timeline, he cancelled the idea of contacting Ace. Let's investigate first. This force that made even the Sioux family scornful in their previous life and gave the officials a headache. The Dark Cabinet. This life's Dark Cabinet was different from the previous life. This life's Dark Cabinet seemed to be more of a mercenary group, employing an alien team similar to the original owner and Yuhai to do a variety of tasks. He was able to see the exchange goods of the Dark Pavilion on his phone, and then he realized that as long as he had the points, he could basically exchange them for all the items that existed in this world. This includes positions of power and officialdom in various countries, but also different women and men, pets. You can basically exchange it for anything you want, as long as you have enough points. He could even exchange for the help of a powerful alien. Like this time, Yuhai spent 20,000 points in exchange for a spatial sequence alien to step in and bring him out of the bureau. At the same time, he looked at the Dark Pavilion's task list. There were many missions in the Dark Cabinet, but he only had 3 levels of authority, and there were 5 levels in total. He could watch all the quests at level 3 and below, and on top of that, he looked at the ones he had taken before. The most recent mission he had taken on, aside from those below the 3rd level, was the theft of an armored vehicle transporting a mechanical core. It showed that the mission was complete, and it wasn't clear how the original owner had accomplished it. Icky Inc. understood the original owner's strength. The original owner was only a second-grade water elemental alien. How did this happen? And looking at the way Yuhai and the others treated the original owner, they seemed to be quite respectful. Did the original owner steal some skills somewhere? It could be clear that the original owner was definitely not a vase, nor was she a waste of space who only shouted 66. Otherwise, GM Oshue didn't believe that those people in Yuhai would spend so many points to save him and this vase for him. He looked at the rest of the original owner's chats again, focusing on Yuhai's for a long observation. During Yuhai's discussion with him, he learned some information. For example, he was the one who set up the mission to steal the mechanical core. The original owner is the brains of this alien team? He found himself arranging very precise plans for each stage of the mission and even drew escape maps. Good lord, the original owner of the 5th life is so powerful? Icky Inc. looked at all the plan's diagrams laid out by the original owner, and vaguely understood why the original owner was so respected by everyone. Only, if he were to go on another mission, would his loophole be exposed? If Yuhai took on a certain task and then asked him to lay out the plan, how would he lay it out? He was fine with letting him kill his way through. He was suited to be a military general. If he were to be a civil general, he would still be much worse. But after all the missions in the Dark Pavilion, he also understood one thing. The Dark Cabinet is very powerful. The number of daily quests taken up by the Dark Pavilion is up to thousands, which is a very exaggerated number. Being able to redeem so many quests, plus the points in it, it was hard to imagine how many goodies the Dark Cabinet actually had. So the Dark Cabinet of the previous life also had such a military base. Or was the Dark Cabinet of the previous life simply an undercover organization? The last thing is important. Is the Dark Cabinet some kind of organization in the Beautiful Kingdom? These were all questions that Icky Inc. was desperate to understand. And he glanced at the accumulated points of his alien squad. Accumulated points and spent points were different here. And the total accumulated points reached a certain number. And the alien squad's permission level could be raised. Right now, their squad was 13,000 points away from being upgraded. And they would be able to reach the maximum of 1 million points. After 1 million points, the rank authority of their alien squad reached level 4, and they were able to take on higher paying and at the same time more dangerous point missions. Thinking it over, Icky Inc. reviewed his chat box with Yuhai and edited a message to send to Yuhai. I think we should either take on a 10,000 plus point mission next time, raise the squad's level to level 4 first, and then we'll make plans after level 4 opens up more permissions? From what I can see so far, many of the level 3 missions are crimes, and all of them are beheadings, especially those that involve stealing mechanical cores. And how about all 3 levels of authority? How exaggerated should a 4th level of authority be? He had a feeling that level 4 access would allow him to get a lot of information about the Dark Cabinet. Also, he needed to transition with a weaker quest. After all, taking on a quest that was too difficult would make his identity easily seen through by Yuhai and the others. He also didn't know what kind of strength his 99% alien ability awakening degree from the fire was in this 3rd level alien ability squad. Yuhai took 10 minutes before he messaged him back. Dude, why are you thinking about the next mission when you just got back? Let's just relax and discuss the new mission in a week, okay? That works too, Icky Inc. replied. Right, the points we've allocated have also reached your account, so go buy a little bit of whatever you want and boost your strength. Yuhai replied to him again. Icky Inc. glanced at his cell phone, which had exactly 20,000 points on it. In fact, this 20,000 in addition to the 18,000 called by Yuhai, before the deposit of more than 1,000. According to the chat records, GMO Shuei knows that this more than 1,000 points is his intention to save up to 2,000. Used to treat his mother's lung disease, the result did not expect the end of this mission. Yuhai directly with the public money to his mom treatment. Chapter 85, Goodbye Xingyu. Girl Genius says yes? Icky Inc. could only agree as he opened the Redemption Mall and looked at the things inside. Thinking, after searching around, he found a very crucial item. Awakening liquid production method and list, 100 points. Level 5 nutrient solution crafting methods and checklist, 100 points. The number of redemptions for these two things was extremely small, to say the least, but his eyes narrowed. This thing wasn't much use to anyone else, but it was a lot of use to him. Don't forget, he is able to travel to the past. He thought for a moment, and then looked at the other things. Other things in fact, relatively speaking, is of little value, because this world to exchange things, in addition to the knowledge and their own strength, there is nothing he can bring to the other world. Even if he converted himself into a cyborg, he might turn back into a human himself in the next life. In other words, even if he was human in this life, he might just become a cyborg in the next. Icky Inc. ended up redeeming both of them, and the Dark Cabinet was so efficient that soon after he set his order, a man came with a safe and handed him 2 production lists. The 2 production lists were so thick that he took them and began to memorize them. Had to get all of this stuff in my head. As Icky Inc. began to recite the list, the crowd of his alien squad was partying like crazy. All kinds of crazy parties. When Ikuma was asked if he would participate, he declined. It had been a week later, and this day Icky Inc. was still revising the 2 lists that he had already memorized. Knock knock. At that moment, there was a knock on the door of the room, and Icky Inc. got up and opened the door to see that the visitor was actually Yuhai. I heard from my brothers that you just lock yourself in your room every day and don't know what to do. Why don't you go out for a drink with your brothers? Forget it, I feel too weak this time. I'll have to practice while you guys are playing and secretly roll you to death. Icky Inc. joked. During this period of time, he had already known how he chatted with Yuhai and the others by looking at the chat logs, and also memorized the good and bad relationships between a few people. and now he could basically be exactly the same as the original master except for not being as good as the original master in terms of laying out his plans. Hey, don't practice today. Go out and relax with us tonight? Yu-Hai put his arm around his shoulder and squeezed his eyebrows. You used to be the one who liked to get high. Forget it, it's too dangerous this time, and since my plan almost harmed all of you last time, I'd better sink my teeth into stabilization. GMO shook his head. He didn't want to be part of what these people called a party that could easily make him blush. There's a very nice girl here today. Are you sure you don't want to come? Yu-Hai pulled out his cell phone and placed a photo in front of GMO Shui. This girl is called Xinyu, but she is a genius girl here. She became a third-level mercenary just by herself, and she is also a spatial sequence alien. If she can be recruited into our squad, it would be a heavenly good thing. To take a step back, even if we can't get her to join our squad, it wouldn't be a bad thing to have a one-night stand with this superb girl. And when Yu-Hai pulled out the photo, it was as if Icky Ink could no longer hear him. His eyes were only left with the photo in front of him. The girl in the photo was quite pretty, and her features were extremely familiar to Akari Ink. Shin Yu, the woman who had pitted him in his last life, causing his parents to fall into the hands of the beautiful country, and had even tried to assassinate Su Muhan 3 times, only to be thwarted by him. According to the logic of her previous life, shouldn't this woman have joined a genius training camp by now? However, in his last life, he had thought that this woman was from the Dark Court. How's that? Are you dumbfounded? Yu-Hai asked triumphantly. Dumbfounded indeed. Icky Ink nodded, a murderous intent flashing under his eyes. Can the hatred of a past life be carried over to this one? Sure, only compared to revenge. GMO Shui is more interested in knowing who is behind Xinyu. Are you sure she's a single mercenary? He asked Yu-Hai. Of course it's a single mercenary, but this woman is quite good at playing. Yu-Hai said in his ear. I've heard that this woman has raised quite a few gigolos in her room. It seems that those gigolos in her room can't feed her, and it's still up to us, the altered ones. Ah ha ha. G-Ink curtains fell, and his mind thought of Xinyu's appearance in front of them in his previous life. A very well-behaved little girl, kinda small looking, like a softie. I didn't realize that the other side had such a face. I'll be there at night, and this Xinyu must be given to me. He grabbed Yu-Hai's hand and shook it heavily. Yu-Hai immediately revealed a lewd smile of I understand everything, patted him on the shoulder and left. Instead, Ikuma's eyes glittered with a chill. In his previous life, he was pitched by this one woman, and was completely out of touch directly afterward. In this life, he wanted to see what this woman's true colors were. He opened his closet, found himself a decent outfit, went to take a shower, and simply cleaned up. At the appointed time in the evening, he said to his mom, I may not be back tonight, and then went out. After leaving the house, he found the bar where he had agreed with Yu-Hai. Strange to say, this military base size of the Dark Cabinet, there are a lot of taverns. These taverns inside the drinks are frighteningly expensive, often a number of points. Points were like currency in the Dark Pavilion, and the exchange was so exaggerated that a few points could purchase a 8-year-old girl here. It can be said that as long as you have enough points, you can buy anything in the Dark Pavilion, and you're basically a landlord. Ikari Ink walked through the streets in the Dark Pavilion and came inside a small tavern. Just as he walked into the tavern, he saw the Yu-Hai crowd at one of the tables. Ikomo, over here. Yu-Hai waved at him. He noticed Xinyu next to Yu-Hai and also smiled as he stepped forward to meet the crowd. Sorry for being late. He then glanced at Xinyu next to him and feigned ignorance. And this is? Today Xinyu dressed and the previous life is completely different. The previous life of Xinyu dressed like a little sister next door, and this time dressed like a little sister. The butterfly tattoo at the base of her neck was greatly exposed. Her face was even more heavily made up, and her hair had turned into big waves. What was even more exaggerated was the waves on her chest, half of which were exposed. Chapter 86, Handsome Boy. Do you want to sleep together tonight? This is our Dark Pavilion's greatly famous genius girl Xinyu. Yu-Hai pointed at Xinyu and said with a very exaggerated expression. Xinyu is a super expert who has become a level 3 mercenary with only his own strength. I had a hard time inviting this talented girl over. Xinyu slapped Yu-Hai as if she was pouting. What kind of genius girl is she? She's just an unarmed little girl. If you're unarmed, there's no great man in heaven. Yu-Hai gently patted Xinyu. This buddy of mine, GMO Shui, is the brain of our team. If it wasn't for him formulating a plan every time, our squad might not have the means to imminently break through to the 4th level right now. Oh, Xinyu revealed a curious expression and extended her right hand to GMO Shui. Hello little handsome. Hello. Ikari Ink also put on a gentle smile and shook the other's hand. While shaking hands, he clearly noticed that Xinyu's middle finger hooked in his palm. What a little. He didn't reveal a single trace of killing intent. Acting was as simple as eating and drinking to him now. Ouch. Suddenly, Shinyu accidentally broke her foot and fell into Ikari's arms. GMO Shui forced himself to resist the urge to push him out of the way and held him up. Miss Shin, you're not standing still. Thanks a lot. Your name is Icky Ink, isn't it? Shinyu seemed to exude a charming demeanor all over her body, like a seductive fox. Aha! Icky Ink nodded, and on the surface, he pretended to stare at the other man with colorful eyes. Though his insides were chilling, he needed to get a little closer to the other man if he wanted to find out his secret. Ha ha, MS. Shinyu, you don't have eyes for my brother, do you? So eager to throw yourself at him? Hai, who was on the side, saw the scene and said with a smile, I just broke my foot a little, didn't Ikamo brother? Shinyu looked over at Icky Ink and winked. Yes, you're right about everything. GMO Shui raised his hand and helped the other party lift the collar that had fallen down somewhat. Miss Shinyu, your sash has fallen down. A flash of disbelief flashed under Shinyu's eyes as GMO Shui moved, but on the surface, she was still smiling, thanks to brother Ikumo. Afterwards, everyone sat down and started drinking and playing games, and Icky Ink had a lot of physical contact with Shinyu as his brothers coaxed him to do the same. GMO Shui was extremely disgusted inwardly, but smiled. Miss Shinyu, I wonder what you plan to do on your next mission. Once these words came out, all the people in Yuhai lowered their voices, a piece to listen to Shinyu's answer. In fact, this time they came, besides recognizing Shinyu, everyone still wanted Shinyu to join their alien ability squad. After all, how important a strong spatial faculty ability was, everyone had seen that last time when they rescued Icky Ink from the bureau. If there was a strong person with spatial ability joining the squad could do a lot of things with a lot less risk. Well, I'm also thinking about it. Shinyu placed her finger on her chin, revealing a thoughtful look. Recently, the Alliance Master has arranged a rather secretive mission for me, and after completing this mission, I should be able to clear my head for a long time. A solo mission? Right. Shinyu revealed a flirtatious smile. What? Little handsome brother cares so much about me doing the quest because he likes me? No. I just wanted to ask if you wanted to join our shifter squad, Icky Ink said, seeing that Icky Ink unabashedly stated his purpose. Yuhai, who was on the side, slapped himself on the head. What a piece of wood this pool ink is. How can you ask it so directly? Shouldn't it be more subtle? Even Shinyu's eyes flashed with a flash of surprise, and then she laughed. Little handsome, then what benefits can I get if I join your alien squad? Benefits? Wouldn't it be fine to share some of the points from completing the mission with you at that time? Icky Ink took it for granted. Yuhai and the others at the side simultaneously opened their eyes wide in shock when they heard such a dorky reply from GMO Shui. No, man, that's not an answer, is it? Even the corner of Shinyu's eye twitched slightly. Then I'm afraid I can't. Shinyu brushed her hand across Icky Ink's cheek. I'm going on an undercover mission. I don't know how long it will take. Is it okay to give you an answer when I come back? An undercover assignment? She Ink laughed. Then we'll wait for you to return successfully. It just so happens that we've recently taken on a mission to Chang'an as well. How about we come back to you after we finish our mission? A mission to Chang'an? Shinyu's pupils shrunk as his gaze fell on GMO Shui's body, his eyes flickering with a different flavor. And at this time, the Yuhai crowd was also confused. Wait, when did they take on a Chang'an mission? In fact, Shi Ink is also testing Shinyu's resilience. After all, Shinyu's mission in his last life was to become an undercover agent to join the genius training camp. But isn't this undercover mission a much slower time compared to this one? At this time in his previous life, Shinyu had probably all ambushed the genius training camp for a long time before. He had been paying attention to Shinyu's reaction when he said Chang'an City, and after seeing the strange color under Shinyu's eyes, he instantly understood. The other party's mission was to keep an eye on Su Muhan. But, he remembered that in his previous life, Su Muhan had told him that he had known Shinyu for a long time. What's going on here? Shinyu also did not mention the matter of the mission in Chang'an again. It was nightfall, and their drinking game was pretty much over. Shinyu suddenly sat on Chiemo Shui's lap and hooked up Chiemo Shui's chin and asked, "Little handsome boy, will you sleep with me at night?" Ikari Ink silently removed his hand, his eyes locked with the other man's. In fact, just now he also had an element of gambling, and now it seems that Shinyu still can't help but take the initiative? Of course my brother's free. At this time, Yuhai and others on the side heard Shinyu take the initiative to retain the brothers. Immediately, like a hungry wolf on fire, could not wait to help GMO Shui agreed. What if I'm not very free in the evening? Ikari Ink rubbed her fingertips together and whispered, "Why don't we talk about that when you get back from your mission?" Upon hearing this, all of Yuhai's people became anxious for Iki Ink. "No, man, you're Ryu Shimshui? You don't even agree with this?" Shinyu's eyes flickered slightly as she invited again. Then, little brother, let's find a couple's hotel and live a peace, shall we? Holy, That's aggressive? Yu Hai and the rest of the squad were stunned. But what they didn't expect even more was that Iki Ink still shook her head. But I don't have any interest today yet. No, buddy. You're a little uninformed. Oh. Chapter 87, Pulling a Dragon. The corner of Shinyu's eyes also twitched. And the more Ikuma looked like this, the more she felt that Ikuma knew something. But this kind of thing is so secretive. How did Ikuma know about it? Although she was a personal mercenary, she had actually joined an alliance in which the alliance leader had specifically approached her and asked her to go on an undercover mission. And as long as she completed this mission, she would not have to worry about using her points for the rest of her life. As of now, she only knew that the location of the quest was in Chang'an City. Yet just now, GMO Shuei had spoken the name of Chang'an City in front of her. It's obvious that the other side knows something. Her eyes flashed in disbelief. How did Ikuma know? Little brother, my slave has something to look for you. Just promise me, okay? She grabbed GMO Shuei's hand and pouted. Instead, GMO Shuei looked at her with a flat gaze. Miss Shinyu, we've only met for the first time. What is it that you could be looking for me for? She lifted her head and met Iki Ink's gaze. Afterward, she let go of Iki Ink's hand and reluctantly smiled. In that case, then slave can only leave? Her tone was filled with menace. Alas, Ms. Shinyu, if my brother won't go with you, I can go with you. Yu Hai immediately stepped forward and said. And Shinyu ignored him. Her pair of beautiful eyes just kept staring at GMO Shuei. Iki Ink ignored her. Ms. Shinyu. Yu Hai still wants to insist. Get lost. Shinyu glanced coldly at Yu Hai, turned her head and picked up her bag and left. Asterisk. This woman changes her face faster than a book. Yu Hai retreated to the side of the pool. Ink couldn't help but ask, Ink, what is the situation? How this woman suddenly flipped, and why you do not go with her? This woman doesn't have any good intentions. Iki Ink said. I'm not sure. Maybe we have something she needs on us. He knew what the woman's thoughts were, and if Shinyu couldn't get a word out of him, she'd go back and tell the people behind her that he might know about the undercover mission. That way, the guy in the back will come looking for him. It's the real people behind the scenes that will surface. By the way, who is her ally? GMO asked Yu Hai. Of the Heavenly Sea Alliance. The Heavenly Sea Alliance was built on the side of the beautiful country. Yu Hai directly said. Why are you suddenly asking this? Just ask. Iki Ink got up, changing the topic and laughing. That woman doesn't understand. We don't care about her. Drink. The crowd gave him a blank look. You don't have a clue who the uninvolved person is. You don't have a clue in your own heart. After finishing their drinks, they returned to their residence. While the first thing that Iki Ink did was to take out his cell phone and search for news about the Tianhai Alliance meeting. A message from the Tenkai Alliance quickly popped up within the phone. From within the Dark Court, of course. It turns out that the Heavenly Sea Alliance is one of the most mysterious alliances in the Dark Pavilion. And this alliance has reached the highest rank of level 5 in the Dark Pavilion, taking on very mysterious missions, and even releasing quite a few missions. But because the Dark Pavilion had secrecy measures, no one knew what missions had been released by the Heavenly Sea Alliance. Ikari Ink tapped the coffee table in front of him, contemplating the Tenkai League meeting. What's not clear now is whether or not there's any more research on clones over in the beautiful kingdom after Prof. Ace survived? Besides, with cyborgs out there, does the beautiful kingdom still need to develop clones? This time Shinyu's mission target, was it still Su Muhan? Just in case, GMO Shuei opened his cell phone and entered Su Muhan's cell phone number. Looking at Su Muhan's cell phone number, he hesitated to dial it. Never mind, let's verify it first. He opened the Dark Court's network and searched for information on General Empty. General Empty's information was much the same as in his previous life. Elder Su Moching was still the same respected old man. And the old man was now in command of a legion of Xenos. But because of the cyborg legion, the old man doesn't seem to have as high a status as he did in his previous life. After learning all this, he dialed Su Muhan's phone number. Dropping. The phone kept ringing, and while it was ringing, he pondered how to convince Su Muhan to trust him. Dropping. The number you have dialed is not answered. Please dial again later. No one answered the phone? Iki Ink was a bit surprised. So was Su Muhan busy with something? He put the phone down and waited a moment. He waited for a few hours and dialed Su Muhan again. Drip. The number you have dialed is not answered. Please dial again later. Or don't you answer? GMO Shuei took a deep breath and adjusted the phone number to Su Moching's. After thinking about it, he still hadn't dialed through. If he had called Su Moching, he might still be in the same dilemma as in his previous life. What the hell is Su Muhan doing? Why aren't you answering your phone? It can't be in danger, can it? He suddenly had a bad feeling inside. Instead of sleeping, he sat on his bed for the entire night until early the next morning, when he immediately called Su Muhan. The phone still couldn't be answered on the other side of the line. and there was an unanswered electronic tone. It's not right. He took out his cell phone and directly called Su Maching. Dodo. Hello? Su Maching's familiar voice rang on the other end of the phone. Hello, Elder Su. Ji Inc. opened the door. My identity is a bit sensitive. It's not convenient to tell you who I am for the time being, but I can make you believe me in the fastest way possible. Speak. Su Maching was concise. Granddaughter. Fish. Whale. Dream. Iki Inc. recited the 4 sentences. Su Maching's side paused for a moment, then asked in a deep voice, How do you know? Master. These things should make you believe me. Ji Inc. asked directly. I want to know now. Where is Fish now? And why can't I contact her anymore? She's in closed door breakthrough. Su Maching spoke. Her alien ability awakening has reached a certain limit and she needs to make a breakthrough. Fish isn't going out these days, is he? What exactly do you want to say? Su Maching asked. Someone is trying to harm her. Don't you care how I know? Anyway, don't let Fish go out for a while. Iki Inc. reminded and sighed in relief. It seemed he'd been worrying too much after all. She won't go out during this period of time. Su Maching continued to ask. You still haven't told me. How did you know about that? Drip. GMO Shuwei directly hung up the phone, directly pulling Su Maching black, and then said it to the authority that unknown phone calls cannot be called in. If he wasn't worried about Su Yuer's safety, he wouldn't want to chat with Su Maching at all. After learning that Su Yuer is safe, he directly pulls the black one-stop service. Aside from the Su Yuer thing, Yu Hai sent him a message in the morning. Inc. You said to Shin Yu yesterday that we had taken on a quest in Chang'an City. What's the deal? Which quest do you have your eye on? Seeing this, Chi Inc. immediately took out the Dark Pavilion's quest list, intending to now find a quest for Chang'an City. Chapter 88 First Mission. After searching for a while, Iki Inc. locked onto a mission hijacking the transportation truck of nutrient resources. Hijacking nutrient resource transports. These missions are all about the death penalty, aren't they? Ikamo expressed deep admiration, but also the people of the Dark Cabinet, playing with real flowers. However, this mission was in Chang'an City, and he would be able to get the alien squad to break through level 4 by completing this one mission, and he would be able to get more information, so he was going to do a little bit of this. Contacting Professor Ace was something he wasn't going to try this time. Wait until his next reincarnation back from the future timeline. He wanted to see what was different about the future with Professor Ace in it. Iki Inc. sent the mission to the Alien Squad channel, and at the same time sent out a message. Completing this mission will bring our total points to just over 1 million. After breaking through the rank of a level 4 alien squad, the place where they lived could be upgraded. After determining a plan and a time to plan, they left a week later. This time, GMO Shuei was able to see the huge Dark Cabinet military base, but also saw the military base over the countless aircraft. Some private planes are very luxurious. GMO Shuei looked at these planes, and knew that these planes need to be in the 100,000 points upwards. Points are so strong for purchasing that if you have enough points to buy anything you want, you can have a mercenary go and bring it back to you, as long as you spend enough points to post a mission. Even if the mercenaries who took the mission were all wiped out, it wouldn't have anything to do with you, and instead, they would keep your identity secret, preventing you from being sought out by your enemies. It can be argued that there is an absolute right to privacy in the issuance of mandates. During their previous missions, their alien squad had purchased helicopters a few times, but the planes had been destroyed when they were picked up. When there are no airplanes, they can only book flights here. And yes, this Dark Cabinet owns an airport with airplanes that can fly to any country in the world. They want to go to a certain country and need to buy sky-high airfare. With a helicopter there's no such hassle. They took a helicopter and traveled to Chang'an City, China. After flying for up to 17 hours, they finally arrived at the location, and all along the way, Iki Inc. didn't dare to sleep, but instead memorized the location of the Dark Cabinet's military base. It's not easy for us to come to Chang'an City, we have to have a good meal. This is the most famous food city in China, Yu Hai said, volunteering to lead the group to food. Right, Pool Inc. Your family before is not Chang'an City. Chang'an City are what delicious. Take brother a few to taste? Someone looked over at Pool Inc. I do know a crawfish place that tastes good. Do you all love crawfish? Pool Inc. asked. We're not picking anything. Just take us there. Yes. Iki Inc. led the group to the place where he and Su Muhan had eaten crawfish last time. At the store, he looked around. Well, he was relieved not to see Su Muhan. He was afraid that this girl would sneak out to eat crawfish. After eating and drinking, they investigated the location of the nutrient solution transporter according to the mission issued by the Dark Pavilion. In fact, according to Akuma's idea, he would just kill all the way in and snatch the transportation truck. But you can't do that with a teammate. Through this time of familiarization, one thing became clear to him. The strongest of the entire alien squad was Yu Hai. A level 4 gold elemental alien with an alien awakening degree of 3.25%. In the words of his previous life, that would be a mid-skilled level 4 gold elemental psychic. We were all not very old, just a group of people of similar age coming together to form a small team of aliens. And of course we all had to progress together. And people whose strength exceeded 5% of alien ability awakening were already considered a very strong group of people in this world. Ink, when do we plan to go and complete this mission? Yuhai asked Ink to Ink. Don't worry, I have a plan. Icky Ink waved his hand. This mission was still difficult for them as an alien team. Since the prevalence of cyborgs, the task of transporting nutrient solutions has been left to the cyborgs. There was a probability that their squad would be completely wiped out if they were to go head-to-head with the cyborgs. Hearing G Ink say that, everyone took a long breath, and Yuhai continued to ask, Ink, don't be so secretive. Give us a little bit of insight. Ikamo pretended to be profound. I watched the stars last night and did a fortune-telling. And you can tell fortunes? No. So what are you farting about? Get out of my way and hear me out. Chi-Ink laughed and scolded. I did a fortune-telling and realized that our operation this time is a great fortune. No dude. We asked you to lay out the plan and here you are doing it? The squad crowd couldn't help themselves. What was with the pool of ink? Don't worry. Everything is under control. Ikamo laughed softly. Forget it. I'll lay out the plan this time. Yuhai pulled out a map and spread it on the table. This mission isn't too difficult. It doesn't require Ink to make a move. Icky Ink nodded. That was a good idea. In the end, Yuhai was still complete with a mission. And Icky Ink listened on. Kinda like that. It's just a matter of getting the tiger out of the way, catching a turtle in a jar, and taking the money out of the fire. Well, it's all about creating a commotion to lure some of the cyborgs away, then attacking the remaining cyborgs from a distance with your powers. Using a special key to open the locked transport truck with the nutrient solution. Stuffing the nutrient solution into your bag. Turning your head and running. Ikuma volunteered to raise his hand to do the backbreaker. You break my ass. Little water elemental alien. People sneeze and you die ball. Yuhai blankly glanced at him and spoke. We absolutely can't come into close contact with those cyborgs. And the person stealing the nutrient solution is still going to be the old swimmer of the sequential ability, Night Cat. Night Owl? Ikari opened her time bracelet and searched for the Night Cat ability. Sequence 157, Night Cat. Redemption points, 400 points. Night Cat, in the darkness of the night, you will have the eyesight and speed of a cat person. And this ability increases with the awakening of the ability. Redeeming points for so little? Icky Ink was surprised. This level of redemption wasn't as good as the third level fire elemental abilities, Fire Burning Clouds. It seems that the sequence numbers of the sequence abilities are not as strong as the 5 elements instead beyond a certain point. Not all sequential powers are stronger than the 5 elements. Yes, I'm in favor of it. The crowd agreed that there was nothing wrong with this plan. However, we have to guard against cyborgs modifying their eyes into thermal imaging mode. Chapter 89 Sequence 7, Mutwo, Quest opens. Yuhai a set of plans down. Ji-Ink instead really become over to shout Old Iron 66 waste. Ikamo is happy to be free. The big deal is that when something goes wrong, he'll take the back seat. And if nothing goes wrong, then it's just as well that everyone is happy. Because of the special nature of the Night Cat psychic ability, the time for them to do it was at night. With the mission guide, they went straight to the location of the transport truck. What made it tricky for the crowd, though, was the extremely large number of cyborgs escorting the transport vehicle, just transporting a nutrient solution. Why are there so many cyborgs? Someone couldn't help but speak up. There were simply too many cyborgs. More than they had expected. Isn't it just transporting a nutrient solution? What's the big deal? Everyone looked at Yuhai, waiting for his command. Just as Ikumo was also looking curiously at the transportation vehicle surrounded by hundreds of cyborgs in the middle. Ding! The long-lost sound of a time bracelet suddenly sounded. Ikari Ink almost physically jolted. Congratulations to the host for coming into contact with a major event in history. The presence of the Demon King has been detected. Opening the activation series of quests for Forbidden Alien Sequence 7, Mutwo. Sequence 7, Mutwo, Quest open. Mutwo, Quest, 1/3 the Controlled King. Controlled King, the dignity of the king cannot be offended. The idea of a human attempting to control the Demon King is no different from seeking death. Please proceed with the first task, free the Demon King. Quest guidance, the Demon King is being held captive in a transport vehicle. Please rescue it from the transport vehicle. I'm good. Ikari Ink's eyes widened. What did he see? Unlocked a major event in history? Or is Sequence 7, Mutwo, a historically significant event? And apart from this incident, the second piece of news shocked him even more. Surprisingly, the quest prompted him that the creature held inside this transport was the Demon King? What the hell is this? Doesn't the Demon King not appear until 2030? Is it right that news of the Demon King appears at this point in time? His gaze was placed inside the distant transport vehicle, looking around at the countless cyborgs that were explicitly taking cover. And he could even imagine if there were other top-level aliens watching over the Demon King in the shadows. It was hard to imagine what kind of consequences they would draw if their alien squad unknowingly tried to go up and hijack the Demon King. How could the Demon King be in the hands of a human? He mused. Was the Demon King in the hands of the humans before? Or was it only the fifth Demon King who was directly under house arrest by the humans because of the cyborgs? And the purpose of the transporter now seems to be trying to transport the Demon King to another location. If it was the former, and the Demon King had been imprisoned by humans in previous lives, then this was bound to be filled with the flavor of conspiracy. But if it was only in this life that humans imprisoned the Demon King, that can only mean that Prof. Ace is awesome. The cyborg does serve a purpose, running straight into the demon realm to capture the Demon King, who only appeared 5 years later. The inverted Big Dipper belongs to Is. What? Only you're allowed to invade me, not me you? He pondered the possibilities of the matter carefully. As for the task of important historical events, he pretended not to see it. Joking aside, he only had 99% of his alien ability awakening. He couldn't really think he could snatch the Demon King from the heavily protected army. Could he? He did want the top 10 sequence of powers, but he had to have the life to ask for it. Not to mention that rescuing the Demon King was only a third of the mission. There's 2 more missions behind us. The first mission had sent him to his death. It was hard to imagine how demanding the next few missions would be. And at this time, Yu-Hai clenched his teeth and spoke. Act according to the original plan. No! Icky Inc. spoke up, cutting it off. We can't do this mission. Hearing Icky Inc.'s words, the crowd looked at him with some difficulty in understanding. Although there are more cyborgs than planned, it's not like we can't steal them, so why give them up? Giving them up is a default point deduction. And it's still such a real-time mission that once they don't finish, this fleet of transports is going to run. After all, Ikamura is the team's think tank. And the group questioned in disbelief. Don't you guys realize that there are too many cyborgs on this mission? Icky Inc. said in a deep voice. And you guys look at the standing position of this group of cyborgs. Does it look like the kind of thing that can kill a large group of people if a large rock is dropped on them? At the sound of that, everyone grabbed their binoculars and started watching. It does seem like it. These cyborgs are standing too densely. What's going on? Yu-Hai was the first to question. We're being set up, Chi Inc. said in a cold voice. Because what's inside the transportation vehicle is not a nutrient solution at all, but some top-secret items. Otherwise there wouldn't be so many robots surrounding the transportation vehicle like a human wall. These robots aren't transporting nutrient solution. You guys should have seen vehicles transporting nutrient solution as well. Those robots guarding the nutrient solution. Where are these kinds of standing positions? Hearing what Icky Inc. said, everyone looked again at the stand of the robots around the transport vehicle and realized that it seemed to be true. Inc., what was that you said about us being made to do it again? Yu-Hai inquired. It's being made because what's inside this transporter is so important. That's why these cyborgs are covering the transportation in the name of transporting nutrient solution. G Inc. explained with understanding. I can even guess that these cyborgs are just protecting the transportation vehicle in the open. And in the dark, I don't know how many strong people are guarding this transportation vehicle. And the person who issued this mission to steal the nutrient solution is actually making a setup for us. This person wants to use our human lives to confirm if there's any problem with this one transportation vehicle. If we succeed in our mission, it means that this transportation caravan is really transporting nutrient solution. Then there's no problem. But if we fail in our mission and all of our troops are wiped out in this mission, then this person who issued the mission instantly understands that there really is something wrong with this transportation caravan. Ikari's voice grew cold. It was true that their alien squad had been counted on. And it couldn't be said that they had been counted on. After all, whoever went on this one mission was going to be counted on. People would only think that this was an ordinary mission to steal nutrients. Who would have thought that there was something else hidden inside the nutrient transporter? And wasn't the reason why the Chinese officials were ostensibly just transporting nutrient solutions that they were afraid that the transportation of the Demon King would be discovered? They didn't want the existence of the Demon King to be discovered, but perhaps because a spy inside had revealed the news. The Dark Cabinet knew about it and set up a real-time mission for an alien team to try and find out. Chapter 90, Being Made. His grandpa. Yu-Hai cursed angrily. Dogs, dare to count on Grandpa Yu. Icky Inc. had made it clear enough that everyone knew something was terribly wrong with this mission. I'm going to react to the Dark Cabinet right now that there's something wrong with this quest. Treadmill. Yu-Hai took out his cell phone and reacted to the problem with the Dark Pavilion. If there was a problem with the mission, the alien squad or mercenary was qualified to react to the Dark Pavilion. And once it was determined that there was indeed a problem with the mission, then the person who had issued the mission would be severely punished. and would not be qualified to issue another mission from now on. Instead, the person taking the assignment receives compensation. All the people in the alien team are also filled with righteous indignation. If not for the wise man GM Oshue saw that there is something wrong with this transportation vehicle, they are afraid that all of them will be wiped out. Iki Inc., it's a good thing you're there. You're worthy of being our squad's wise man, someone said gratefully to Pool Inc., worthy of being the highest IQ person in the squad. This would have been a stupid rush if it was them. Don't forget, Captain Yuhai just said stick to the plan. If they really followed the plan, their bones would probably be cold by now. Iki Inc. shook his head. In fact, he also watched the answer writing process. After all, who would have thought that this transportation truck was holding the Demon King inside? But isn't this Demon King a bit too small? A little transport truck that size and you put it in there? This time, his comments, but also let the think tank identity in the hearts of all the alien team deep-rooted. Everyone began to wait for the captain to communicate with the Dark Court. Originally, Yuhai's expression was still angry, but not knowing how he communicated with the Dark Cabinet, his expression suddenly became stunned, then ecstatic, then angry. Watching the captain's face turn as if he were changing, everyone was inwardly curious. Captain, what's going on? Someone couldn't help but ask. The Dark Pavilion said they knew about it, but instead of saying anything about the punishment for posting the mission, they sent us a new one. Yuhai's face was gloomy as he said, the Dark Pavilion has asked us to follow this transportation vehicle and keep giving them real-time reports on the location, and when the Dark Pavilion's strongest person arrives, they can give us a reward of 200,000 points. Isn't this a good thing? Someone showed a look of joy. Iki Inc. spoke up. This is not good. This incident precisely shows that the one who issued the mission is not some alien squad or some mercenary, but the Dark Cabinet itself. Just now, after the captain explained the situation, the Dark Cabinet instead enacted a new mission, indicating that the Dark Cabinet has already determined that this transportation vehicle is their target. So they're asking us to follow this transportation vehicle and provide them with a location in real time. So it seems that whatever is inside this transportation vehicle is worth far more than we can imagine. Iki Inc.'s words were like a pot of cold water, calming everyone down instantly. Yeah, why did the Dark Cabinet not explain how to punish the people who posted the quests, but instead gave them additional new tracking quests? Isn't it because this quest was issued by the Dark Court? Everyone finally realized why Yuhai's expression was so strange just now. At first when Yuhai reported the mission to the Dark Cabinet didn't say how to punish the person who issued the mission, but instead explained the new tracking mission, so Yuhai was surprised, but after saying that the reward for the tracking mission was 200,000 points, Yuhai was ecstatic again. After all, 200,000 points are equivalent to the value of 20 mechanical cores. But soon, Yuhai figured out the truth and his expression sank again. Inc., what now? Are we going to take this mission? Yuhai looked over at Iki Inc. After all, it was Ikuma who saw that there was something wrong with this transporter. I have a feeling that this matter can't end well. G Inc. smiled bitterly, since the Dark Pavilion has released such a secretive mission, and this mission has also let us know about it, and even released a tracking mission with so many points. Have you guys seen any tracking quest with a reward as exaggerated as 200,000 points? Everyone shook their heads. Right, Iki Inc. said bitterly, so I guess we've been involved in this disaster from the moment we found out that there's something wrong with this transporter. Regardless of whether it ends up right or wrong, the Dark Cabinet will likely silence us. Exterminate? Someone exclaimed. Not so much. We're a third-level squad of the Dark Pavilion. The mission we took on this time is problematic, and the mission was still issued by the Dark Cabinet. G Inc. sneered. To put it mildly, the fairness and impartiality that the Dark Cabinet showed before was all a disguise, and in front of real benefits, the Dark Cabinet would still utilize the value of mercenaries, and we know the unfair side of the Dark Pavilion. How could they let us continue to live? Us living would be a threat to the Dark Pavilion's reputation. Iki Inc. didn't expect to be caught up in such an incident in this life. You know, his mother is still staying in the Dark Court. If he didn't have a time bracelet, he'd probably be racked to death. It's not all bad though. After all, the first historically important event was discovered by him. Mutwo, he had just looked it up online, and it probably meant elevation. But how to use the top 10 powers in the sequence would have to wait for him to get them before he could figure it out. So what do we do? The squad had panicked. If the Dark Cabinet wanted to get them killed, they had no resistance. Now it's time to choose. G Inc. said in a deep voice. Actually, those words just now were just my guess. If we don't know a lot of things, there is still a probability that we can leave this little life behind. It's up to you guys whether you decide to take the risk of staying in the Dark Pavilion and enjoying these 200,000 points, or you choose to run away and split from the Dark Pavilion from now on. Iki Inc. looked to the crowd. He'll stay for now. Moreover, taking another step back. What if the Dark Pavilion was really here to rob the Demon King? He'd muddle around in there for a bit, and he might be able to complete the first quest of Mutwo. I'm staying anyway. I got everything from the Dark Pavilion. Losing the Dark Pavilion, I've been doing nothing in my life. Yu-Hai was the first to make a statement. I'll stay too. Icky Ink chimed in. My old mom is still in the Dark Pavilion. I can't leave. Seeing that the wise man and the captain were there, everyone said that they would like to stay as well. The big deal is that we'll all die together. After determining the plan, Yu-Hai Z immediately started contacting the Dark Pavilion officials. After a few minutes of contact, he gave an okay sign to the crowd. No more problems. Let's just report the location of this transportation truck to the Dark Cabinet in real time. Chapter 91, The Great War is about to begin. We all live and die together. And in the end, if the Dark Cabinet is willing to pay 200,000 points, then they are making a bloody fortune. Of course, if the Dark Cabinet flipped, then he turned his head and ran. Wait, he thought carefully. With his current strength, running seems to be impossible when encountering a particularly ruthless existence. He looked in the exchange mall and found an ice prop. Teleportation charm, teleports you to any random location thousands of miles away. Price, 100 points. It's good, but it's too expensive. It was impossible to buy, but he could adjust the page of the redemption mall to this interface, and if he encountered danger, he would purchase it at the first opportunity to use it. After all, here is the reality. Well, Daiware cannot die in the real world. Icky Ink has this and puts his head down. As for what happens if the rest of the alien squad dies, it doesn't matter. It'll come back to life. Thus, their alien squad hung far behind the transport vehicle holding the Demon King, and Yu-Hai kept the position reported with the headquarters at all times. This follow was a day and a night. Yu-Hai was also a bit anxious, because the headquarters had always told him to follow behind, but did not tell him to follow until when there was still a day and a night had passed. The people from the headquarters should always arrive at the location, right? Icky Ink was also puzzled. The route of the vehicle escorting the Demon King he saw and understood. It seemed to be in the direction of Kyoto. It seemed that the Demon King had indeed been captured by those guys from the Sichuan Basin, or he might have been locked up somewhere else before, but he didn't know. This didn't come up in a previous life, either. It was a dark moonlit night. GMO Shuei and his squad had been following the back of the transport vehicle escorting the Demon King, and Yu-Hai seemed to have received some kind of message and immediately droned. Prepare to fall back. The headquarters is here? The crowd had joy in their eyes and immediately retreated towards the back. Then an image was born that everyone will never forget. A huge fireman descended from the sky like a hot meteorite and smashed towards the transportation team's position. Level 5 Fire Elemental Ability, Vulcan. Looking at the strength of this Vulcan, it was estimated to have reached the peak of Adept 9. 99% Awakening. Bang! Under a loud bang, countless sands and dusts were raised, as if they could overturn this world. The crowd immediately got down on the ground to prevent the aftermath of this battle from affecting them. It was only when the dust and smoke cleared that Icky Ink and the others got up from the ground. By the time the crowd raised their heads, they saw an elongated golden figure projected under the dim light of the moon above the distant sky, and in the golden figure's hands, he carried a body that was on fire. This body, Ikari Ink's pupils shriveled. The owner of this corpse was none other than the Vulcan's alien adept who had just been there. My good disciple, I hear your heartbeat. The golden figure suspended in the sky from afar spoke softly, but its voice resounded throughout the entire heaven and earth. Good disciple, who is this talking about? Icky Ink and the others craned their necks and tilted their heads at the golden figure. For some reason, a character inexplicably surfaced in Ikari Ink's mind when he saw the golden figure. Sequence 16 Ability, Inscription, Possessor. A handful of the Genius Intensive Training Camp. This golden light on the other party's body was obviously a supernatural ability. And a supernatural ability of such high intensity was obviously much stronger than an ordinary supernatural ability, or even an ordinary sequence supernatural ability. So he had to guess that the other party's psychic ability was a top psychic ability between sequence 11 to 24. Combining this with the supernatural ability that Elder Su Maching had revealed to him earlier, he guessed that the owner of this golden figure was a handful of people. The matter of escorting the Demon King, it made sense for a hand to come in person. Sensei, long time no see. An indifferent male voice suddenly sounded, followed by a bizarre purple figure strolling from the sky. It was a man with a bare upper body, the muscles of his body clearly defined, and a pair of sharp eyes flashing with a faint purple light. Not only his eyes, but also the lightning that flashed like an arc of electricity pulsed around his body, having a sense of explosiveness that was ready to explode. The moment he saw this man, Icky Ink instantly analyzed the man's psychic abilities with little thought. The strongest alien power of the day. Sequence 11, Chaotic Violet Light. My sister says that purple has more of a rhythmic chaotic violet light. The first 10 sequences of powers do not come out, and this power is the strongest in the sky. A golden and a purple figure stood opposite each other high up in the sky, and the air seemed to be filled with tension. Good disciple, your dark pavilion is a dog, isn't it? As soon as there is a breeze, you come when you smell it. Inscription, the alien opened his mouth. His body wrapped in a golden glow that made it impossible to see his appearance. Teacher, it's hard for us not to notice when you've done such a great thing. The two of them had a conversation, but it shook Icky Ink, who knew some of the insides, to the core. How come? Listening to the two people, this, chaotic purple light, the strongest alien under the sky was someone from the dark cabinet? And, once a disciple of the, inscription, alien? What kind of master/disciple back and forth dog and pony show is this? However, as the teacher of the, inscription, alien, the, chaotic violet light, alien, he must have practiced for several more years than his disciple, so his alien awakening degree should also be higher than his disciple's. But the apprentice after all, the sequence should be higher than the teacher. The two people really want to fight. We do not know who will win and who will lose. The teacher's exposed eyes flickered with a deep golden light that seemed to be able to see into people's hearts, and a special kind of energy hung heavy in the air as if it was able to manipulate everything around it. His psychic ability is as the time bracelet describes him, a special kind of energy. Is this the battle state of, inscription? Now that you're here, stay here forever. The teacher spoke softly and his body suddenly disappeared in place, and the area where he had originally existed was left with a faint fluctuation of special energy. Break! The apprentice shouted angrily, and the purple energy that surrounded his muscles looked like a python with electric arcs as it swooped towards his circumference. After all these years, there's still no growth at all. Like a ghost, Sensei suddenly appeared in front of the apprentice, and the sharp iron blades constructed from special energy swept around the apprentice like a storm. Panicked, the apprentice could only raise his hand to construct a purple defense interaction with his powers. The energy of the two collided, producing a violent explosion that shook the surrounding air to emit energy fluctuations, and even the earth seemed to tremble a few times due to the aftermath of this explosion. Under the terrifying afterglow of energy, the Icky Ink crowd could only lie on the ground once again, curling themselves into a ball and trying not to be mistakenly injured by this kind of collision between powerful people anymore. Chapter 92. Just when the crowd thought that the teacher and the disciple were going to have a shocking battle, the apprentice's body suddenly turned into a stream of light and vanished towards the distance. Under the first collision, the disciple knew that he was no match for his teacher, and after a brief moment of contemplation, he simply ran away. Trying to run? As the teacher's voice fell, he raised his hand once more and released a circle of golden energy, which began to cover down like cannon fire, enveloping the area where his disciple had fled. The crowd was glad that this disciple didn't flee in their direction, or else they would have all been wiped out, because this attack was ranged. The stream of light that the disciple had taken the form of dodged around, and was eventually struck by one of the attacks, and collapsed to the ground after screaming miserably. He tried to resist, and his body once again turned into streams of light, like a lost dog vanishing towards the distance. Seeing this appearance, the corner of Icky Ink's eye twitched, wondering if this guy's special ability was chaotic violet light, or not. Why does it feel like this sequence 11 psychic ability is powerless against sequence 16 psychic abilities? Come back. With one hand, he turned the energy into a giant palm and grabbed it towards his apprentice. Such a palm, not to mention the disciple. Even if the great sage of Chi Tian arrived here, he would have to be crushed under the 5 fingers mountain. Put. The apprentice whose special ability was chaotic violet light suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Subsequently, the speed of the stream of light he transformed into instantly increased by more than 10 times, and the stream of light that his body transformed into whoosh disappeared beyond the skyline. The first hand snorted coldly, with no intention of letting the other party go, and chased after him towards the place where his disciple had fled. And so, the father is kind. Son is filial storyline passes. Inside the arena, Yu-Hai gulped a bit and asked Icky Ink, Ink, what should we do now? The big brother of the dark pavilion has been beaten like a dog. Shouldn't they turn their heads and run now? Instead, Icky Ink was now looking at the distant transport truck with burning, glowing eyes. Those cyborgs around the transportation vehicle had now been killed by that Vulcan alien, and they all fell to the ground alive or dead. And this was the right time for him to save that demon king. He spoke, you guys run, I'll go over and take a look. With that, he got up and ran toward the location of the transport truck. Riches and riches, you have to know that any top alien ability requires hundreds of thousands of points. And how strong must a top 10 sequence alien ability be? If he could complete a third of the Mutwo alien quest, it would be worth spending 1,000 points to risk it. He opened the teleportation talisman interface inside the exchange store and touched towards the location of the transportation truck. With a quick run, he quickly touched the location of the transportation vehicle. And then he took out his flaming long knife and cut through a layer of iron on the surface of the transportation vehicle. When the tin was cut open, he saw a puppy? Or is it a mongrel Chinese field dog? This Chinese field dog, chained by numerous chains, was sprawling on the ground with more breath in than out, pitifully, as if it could arouse sympathy. Ikari Inc. was a bit confused. Could the time bracelet be a mistake? But if this puppy wasn't the Demon King, it wouldn't be so bad that a handful of inscription psychic powers would personally escort it, would it? He raised his hand and cut the chain holding the puppy and carried it out. After cutting the chain, he noticed that the puppy's eyes opened and gave him a very anthropomorphic look with one eye. This look carries some disbelief. How come the mission hasn't shown success yet? Aki Inc. froze for a moment. So she took out the healing medicine from her time bracelet and fed it to the puppy's mouth. Eat up. Puppies don't open their mouths. So, Aki Inc. forcefully broke the puppy's mouth and fed the healing medicine into the dog's mouth. Afraid that the puppy would not swallow, he directly pinched the dog's mouth and nose and forced it to swallow. Ding! Mission accomplished. Newdwo, Quest 2, unknown, the quest cannot be activated because the host's timeline is not the time point of Quest 2. What the hell? Because the timeline in which it is located is not the point in time of Mission 2? Aki Inc. froze for a moment, meaning that real time wasn't the time of the big historical event? It was then that he noticed the expression on the pup's face. The puppy had tears in one of his doggy eyes and just looked at him. No dude, what are you looking at? I was just saving your ass. Ikari Inc. couldn't help but spit out the dog's eyes as if he'd sunk a dog. Just as he was about to continue, he suddenly noticed the puppy's eyes in front of him glaze over, instantly becoming stern, only to see the dog spit out a mouthful of black gas, which wrapped it up and disappeared directly in front of Iki Inc. ***. This guy got away? Iki Inc. was stunned. He looked at the empty interior of the transporter, with only some chains left behind. Never mind. At least the mission is accomplished. It's time to run next. He had just turned his head and came face to face with a chest. Ouch. He took 2 steps back, and at that moment, he also saw a middle-aged man with somewhat gray hair in front of him. Although this middle-aged man didn't release his supernatural abilities, Ikuma still recognized that the one in front of him was the teacher who had just gone after his disciple, Ming Yan, alien, a handful of the Genius Intensive Training Camp. So what? Do you believe me when I say it was a misunderstanding? He smiled sarcastically. While putting his hands behind his back, he was ready to exchange the teleportation talisman. But the next moment he realized with horror that he couldn't move his hands. Maru Spice, while I'm not sure what your backstory is, I realize you're trying to run. The man's pair of reddish golden eyes landed on Iki Inc. Do you realize what you've just let go? No. Iki Inc. immediately denied. Are you kidding? Can you admit to such things? You lie. What am I lying about? Iki Inc. showed her disbelief. You're still acting? Pool Inc. Brother, you can't read minds, can you? Well, I do read minds, so you better not be lying. The man nodded approvingly. Mind reading? No. Does this thing exist properly? What the hell is mind reading? It can't come with the mind reading ability, can it? Iki Inc. couldn't help but think. You even know about Ming Nian? The man was surprised. What are you? Iki Inc. was dumbfounded. You know what's on your mind? Are you messing with me? Don't break your mouth. Hurry up and tell me how you know about the inscription ability. The man raised his hand and squeezed his neck. Iki Inc. stared wide-eyed. I also sister talk listen to my explanation. GMO Shui patted the other party's hand and didn't dare to think too much. I know old Mr. Su Maching. In fact, I also know you. I just don't know your name. Chapter 93 Successful Imprisonment. You know Su Maching? The man narrowed his eyes. He could tell if Iki Inc. was lying or not. So Iki Inc. hadn't lied with those words just now. Aha! Iki Inc. nodded. Call him if you don't believe me. I can confront him. So the inscription ability, including the fact that you know me, was all told to you by Su Maching? The man asked again. It was Su Maching who told me, but not this Su Maching. GMO Shui thought for a moment, and the man was confused at this point. What do you mean it was Su Maching who told this kid? But it wasn't Su Maching who told him? He could tell that Iki Inc. wasn't lying. That's why he was confused. And at this moment, he was beginning to wonder if there was something wrong with his inscription lie detector's function. But the man still put into practical action. He took out his cell phone and dialed Su Maching's number. GMO Shui glanced at the other party's cell phone and found that the note on the other party's cell phone was old Su. Dodo. What's up, handyman? Su Maching's voice rang on the other end of the phone. What surprised GMO Shui was that Su Moching didn't even call the man by his name, but called him a hand? This man's name isn't the hand, is it? There's a kid who says he knows you. The man looked to Inkwell. What's your name? Iki Inc. reached out. My name is Iki Inc. You will give me your phone and I will speak to old Mr. Su. A hand handed him his cell phone. Ji-ink picked up the phone. Hello old Mr. Su, I don't know if you still remember my voice. I'm the one who called you last time. Looking for Su you're. It's you? Su Maching sounded a bit puzzled. You know a handful of people? Old Su. This kid sent away the demon king we were escorting. A hand spoke. What? Su Maching's tone was filled with full of anger. You said you sent away the demon king? Icky-ink snapped. Old sir, there were some accidents in the middle of this matter. I'm not sure how you knew about that dreamland secret of mine. Su Maching said in a deep voice. But do you know how much manpower and resources we spent to catch this little? If you can't give a reasonable explanation to a handful of people, you might as well die. There's no way I'm going to bail you out. A handful of people took the call and hung it up. Then a pair of eyes looked faintly at Icky-ink. If there's nothing more to explain, I'll send you on your way. He could see Ikumo's hesitation at this point. And Ikumo was the kind of person who wanted to think but didn't dare to after realizing that he could read minds, for fear that what he was thinking inside would be heard by him. I can still make a phone call. Icky-ink gritted his teeth. I'll give you a phone number. You can dial it for me, and this person will definitely be able to get me out of trouble. I'll give you one last chance. A handful of people gave him the phone. Icky-ink immediately dialed his last kill, a cell phone number known only to Professor Ace and him. Dropping. The phone rang for a full 30 seconds or so, because a handful of people next to him were watching him, and for a moment, Ikumo even smelled death. Just as Icky-ink was about to think of what to say, the call came through. On the other end of the line was Ace's much older voice. Hello, Professor Ace, I'm a futuristic body. When Icky-ink spoke the words Professor Ace, he clearly felt that the gaze of the hand of the inscription alien beside him was a few points colder. Future body, you did show up in 25. Professor Ace spoke up. Just as Icky-ink was about to say something, a handful of people took the initiative to pick up the phone. Hello, Professor Ace, this is 001. A handful of that kid. What are you doing with my benefactor? Hearing that it was indeed Professor Ace's voice, a handful of people looked at Icky-ink with an odd expression. This little guy who let the Demon King go has this background? Professor Ace, this boy released the Demon King you asked to be captured. He explained. He let the Demon King go? Ace's side pondered for a moment and spoke. He had his reasons for doing so. You don't have to worry about this. Icky-ink, a handful of people? Icky-ink didn't expect Professor Ace to give him so much respect. And a handful of people didn't expect that this kid's background could be so hard? This kid isn't Professor Ace's illegitimate son, is he? However, this thought is also a flash. After all, Professor Ace has never been close to women, and is only interested in doing experiments. Otherwise the country would have long ago given arranged marriages. Okay, so I'll release him? Bring him to me. I want to meet the savior. Ace returned. Yes. After hanging up the phone, the man looked at Icky-ink with a somewhat complicated expression. This kid is really hard to kill. Straight up lifted a couple of such hard backgrounds. Ikari-ink was holding his breath straight away at this point, trying not to think too much, preventing the man from reading his mind. He was actually a bit speechless. No, isn't this, minding the names, a bit of a supermodel? Even if you press Chaotic Violet's head and beat it violently, you can still read someone's mind? That's a bit of a rascal, isn't it? A handful of people read Ikuma's thoughts and gave the boy a helpless look. It was the first time he had seen such a mysterious guy in all his life. Not only does it have a heavenly background, but it's quite an idea. Those friends of yours. A hand pondered for a moment and pointed in one of the directions. I've got them imprisoned there. Do I need to release them? Thinking of Ikuma's earlier words, the handful of men inquired. Icky-ink froze. All of his teammates from those alien squads had been captured? Chapter 94, Reality Meets Professor Ace. Icky-ink was still taken away, brought to Professor Ace by a handful of people. Actually, Icky-ink didn't want to be so passive. He always felt that it was just too early to meet with Professor Ace and he was a little flustered. What if Professor Ace goes bad and on a whim or something wants to transform him into a cyborg as well? Ikari-ink shuddered a little at the thought of such a situation. As for his shifter squad mates, a handful of them still released them all. Icky-ink didn't bother to meet up with everyone again. Behind him would be another round of friends once he returned from the past timeline. He was surrounded by friends who changed all the time and never had a permanent friend. The only thing that's fixed is probably the fact that his parents haven't changed. If one day his parents change, he might as well be dead in the truest sense of the word. Or perhaps, he was resurrected from another reincarnation? The inscription alien was also worthy of being the ceiling of human battle power. He directly used inscription energy to create a teleportation portal. Looking at this teleportation portal in front of him, GM Oshue felt that this thing was a little bit similar to that teleportation talisman inside his exchange mall. The exchange mall introduced that inscription is a very special energy, which now seems to be rather peculiar, and mainly depends on the manipulator's ability to use inscription, to be able to directly create a portal. It was conceivable that this person in front of him had already reached a very exaggerated level of mastery over inscription. One portal does not send him directly to Professor Ace, a handful can only be used a few more times, but Pool Inc. can also see. A handful of still limited to the degree of awakening of alien energy cannot exceed 99%. If can break through 20% of the degree of awakening of alien energy. This, inscribed, alien energy can be a few points stronger. Ikari Inc. couldn't help but think about quite a few things, even though she was trying very hard to control herself from thinking about it too much. The handful of people who took him was growing more and more surprised and amazed. Does this kid know too much? After several long hours of experience, they finally arrived at the place where Professor Ace lived. Since the assassination 30 years ago, the state has increased its protection of Professor Ace. Other than that, it's surprising that Professor Ace was placed directly below the Genius set. The Genius Intensive was originally a dungeon, and because of Professor Ace, the Genius Intensive had another dungeon, also known as the Dungeon of Dungeons. You've been to a genius camp before? Seemingly sensing Icky Inc.'s thoughts, the first hand inquired in surprise. It did come. Pool Inc. nodded. His thoughts had already been insight by the other party, and there was no point in hiding it now. When did you come? A handful of people were puzzled. At the same time, his pair of eyes were staring at Icky Inc.'s cheeks. No matter what words Icky Inc. uttered, he would be able to find out whether Icky Inc. had lied or not in the first place. In another world, I guess, Icky Inc. said this. Telling the complete truth was impossible, after all. He didn't even know the name of the person in front of him, so who was he to let the other person know his secret? Another world? The first hand read Icky Inc.'s thoughts and instead of speaking, he thought. After all, Ikamo couldn't read someone's mind, so he could only wait for the other person to think. After a long time, a handful of people spoke. Let's go. Let's go see Professor Ace. He sent Icky Inc. to the underground city's dungeon and kept bringing Icky Inc. to a hidden space. Seeing the hidden space again, Ikari Inc. giggled inwardly. The last time he had come to a similar place and in that place he had been put into a glass vessel. It's not going to be in some glassware this time, too, is it? Don't worry. I wouldn't have to go through all this trouble if I wanted to lock you up. A handful of people on the sidelines could see his opponent's thoughts and explained. Icky Inc. nodded as if that were the case. The other party only slightly shot him. He could not move. If the other party really wanted to lock him up, they only needed to use that inscribed special energy to control him, and then tied him to the surgical chair as a guinea pig. The two walked through a long, dark passageway, and when a flash of brightness appeared in front of their eyes, Icky Inc. found that they had arrived in another world. Instead of being in a confined room as one would expect a laboratory to be, this part of the world was in a natural world of birds and flowers. In this natural world, there are hills, blue skies and green grass. It's hard to imagine how this dungeon of a dungeon built such a world, and I'm afraid the cost of trying to build one of these natural sites in a dungeon is a very exaggeratedly large sum. In the midst of this natural scene, there is a row of experimental tables, where an old man, who is no different from what he was 30 years ago, is doing some kind of experiment. Why does Professor Ace still look like this? But soon Ikamo realizes that Professor Ace was only 21 30 years ago and 51 this year, and it's no surprise that his appearance has always been that of an old man. After all, you're an old man when you're young. You can't become a teenager when you're older, right? Professor Ace looked up at them, finally resting his eyes on Icky Inc. Are you the future body? I am. Icky Inc. looked around. This location was too secretive, and it was not protected by any strong person. Of course it might not be that there was no one to protect it, but the person protecting it was in the dark. In short, it would be far more difficult to kill Professor Ace in this time period than it was 30 years ago. It's been a while. Professor Ace waved a hand at him before looking down at his experiment. When I'm done with this test, wait a little while for me. Icky Inc. nodded and just stood and waited. And that handful of people didn't leave, wondering if they were afraid that Icky Inc. was going to do something hurtful to Prof. Ace, but they actually stood right next to Icky Inc. Good man. What loyalty. Ikari inked an inward grumble, and watched Professor Ace's movements curiously. After about 10 minutes, with a soft pff sound, he realized that the liquid in Professor Ace's hand suddenly began to solidify into a solid. Professor Ace pulled a very sharp dagger from his pocket and scratched at this solid. The metal part of the dagger then made a rubbing sound against this solid. This friction sound is like metal rubbing against metal. What's this? A handful of people seemed a little curious and walked up. You take a dagger and stick it in to test the strength. Professor Ace handed him the dagger directly. One hand picked up a dagger and plunged it hard into that solid. Let the unexpected thing happened. This solid did not have any accidents. The dagger in his hand unexpectedly folded. Chapter 95, Is technology so advanced now? Icky Ink's eyes widened as well. What was this research? Would you try picking up this solid again? Professor Ace said. A hand reached out and picked up the solid. Then a shocked look appeared on his face. So light? Well, what do you think if this solid was made into armor for those cyborgs? Professor Ace asked. I think this solid could be made into armor for the shifters as well. One hand said. Professor Ace shook his head. The strength of the alien has already been fixed at this level. Didn't I tell you before that I can't find the upper limit for the alien to continue to break through, so I can only pin all my hopes on the cyborgs? A handful of people stopped talking. This was also true. In fact, Professor Ace's contribution to the Ultrans had been great, and he was also clear that in the beginning, Professor Ace was indeed only researching on the enhancement of the Ultrans. It was just that later on, he realized that this road was not going to work anymore, so he could only find another way to go, and chose to take a different path. About how long before the hidden danger of the cyborgs breaks out? Professor Ace asked again. The pitfalls of cyborgs? Icky Ink was stunned. That thing still has hidden dangers? And a handful of people glanced at Icky Ink when they heard Professor Ace's inquiry. It doesn't matter if he knows, Professor Ace said. You don't have to hide it from him, and even if you do, he has his own way of knowing. Prof. Ace straight up praised Icky Ink. A handful of people could only say, there are already a lot of places that are rejecting the existence of cyborgs. The main thing is still manifested in that these cyborgs are very uncontrollable in terms of their emotions, and we can only control their spirit to make them feel pleasurable, so that they can feel that they are still a human being, but from the time they become cyborgs, they are out of the human category. After all, they're body mechanisms. I know, that's why for the sake of human reproduction, I will always let these cyborgs have offspring before I modify their bodies. Prof. Ace nodded. I have already considered these issues when I was researching this project. Icky Ink didn't say anything from the side. He was a bit stunned by the language the two were using. Does that make sense? He had previously suspected that the existence of this cyborg was somewhat anti-human, and its degree of anti-humanity was no less than that of a clone. Indeed, Prof. Ace did what was promised to him and really didn't let the clones flourish. But the thing is, cyborgs are prevalent now. What? To close one Pandora's box and open another Pandora's box? Icky Ink didn't say anything, but waves of shock had risen within him. What clones? A handful of people suddenly turned their heads, a pair of eyes locking onto Icky Ink's. Don't get any ideas? He can read your mind. Professor Ace smiled at him. Icky Ink looked at the sharp gaze of the hand and spoke. Cloning is a tactic used by the beautiful kingdom, and if Professor Ace hadn't been alive, perhaps it would be the cloning technique that would be prevalent now. Both techniques are a bit anti-human anyway, and Ikoma doesn't know what to say about either of them. Human cloning technology? A handful of eyes twinkled with suspicion. Well, let's start with this solid I've been working on. I'm going to call it liquid armor, because this thing is very portable, and when exposed to the air, it turns into a hard solid and becomes armor. Ace interrupted a handful of inquiries to steer the conversation above the solid in front of him. At this point the attention of the handful of men shifted, and he looked at the solid in front of him for a moment in thought and said, now there are a couple of problems. This liquid will just solidify once it comes into contact with air, but wouldn't it be very inconvenient to solidify? Also, isn't there some way for this solid to become liquid? And what if the demonic realm uses a way to turn this solid into a liquid? Third question, is this thing so tough that it can be made into a weapon for attack, not just limited to attack? Professor Ace stroked his beard and spoke. I've thought about all these problems you mentioned. The first problem I'm currently researching. I believe it can be solved soon. The second problem is also very well answered. Once this thing changes into a solid state, it will never be able to change back into a liquid state. Of course, this liquid armor consumes less so it doesn't need to spend too many resources. The third problem, this thing solidifies into something that will set. Whatever vessel holds it will burst that vessel once it coalesces into a solid state, and there is no way to modify the sharp parts, so it can only be used as armor, not as a weapon. On the side, Icky Ink looked at the liquid armor and inquired, can I try it? You have just enough strength to test it. Ace agreed. Icky Ink stepped forward and manifested a long flaming blade that slashed viciously at this solid stone. Ka-ching! The solid cracked, and Icky Ink felt a very strong resistance. If I were to have 3% less of my alien ability awakening, I might not really be able to break this armor. Ikari Ink analyzed. If nothing else, this liquid armor should be able to block attacks from level 5 demons or below, and some level 5 demons with weaker combat strength won't be able to break it. There's nothing wrong with Ikuma's analysis. In fact, he was a bit surprised because there was definitely no such hard armor at this time in his previous life. Let's just say it's worthy of Prof. Ace. Is this world already so technologically advanced with Professor Ace? Professor Ace nodded in agreement. So far, as long as the mechanical giants don't put up a fight, the Ultrans are still the pinnacle of combat power. Icky Inc., you're a dual shifter? A handful of people asked abruptly at this point. Well, I am indeed a dual shifter. Icky Inc. nodded. I'm afraid that from the time he was captured by a handful of people, his information has reached a handful of people and Professor Ace. Dual alien. The hand repeated, and then asked, were you born with 2 alien powers awakened, or was one of them awakened at a later stage? Icky Inc. immediately stopped talking. He didn't speak, and he didn't dare to think. A handful of people are capable of reading minds, and whether he lies or not, the other person can tell. Alright, there's nothing more for you to do here. You can go. Just let little brother Ikumo stay with me. Professor Ace waved his hand. But Professor Ikumo, he also let the Demon King go. So what? Ace calmly said. He has his reasons for everything he does. You're busy with things, so you don't have to stay here with the old man me. With Icky Inc. here, no one can hurt me. The first hand couldn't say anything now. He looked at Icky Inc. and realized that Icky Inc.'s expression was also a bit shocked. So he shook his head and left the green grass. Chapter 96, what is Professor Ace implying? As soon as the first hand left, the area was left with just the two of them, Icky Inc. and Professor Ace. Ikumo, quite the realist. Professor Ace's cloudy eyes fell on Icky Inc. Tell me, why did you let the Demon King go? I need some mediums to travel through the timeline, and one of those mediums is to free the Demon King. Icky Inc. explained in a half-truth. Mainly, he still wanted to get Mutwo, a forbidden ability in the top 10 of the sequence. He had seen it. Even that sequence 16, inscription, alien just now was so strong. How bad could Mutwo be? Moreover, the matter of letting the Demon King go was not a big deal to him. After all, he still had to go back to the past timeline. Once a trip back to the past timeline is made, the world in reality resets. And if Dr. Ace and his party still have to capture the Demon King, then he doesn't have the storyline of saving the Demon King. The Demon King will still be alive in his next life. For Ikamura, the real world and the future world are both equivalent to a simulated future, and only by traveling into the past timeline does he need to seriously consider anything he does, because the future timeline is irreversible. Once something is done, it permanently traumatizes reality. By the way, Professor, I haven't asked you yet, why did you capture the Demon King alive instead of just killing it? Chi-Ink asked curiously. 2 reasons. Ace stretched out 2 fingers and explained. The first reason is that we have been unable to kill the Demon King so far, and I tried all sorts of methods before when they were capturing the Demon King alive, but I couldn't kill the Demon King, only capture it alive. The second reason is that I want to study the Demon King to see if I can utilize the Demon King's ability to control the demons, and if I can control the Demon King, the crisis in the demon realm will naturally be lifted. Icky Inc. asked again, but how did you guys first realize that the black puppy was the Demon King? Ace said, at that time, the hand ordered a squad of powerful aliens and a group of cyborgs to penetrate into the Sichuan Basin to look for the entrance to that demon realm. If you've read history, you should know that the first entrance to the demon realm was on the top of a mountain, and the previous senior asking immortal had been guarding the top of the mountain before an outlaw finally opened the demon realm passage. Ikari was stumped. He was supposed to be the outlaw. By the time the team of ours got to the top of the mountain in the demon realm passage, they found a strange sight. Ace opened a computer and played a video. Ji-Ink walked forward and looked at this video. The light within the video was very blurred, but could vaguely see that under a dim sky, tens of thousands of all kinds of demons were creeping on the top of that mountain, and in the very center of the demons, there was a puppy sleeping. With just a glance, Icky Inc. recognized the puppy as the Demon King. Now do you understand how we knew the Demon King was this puppy? Got it. Icky Inc. nodded. It was so obvious. All the demons were here to worship a puppy, so you could see how high the probability of this puppy being the Demon King was. After we captured it, the demons on this mountain hunted down our people like crazy, Ace slowly said, and then you know what happened after that. In order to capture this demon, we used all sorts of methods and sacrificed many people. Icky Inc. was silent. So is one move made a lot of people's hard work null and void? But it's okay, it'll all come back to life. He suddenly thought of something and opened his mouth to ask. Before he could say the 4 words, ask the immortal seniors, he suddenly noticed that Professor Ace was looking at him in a somewhat strange way. Yes, very strange. It was as if irreversible consequences would happen if he asked. What other questions do you have? Ace then asked. That's when Ikumo realized that Ace wouldn't let him ask about Ask Sien Senpai. What's going on here? Why don't you let him ask about the old man who guards the Forbidden Stone? Is there some kind of conspiracy mixed in here? For the time being, he chose to trust old man Ace and asked. That, You don't suspect anything about me being a dual alien? Not skeptical. Ace spread his hands. I'm more skeptical about how much room you have for future advancement as a dual shifter compared to other shifters. Not much. Just think of me as a third-level psychic adept. Icky Ink immediately said. So that means you don't have a future. Huh? Ace suddenly asked meaningfully. Ikamo subconsciously tried to answer, but he paused and locked eyes with Ace. Ace, it seems, wasn't asking about his powers. Prof. Ace is asking him if he can cross over later. Future timeline? I think that there is a future for me. He also sensed something was wrong at this point. Why was Ace hiding his words from him? Is it because that handful is still in the shadows? Or is Ace being watched by some being so there are things he can't tell him directly? Professor Ace is the most respected being in China. What else can spy on him? That's good. I was talking about turning you into a cyborg. Maybe cyborgs in the future will be much stronger than shifters. Professor Ace laughed softly and turned his head back to his experiment. Watching Professor Ace's movements, Icky inked into a trance. Did he just misunderstand? Professor Ace didn't mean that? Stay here with me in the meantime. There's a meal over there. I'll arrange for them to bring in an extra serving for one person later. So you can have some if you're hungry. Ace looked up and spoke to him. Inkwell nodded and, without eating, sat down and watched Professor Ace experiment. Professor Ace seemed to be very attached to the liquid armor he had just researched, and really went to work on how to turn it into a liquid state all the time. Ikari Ink sat next to him and watched Professor Ace do his experiment for a good 6 or 7 hours. Even when the meal was delivered, neither one ate. When the experiment was done, Professor Ace clapped his hands. Let's go. Eat something. It's been a long time since I've eaten. I'm a bit peckish. Anomaly. It's perverse. Professor Ace in the past had never been a fan of eating, and in the past Professor Ace had seen eating and sleeping as a waste of time. Ikari Ink looked at the location of the meal, which had been touched before. So Professor Ace loved to enjoy this morsel of food now too? The two sat opposite each other, eating their meal piece by piece. These meals are so delicious. Professor Ace laughed. Icky Ink, you know me the best. If I die in the future, bring some of my favorite meals when you go to pay your respects. Ikari Ink narrowed her eyes. Prof. Ace said he knew each other best, and the Prof. Ace he knew best didn't like to eat? So, what was Professor Ace implying about him? Chapter 97, Touching a Corner of the Heavenly Palace. Icky Ink. Professor Ace looked at him and said softly, I cherish this one life you've given me, but there are times when things always go with the opposite direction. Perhaps the point of my existence is among the cyborgs. With those words, Ace looked down and ate. Professor Ace, is it possible that the point of your existence is not in the cyborgs? Icky Ink wasn't quite catching on to what the other was implying. Why not? Professor Ace looked up at him. I'll be studying cyborgs until my final demise. There's no way to enhance the powers anymore. Icky Ink was curious. Why isn't there a way to raise your powers anymore? I've exhausted every method, but it seems that humans are restricted by something, causing the degree of alien ability awakening to be locked at the value of 99%, unable to be raised. Professor Ace shook his head. If only I could break through, there would be no need for me to study the cyborg situation anymore. Icky Ink nodded approvingly. It doesn't matter. He'll travel back to the past timeline later. When he returns to the past timeline, this can all be changed. Well, I'm going to continue to do my experiments. There's a bed over there. If you're sleepy you can go up and lie down. My cell phone doesn't have a password. If you want to look up any information, you can do it on my cell phone. I've got a higher clearance, Professor Ace said, pointing to his cell phone. Well, thank you, Professor. Icky Ink was doing just that as he picked up Professor Ace's cell phone and began to look up what had happened over the years. The biggest difference in these 30 years was still the presence of the cyborgs, which led to the human race launching a counterattack on the demonic realm. The strength of the human race was able to fight back against the demon realm, and now the cyborgs were fighting all over the place, wanting to force the demons back into the passageway of the demon realm in the Sichuan Basin, so that the demon realm would not be allowed to take half a step across the blue planet from now on. The butterfly effect of him saving Professor Ace's life occurs, just as those people had said in the previous lives. It was impossible for Professor Ace to let the demonic world leave the Sichuan Basin as long as he existed, and Professor Ace has certainly demonstrated that ability so far, and is pushing the demonic world back one step at a time. There were even plans, and the plans here showed that it was expected to be able to force the battle line into the middle of the Sichuan Basin within 10 years, and to force the demon realm back into the demon realm passage within 20 years. There are also plans for the future here, which focus on depicting what the cyborgs will do if the war is finally won. A special meeting was held at the upper levels for this matter, and Professor Ace's cell phone had these plans clearly written in it. Some people in the meeting said that the continuation of the existence of the mechanical man. After all, the mechanical man's powerful. So far, The mechanical man has already made great achievements for mankind. If the mechanical man will be taken back, on the contrary, but also lost the original intention. It is also said that cyborgs are an unavoidable presence under conditions of war, but that this anti-humanity has rubbed off after the war is over, and that cyborgs will not be activated from now on. So there was a rebuttal to the second guy. What about the alien? Once the cyborgs are dealt with, don't the aliens have to be dealt with as well? After all, in the long course of history, the alter ego was a product that appeared at the same time as the demon realm, so it couldn't be said that only one would be completely wiped out while leaving the other behind, could it? A cyborg is not the same as a shifter after all, and a shifter is, after all, a human after all. On the contrary, cyborgs are different. Although the cyborg's name carries the word human, in the end, the cyborg is not a human being. But the most chilling thing is that the cyborgs are made from living human beings, but this human being has no body parts of his own except for his own mind. Prof. Ace wrote about his insights during this conference. Cyborgs were indeed in existence born to deal with the demonic realm, and there was no way for a cyborg that had already been transformed to turn back into a normal human. There is no doubt about it, life is always the greatest, and machinery is cold. Ace didn't know where the cyborgs would end up either. And he wasn't really crazy enough to say that he was going to stick with cyborgs even if the war ended. He was actually a bit hesitant, as he wasn't sure how far the cyborgs would go. Realistically, everyone wonders if the cyborgs will continue to thrive if the war ends. Perhaps the only person who could know about this was Ikuma, who would be traveling to the future timeline in the future. In the end, the meeting ended very scribbly without a conclusion. Shortly after this meeting, however, an accident occurred. The man who offered to say that he wanted the cyborgs to wear out completely died at the hands of a demon. It was a very sad event, and even after this has passed, no one knows if this person died accidentally or for some other reason, but there was a very tacit agreement not to open another meeting about the retention of the cyborgs after the war was over. Mechanical giants are actually considered a kind of cyborg, because the person who manipulates the mechanical giants has to be a cyborg, and only a cyborg's body can master the complex structures inside. Xiao Mo had looked at some of the mechanical giant's combat power, and the amount of money spent on the manufacturing of a mechanical giant was going to be over $10 billion. Very, very expensive, and the subsequent repairs and consumption are an astronomical figure. 15%. In other words, a level 5 alien with a 15% alien ability awakening degree, only the hand is ripe, can be exchanged for just over $10 billion. That's why humans fell against the Big Dipper and went after the demons of the demon realm instead. Finally, Professor Ace wrote in his notebook, whatever the outcome, there can only be this one answer. Ikuma didn't see the point of that statement, or even the point of many others. Ikari Inc. was also a bit confused at this point as he picked up this note and asked Professor Ace about it. And while Professor Ace just looked at him, obviously not moving his mouth, a voice suddenly rang in his ears. If I die one day, it will definitely not be by accident, nor will it be by premeditation, but I have touched the corner of the heavenly palace. What? Ikari Inc. looked puzzled. But Professor Ace had turned away and said no more. Even just now, the other party didn't even open his mouth, yet he heard the other party's voice. What kind of move is this? Forcing the sound into a line? He looked at Professor Ace, but Professor Ace was already preoccupied with the experiment. Chapter 98. What is the secret? For the next 10 days or so, Iki Inc. had stayed in Professor Ace's lab, looking through Professor Ace's cell phone, which contained many messages. And he was able to pick up a lot of information from the higher echelons of humanity. It wasn't long until the time of his 6th reincarnation. These days, he also knew why everyone called that inscription alien a hand. Because the inscription alien doesn't have a name. Yes, he didn't have any name. Or rather, all the people who knew the name of the Minmus shifter were dead. So everyone had to call him a handful. The thing about a handful of people is that it was going to happen 40 years ago in the spring. 40 years ago. A handful of teachers were once also a sequence 11 to 24, one of the top aliens. A handful of teachers do not know where to pick up a child. This kid is a handful. A handful of people talk very little, only when they're in front of their teachers, so people don't know a handful of people's names. And the teacher declared to the public that he had adopted a disciple, and that in the future his disciple would follow in his footsteps and become a true man of words. But no one knew what his disciple's name was, for before anyone could inquire, this teacher died at the hands of a demon. Incidentally, this teacher's ability is sequence 21, white dust. After the teacher died, a handful of people never spoke again. No matter what people went to question a handful of people didn't speak, as if they were a little mute. Actually, if you put it into perspective now, you can understand it. After all, a handful of people's special ability was inscription. An inscription was an ability that could see into other people's minds. Anyone who comes into contact with a handful of people carries so much ill will, to a greater or lesser extent. And having just lost the most important person, a handful of people just don't look like good people to anyone, and just slowly grow slowly under everyone's noses. It's been growing to the size it is now, but there is one very big doubt. Ikari Ink's eyes flashed. Since this hand could see into a person's heart, how did his disciple betray him? Previously, when he was in the outside world, the hand was dealing with that chaotic violet light alien, and based on the two's dealings, it seemed to be a relationship between a teacher and a disciple. And how could a handful of apprentices be backstabbed when their powers were clearly inscribed? Ikki Ink's expression changed slightly at the thought. Shouldn't it be? Are the two only superficially broken up? The idea is too dangerous. Ikari Ink shuddered a little at the thought. As a time traveler, his perspective is much wider than any other. In this life he realized that the original, chaotic violet light, alien was from the Dark Cabinet. He just wasn't sure how old the Dark Cabinet was. Maybe the boss? And the Dark Cabinet is even more bad. All kinds of things are opposite to Huaxia, just like a bedbug. All kinds of harassment. In his previous life, the Dark Cabinet even researched the clone thing, and even in order to grasp the true story in the hands, directly sent someone to kill Su Muhan, wanting to grasp the true story in their own hands. Would an organization that does such bad things be faking a break? Then this play is too realistic, isn't it? How many people died tragically at the hands of the Dark Cabinet in between? Is the Dark Cabinet all an act? Ikari Ink felt as if she knew something remarkable. Upon learning of this, he inquired of Professor Ace. Professor Ace, how many people do you think know about that ability of a handful of people? When he said that ability, he pointed to his own brain, indicating that this ability was to read other people's thoughts. I'm the only one who knows. Ace told him a possibility that Ikki Ink hadn't thought of at all. Everyone who knew about it is dead except for me. Ikamo gulped. Only Prof. Ace knows. Doesn't that mean that the rest of them don't know? Including Su Maching. It's like a real-life version of a horror game. Imagine you are surrounded by someone who can read minds and all of you have no idea who that person is. Not even knowing if this person is a friend or foe. And once you second-guessed him, it was instantly obvious to him. How scary. I cried in terror when I watched this episode as a kid. Ikari Ink also thought of the time when he had first made contact with a handful of people, and the other man had made no secret of the fact that he had read his mind. I'm afraid that from that moment on, a handful of people didn't intend to let him live. Did they? Even if he called Su Maching later, and Su Maching had defended him, a handful of people would probably still get him killed, because he knows something he shouldn't. Only Professor Ace. In this world, only Professor Ace can keep him. That's why he called Prof. Ace, and with Prof. Ace defending him, that's why a handful of people no longer have murderous intentions towards him. Ikki Ink's back was drenched in cold sweat at the thought that he might have made a break for it beyond the gates of hell. Also, he seems to know too much now. He learned that the fact that the chaotic violet light alien from the Dark Cabinet and a handful of people might have faked a break. If the two people are fake break, then everything that the Dark Cabinet has done, including the things that have tripped up official Huaxia everywhere, the people who have been killed, all acting, they are willing to kill countless people in order to put on a show. Even Su Muhan was one of the players they wanted to kill. So what exactly is the purpose of the Chaos Violet Light alien and a handful of people? Professor Ace, do you know the name of the Chaos Violet Light alien? He asked Professor Ace. He's called Little Che. I forgot what his first name is. Professor Ace casually said. When he didn't betray China, everyone called him Little Che. Who would have thought that a child that young would betray like that? Hearing Professor Ace say this, Ikki Ink jolted into realizing something. By the way, why would a handful of people be willing to let Professor Ace know about his ability to read minds? This ability is so counterintuitive. And a handful of people are telling Professor Ace their biggest secret. What's that supposed to mean? He can only think of one possibility. And that was that Professor Ace was on the side with a handful of people. Professor Ace and the hand both know a secret. And because of this secret, both are doing something about it. Professor Ace hadn't hinted at what the secret was in the past 10 days. But Ikari still remembered that Professor Ace had told him a secret in the beginning with his ability to force the sound to become a line. The secret is, if I die one day, it will definitely not be by accident or by design, but I have touched a corner of the Heavenly Palace. A corner of the Heavenly Palace. Is that right? Do both of their secrets have something to do with this corner of the palace? Chapter 99, The Sixth Reincarnation. Ikki Ink knew that Professor Ace was probably being monitored, or else he wouldn't have told him the secret in those words that only he heard. And more than that, Professor Ace was giving him wild hints about what was going on during dinner, but he doesn't seem to understand it very well. It's all up to your own speculation at this point. If Prof. Ace and a handful of people are taking sides. Then it's safe to assume for the moment that a handful of people are the good guys, right? After all, if Professor Ace and he didn't share a side, Professor Ace would have just had a handful of people get him killed, and wouldn't have brought him here, hinting and passing the word around. It seemed to be trying to convey something to him, only he couldn't get the other guy's point. Eventually it was so urgent that Professor Ace sent him a message. In fact, he still didn't know much about the situation right now, and Professor Ace probably thought he knew everything, but he didn't really know everything. Professor Ace sided with him, so wouldn't that mean that a handful of people are good people too? Of course, it cannot be ruled out that Professor Ace thought that he could not kill him as a time traveler, so he pretended to be a good person to protect him. Although this is unlikely, he preferred to believe that Professor Ace was the good guy who had taken sides with him, because the next reincarnation premonition was so strong. Icky Ink guessed that his next reincarnation would most likely be in the future timeline, and that he would return to this fifth life after traveling. During this time, he had been watching future plans and whatnot, and he had even asked Professor Ace directly where the cyborgs would go in the future if the war was won. Prof. Ace told him he wasn't sure. Not clear? Can brain alien not be aware of such things? Icky Ink didn't believe it, so he said suggestively, I might have to make a breakthrough. After what you told me before, I should be trying it. Sure enough, upon hearing his words, Professor Ace's gaze strayed into thought. Professor Ace picked up on his hints, though they were very clumsy. That's pretty good. Go ahead and make a breakthrough. Your current level of alien awakening should be 99%, right? Right. Pool Ink nodded. So break through and go. Do you need me to get you a separate room? No need. I'll break through here. Icky Ink was a little disappointed. It seemed that Professor Ace didn't have any advice for him. Is there really no need to prepare a separate room? I've seen other shifters break through and need a quiet place. I'd better use it then. Ikari Ink was puzzled, but went along with the other man's words. That room would be nice. Ace pointed him to a cave. You'll be in that room tomorrow when you break through. Since Professor Ace's lab was a nature scene of green hills and green water, the room he was referring to was a cave-like cavern. It's really close to the ground. Icky Ink could only twitch out of the corner of his eye and said, Okay, I'll go in when I break through. Aha! Professor Ace went off to do his own experiments, his gaze becoming serious again. Ikari Ink looked at Professor Ace's serious expression. It seemed that the other party really didn't have anything to tell himself. He sighed in disappointment and ate something to prepare for his next sixth turn. As he was nearing his sixth reincarnation, a man came to his door. It's a handful. A handful of people came into the lab with a message for Professor Ace. The Demon King has been captured again. The reason for this was that a dozen days ago, after Chiemo Shui let the Demon King go, the Demon King accidentally teleported into the food street in Chang'an City because of teleportation. Because it was so cute and human looking, a couple of little girls fed it lots of food, like lamb kebabs and stuff. The Demon King was given hard control of the food on the spot, so he literally followed a couple of ladies home like a dog. And coincidentally, a powerful shifter who happens to be the father of one of the young ladies sees eye to eye with the Demon King as soon as he gets home. And so, just for looking at him in the crowd, the Demon King pretending to be a dog was caught again. And this time, because of its serious injury, it couldn't teleport in a short period of time, so it was caught by that alien. Well, it's the equivalent of Ikuma saving it for nothing. Ink, what do you think? Professor Ace asked Inkwell. God forbid. I have no opinion. Icky Ink shrugged. The last time he saved this Demon King was because of the Time Bracelets quest, and this time there was no Time Bracelets quest, so there was no need for him to let go of this culprit who had caused the future human race to fall into a desperate situation. Bring this Demon King to my lab. Professor Ace gave a direct order. Send it in a couple of days. The ink is going to break through in the next 2 days. Don't let the ink's breakthrough be affected. Alright, then I'll send the Demon King over in 2 days. As soon as the first hand finished speaking, he turned and left the lab. Icky Ink looked at Professor Ace and then at a handful of other people. Maybe it was because he knew the two were having a catfight about something, and he always felt like the two were conversing on another level. For example, the heartfelt words of Professor Ace. Maybe Prof. Ace was telling a handful of people something in a heartbeat. So the two men were saying one thing on the surface and another thing in the shadows. Icky Ink is not lying when he says he broke through. He is now only a few hundred points short of breaking through his ability awakening to 99%. The next time he travels to the future to do an event that certainly won't affect reality, so he can pick the mission with the highest points to do. And how can he make a breakthrough in fire burning clouds when he comes back the next time, right? This is just a hiccup that doesn't affect Ikuma's next crossing. So on the next day, Icky Ink walked into the room Professor Ace had pointed out to him. When he walked into the room, he looked at a coffin in the center of the room and was silent for a moment. No, What is Professor Ace implying about him with this coffin? He pushed open the coffin and saw that it was full of instruments. What is Professor Ace doing with the instruments inside the coffin? Coffins represent death. Instruments represent cyborgs, death, cyborg. He squinted, still not seeing what Professor Ace was implying. Ding, the cooldown time has expired. Will the next traverse take place? Yes. Whatever. After traveling to the future, I might know what Professor Ace meant. He closed his eyes and felt his body sinking and sinking. Ding! Congratulations to the host for traveling successfully. This timeline is 2075 AD. Location, unknown. Ikari Inc. slowly opened her eyes and realized that she seemed to have fallen to the ground. He looked up and around his brand new surroundings. It was a dimly lit room, where the light was extremely faint, with only a few beams of light squeezing through the cracks in the half-open curtains, barely illuminating a portion of the area. Pale dust swam in the light, which also illuminated a rusty thigh in front of him. How did his leg get like this? Almost instantly Ikki Inc. determined out that he had become a cyborg in this 50-year future. Chapter 100, A Terrifying Future. In the corner of the room, there were some miscellaneous items piled up, which were covered with a thick layer of dust and had obviously not been cleaned for a long time. Ikari Inc. looked at the dust on his clothes, which choked him halfway through a coughing fit. Not only that, but there was a musty and faintly stale odor in the air, perhaps the result of being closed for so long. The whole room, giving a feeling of solitude and silence. Then Ikki Inc. had a physical sensation. He felt as if he had lost the feeling of exhaustion as such, and only some emotion of fear grew inside of him. He seems to have traveled to more than one cyborg. He seems to have traveled to a dead cyborg. It was as if his body had lost most of its functions, and it was with great difficulty that he was able to bring himself to his feet. On his way to his feet, he even stumbled and fell to the ground. It doesn't hurt. I thought I was going to be dropped hard enough, but I didn't realize that my body didn't hurt at all, except for some concussion in my brain. He ran his still human hand over his back. It's hard. It's cold. It's a metal. His back has also been made of metal, and he's basically a cyborg now. It's 50 years later, and there are still cyborgs? He thought of it this way: if the cyborgs still existed after 50 years, it meant that they had been retained after the war by the final proposal of the conference. He coughed again and took out a healing pill and took one. Whoa! The next second he directly spat out the healing medicine. The original healing medicine that melted in his mouth unexpectedly made him feel a wave of nausea and he had to vomit it out. What's going on here? His eyes fell to a wooden table off to the side. There was a small drink-like jar on the wooden table, and he raised his hand to take it in his hand and examine it. The bottle had obviously been opened and had the word motor oil engraved on it. Is this a bottle of motor oil? Ikki Inc. inexplicably had a feeling that this bottle of motor oil had a fatal allure for him. He was tempted to smother the bottle of motor oil in one gulp. He's into that now? The scent of motor oil seduced him at all times, making him subconsciously gulp. Finally, he couldn't hold back, and he grabbed the motor oil and drank it. Holy, why does it taste so sweet? That's what Professor Ace said in reality 50 years ago, that they altered the perception of the cyborg, and in the cyborg's perception, this motor oil just smells sweet. Ikamo finished the rest of the motor oil, feeling almost half full. He then noticed a very large piece of paper sitting on the table, which was densely written in script, and perhaps because his eyes had been specially modified, he could read the small print on it clearly. The two words at the top of the paper were the words suicide note. Is this the suicide note of his cyborg? He picked up the suicide note and saw only the first line on it, which read, "Originally, I was still a normal human being." A normal human? Does this cyborg mean before his own transformation? Perhaps this suicide note would give him a glimpse of the future, so he continued to read. But now I realize that there are only two kinds of people in this world: the people of the Heavenly Palace, and alien. Someone from the Heavenly Palace? Ikari's eyes flickered. Professor Ace had said something similar to him before. Only Professor Ace had said the corner of the Heavenly Palace. The role of ordinary humans is only to perpetuate, to serve the people of the Heavenly Palace and the altered ones. Years ago, I was also an ordinary person with aspirations and visions of a future life. I have flesh and blood. I can eat food from all over the world and drink all kinds of drinks and milk tea. But my happy life has changed since I became an adult. My parents arranged a marriage for me. The woman's name was Wayner. She had a beautiful smile that instantly poked its way into my heart. We got married and had a child. It's a girl, and the girl's name is Softy, and I love them mother and daughter. Subsequently, I joined a company to work, as assigned by the state. At this point in time, the state is starting to assign jobs? Ikamo had seen this far, and didn't see why the main character had become the way he was, so he continued to read on. But it wasn't long before everything changed. I was working in the company, going to work at card time and leaving work at the end of the day. so I could say that it was a normal working time. But the manager of the company approached me and said that this behavior of mine was destroying the atmosphere of the company, and that all the other employees were taking the initiative to work overtime, while I was going to be fired because I didn't take the initiative to work overtime. What's wrong with me? I'm just doing what a laborer is supposed to do. Is it wrong not to work overtime? But I can't lose this job. I have a wife and children. I begged my manager hard to give me another chance, and I promised to work overtime like everyone else. The manager told me that if I could be in the top 50 in the company for my workload, I would not be eliminated. Isn't this the end of the line? Icky Inc. was surprised. The end of the line elimination system he had seen in his first life, but never in the reincarnation world afterward. I started working overtime and working my butt off so I wouldn't be eliminated. Almost every few days, I saw employees who had been eliminated from the company because their workload was too low. I had to increase my workload and work day and night just so I could stay with the company. Actually, I've thought about either changing companies, but in this world, where can I find a job that's that good? Do I go to the bottom people to do those crap jobs? What's a bottom feeder again? Seems like this main character is pretty high-end, but with my daughter still in advanced school and my wife under pressure, I had to bite the bullet and insist on staying with the company. But as time passed, I realized that the new people in the company were getting better and better, and the people weaker than me had all left the company. Gradually, I fell back to the bottom of the staff, and if it continues like this, I'll be the next person to be fired. So, I reached out to my former friends, and my contacts reached out to prosthetic transformations, because I realized that a lot of people in the company were secretly modifying their bodies, transforming part of their body into a machine so that they could be more productive. Where I was at prosthetic transformation, I transformed a part of my body, and the benefits of the transformation are quite obvious. My work efficiency has increased a lot, my rankings have shot up again, and in a short period of time, I don't have to worry about being eliminated anymore. At the time, I was still complacent about having a prosthetic modification. Chapter 101, From a Man to a Man. But this is the kind of thing that once you start, you can never go back. I had my body modified in order to keep my job, but as time passed, I realized that more and more people in the company's work efficiency went up. It wasn't long before I fell back to the bottom of the rankings, and I was once again at risk of elimination. I had to find a prosthetic modification place to upgrade again. Over the next 5 long years, I continued to travel to prosthetic modification centers for upgrades and became more and more efficient and productive. On a very interesting note, I now do more work per day than I used to do in 2 months when I wasn't remodeled. In other words, I'm 60 times more efficient than an ordinary person. And with the remodeling, the coffee drinks I drank were gradually replaced with motor oil, and the meals I ate became motor oil, and I had to get by on just drinking motor oil every day. It's ironic. I feel like I'm gradually turning from a man into a machine, or rather, into a robot. I'm becoming less and less of a person, but my paycheck hasn't gone up much, and I'm still continuing to work at the company. But even then, I was still at risk of losing my job. Everyone around me has been given the latest makeover, a brain makeover. I can't even dare to imagine what kind of transformation a brain modification is. I saw people around me seem to be a different person after they had their brains modified. Among them was the person across from me, who was originally a very talkative person and usually liked to joke with everyone to liven up the atmosphere. But suddenly one day he became silent, and after asking around I realized that he had undergone prosthetic modifications, among them brain modifications. Brain modified as if he were a different person. Is he still himself? I'm too scared to keep trying to remodel my brain in order to keep this job, so I drifted down to the bottom of the pile, and I faced elimination. I'm unemployed. After I lost my job, I came home thinking I could find another job that would sustain me, but I realized that I was a little naive. Any company in the whole of Uptown right now needs an experienced, efficient, even brain-modified remodeler. I'm afraid to do the brain modification. I'm completely out of work. Then I came home one time to find that my wife had, at some point, remodeled her brain. She's become strange. She's no longer as gentle as she was before. It's like she's a different person. She's become cold and unfeeling. She's become logical in her speech. She's become like a computer. She was catty about everything she did, and eventually even got tired of me not having a job and left with my daughter. I was in pain and went to my parents, but on meeting them, I realized to my surprise that all of their brains had been modified as well. They had already remodeled their brains a long time ago. I don't know when they did it. Maybe when I was first born? Or maybe when I was a child. Yeah, how do you keep a job in this damn society without revamping your brain? My parents, after learning that I did not undergo brain modification, gave me a stern message that if I did not modify my brain to get my wife and daughter back, they would disown me. I'm scared. I'm terrified. And it feels like the world has changed. So I went looking for companies where only people who had just come of age could be assigned, because they were less stressful at first, and since I had already remodeled part of my body, I might be able to work for a long time in such companies. I realized that I was wrong, and that all these companies where only new people can go are basically the only ones who can get in by allocation, and the rest of the people over the age of 25 can't get in, and all of these companies, like the one I started working for, have adopted the principle of ranked elimination. So, it was all a huge trap. Our destiny has been lyrically written from the time we are born, at a young age. We can live a life of clothing and food, but when we become adults, we have to transform ourselves from one human being to another human being by remodeling our bodies to serve the higher classes. And once we remodel our brains, we may lose our original personality and become a controlled intelligence. But if we don't remodel our brains, we will be eliminated from this damn society. I've lost my family, everything I can, and it's opened my eyes to the truth of the matter and the desperation of the world. It's not like I'm losing my mind. What's the difference between that and death? I searched for ways I could survive, but, without brain modification, I had no job and my savings were dwindling. Eventually, I was going to end my life by taking my own life. This is not Earth. This is hell. And if I have the chance in my next life, I would like to go to a place full of humans. There are only two kinds of people in this world, the people of the heavenly palace, and the alien. A dead man's last words. The suicide note ends here. Achy Inc., on the other hand, couldn't feel the temperature of his body, and only felt chills all over his body. What kind of future is this? In order to reproduce, the world assigns those humans to companies after they have given birth, forcing them to undergo prosthetic modifications. And with something like prosthetic modification, once you start, there's no turning back. He will transform you step by step, eventually erasing your personality and turning you into an artificial intelligence that is beneficial to the upper class. Yes, it feels like taking a living, breathing human being and transforming it into an artificial intelligence. But is an AI still a human? The people of the heavenly palace here should refer to those upper class people who assign work. The place where the original owner is located is uptown according to the suicide note. What's downtown like again? Why is the world like this? In that instant, he suddenly thought of the room Professor Ace had let him into before he crossed over. In that room, there was a coffin with some instruments lying inside it. Is this a harbinger of the future? Of death? Of cyborgs? And the future is exactly what Prof. Ace predicted. It's really kind of a cyborg world. The world of robots. How ironic that sounds. What's even more ironic is that this society is forcing people, step by step, into cyborgs. The original owner really did not know how to face the world, and learning the truth of everything, he finally could not accept it and chose to commit suicide. Chapter 102 Quest Release, Help the Demon King to Free Himself. Ikari Inc. couldn't speak for a long time. This future had completely exceeded his imagination. Even Prof. Ace's words echoed in his ears. If I die one day, it will definitely not be by accident, nor will it be by design. But I have touched the corner of the heavenly palace. Damn, they're all riddlers. He rubbed his hair in annoyance. You can't say anything clearly. You have to ask him to guess. He's a kid. He's still guessing? Also, why hasn't that time bracelet crap quest been released yet? What else is he going to make him do now that he has a picture of the future? This future was indeed quite scary, and he would really feel creeped out by substituting for the original owner. The world is fake. Family is not family now, and he has no family left except for his daughter. Also, his daughter is going to become a cyborg. How did cyborgs develop into what they are now? He stumbled up and walked over to a mirror in the house bathroom. Inside the mirror was a middle-aged man of vicissitudes. The man's body's limbs seemed to be somewhat less coordinated except for his head, which was still human-like. It seems to be because it's been too long since I've had to get it serviced, and the odds are that I don't have the money to do it either. Aki Inc. opened the man's cell phone, which still had the top message sent to him by his wife. You go ahead and get the latest remodeling upgrades and I'll remarry you, and I'll pay for the remodeling upgrades for you. Look at that. What a seductive phrase. But the man who knows the truth also knows that his wife is no longer the wife he had before, and that this wife is now, I'm afraid, a manipulated artificial intelligence. The message of a wife is indeed very seductive, like a gentle exhortation to the prodigal son to return. I am afraid that no one can refuse such tenderness, but in favor of the original owner resisted. The original owner hardened himself against these temptations and went down the unenviable path of remodeling his brain's thinking, choosing instead to dignify death. As he wrote in his suicide note, there are only two kinds of people in this world. What about the aliens here? Although he had read the original owner's suicide note, Ikuma still had many doubts. First of all, who are these heavenly palace people? Secondly, the suicide note mentions downtown. What is that? His current understanding of this world is limited to the world of cyborgs. That is, the world of these controlled puppets in the upper city. All the rest was unknown to him. Just as he was hesitating. Ding! Holy, you still know to show up? Icky Ink couldn't help but spit out. The quests for this time bracelet are always released. Quest search complete. 2 quests were searched in this timeline. Please make a choice for the host. Task 1, survive for 10 days with this identity and will return to reality normally after 10 days. Reward, 1 point. Quest 2, kill the Demon King. Selecting this quest will result in a quest guide. Reward, 200 points. Ding! Immediately afterward, another voice rang in his ears. Congratulations to the host for contacting the mission, 2/3, of Forbidden Alien Sequence 7, Mutwo, destroy the polymerization vessel. This timeline is correct. Mission 2 is successfully activated. Destroy the container of gathered energy. Some people stand on high to see the scenery, while others stand on high to break the path of those who come after them to the mountain. Please destroy the container that gathers the world's gathering energy, the Demon King. Please perform the second task of the Mutwo ability, kill the Demon King. Quest guidance, the Demon King has been controlled by humans. Please kill it, causing the alien energy stored within it to be released and return to the world. Icky Ink froze for a moment. Sequence 7, Mutwo, Altered Abilities Quest 2. Surprisingly, is the same quest as the Time Bracelets quest. Moreover, the points given by this quest were too generous. There were a full 2,000 points. It was all enough for him to exchange for a sequence of up to 100 powers. However, redeeming an ability with a sequence of 100 or less, it would be better to break through the fiery clouds. Of course, if you can get sequence 7, Mutwo, alien. What's the fire in the clouds? I'm not familiar with it, so don't contact me in the future. I'm afraid Mutwo will misunderstand. If he could get Mutwo, he'd definitely want to save his points for upgrading Mutwo, even though he didn't know what Mutwo was good for yet. Icky Ink opened the quest guide directly. He then saw that the location of this quest guide. He first opened the map of this world on his cell phone, but the map was only for the upper city, and there were no maps of anything related to the lower city. And when he checked the location of the quest guide, he realized that the location where the Demon King was being held was in the center of the upper city. How did the Demon King get locked up in the center of Uptown? Who the hell is holding the Demon King? Is that Professor Ace? In fact, he was a bit afraid to use his cell phone to check the information about Prof. Ace, because he had to believe that if the controller of this world had strong control over these artificial intelligences of theirs, their cell phones were probably being monitored as well. And the word Ace is probably a sensitive word. He looked at the location on the map and then at his remaining money. 32 cents. Well, he doesn't have much left, so he messaged his wife. Honey, I'm listening to you. I'm going to go to prosthetic transformations right now, and I'm going to contact the guy who transformed me before. Can you call me with some money? Great hubby. You're finally willing to remodel. The wife's attitude instantly changed radically. Not only sent him 50,000 yuan, but also note, when you finish the remodeling, we will remarry. Soft want daddy. Okay wife, wait for me. Icky Ink took the $50,000 and then looked on the map. He searched the internet, and access cards were required to enter the Uptown Center, and they were easy to get, because of the location of the brain modification surgery, right in the Uptown Center. He signed up directly for a brain modification slot, and then got the access card as a matter of course. Leaving the room, he looked around at the high-tech buildings that stood up around him, and casually rented a skyscraper. This is also what he learned on the internet. The sky car can take him to any place, but need to spend money. Very fast, equivalent to the first world of the subway. But this subway can choose to arrive at the location. He locked onto a lot directly in the middle of the hospital and the mission guidelines. He might also be under surveillance if he went directly to the place where the Demon King was being held. Please wear your seatbelts. The flying car is about to start. The interior of the flying car was decorated similarly to a regular sedan in reality. And Ikamo, who wouldn't look up a how-to on wearing a seatbelt, strapped it on without a hitch. Then, like a rocket, the flying car went swish. Chapter 103, Identity Passed? By the time the speeder came to a stop, Icky Ink had landed in the location of a plaza. The people around them were in a hurry, and there was little expression on everyone's faces. Is everyone a cyborg? Ikamo had just inserted his access card into the flyer's swipe machine, and he was well on his way to entering the center of Uptown. He walked around expressionlessly while observing the crowds on the street with his afterglow. Then he realized something wonderful. That is, a lot of people in this world are normal humans. Their faces show emotions of joy, anger, sadness and happiness, which is completely different from the stiffness of the robots. Most importantly, Icky Ink could sense the scent of alien energy in some of the people. It's the alter ego. This is the story recorded in the original owner's notebook. The only real people in this world are the heavenly palace people and the supernatural. The bodies of the aliens won't be modified, but the ordinary people of Uptown will be. Ikari had reason to believe that once someone attacked this upper city, there was no telling how many cyborgs could be transformed directly into a puppet with combat power and enter the battlefield. The cyborgs in reality are powerful enough. Don't dare to think how powerful the cyborgs in the future world should be. Ikari Inc. walked around following the mission guidelines, eventually coming up to a building that felt like it was thousands of stories tall. There were people coming in and out of the building, and the location the quest system had directed him to was at the very top of the building. Why can't the system let him travel to someone who can enter this building? What's the point of giving him an identity he can't get into? He paced from side to side, contemplating how he could walk inside the building. Forget it. Try it. What if we get in? He gritted his teeth and lifted his foot to walk in. There was no way back for him. He had come to this place. Was it really possible to go back for brain modification? Then he might as well kill himself to get back to reality. He took a deep breath. The big deal was to die here. He didn't believe that the time bracelet's mission was for him to die, so he walked into the middle of the building. Upon entering the building, he arrived at a spacious and bright hall, in the center of which hung a giant LED screen with some symbols he couldn't understand engraved on it. In the lobby, not far from the door, there is a row of verification machines. Ikari Inc. saw that those passing by registered something on the machine and then went right in. What are these registered for? And one thing he noticed was that everyone who entered the building through the machine was human. None of them were cyborgs with half their bodies modified like his. He walked over to where the machines were, ready to see what the humans were registering. Dude, can you hurry up? He turned his head and saw that someone was urging him on impatiently. He could only harden his heart and step into the machine. He then noticed that the machine registered nothing else but names. I can't believe this place lets you register your name. Isn't that bull asterisk 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 asterisk? Who thought of using a machine to register names? And with so many people in the lobby, couldn't an outsider register someone else's name and thus walk into the lobby? But now the problem is, he doesn't know whose name to register. Ace's? No. He had no idea if the Professor Ace of this era was alive or not, and according to the hints Professor Ace had given him before he came, the odds were that Professor Ace was dead. So whose name is registered? He thought for a moment. Dude, can you hurry up? The man behind him began to urge again. Ikari's eyes flashed with a touch of annoyance, so he simply registered his name Ikari directly. If he's not given a pass, he'll just explode and charge up. Big deal. Kill everyone here. But what he didn't expect was that just as he registered the word Pool Inc. on it, the machine suddenly displayed, "Congratulations, you have passed. You have access to all locations." Iki Inc.? He passed? What is this? His name came through? According to his previous experience of traveling to the future timeline, at the time he traveled to the future, 50 years ago, that is, at the end of the year 2024, the original owners he was suddenly disappeared into thin air. That is, he would simply disappear in Professor Ace's lab, instead of appearing in any of the other places that were here. His name was registered directly into the building. One possibility occurred to him, and perhaps the only one. This permission was left behind by Professor Ace. Except for Professor Ace, who knew that he had the ability to travel through the future timeline and left him with this permission. There could be no one else. He walked inside the lobby in a daze and followed the flow of people to the high-speed elevator. The distribution here is similar to the reality. It is open design. Each team is divided by glass partition. There is privacy and at the same time can promote communication and cooperation. The glass of the elevator was also transparent, and he had been riding the elevator, watching the various staff members descend the stairs. He had planned to go straight to the top floor, which, at the very top, was the location of the quest guide, but upon seeing the elevator button, he suddenly noticed that there was a small flower imprint inside the button that was particularly clear. The moment he saw the small flowers, his mind floated back to a few small bottles that Professor Ace had experimented with after he had contacted him earlier, and those small bottles had the same small flowers engraved on the mouths of the bottles. Is this little flower a hint left behind by Professor Ace? He glanced at Hannah's location. Hannah was on the 13th floor, and with a clench of his teeth, he planned to go straight to the 13th floor to see if this was the place Professor Ace had left him a hint about. Upon arriving on the 13th floor, he got off the elevator with a few of the staff here. Within the 13th floor is also a transparent design, while each has a different office area. It was then that Ikuma noticed that the different office areas also required identification to get in. So, his Pool Inc. name probably won't get into most office areas. He walked down the corridor and watched the crowds of people in the office area around him busying themselves on their computers. He didn't know what they were busy with. He could only vaguely see that everyone had a different person's name and avatar on their computer. He wasn't worried that he wouldn't be able to get into one of the office areas. If the 13th floor was really a backstory left for him by Professor Ace, then there must be an office area in this one that he could access with his status. He made it all the way to the end, but suddenly realized that there was a long stranded office at the far end of the office area. An office that, unlike the others, was transparent and no one seemed to have come in for a while. Maybe this one? He looked around and tried to enter his name into the machine at the door. After entering the word ink successfully, the machine suddenly creaked and the office door opened. Chapter 104, The Suicide Note Left by Professor Ace. Success came in. Icky Ink stepped inside the office and viewed his surroundings. But just for a moment. Drip! A soft sound rang out on the desk in the middle of the office. He immediately walked over to his desk and looked at a lighted screen sitting on it. On top of the screen at this point, there was a surprising 10-minute countdown. Underneath the screen was pressed a book, which he curiously turned over. And the first line of the book was Professor Ace's somewhat scrawled handwriting. Son, when you managed to get here, it means that you didn't lie to me, and that everything you said was true. I know you have a lot of doubts, but don't worry, I'll slowly lay out certain things for you next. First of all, I'm Ace, and as I'm sure you've noticed, this location, including the retention of your name, was prepared for you before I died, and I don't know at what point you'll be able to see this suicide note, but by the time you see it, I should be dead. The countdown on the table is for your retreat. Don't you worry, the retreat time is a total of 10 minutes. These 10 minutes are completely enough for you to finish this article. After reading this article, I need you to do one thing. On the deepest part of the 16th floor, there is an office that only you can get into, and that office has an elevator that goes straight to the top. And after stepping into that elevator, you can get to the very top of this building. Maybe you have some way to sense the existence at the top, just like you did in reality. Kill that existence at the top. After killing that existence, someone will come to meet you, and that person will tell you the truth about everything. Who's that guy? I know you're dying to ask who that man is. And when you meet him, he'll tell you the truth about everything. In fact, I hinted to you once while you were still here that if I died, it would never be by accident, but premeditated. Yes, I have peeked into a corner of the Heavenly Palace, and even if it is only a corner of the Heavenly Palace, it is definitely not something that we mortals can be qualified to peek into. I saw a terrible scene in the corner of the Heavenly Palace. It's all a conspiracy on their part, and there's nothing I can do to stop it. If there will come a time in the future when you will travel to the past again to kill me, please tell me before you kill me. Your mission is accomplished. Koike. The point of my existence was simply to discover that event and mold the only unrestricted alien, and I altered that alien's highest level of alien awakening. I changed everything about that shifter, and in the same way, he changed everything about me. Well, 10 minutes isn't a lot of time, so I won't keep you any longer. And you're probably cursing me for being the Riddler again, but I'm sorry, there are some things that I really can't record on paper, and everything will be known when you meet with that person after you've destroyed that presence on the roof of the building. Cyborgs shouldn't exist and neither should clones. May you be well and may mankind live forever. The suicide note ends here, and on the countdown, there was a full 5 minutes to go. Icky Ink withdrew his gaze for a long moment. I didn't realize that Professor Ace's idea was to kill the Demon King as much as the time bracelet. Why the time bracelet made him kill the Demon King was actually unclear to him. But why did Professor Ace make him kill that being? Professor Ace didn't say what this existence was, but according to the quest guidelines, the Demon King seemed to have become a vessel? Never mind. He'd go straight to see what it was all about and it would all make sense. It just so happened that he was only there to complete the time bracelet's quest, and in the meantime, he was following Professor Ace's instructions to complete the task. He left his desk and walked quickly to the elevator, straight to the 16th floor as stated inside the suicide note. At this time he was also glad that he was lucky to find this small flower mark inside the elevator. Otherwise if he went directly to the top floor, wouldn't it be a food delivery? Coming to the innermost part of the 16th floor, he once again passed through the machine with his name and stepped inside the deepest office. But walking into the office he was confused. No, where's the elevator to the top floor? He looked around but saw that the bookcase didn't seem quite the same. Next to the bookcase, there are two vases. No way. Having a movie kind of session? He stepped forward and twisted the vase, only to hear a creak and the bookcase opened. When the bookcase opened, it revealed an elevator opening inside. He tentatively walked over to where the elevator entrance was and pressed the only button inside. The elevator doors opened. He stepped inside the elevator and watched as it slowly rose. This elevator did not know if it was because it had not been used for a long time, but it was very slow in ascending, and compared to that high-speed elevator outside, it was like an old man's tricycle, the kind with pedals. 5 minutes passed before he heard a thump and the elevator stopped. The elevator doors opened slowly, allowing him to walk into the darkened room. What is this place? He went up and felt in front of him and realized that it looked like a wall in front of him. He immediately opened the quest guide with his time bracelet, and the quest immediately brought him the location of the quest guide. That Demon King was just a wall away from him here, just outside this wall. At this moment, Icky Inc. figured out that this could be a Tofu Dregs project, and the wall in front of him could actually break it down easily, and as long as he breaks this wall down, he would be able to meet up with that being. After all, this elevator of Professor Ace's was secretly hidden and couldn't be discovered, so a wall was secretly constructed outside. I also wonder how Professor Ace managed to sneak this little elevator in there and not get caught. He lifted his foot and kicked it forward hard. But the wall was directly kicked away from him, and the next moment, he saw a huge prostrate figure directly in front of him. The huge figure was a pitch-black dragon, and the black dragon was lying on a round platform. Its eyes closed tightly, and its body was deadlocked to the circular platform by countless chains. Quite a few syringe-like liquids were inserted into its body. Its breathing was very uneven, and its body was surrounded by a kind of faint alien energy. How did this black dragon have alien energy in it? The system also shows that this black dragon is the Demon King. The image of the black dragon can be referred to Toothless from How to Train Your Dragon, and his purpose was to kill this black dragon. He walked up to the black dragon and was thinking about how to get this black dragon killed. Swish! Suddenly, the black dragon opened a pair of eyes. Chapter 105, Killing the Demon King. Icky Inc. was taken aback, but the various things he had experienced over time allowed him to quickly stabilize his mind. It was only that his current task had changed, from how to kill a sleeping Demon King to how to kill a waking Demon King. But what he didn't notice was that those eyes of the Demon King in front of him suddenly became confused from their original sharpness. It seemed to recognize Icky Inc. Human, you're the one who saved me over 50 years ago? The black dragon's voice suddenly sounded in Ikari Inc.'s mind. This Demon King can actually speak with his mouth? Icky Inc. froze for a moment, thinking of the first quest he had taken in reality regarding the Mutwo quest. At that time, the mission was for him to free the Demon King, and then after he released the Demon King, it didn't take long for the Demon King to be captured again because of the little greedy cat. I didn't realize that the other side remembered this incident. It's me. He opened his mouth. In fact, he didn't know what to say. He couldn't say. It's different from last time. This time I'm here to kill you, right? Benefactor, can I ask you for something? The Demon King spoke. Yes? Icky Inc. intended to hear its last words, then immediately spoke. There may be nothing I can do to save you from this. No, I implore you to kill me. The Demon King suddenly pleaded in a pleading tone. What the hell? Icky Inc. almost didn't respond. The Demon King was saying that he should kill the other side? No. The time bracelet gave him the traversal quest to kill the Demon King. Mutwo, quest 2 also told him to kill the Demon King. And Professor Ace's suicide note inside told him to kill the Demon King. Even the Demon King himself, letting him kill the Demon King? No. Are you so damned? How do I kill you? Icky Inc. asked. I won't resist. You can kill me by creating a long flaming sword and thrusting it down against my brow. The Demon King spoke. Icky Inc. is actually a little less convinced that this will set him free, but insert it into that spot in the center of the eyebrow. It should be the place to kill, right? By this time he was rambling again. He thought of a movie he had seen in his first life, in which the Monkey King lied to the Tang Monk, saying that he wanted to see the moon in the sky, and wanted the Tang Monk to pull out the lotus at the mouth of the cave. As a result, the Monkey King ran out after the Tang Monk pulled out the lotus flower. He was also a little worried. Could he be that Tang Monk and this black dragon was tricking himself into killing the other party, who actually ran away once he plunged his long sword into the other party's brow? Benefactor, you need not speculate on my intentions. Seeing that he refused to make a move for a long time, the Demon King spoke helplessly. This era doesn't belong to us anymore. I can't even commit suicide right now. Our demon realm has been pressed down by those existences for generations. And this time around, I intend to no longer tolerate it. What does it mean that your demon realm has been suppressed by those existences for generations? Icky Inc. snapped to the keyword. There is a law in our demon realm that a demon king must exist in heaven and earth, and the king cannot be killed by others or die. But if a new king is born, the old king will be killed. The Demon King said in a bitter tone. But since 3,000 years ago, everything has changed. More than 3,000 years ago, a mysterious force intervened in the demon realm. We demon kings, both alive and corpses, have a storage ability, and the owners of those mysterious forces like to call us containers. Containers? Icky Inc. immediately realized the time bracelet's quest prompt. That mysterious power you speak of, is it an old man? Icky Inc. asked, narrowing his eyes. He thought of his first reincarnation in the exact year 1855 A.D., going to a wild mountain to move the forbidden magic stone. At that time, There was an old man who guarded the forbidden magic stone, and later generations called him Elder Asking Xian, but no matter how many times he passed on, his authority was not enough to find out the details of Asking Xian. It was as if Senior Ask the Immortals had suddenly disappeared from this world, never to appear again, leaving only rumors of him in the Jianghu. It was as if this person had disappeared out of thin air, and Ikari Inc. had since traveled through several more worlds without seeing even a single figure of the Asked Immortal. So who is this Ask Xian anyway? Could this all be the handiwork of the Ask the Immortal? He remembered very clearly that before the start of universal psychic abilities, Ask Xian had already mastered psychic-like abilities. At that time, he had witnessed Ask the Immortal crossing the lightning tribulation, and he had gone up to move the forbidden demonic stone away during the time that Ask Xian had toned down after he had crossed the lightning tribulation. Could it be that there are many people in that mysterious force? They are all for the old man who asked for the money. So they took away our demon king's corpse and used it to confine the supernatural power of this heaven and earth. But I didn't expect it to be destroyed by a mortal more than 200 years ago. Ha ha, the demon king sneered as if mocking the group's ignorance. And Icky Ink's insides had risen in shock. What is the demon king talking about? Destroyed by a mortal who was the very one he had possessed. And he caused the release of heaven and earth powers because he moved the forbidden magic stone. And the powers were no longer monopolized by some groups? He violently thought of the passage inside the Forbidden Alien Sequence 7, Mutwo, Mission 2. Some people stand on high to see the scenery, while others stand on high to break the path of those who come after them up the mountain. Are the people who monopolize the supernatural powers between heaven and earth the mysterious power that the Demon King is talking about? They had monopolized this path for future generations to use their powers because they stood tall. So the appearance of the time bracelet allowed him to go and destroy that group's monopoly. He swallowed and continued. Why do you want me to kill you? I don't want to make things easy for those people. Even if the demon realm never has a demon king again. The demon king closed his eyes, and his words came out decisively. This conversation with the demon king made Akuma think about many things. He thought of Professor Ace's message to him in reality, that Ace's death was not a coincidence, but because Professor Ace had spied the corner of the Heavenly Palace. This corner of the Heavenly Palace may refer to the mysterious power that the demon king, including Senior Ask Xian, said. And when did Prof. Ace spy a corner of the Sky Palace? He remembered the reality of the history books expounding on the life of Professor Ace. Professor Ace had originally been researching in the direction of psychic powers, but then for more than some reason, like a demon, he went to research another field of cyborgs. There are hints everywhere, including in the suicide note Ace just left. It's just that he doesn't dare to put words in his mouth. Hurry up and kill me, or else those people from the Heavenly Palace will be arriving. The Demon King suddenly urged. Kill it? When Shi Emoshue heard that the people from the Heavenly Palace were coming, he didn't care to think much about it and raised his long sword, stabbing at the Demon King, and he noticed a look of relief on the Demon King's face as he stabbed him. Is that a release? Chapter 106, Chaotic Violet Light, Speechlessness. Put. The long sword didn't enter the Demon King's brow. Perhaps this is the point of Sequence 7's, Mutwo, series of quests. As the long sword pierced into the Demon King's flesh and blood, everything became clear to Akari Inc. In reality, why did he receive a mission to save the Demon King? Because at that point in time, the time bracelet was going to allow him to save the Demon King and plant a seed of gratitude within the Demon King. At this point in time in the future, the Demon King's inner defenses collapsed when he saw him as his benefactor, also actively choosing to have him killed. The time bracelet has all these tasks stacked one on top of the other. There was the cause that he had planted by saving the Demon King in the reality 50 years ago, and only then would there be the fruit that the Demon King would voluntarily allow him to kill in the future 50 years later. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the Mutwo quest, 2/3. Searching for the next quest. Detected that the host is in a non-locked timeline. Mission cannot be opened. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing Mission 2 and gaining 200 points. The points will be distributed after the host returns to reality. The host's current timeline mission has been completed and will automatically return in one day. At the instant of the Demon King's death. First, the system's voice rang in Icky Ink's ears, and then he saw that the body of the Demon King in front of him suddenly radiated dots of starry embellishments and floated towards the sky. A huge energy was suddenly released from the Demon King's body, and the closest Ikuma felt this energy fluctuation most directly. The alien energy in his body began to riot wildly. It gave him a feeling that the water elemental supernatural energy in his body that was uniquely his was starting to grow wildly. He even felt that the water elemental ability had broken through 10%, and had grown a lot more upwards. The feeling is too intuitive. No wonder the Demon King is a vessel of sorts. So that's what's stored inside the container. By the way, the guy Prof. Ace said would come to him. Ka-ching! What kind of person killed my vessel? A furious roar sounded from above Icky Ink's head, and Icky Ink lifted her head to look at the ceiling that had somehow cracked open with a huge opening. Only an old man with anger slowly descended from the mouth and came in front of Icky Ink. At the sight of the old man, Icky Ink's eyes widened. Isn't this that Ask the Immortal Senior? The first time he reincarnated, he met this old man, and he took advantage of the old man's seclusion to move the forbidden magic stone, causing heaven and earth to recover their supernatural powers. After more than 200 years, he saw each other once again. No, is the old man so viable? What strength? So alive? Damn cyborg, die for me. The old man's face was hideous as he stretched out his hand, about to crush Icky Ink to death with a slap. Just in the nick of time, a purple void door suddenly unfolded from behind GMO Shui. Swish! Icky Ink was directly sucked in by this purple gate. Ask the Immortal laughed in anger when he saw the purple gate. Little brat, do you think you can get people out from under me just because you've made a breakthrough? He raised his foot and stomped hard towards the purple door, but by the time he had stomped the purple gate hard enough to break it, the purple gate had completely disappeared. Again, Ikamo was successfully rescued. Immediately afterward, the questioning immortal let out an angry roar. Brat, I'll go up to the heavens and disappear, but I'll also catch you. The stinking loach. Out. Ikari Ink just felt as if his body was being yanked by someone coming from behind him, and then he fell into a fit of unconsciousness. By the time his eyes became clear again, he had arrived at a different scene, and the one who appeared before him was an extremely young-looking man. Seeing the man, Icky Ink's pupils shrunk. This man was no other than the one who had been hunted down by a handful of people for a long time 50 years ago, but then did not kill him afterward. The chaotic violet light, Exalt. Hello, you must be the Icky Ink that Professor Ace was talking about? The chaotic purple light, alien reached out to him. My name is Speechless. Thanks to you killing the Demon King, I managed to break through my alien ability awakening that hadn't been broken through in 20 years. Hello Speechless. Icky Ink's mind was clear. It seems that a handful of people in this Speechless really did have a superficial break. I should have seen you before. Speechless spoke. When my teacher pretended to chase me before, you should have secretly let the Demon King go, right? Pool Ink. It seems that this matter of him letting the Demon King go was all under the eyes of the two men. Why did you and your master fake a break? Icky Ink asked curiously. In fact, he had a lot of questions that needed to be answered without words, including a handful of questions, including the cyborg question. This incident goes back a long time in the timeline, so I'll expound on it slowly for you. Speechless made a pleased gesture, signaling Ikari to follow him. Ikari Ink followed Speechless and walked into a huge room, and in the very center of this room, there was a large crystal that emitted a faint glow. This incident goes back to 1855 A.D., when a mortal opened the passageway to the demon and devil realms, restoring supernatural powers to heaven and earth. As Speechless spoke, the crystal also showed the peak above the mountain in Sichuan, which had a large stone engraved with inscriptions. This I know. GMO Shui pointed at the stone on the mountain peak and said, this forbidden devil stone was moved by me during the time I took advantage of the time when I was in seclusion and resting after asking immortals tribulation. Speechless. Now that you know this, let me move on to the second forbidden stone move. It was me too. Icky Ink spoke up. That person who released the nuclear weapon was me, and I know this, so just go straight to the conclusion. Speechless was really speechless this time. Are all time travelers this hardcore? But there's a saying in the alien world that really isn't wrong. Time is not out. Space is king. Time will always be the top-level psychic ability. Although it's not clear what kind of psychic ability Icky Ink is with this ability to travel through time. Let me get straight to the results then. Back 3,000 years ago, there was an organization, and the questioning immortals were the people in that organization. Speechless spoke slowly. And there's a rule in the alien energy world that there can't be more than 10 people with more than 50% alien energy awakening on the entire blue planet. This is a kind of dead rule, so this organization chose to do one thing in order to monopolize these 10 slots, and that is to destroy the heaven and earth supernormal capabilities, making this world a barren place where their organization has exclusive access to the heaven and earth supernormal capabilities. So they began to search for a container that could block the foreign energy of heaven and earth, and that container they found in the demon realm. Is it the body of a demon king? Icky Ink asked. I've heard that only one demon king can exist and cannot be killed by external forces. That's right, the body of the demon king, or the corpse of the previous demon king can isolate the heaven and earth powers. Speechless said in a deep voice. That's why they kill the old king whenever a new king appears in the demon realm. Chapter 107, The Truth About Everything. The day the new king is born is the day the old king dies. We simply call this organization the Heavenly Palace. The Heavenly Palace has been fulfilling such rules for thousands of years, but to their surprise, A mortal appeared and destroyed their monopoly in those few minutes after the old dog of the questioning immortal happened to be unable to move after he crossed the threshold. Well, that mortal is you. Speechless continued. Then, because the second forbidden magic stone was moved. Even one of the energy limiting stones was broken. I did it too. Icky Ink pointed at himself. I broke the energy limiting stone as well. Speechless stared blankly at Icky Ink for half a day before finally squeezing 2 words out of his mouth. Awesome. The Celestial Palace has discovered that more and more psychics are appearing in the world. And if it continues like this, they won't be able to monopolize the 10 slots. I have a question. Icky Ink raised his hand and asked, why do they want to monopolize the 10 slots? Because they want to live forever. Speechless grinned at the corner of his mouth and sneered. If there are no newcomers to break through the 50% limit, then the original 10 will maintain their eternal lifespan. And only if the newcomers break through the 50%, then everyone's lifespan will begin to flow. And those who die first are the ones with the least lifespan. Keep dying until there are only 10 people left with more than 50% awakening degree. Only then will the lifespan of the 10 people stop passing, and everyone can live on for a while. In short, as long as someone breaks through the 50% alien awakening degree, this law will be broken. Do you think they will monopolize it? Icky Ink nodded. Now he finally understood. The people of the Heavenly Palace monopolized the heaven and earth powers in order to prevent future generations from coming after them, as they wanted to occupy those 10 slots so that they could reach the state of immortality and maintain the balance between heaven and earth. And will they be killed? Icky Ink asked again. Will. Speechless nodded. If one of them is killed, then all the altered ones in the world will increase their cultivation rate. And this cultivation rate won't stop until a new 50% altered awakening level person appears. Ikamo understood, but then he asked, what's the deal with that cyborg? That's the helplessness of Professor Ace. Speechless explained. Professor Ace started out researching in the direction of psychic powers, but he discovered this truth. Everything I just said to you was what my master heard from Professor Ace's heart. The Heavenly Palace's plans were shattered by you who traveled through the timeline. So the Heavenly Palace made a disastrous plan. They ordered the Demon King to have the Demon Realm attack Blue Star in full force, wanting to keep the Exalted constantly depleted. While consuming, they could incidentally look for the more outstanding alterants and then kill those who are a threat to them. As the saying goes, heroes come out of the chaotic world. And the targets they want to kill are clearly these heroes who have grown up from the chaotic world. Later on, Professor Ace had no choice but to take another path in order to perpetuate the human race. And that was to create cyborgs, wanting to have cyborgs protect the human race. But in reality, the reason why Professor Ace created the cyborg was actually to give the people of the Heavenly Palace an explanation, or a test paper. Give an explanation to the people of the Heavenly Palace? Poolink was puzzled. Well, he's going to give the Heavenly Palace an answer that can control humans. Like in this world right now, many humans are destined to be transformed into cyborgs in the future from the moment they're born. And once they've been completely transformed into cyborgs, they become similar to artificial intelligence. But for the sake of the continuation of the human race, these cyborgs will only be transformed into cyborgs when they reach adulthood and leave behind an heir, all the while superficially maintaining the balance of the ecology of the human society. But all of this is an act made by the Heavenly Palace for the sake of controlling the human race. But why did Prof. Ace work out to give Tengu control? Icky Ink figured it out for herself before she could finish her question. If Professor Ace doesn't research a cyborg, then the probability is that humanity won't be able to defeat the demon realm, and ultimately humanity's fate will be extinction. That's why he did it, knowing that the presence of the cyborg would lead to some bad consequences appearing. There's nothing he can do. Actually, our first idea was to research another direction, which was to clone people to deal with the demon realm. But Professor Ace didn't approve of this plan, and instead researched a relatively better cyborg. Speechless said, no, you guys actually have research. Icky Ink had everything straightened out at this point. In previous lives before Professor Ace was alive, Speechless and a handful of people still ostensibly broke up. Then the dark cabinet that Speechless was a part of cooperated with the beautiful country and started researching human cloning technology early on, even going so far as to kill Suyur and take the powerful sequence alien energy, True Trace, into their own hands. They made a lot of changes, but they didn't expect the demonic ghoul-eating vultures to have evolved a genetic virus anyway. The last time Icky Ink traveled to a future timeline, it was to witness a sea of clones. And this time Icky Ink travels to a future timeline and witnesses a sea of cyborgs. But both the clones and the cyborgs were a handful of things they had to come up with to deal with the Heavenly Palace. Not a solution. The clones were also easy to master. Just like the ones Ikuma had encountered the first time he traveled into the future. Most of them had no IQ but followed orders very well. And cyborgs are better to master and only require some code. So both existed for one purpose. To reassure the Heavenly Palace, and then they could do great things in secret. Why do you say we have research? Speechless froze. Anyway, you guys have been researching these things and it's been troubling me for a while, so it's fine. Go ahead, Icky Ink said casually. At that time, he had been hunted down by Speechless Dark Pavilion organization in order to protect Su Yur, and he had even been confined at a later stage. So he just didn't know what the situation was like. Now he finally understood why that handful of people didn't dare to see him when he was confined by the Su family in the Fourth Life. I'm a thief. The assassination of Su Yur had his involvement. Could he not be guilty? Being a thief and knowing he was a time traveler made it even more difficult to see him. What if you're recognized as an accomplice? Thinking about it, Ikumo gasped and laughed. Well, it's all about the old Inbi. What's your teacher's name? He asked. Teacher's name was told to me when he sacrificed himself. Speechless said softly. Teacher told me at the time that his name was actually quite common. He said his name was Zhang Wei. Put. Icky Ink almost didn't choke on his own saliva. No wonder a handful of people have been keeping their real names to themselves. Nice guy. The name is also too popular. Zhang Wei. By the way, how did your teacher die? Icky Ink asked curiously again. Chapter 108, Professor Ace's Last Wish. Ikari was so attracted by the name Zhang Wei that she almost didn't realize that the teacher that Speechless had mentioned had already sacrificed his life. I don't know what kind of power Sensei has mastered. He went and died with one of the Heavenly Palace, and in the process opened the door to 50% for me. Speechless spoke, but the remaining 9 people in the Heavenly Palace didn't want me to get involved, and they forcibly took control of the Demon King, blocking the last spot in the container that is the Demon King, and you just killed the Demon King, so I successfully broke through the 50% barrier. Otherwise my previous alien ability awakening had been blocked at the 99% threshold. Wait. Icky Ink interrupted with a raised hand. How did you break through the 20% mark? If he remembered correctly, he couldn't break through 20% of his ability awakening without breaking the energy limiting stone, right? Didn't I just tell you that as long as one of the 10 slots dies, the cultivation speed of all the rest of the exalted will increase by a lot, and when the teacher died with that person, the cultivation speed of all the exalted increased quite a bit, and there have been a lot of wars and riots over the years, but all of them have been forcibly suppressed by the Heavenly Palace. So a Heavenly Palace man died and the 20% limit broke through? Mo asked. It's not all. Speechless shook his head. There's also Professor Ace's credit for exposing himself. He was the one who cooperated with Master and killed that person together, while breaking the energy limiting stone left behind by that person, causing everyone's limit values to break through the 20% mark. Professor Ace was killed by the people of the Heavenly Palace after he was exposed, and before he was exposed he told me to train hard and wait for an opportunity. And that opportunity was your appearance. He said that your presence would change all that, and his last wish before he died was for me to tell you all of that. Icky Ink nodded. Now that he seemed to have read Professor Ace's suicide note, Professor Ace's life was very painful because he found out the truth of the matter, but he had no ability to change it, so he had to hide his thoughts and superficially kept working on cyborgs. Even when everyone else was calling him crazy, he doggedly went ahead with his plan. Thinking about it, Icky inked some admiration for Professor Ace. For the great man. He once saw a post about fighting against the heavens, and what was the end result? Professor Ace asked me to entrust you with a message. Speechless suddenly looked into Icky Ink's eyes and said seriously. He said that if you can go back to when you first met, please tell him that his mission has been accomplished. When we first met? Icky Ink quickly realizes that his first encounter with Professor Ace was in 1994, the time in the original history when Professor Ace was killed, and he showed up at that time to save Professor Ace. It was as if Icky Ink understood a lot. He couldn't comment on how good or bad the time bracelet was, so far. All the purpose of the time bracelet had probably been for humanity, for the sake of universal alien powers. From the very beginning to break the monopoly of the Heavenly Palace on psychic powers. There was also the quest given to him by the time bracelet when he came to Professor Ace's death timeline earlier, where killing Professor Ace would get him 2,000 points, while saving Professor Ace would only get him 500 points. Perhaps from the very beginning, the time bracelet could have detected that the presence of the cyborgs would lead to a compression of the alien's existence if Professor Ace survived. So the time bracelet doesn't want Professor Ace to live. And it's true that the cyborg Professor Ace research didn't do much good. All because, 2. Everything Professor Ace did was because he had a gun to his head by the men of the Celestial Palace. He was pushed and had to keep moving forward and forward, because he had told Professor Ace earlier that clones were going to be restrained by an evolved one of the ghoul vultures. That's why Prof. Ace thought for a long time before deciding to create the cyborg, an invention full of uncertainties. I will, Icky Ink assured. Anything else you want to know? I can tell you one by one. Speechless spoke. At that, Icky Ink began to think. He could only stay in this timeline for one day, and in one day he was going back. I have another question. What is that Ask Fairy's supernatural ability? Icky Ink asked. When I first met him, he seemed to be transmitting a lightning tribulation? What was that? Old Dog asks. Xian's special ability is Sequence 14's, Heaven's Destiny, and things like transmitting a thunderbolt are well explained. Speechless explained. After a supernormal ability breaks through 50% of awakening, it has to cross a thunder tribulation every 10% of awakening, such as at critical nodes like 60%, 70%, and 80%. More than 200 years ago, the one you encountered would have been the questioning immortal who had just broken through the 70% awakening degree. Icky inked. Now it's all clear. So what are you going to do after 50% awakening degree? He asked to Speechless. I will secretly cultivate and make a breakthrough. After I break through to 80%, I will find the door one by one and kill all the remaining 9 who are hiding. Speechless said. His ability was the strongest under the forbidden ability, Chaotic Violet Light, and he was qualified to say such words. And what if they're hiding? Then I'll let the world break through. And when one of them breaks through to 50% alien ability awakening, those old guys won't be able to sit still. Speechless coldly said. His teacher's teacher, all died because of the heavenly palace, and now that it was so hard to give him the chance to break through 50%, he must keep all this hatred deep in his heart, and take revenge on all of them later. Yes, aspiring, I hope you make it. Poolink wished. It's just a shame that he won't get to see this scene. Immediately, he was going to return to reality, but he was able to witness these plans of Professor Ace and a handful of Zhang Wei. Are you done asking questions? Icky Ink nodded. For the rest of the day, I'll go check out this future world. I want to see what that lower city is like. Fine. I'll take you there. Professor Ace said on his deathbed that he'd let me fulfill your every wish. Speechless agreed straight away. Chapter 109, The Mysterious Man Appeared. Icky Ink wandered around the so-called lower town with Speechless. Downtown is a city, but it's really just a sewer. The kind of dirty, trashy streets that used to be slums. The people here are all skinny and bony, like they're chronically malnourished from not getting enough to eat. Icky Ink looked at the state of everyone and felt pity. This was the humans of this era. Although the minds of these humans were not controlled by the AI, but this appearance of them now was no better than the robots in the uptown compared to and the only way to change all this was to wait until after Speechless broke through. I wonder how many years had passed before this could be changed. I'm afraid that's why the Time Bracelet's previous mission had him kill Professor Ace. I'm afraid that AI wouldn't be as prevalent as it is without the presence of Professor Ace. Icky Ink watched in silence as none of this should have happened. Ace may have left humanity with a silver lining, but it's a tiny one, and bet everything on Speechless alone. For the rest of the day, Icky Ink learned from Speechless, and from some history books, what had happened over the decades. It turns out that the Demon King was captured at the end of the year 2024, and in the next 10 years or so, the humans blew a counterattack and managed to drive the demons back into the demon realm. Even took a look at the demon world. The demon realm was barren and had few resources, so the humans cancelled the idea of going to the demon realm to station their troops. Of course, in order to prevent the rise of the demon realm, humans still made a lot of changes, such as killing the demons within the demon realm, those who were intelligent, and leaving only some unintelligent demons to be raised as animals. The world then opened a conference to announce the continued development of the cyborg. There were certainly people from the Heavenly Palace behind this to guide them, and the development of the cyborgs had set the stage for all of this to happen now. Then later, the humans, without the demonic realm to bother them, resumed their infighting. It started when a shifter and a cyborg got into a fight. It was supposed to be a very small thing, but there were people on the internet who were secretly leading the way to a confrontation between shifters and cyborgs. This kind of thing is actually like the internet opinion in the first world. It was just a boy and a girl clashing over something, but put it on the internet, and the matter was channeled into a male-female confrontation. This led to countless netizens on the internet to start dividing into two groups of men and women to start cursing each other. This life is also the same. The role of the internet public opinion, so that the conflict between the alien and the cyborg is getting bigger and bigger and bigger. The smell of gunpowder between the two also grew, and eventually, war broke out. The groups of aliens and the cyborgs fought each other. The battle lasted for 20 years before it was stopped, and the cyborgs, because they themselves had been progressing and developing, gradually gained the upper hand until the Ultrans were completely routed, and in the end, the cyborg organization won a great victory. Saying that there is no person from the Heavenly Palace in here behind the Poolink is definitely not believable. Anyway, the two groups eventually ended the battle, and the cyborgs won big, establishing the upper city, where they killed a lot of aliens with more than 5% alien awakening and those in the top 100 of the sequence, and drove the rest of the aliens to the lower city. But because some of the Exalted betrayed the Exalted organization and devoted themselves to the Cyborg organization, these Exalted were still able to stay in Uptown after the war was over. And then the development after that gradually became like this. In order to better control the human race, the people of the Heavenly Palace used artificial intelligence to get hold of the cyborgs in Uptown. And in order to perpetuate human offspring, they had the adults who gave birth to heirs slowly transformed into cyborgs. Even the brain has been modified to become a true artificial intelligence, to control the high end of the battle. And Professor Ace died in an accident Uptown. It was said that he died in an accident, but Ikumo knew that Professor Ace must have been killed because he found out about some secret of the Heavenly Palace due to learning about the other's last words. After that, Tengu took control of the cyborgs, which was the same as taking control of the world. And the chaotic violet light, alien speechlessness could only lead to a life of being hunted down. He had to go into hiding from the Heavenly Palace, while waiting for what Professor Ace called the opportunity. That is, the appearance of Pool Inc. Later, Icky Inc. destroys the container and kills the Demon King, making the heaven and earth powers defective in the first place. While the remaining 9 people in the Heavenly Palace had yet to patch up this flaw, Speechless took the opportunity to break through 50% of his alien ability awakening and managed to squeeze into the restricted quota of 10 people. The monopoly of the Heavenly Palace was completely broken. In fact, Icky Inc. was also a bit puzzled. He was now only one last mission away from obtaining the Mutwo ability. After obtaining the Mutwo ability, he should be the only sequential top 10 ability in this world. And after getting the Mutwo ability, how much could he boost his combat power? After all, the top 10 alien powers in the sequence had never appeared before, and there was no reference for comparison. Anyway, of all the top sequence powers he had seen so far, there was no weak one. All of them had the kind of combat power that far exceeded the rest. I just wonder how this Mutwo compares to those powers? Just as he was hours away from returning to reality, Ikarian couldn't get any useful information out of Speechless anymore as he walked through the streets of the lower city. He noticed that the passers-by on the street were looking at him with somewhat strange expressions, as if they were looking at some kind of monster. Maybe these downtowners haven't seen him as an uptowner? He took a breath. The air in the future was a bit murky, and how did those people in the Heavenly Palace know how to manage the environment? I'm afraid they only have eyes for themselves. The land also seemed to have been baptized by artillery fire, with potholes and dilapidated rooms everywhere. Icky Inc. knew that all of this was a result of the previous battle between the alien and the cyborg. Suddenly, a pale white, infinitely close to transparent a circle appeared in front of him. The circle swirled like a current of water and looked as if it was going to suck people in. Icky Inc.'s eyes widened as he watched in bewilderment as this vortex slowly dissipated, and from it, a silhouette actually walked out. The silhouette was subtle, as if it had stepped out of another time and space. This mysterious man gave him the feeling that this mysterious man did not belong to this side of the world, nor to this side of the world's time. It was only when the mystery man appeared before him completely that he noticed that it was a man, an extremely handsome, even too handsome to be true, man. Chapter 110 Revision of History. Finally found you, little one. This extremely handsome man walked up to Icky Inc. and let out a long breath. This is the closest timeline to the future. Finally got you. Ikari Inc. looked at the man in front of her suspiciously. Who are you? He was a little shocked at the other man's words. What did he mean by the timeline closest to the future? Hello? Introduce yourself. The handsome man smiled. I won't tell you my name. You're going to die anyway. But out of humanitarianism, I can still let you know the significance of my presence. The significance of your presence? The handsome man nodded. The meaning of my appearance is to revise the history of this world. Revisionist history, murmured Ikamo. That's right. Because of your existence, the timeline of this world's history has been misaligned, resulting in the twinning of changes that shouldn't have occurred in this world. The handsome man said, it may be a bit hard for you to understand when you say that. Let me give you an example. Have you heard about Wang Mang Lucio? Icky Inc. nodded. Wang Mang is the historical figure known as the most like the traveler. This person has a lot of mystery, but he died on a meteorite falling from the sky. Lu Xiao, nicknamed the history reviser by netizens, summoned a meteorite to kill Wang Mang and return history to its normal timeline. The relationship between us is equivalent to you being Wang Mang and me being Lu Xiao. So you understand, right? The handsome man spoke. Icky Inc. nodded. That's true, but the thing is, he's going to be back to reality in a couple of minutes. Isn't it redundant for the other side to come over here specifically to kill him? The handsome man wasn't sure what he was thinking, and continued, tell you what, seeing as you're dying in my hands, and you still have any wishes left to fulfill, I'll try to help you get the job done. Any wish? Icky Inc. asked curiously. I'll try to fulfill all your wishes. The handsome man nodded. Then I want the whole island to rise in the small days. Handsome man, It's inhumane to kill so many people, so please forgive me if I can't grant you this wish. He apologized. Ikamo could only change his wish, then let the national soccer team win the World Cup? Here, you bring the map. I'll see where Little Day Island is. After the man finished, he immediately reacted. No, at this point in time the little island of days is gone. Where is the national soccer team? Pool Inc. This history revisionist is quite interesting. I don't have any wishes. Just kill me. Iki Inc. closed his eyes. The big deal was that he was going to die again. Anyway, it's come over so many times. Yes. The man rolled up his sleeve. Don't worry. It doesn't hurt me to kill. It'll pass in a second. Didn't wait for Rikuma to speak. Ka-ching. The real world. Ah. Iki Inc. let out a pig-killing scream. It hurts. It hurts too much. How can it hurt so much? This goddamned revisionist of history. Why does it hurt so much? Iki Inc. curled up next to the coffin, feeling like his body was going to waste away. That guy doesn't talk about martial arts. It's good to give him a little psychological preparation before you make your move. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the traversal and has successfully returned to reality. Total harvest statistics for this crossing, 200 points. The prompting voice of the time bracelet sounded in his head. It was then that he climbed to his feet, covering his bones that were trembling all over. It's the most painful death he's ever had. Just teasing each other? Why do you have to be so cruel? Ikari Inc. thought indignantly. It hurt so much that tears came to his eyes. After a moment's reprieve, he climbed to his feet and opened the redemption mall to think. Now he was caught in a choice. Should he redeem Fire in the Clouds to 99% awakening or save his points for Mutwo to increase his awakening? For the time being, he couldn't encounter anything that required combat power for the time being, but he did fear, as well, that the situation where Su Muhan had died in front of him before would occur again. Alien breakthroughs were not the same as redeeming items, as it would take him a while to break through if he chose to do so. This breakthrough was not instantaneous, so he couldn't guarantee that he would have a chance to break through in case he was in danger next time. After thinking about it for a long time, he still decided that he would break through. Immediately raising his combat power up was the top priority. In case he encountered any situation later on that required the combat power aspect, he would be too late to make a breakthrough on the spot. Iki Inc.'s current number of points was 578. He took out 500 points to exchange for a bottle of the advanced version of the high-level serum. After drinking the serum, he spent another 200 points to exchange for the Fire Burning Clouds, ability awakening degree of 99%. Then he bought a few bottles of healing medicine that worked well. After buying these things, he was left with only 1070 points. These points are kept for now, waiting to see if they should be reserved for Mutwo breakthroughs later on. The effects of drinking the serum were still very painful, but as someone who had already died too many times, he gritted his teeth and held on. A little bit of time passed, and by the time he regained his energy, he felt that his stamina had broken through much more. He walked over to the coffin and gently pinched the edge of it. Ka-ching! The edge of the coffin was directly pinched into powder and fell into his palm. Now his power was far beyond the level of other exalts. Includes 99% awakening, Fire in the Clouds. According to the previous classification of alien ability levels, the level of this alien ability he had now was the peak of the only hand sharpener. He could defeat most of the shifters on his own. Ding! It is detected that the host's Fire Burning Clouds has broken through 99% awakening degree, opening the route of alien ability evolution. A voice from the system froze Iki Inc. for a moment. He opened the exchange mall and found that there was an extra plus sign for the Fire Burning Clouds ability. He tapped the plus sign, but another message popped up. Ding! Is it possible to upgrade Fire Burning Clouds to Fire God? Remarks, the degree of awakening of the supernatural ability will remain unchanged after upgrading. Yes? Ikari Inc. snapped tentatively. Vulcan is a 4th level fire elemental ability. Does it consume points? 500? Holy, it takes so many points to upgrade? Ikari Inc.'s face changed. The points for upgrading his powers were obviously not enough. It could only be put here for the time being, and the current strength of the Fire Burning Clouds was also high enough that it didn't need to be changed for the time being. After the breakthrough, he felt that he had the opportunity to meet with the hand of Zhang Wei. Although the idea is slightly more whimsical. Chapter 11 Confrontation with a handful of people. After Ikari Inc. breaks through, he looks at the instruments inside the coffin again. And after the future he knows why Professor Ace keeps riddling people. The Heavenly Palace had been watching his every move. And there were some names inside the diary that couldn't even be mentioned. The 10 people of the Heavenly Palace were like 10 taboos in this world. Pushing through the underpass, he reached Professor Ace. A breakthrough? Professor Ace looked up at him. But it was that one look that made the corner of his eye twitch hard. Your alien awakening? He could see that Icky Ink's alien ability awakening level had gone straight from the original 99% to 99%. What the hell is this? Did you go into a hole in the ground and ascend? Professor Ace, long time no see. Icky Ink nodded to him. Professor Ace's pupils shrunk slightly. Then he laughed. I've long heard that an alien's breakthrough lasts as long as a day. But in fact, you only broke through for an hour in there. This is Prof. Ace covering for his words. Yeah, oh, I feel like ages have passed. Icky Ink smiled and scratched his head. By saying that he was actually hinting to Professor Ace what he had just done. And with Professor Ace's intelligence, he must have known what he had said. Icky Ink spoke up. Professor Ace, I don't want to stay in this place anymore. Can I meet a handful of people? I'd like to have a chat with him and get out of here on the way. I'll contact him for you. Professor Ace turned to another computer. Icky Ink nodded and walked over to the eating area, tasting the human food. After a few days of drinking motor oil in a future timeline, he didn't even feel like a human anymore. It was still a good human meal that tasted real, unlike motor oil, and it was the modified body that sent him the very sweet feedback of motor oil. After he had eaten his fill, he waved his hand with Professor Ace. One more. No, a few more. I was hungry after the breakthrough. Or maybe I was especially hungry after drinking the strength serum. You treat my place like a cafeteria? Despite his words, Professor Ace ordered a few meals over for Icky Ink. When a small robot came into the room pushing a cart of food, Icky Ink couldn't wait for the little robot to stop before he grabbed his meal and ate it. After 10 minutes or so of Icky Ink eating, the door to the lab suddenly slammed. Then a handful of people walked in. The moment he saw a handful of people, Ikuma's mind thought of the other parties named Zhang Wei Zhang. As soon as he entered, he heard someone calling his name very loudly. Slightly offended. You're the one looking for me? Zhang Wei looked at Inkwell, a flash of suspicion in his eyes. How did this kid know his name? Brother Handful. I want to get out of here and go outside for a bit. Icky Ink spoke. Despite the words, what he was thinking inside was, this guy's heart is really dirty. He even played Dishonored with his disciple, and he acted quite like that before. A handful. Sparing his extensive knowledge, he was a bit confused at this point. Could it be that Professor Ace is protecting this kid because this kid's ability is to foretell the future? He didn't dare to show a puzzled look, and could only say, you should know what you did and didn't kill you, and you're still getting the better of me? Problem is I stay here and do nothing all day. It's so boring, Icky Ink said. His heart spoke directly to a handful of people. Zhang Wei, hurry up and release me. I have something important to investigate. Zhang Wei pondered for a while, but still said, this reason won't work. You have to give me a reasonable reason. My staying here will affect Professor Ace doing his experiments. You guys should know that Professor Ace is very busy. Wouldn't it be not so good if Professor Ace is delayed doing his experiments because of me alone? Icky Ink said this. Instead, his mind directly threw out a heavy bomb. I need to investigate the situation of the people of the Heavenly Palace. I have to be let out of here. Zhang Wei's heart shook madly when he heard these words. Someone from the Heavenly Palace? Ikuma actually knows about the Heavenly Palace? Icky Ink is going to make his next crossing in a month, and he doesn't have that feeling for the next crossing, so the odds are that the next crossing will still be some timeline in the past. Traveling to the past and back again reality will be completely refreshed. So, he could even let the Heavenly Palace know of his existence in order to know some answers. But the purpose of all this is also to draw out the people of the Heavenly Palace. Zhang Wei gave him a deep look and nodded. Okay, I'll take you out. With that, he gestured for Icky Ink to follow him. Ikari Ink followed him out of the room. The two of them left the lab one after the other. And the first time Zhang Wei grabbed Ji Ink's collar and walked into a teleportation gate. The next moment, Icky Ink's eyes blinked and he felt himself coming into a pitch-black world. What is this place? He looked around and realized that this was a completely unfamiliar world. There's only the two of us here. Zhang Wei let go of him and said indifferently, the people of the Heavenly Palace can't find this place, so let's let go and talk about it. How did you know about the Heavenly Palace? How you knew about my fake break with my disciple? And how you even knew my name? Is your name the most important? Ikamo was surprised. Cut the crap and talk. Icky Ink shrugged. Don't worry. I don't mean to harm you guys. I'm with you guys. You can detect if I'm lying or not. You should know that what I'm saying is true. Zhang Wei nodded. What Ikuma said was indeed true. We all have only one purpose, and that is to monopolize the rule of the Heavenly Palace. Icky Ink spoke slowly. I know what your plan is, but in the end, you can only get one of the 10 spots, right? He was almost emptying his brain now, not doing the thinking and hiding his thoughts. So Zhang Wei had no way to detect his inner thoughts. So you have a way for us to get 2 spots? Zhang Wei asked back with a smirk. No, I mean, I want all 10 of them dead. Icky Ink didn't hide his killing intent at all. None of these guys were any good. and he wasn't about to leave any of them for dead. Jiang Wei narrowed his eyes. These people are so strong that they are no different from God. But one thing that is rather strange is that they don't kill indiscriminately. Because indiscriminate killing might cause their powers to awaken less? Icky Inc. asked. It's all speculation and we're not sure. We just know that these 10 people can't kill innocents indiscriminately for some reason. So they can only use the demon realm to destroy humanity. Icky Inc. nodded. He had a similar suspicion. If the 10 people of the Heavenly Palace wanted to maintain their quota of 10, why didn't they kill all the humans? Wouldn't that leave no one to compete with them for the 10 spots? Chapter 112, Are they all peeping? What is your plan? Jiang Wei asked Icky Inc. once again. I don't know what the plan is, and I'm actually in a passive position in a way, but there's also initiative in my role if it comes down to it. Icky Inc. said vaguely. Why does Professor Ace trust you so much? Jiang Wei continued to ask. Didn't he say I was his savior? Ikamo didn't dare to have any thoughts at all right now, fearing that the other man would be able to tell what he was thinking with his eyes open. But I've investigated you, and your career is kind of legendary. But you've never come into contact with Professor Ace, so where did you save him from? Jiang Wei was almost pursuing the question. Ikari Inc. was speechless. He was now afraid to say or think at the same time. It's kinda suffocating. Anyway, you can trust me. As long as you're not a bad person, I won't do anything against you, he said sincerely. He felt that Jiang Wei should be able to feel his sincerity. He wasn't lying, although he was quite angry at Jiang Wei's previous Old Six behavior. They were the same in terms of standing. They were a gang. What Old Six? Jiang Wei suddenly asked in confusion. Pool Inc. He really hated psychic powers like mind reading. And the most disgusting thing is that mind reading is not listed as a separate ability, but is only one of the small skills of the ability, inscription. It's so rogue. He was sickened by listing one ability alone. And it turned out that this was still a function that came with other abilities? You're so spiteful. Meaning I'm to blame for my awakening of inscription? Jiang Wei opened his mouth. How dare I blame you? Icky Inc. skimmed. Alright, I'll give you a chance to move around freely. After all, you've also broken through the 99% level of alien ability awakening now, and there's usually no one who can beat you. Jiang Wei still decides to let go, and it looks like he intends to give Icky Inc. a great deal of freedom. Instead, Ikari Inc. looked at him suspiciously, thinking inwardly, this guy wouldn't want to sneak up behind me and eavesdrop on my heart, would he? Jiang Wei, your guess was pretty accurate. He did think so. He just couldn't believe that Ikumo couldn't think all the time. As long as he stayed by Ikumo's side all the time, Ikumo would always be able to think of things that needed to be thought of, right? Then please help me send it to the Su family. I have something to look for one of the Su family. Chimo Shui said. He had to find Su Muhan, and if Su Muhan, who possessed the true trace, was around, Jiang Wei would have no way to hide himself. Jiang Wei was speechless. This kid's defense against him was too strict, right? Go you! He raised his hand and threw Icky Inc. directly into a huge portal. Ikari Inc. only felt a spinning of the sky, and when he opened his eyes again, a blackened gun was aimed at his head. What man? Tell me the truth. A couple of men in military uniforms pointed at his head with a wary look on their faces. GMO Shui rubbed his brow and looked up, realizing that he had been thrown directly into Elder Su Maching's command. What the hell? You're giving me the doorstep of someone else's house? After his alien ability awakening level broke through 99%, he wasn't afraid of bullets, so the muzzle of the gun that disliked his head didn't have any killing power. Brother, I'm a friend of old Mr. Su Maching, please allow me to make a call. Icky Inc. smiled at a few people before pulling out his cell phone in front of them. He followed the cell phone number he had memorized earlier and called Su Muhan first. I thought that the other party may be closed. Most likely will not answer the phone. But to his surprise, the call went straight through. Hello? It was Su Muhan's familiar, cool voice. That what? I'll make it short. Icky Inc. recalled and spoke. That, do you believe me when I say we knew each other in our past lives? Dodo. The phone hung up. The corner of Ikari Inc.'s eye twitched hard. Is this for him to be a liar? Fine. The person who begged for me to come to you in the last life. Now when the phone hangs up, he just flips out? He could only dial the other side again. What the hell is wrong with you? This time Su Muhan's tone was filled with impatience as she picked up the phone. Icky Inc. speeds up his speech. You told me before that I'm your Tachibana Taki. Also, your name is Su Yuer, and you love eating crayfish from Chang'an and Sichuan skewered hot pots. Also, love to drink white mist red dust with 3 parts sugar and less ice. Eat crayfish and like people to peel them for you. And your ID number is. Stop. Su Muhan on the other end of the phone shouted violently. Now do you believe what I said? Icky Inc. asked. Believe it. How can Su Muhan not believe this? This guy knew her better than her grandfather. Could she not believe it? Just believe it. Come out and get me. I'm at the main gate of your grandfather's base and I'm being stopped by a couple of soldiers. What? Su Muhan did not expect GMO directly killed in front of the door. Can only leave a sentence, you wait for me a moment, and then hurriedly hung up the phone. Not 2 minutes later, Su Muhan appeared in his field of vision. Under the sunlight, Su Muhan came in style. The well-defined features were exquisite as if they were nature's most exquisite works of art. The pair of crystal-clear eyes were as clear as a lake. No longer in the last moment of his previous life that pleading look. You're the one I just talked to on the phone? She came in front of Iki Inc., her eyes sizing up Iki Inc. curiously. As soon as she heard the word Tachibana Takaru, she couldn't wait to come out and meet Ikumo. It's me. My name is Iki Inc. Iki Inc. shrugged his shoulders. Please use your powers to help me see if there's any guys for the ages peeking around. Dark Su Maching. Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei really didn't leave. He kinda wanted to pay attention to what Ikumo was thinking. Su Maching, on the other hand, as a spatial adept he felt a fluctuation in space when GMO Shui had just arrived here. He knew it was a handful of psychic fluctuations. Then his men came to him to report that someone had suddenly been teleported to the gate of his base. So he snuck over to see what was going on. The result was a scene of Ikumo calling his granddaughter. Not long after his granddaughter came out, he became a disrespectful old man. This is my base. No more peeking? Bah! What peeking? I'm squarely looking at the surveillance. Someone is spying on us? Su Muhan had just finished asking in surprise. Swish! A golden stream of light streaked past them toward the skyline beyond, and within seconds it was gone. Iki Inc. Oh, I don't think it's there now. Su Maching in the monitoring room. If he wasn't mistaken, the fleeing golden streamer should be a handful, right? Chapter 113 Hidden Quest Dried Out? Elder Su was a bit puzzled as to how this hand could still do this kind of voyeurism. Instead, Iki Inc. said, take me to your room. I need time to think things over. You have to tell me what you just said about your past life. Su Muhan said seriously. Fine. Iki Inc. said perfunctorily. After walking into the base with Su Muhan, no one stopped him. 10 minutes later, he stood opposite Su Muhan in one piece. Open your true trace to see if there's anyone around. Iki Inc. spoke. Didn't that person just run away? Su Muhan was puzzled. What if he's pretending to run? Iki Inc. knew deep down that Zhang Wei was an iron old six. Don't look at this guy's high position of power. Honored by the world as a hand. Do the old six things? But it is not ambiguous at all. Su Muhan glanced at Iki Inc. Did this guy even know that her special ability was authenticity? Her eyes turned gold and she began to look around. There's no one else. She shook her head. That's good. Watch it for a while I think about it. Iki Inc. spoke up. Think about it? Su Muhan thought she had heard wrong. No, she'd helped look around for eavesdroppers, thinking Ikuma was going to tell himself some very important secret, and then he'd come back with I'll think about it? Do you think about me looking for any peeps? Unfortunately, Iki Inc. couldn't answer her. This one really needs it. Finally separated from the old six. Not, and Zhang Wei. Ji Inc. began to review what happened in the last timeline. First was history. He had read the ending of Su Maching, who ended up dying in the war between the aliens and the cyborgs. It is estimated that Su Muhan also died in this disaster. And then there's the history revisionist who caused him to die in the future. He hadn't dared to think about it before, but now that his brain had loosened up, he was finally able to think about the historical revisionist situation. The extraordinarily good-looking man appeared before him, said something about it being the most futuristic timeline, and then killed him with only 2 hours left to return to reality. He was tempted to ask, no, big brother, there are 2 more points and I'm going back. You're as good as slaughtered for me? What's he gonna do with 2 hours? Also, the man is kinda funny and humorous. It just hurts a little when he kills people. What made him wonder now was whether he and this man would ever see each other again. Or not. If they met again, would the man still try to kill him? If the man just kills the future him, it's not too much of a problem. Just kill him. It hurts a little at most, and there's nothing to lose. But what if, on the other hand, the man has to settle for himself? What's he gonna do? Both hands offered the time bracelet. Brother, this is the culprit that made me cross over. You can't kill me if you solve it. Oh, will the other guy even listen to his explanations? Also, as a history revisionist, will he meet that man again? Having traveled to the past timeline many times before, he felt a little shudder at the thought of that possibility. Well, if it isn't the Terminator, traveling through time to come after him, he wondered if that man would hunt him down later in the major timelines, or if he would come after him in reality. It's fine to hunt him down in the past or future timeline. He's possessed by someone else anyway, so kill him. He can still be resurrected in reality, but it would mean something completely different if it came after him in reality to kill him. If this came after him in reality, he wouldn't have anywhere to cry. Dead can be real dead. Let's hope this history revisionist only goes after him in a timeline different from reality. He never wanted to see that guy again. That guy had no sense of humor. He was also relieved after pondering this, hoping it was just himself thinking too much. Ding! Suddenly, a voice rang in his ears. Detected that the timekeeper is hunting the host. Opening a hidden mission. Hidden mission 1, counter kill timekeeper. Reward points, 100 points. Remarks, mantis in a carriage. Not knowing what's good for you. How much? Icky Inc. counted the zeros before finally determining how many points the system had given. 100 billion? My goodness. That's a lot of points for just killing the timekeeper? Hidden mission 2, steal the alien energy within the timekeeper. And give the stealing gloves for free. Reward points, 100. Note, this mission requires courage and wisdom. Hidden mission 3, a coward's act can be forgiven. When you see the time administrator again, immediately kneel down and kowtow, begging the time administrator to let you go and stop hunting you down in various timelines. If the timekeeper spares you, gain 100 points. Note, this task is purely dependent on the timekeeper's mood. Pool Inc. He looked at one of the gloves lying in the space of his time bracelet and was silent for a long moment. He clicked on the introduction to the stealing glove. Steal the glove, only works on timekeeper. You can use the glove to steal one of the timekeeper's abilities, and the glove can be used in any timeline. Well, now you're playing the time hunting game, aren't you? He had thought that the other party was only after him after crossing over, but the appearance of the hidden quest completely killed his hanging heart. Yeah, the time bracelet clearly told him that the guy's goal was simply to kill him. Ikaruga. Once and for all. Either kill anyone he possessed in the past or future, or kill him. Ikari's expression wasn't very pretty. Who could look good when being hunted down? Teleporting fine. How come you're suddenly approached by something like this? The big deal is that after you save your parents next time, you'll never cross over again. As long as he doesn't cross over, that person shouldn't be able to find it on him. He thought naively. Have you figured out how you're going to explain everything to me? Su Muhan had been paying attention to GMO Shuei. She then saw GMO Shuei's face turning green for a while and white for a while, not knowing what he was thinking, so she couldn't help but ask. She was really curious about what kind of story this Tachibana Takaru had with her in the past. Ikari Inc. looked back and saw that Su Muhan's eyes were still glowing faintly. It seemed that the ninny was obedient and had been turning on her powers to prevent prying eyes. Not bad. What a good boy. He rewardingly patted Su Muhan's head. Su Muhan's eyes widened. No, this guy is petting the dog? Moreover, she could feel that Ikuma's movements were very natural, as if they were natural. Could it be that in the past life that the other party was talking about? She didn't react at all when she was being touched like this? Chapter 114. Icky Inc. is on a killing spree. Icky Inc. didn't realize what she was doing was wrong either. He was still trying to figure out what he was going to do to hide from that guy. Now there's a serious problem. He didn't know how the other man had locked onto him. It was as if the man had appeared out of nowhere and then asked if he had any dreams that he hadn't realized. Does that mean you're asking if you have any last wishes? Then depending on his last wish, see if you help him fulfill it before you get him killed. I have to say, this guy is kind? Now that he knew about the 10 people from the Heavenly Palace, would the location where the time bracelet would teleport him next time be related to the 10 people from the Heavenly Palace? And the next pastime you travel to will probably be the last mission of the Newtwo ability. After the next mission is completed, he might get Newtwo. So realistically, what should he do to lure the Heavenly Palace out? And the time to lure them out had to be very subtle. It had to be if he lured the Heavenly Palace people out after the cooldown for his next crossing was ready, and then conversed and lured them out. Of course he probably didn't even need to personally lasso him. Maybe the time bracelet would just send him straight to the young and ungrown 10 of Heaven's Palace to kill all 10 of the brats himself. But after killing these 10 people, there were another 10 people from the Heavenly Palace who appeared. No one can resist the temptation of eternal life and there will always be a new Heavenly Palace. This kind of quest treats the symptoms. Unless the time bracelet can send him above solving this initial problem with the 10-man limit, solve the monopoly of 10 people once and for all, or have the majority of the entire population break 50% of their powers awakening, so that people won't know that with only 10 people left, lifespans can be set for eternity. Because as soon as there are more than 11 people with more than 50% of their powers awakened, everyone's lifespan will start to run out. It was up to the next time the time bracelet sent him somewhere and what task would be issued to him. Looking at Su Muhan in front of him, GMO Shuei realized that he should now tell this nymphette a short story. So, he told Su Muhan about the fifth world's words and techniques. As for whether the other side believes it or not, believe it or not, he had to prepare how to seduce the 10 people from the Heavenly Palace yet. He had to be a bit busy lately. Su Muhan did question. What you mean is that the previous me joined the genius training camp, and then participated in some mission that led to my own death? Why would someone want to get me killed? That's not for you to know. But don't worry, no one will be after you now. Icky Ink said casually that it wasn't good for Su Muhan to know too much. Just as he was about to say something, a call came to his cell phone. He took out his cell phone and found that it was Elder Su Maching's phone number. What is Master Su doing calling him now? When he picked up the phone, he heard Elder Su's voice ringing out. Little friend GMO Shui. What's the point of coming to my place and running to meet my granddaughter without meeting me first? Elder Su. To say something you don't like to hear. G Ink laughed. My relationship with your granddaughter is much better than my relationship with you. Oops. Cool. Is this what it feels like when you have power? Now that he was no longer afraid of Su Maching. To be precise, there was no alien in this place that could leave him behind. Even if he did, he still had his backup. Wei Zhang and Professor Ace. Su Maching's side paused for a moment, clearly not expecting GMO Shui to be so nonchalant. He didn't show his anger and spoke slowly. Is there something that you can't say to me piece by piece? Can you only say it to my granddaughter? I've tried to talk to you before, but, Chi-Ink looked at Su Muhan and said softly, the effect is not that good. In his previous life, he had told Su Maching, and as a result, this old man had directly locked him up. This is how you treat a savior. Ha! In short, he was very upset with Su Maching. Since you're not willing to come to me, I'll go find you. Su Maching hung up the phone. Icky Ink snorted and looked at Su Muhan. Find me a place to rest and then come with some computers. I need some accounts that can post messages for many people to see. He would use public pressure to force the people of the Heavenly Palace to come out and meet him. But it's been too long since the people of the Heavenly Palace have appeared before the world. So I wonder if the people of the Heavenly Palace are on the internet? You really don't think of yourself as an outsider. Su Muhan blankly glanced at him and turned around to make arrangements. She walked to the door of her room, and just as she opened it, she saw a figure standing in place. Grandpa, she exclaimed in surprise. You go and get busy. I have something to talk about with little brother GMO Shui. Su Maching smiled gently. Yes. Su Muhan turned her head and gave Ikuma a good luck gesture and left the room, closing the door behind her. GMO Shui, what is your relationship with a handful of people? Su Maching sat on the chair and opened the door. Why did he not even kill you after you let the Demon King go? Probably. I'm worth more than the Demon King. Icky Ink shrugged. For what you're worth. Su Maching narrowed his eyes and looked at GMO Shui for a long time. It does have value. You're only 18 years old this year. Right. And your supernormal ability has surprisingly already reached the critical point. It's just a pity that your supernormal ability is only a level 3 supernormal ability. Su Maching marveled. Like GMO Shui's age. This degree of awakening of alien ability. To say that it is a genius is overestimating the genius. It should be said that it is a demon. Only a demon could break through 99% Ophaline ability awakening at this age. It doesn't matter that my powers are only 3rd level powers. Icky Ink shook her head. This combat power was more than enough to handle most things, and with 5,000 points, he would be able to break through. However, the system's hidden quest was quite generous. As long as he killed the man with a sardonic sense of humor, he would receive 100 billion points. Hundreds of billions of points can almost exchange everything inside the exchange mall. As for how hard the man was to kill, it didn't matter. There was always something to try, and if he really couldn't kill it, he could absolutely do the first quest, fail to do it, then do the second hidden quest, and finally do the third hidden quest. Finally, he knelt down and begged for forgiveness to see if the other party would let him go. If he did, then it would be fine. If not, then he would never cross again. The sky is the limit, and your own dog's life is the biggest. Chapter 115 Opinion. I don't know how you know so many things, but if you need help with anything, I can do my best to help you. Su Maching left these words and left the place. Shortly after Su Maching left, Su Muhan walked in with a few people who were holding computers, obviously coming to fulfill GMO Shui's request. Icky Ink had a few people put their computers upstairs, all connected to the internet. When the one loading the computer left, Su Muhan leaned against the door and looked at him curiously. What do you need so many computers for? I'm going to start rumors on the internet and see if I can force certain people out. Icky Ink explained. What man? Knowing too much won't do you any good. Oh. Su Muhan rolled her white eyes to the sky. She then whispered. You know so many of my secrets. Isn't there anything you want to tell me? There's nothing I want to say to you. In my previous life I wouldn't even be here if you hadn't begged me so hard that I must come to you. Icky Ink said in disgust. Su Muhan took a deep breath to calm herself down. For the first time in her life, she was disliked by a boy about her age. Since she was a little girl, when wasn't she surrounded by a lot of boys? The suitors are even more numerous. As a result, this guy in front of me was so excessive. Had it really been a long time between the two of them? Like this guy said. So this guy was tired of himself? Simply tired of it? She gritted her silver teeth, but in the end, she didn't do anything to Icky Ink. She heard her grandfather say that this guy was only 18 years old, and he had already reached 99% of his ability awakening with his third-level fire elemental ability. This breakthrough is too much. Subsequently, Aki Inc asked Su Muhan for an awakening stone or something like that, and he tested the awakening degree of his water elemental ability, and found that the awakening degree of the water elemental ability had now broken through to 54% ability awakening degree because of his experience of killing the demon king of the future timeline earlier. Killing the demon king would be of great help to him. Aki Inc asked for many more cultivation resources and began to cultivate at the same time. Using a few computers, he began to prepare for the rumor mill on the internet. He was waiting, too, for the cooldown on his next crossing to end. A little bit of time passed, and Aki Inc directly lived here, and with no lack of resources, the awakening of his water elemental ability was steadily increasing. As for the fire elemental ability, at the universal cap of no more than 20%, he could not make a breakthrough either. As for when the 20% cap will be breached, Aki Inc doesn't know. Maybe in the next time travel? As time passed, a month passed quietly. In this life, the beautiful country still sends a request for help to Huaxia, which directly sends a cyborg squad to help the beautiful country instead of an alien squad. The new year is upon us. The time has come to 2025, and real time has come to a new year. When Akamo next returns from the future timeline, the odds are that it will be back in 2025 as well. Ding! Congratulations to the host on the end of the cooldown time for crossing over. Do you cross over? Instead of making the crossing the moment he saw the countdown end, Aki Inc posted a rumor directly on the internet at the first opportunity. The true masters of this world are a group of 10 known as the Heavenly Palace. G Inc on the network, the 10 people of the Heavenly Palace plotting and scheming, including the demon and devil world, is controlled by them, as well as their future also want to use cyborgs and alien hate to start a war, and finally statistics cyborgs to achieve their own purposes. He made public all the news he knew that was related to the 10 people of the Heavenly Palace, and he used multiple accounts in a row to frantically post the message on the internet. Shortly after waiting for the message to appear, several phone calls came directly to him. The brunt of the call was from a handful of Zhang Wei. Have you lost your mind, Ikumo? Why are you putting the Heavenly Palace out in the open? Zhang Wei questioned. Because I want to see them show up. I've ordered everyone to remove these messages you're spreading online. If you publish them again, I won't be able to spare you. Oh, anyway, I've served my purpose. Feel free. There were some things that couldn't be undone, and no matter how this rumor would spread, as long as it reached the ears of the people of the Heavenly Palace, someone would come looking for him. It was followed by a call from Professor Ace. Can I help you with anything? No need, Professor Ace. Thank you for helping me in this life. Aki Inc thanked. If you find me again in the future, still use what we agreed on before. The future body. With those words, Professor Ace hung up the phone. Professor Ace knows everything. Aki Inc also understands that Professor Ace knows everything, but he can't guarantee that Professor Ace will live to see reality in every life. It's like the last words left by future Professor Ace, that if he ever travels to the past, he must tell Professor Ace, who was supposed to die in the past, that his mission is complete. His mission, perhaps, is to solve the monopoly of the Heavenly Palace on psychic powers. And shortly after Professor Ace hung up, Su Maching rushed into his room. All that stuff you said online, is it true? I'm just trying to achieve a certain goal, not to prove something right or wrong. Aki Inc explained casually. He was just forcing out the people of the Heavenly Palace to come out and sanction him. And if they didn't, then he'd just go ahead and make his next crossing. Aki Inc had been waiting all day, and in the evening he noticed a few shooting stars flashing out of the sky. After these meteors surfaced in front of him, a silhouette appeared. Seeing these silhouettes, a cold glint flashed across the bottom of GMO Shui's eyes. The people of the Heavenly Palace appeared. Finally couldn't resist coming out? He looked at the crowds that surfaced before him one by one and stepped out of the room to come face to face with them. Aki Inc., you know a little too much. A woman stepped out from it and asked Ikumo water quality. Say, who told you these things? Aki Inc. at this time is also very vigilant. He knows that these people in front of him are the top of the strong. The slightest carelessness of their own life can be lost. Instead, he asked, I would like to know what this world was like before your Heavenly Palace was created. Mortals don't deserve to know too much. The woman stepped forward and grabbed Aki Inc. by the neck. You only have one last chance to answer. Aki Inc. looked her in the eyes and said softly, there's no way anyone can know about these things. And if you're willing to fulfill that question of mine before I die, I'll tell you everything truthfully. A few Heavenly Palace people glanced at each other. And in the end, it was the questioning immortal who spoke up. Child, the world before our Heavenly Palace was an era where the gods had their full power. In that era, there were many top-notch Xenos, and Xenos had already become a system. I can only tell you so much. It's your turn to answer next. Chapter 116, The Seventh Reincarnation. An Age of the Gods. An Age of the Supernaturals? It was clear to Icky Ink that he could only know so much, and that once he revealed who it was that had told him this information, he would be dead in the next second. So, he inwardly murmured, "Open the next crossing." Then, his body began to sink. Ding! Congratulations to the host for traveling successfully. This timeline is the end of the oracle. Location, the Forest of Falling Gods. Ikari Ink slowly opened his eyes and looked at a huge altar in front of him. He was located on an ancient and stately land. In the center of the land, an altar-like structure stood majestically, surrounded by dense and deep forests, with only twisting and winding paths leading to its core. The main structure of the altar is huge and spectacular, made of huge and heavy stones, which seem to have survived thousands of years of wind and rain erosion and are still strong, with intricate and exquisite totem motifs carved on the surface. Around this altar stood dozens of humans, all of them looking at the center of the altar, not knowing what they were doing. It was only when Icky Ink returned to his senses that he noticed the prompt the system had just given. This timeline, it's the last days of the oracle? What kind of timeline is that? Icky Ink was certain that he had definitely never seen such a timeline in a history book. And what's with that forest of the fallen god? It's a completely unfamiliar location. 2. Gentlemen, this time, we are going to seal all the divine stones so that they will no longer pay attention to our blue star. The man at the head of the group raised his arms and shouted, and all the rest of the crowd around him responded in kind. Ikari Ink briefly scanned the crowd, but realized that there were a few familiar faces in there. The familiar faces made Ikuma's eyes narrow. These faces were the same Heavenly Palace people who had just come to kill him. I didn't realize that someone from the Heavenly Palace was in here too? Ding! Mission search successful. 3 missions total for this timeline. Mission 1, destroy the altar and disrupt the plans of these aliens. Reward points, 200 points. Mission 2, cooperate with these exalts and open the altar. Reward points, 500 points. Mission 3, suicide. Reward points, 0 inch. Looking at the 3 quests, Chiemoshuei looked at the few Heavenly Palace people. He couldn't care about anything else, but if he could sabotage the Heavenly Palace's mission, then he would be doing something good. So, he decisively took on Mission 1 and began to wait for an opportunity to strike. He began to wait for an opportunity, so he saw the others sit up in front of the altar, and he sat down behind the man in front of him, his palms resting silently on the ground. After waiting for a few moments, he realized that everyone had unleashed their psychic abilities, and the levels of the psychic abilities were all not low. Definitely all of them were more than 20% psychic ability awakening. What is everyone doing? Closing off the alien awakening to less than 10%? Surely, the rest of these people are accomplices of the Heavenly Palace people? Once these people are allowed to use the altar to limit the awakening of their powers to less than 10%, the world will go back to the way it was. But why do people want to keep their alien awakening below 10%? Could it be that these people were all from the Heavenly Palace, and that there were more than just 10 people from the Heavenly Palace? He was a little puzzled, while waiting for his chance. The next moment, he noticed that everyone was pouring the energy of their powers into that altar in front of them. A faint glow began to emanate from the altar, which shone on every face, illuminating every cheek with a reddish hue. Just as everyone was pouring the energy of their powers into the altar, Icky Ink made his move. He directly injected his psychic energy into the ground, gathering all of his psychic energy at one point and exploding it all in a concentrated manner. And the final location where the fire elemental powers were concentrated was clearly the ground floor of the altar. What are you doing? The moment Icky Ink made his move, one of the people in front of the altar who was at the head of the group saw him move. He immediately glared and shouted angrily. But at this time, even though he reacted, it was already too late. A huge long dragon of flame violently emerged from within the ground. This one fire dragon destroyed the entire altar from the ground. That long dragon emerged from within the ground and surged into the sky. The altar was destroyed, and even the stones on top of the altar all began to be destroyed, breaking and shattering one by one until they were annihilated into flying ash. All of the exalted hadn't expected such a thing to happen. All of them stared blankly at the fire dragons surging into the clouds. All of them were dumbfounded. Why would anyone do anything to destroy this altar? Containing anger, the aliens in the lead viciously extended their fists and punched Ikari Ink hard. Icky Ink pulled towards the back, trying to avoid the guy's punches, even though he knew it was certain death. However, what made him face to face with horror was that when he was about to retreat, that fist unexpectedly began to zoom in and out in front of him. He can't hide. Boom! Under a loud sound, Icky Ink directly flew backwards with blood spitting out of his mouth and fell to the ground, panting heavily. It hurt so much that he felt like his ribs had broken several times in a flash, and the next moment it seemed like he was going to die. At this time, ding! Congratulations to the host for completing Mission 1. 200 points will be earned upon returning to reality. Kill this guy. The rest of them shouted angrily and surged up, constantly swinging their swords and beating Icky Ink to the point of spitting out blood like crazy. These guys hit real hard. Icky Ink lifted his palm and heaved it directly towards his head. He's going to kill himself. Stop him. The shifters present noticed that Ikumo was about to commit suicide and rushed out to try to stop him. But Ikumo's suicide was just too determined. And everyone couldn't even react before Ikumo had smashed his own skull into pieces. Bang! The head exploded and splattered a number of people present. Everyone stared blankly at Ikumo's body for a long time. The real world. Congratulations to the host for returning to the year 2025 A.D. In real time, this crossing has gained points, 200 points. Chapter 117, Memory Retrospection. The memories gradually came back to him, and Icky Ink lifted his head, taking the first look at his surroundings. He's sitting in a coffee shop while in front of him is a woman putting on makeup. What do you have to disagree with? The woman looked at him with a disgusted expression and said, "You boys are clearly the ones who made the mistake. So why are we girls the ones who have to bear the consequences?" "You wait." GMO Shuei raised his hand, interrupting her words. "Are you trying to say next that you are just pregnant with your ex-boyfriend's child, and that this child is going to call me father after birth, and that I have to be responsible as a man? Also, you women are now awakened. I should open my eyes and see the world?" The woman froze. "How did you know? I'll you up." Icky Ink just lifted the table and quit. "What are you doing?" The woman snapped to her feet, her eyes glazed over. "Get as far away as you can. I won't marry someone like you." GMO Shuei's expression wasn't very nice. He then got up and left, walking out of the coffee shop. He looked at the billboards on the building in front of him. Still the milk powder advertising signs. No squid group. What did he do? Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the key prop. The Memory Tracer. Memory Tracer, use it on someone and that person will gain memories of all reincarnations. Use it on someone and that person gets all the memories of the reincarnation? Ikari Ink reached out her hand and suddenly felt the world change. Yes, changed back to the world he was originally from. The real world. There was no magic or powers in this world. It was peaceful and no longer saw war everywhere. He took a deep breath and pulled out his cell phone. Looking at the current situation, into the eyes of the first sentence, is the old mom's message, "Son, this time the blind date you can be sure to make that girl satisfied, or I'm embarrassed to go back to the countryside this new year." Pool Ink. In this world, are there really no supernatural powers left? He lowered his head and looked at his palm. He could feel a flame swirling around in his hand, an ability that was uniquely his. Only, the original water elemental ability had disappeared. Only the system-redeemed fire elemental ability remained. So what the hell was that altar he destroyed? Why did the world come to a head directly after destroying that altar? The powers are gone, and so is the demonic realm. He looked at the time bracelet, but saw that on top of the time bracelet, there was only one tag left. Mundane. All three passages behind the mundane were closed. Icky Ink watched the scene for a long time. The mundane tab was still open, and he fell into a moment of doubt. Is there no cooldown on this crossing? He took a deep breath and clicked on the mundane this time. Then, a huge door slowly unfolded before his eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for traveling to 2004 AD. Location, Jiangxi. Begin randomized search for known missions. Search successful. Mission 1, help the Su family rise to power by using the memory tracer on Su Yuer. Reward, the host will lose the time bracelet after returning to reality. All diseases will disappear, and he will gain a long life. Remarks, after accepting this mission, all things thereafter will have nothing to do with the original host, who will live out his ordinary life happily, and you will no longer be hunted by the time manager. Quest 2 and Newtwo Quest, under the guidance of the quest, repair the mysterious altar, so that this heaven and earth regain their powers. You have saved the world once, and if you wish to, this world will change because of you. Reward, complete this mission. Gain 100 points. Obtain Sequence 7, Newtwo, Alien Ability. And the time bracelet opens to the third stage, Calamity. Remarks, after choosing this quest, this world will revert to the alien world, and your whole life may be about to be involved in a series of strange events. The rest of the original owner's life will no longer be peaceful, and you will be hunted down by the time managers. Please make a choice. Original owner. Icky Ink looked at the two choices and fell into a deep thought. Two choices. One choice he can regain the best of his life. He saw the significance of the two choices. The first one, which tended to be more of a tranquil life, and the system also told him to help the Su family rise. I can see that the Cuttlefish group is indeed related to him. Perhaps the Cuttlefish group is the Su family group. The first option also allows him to use the memory retroactive instrument on Su Yuer, which means that Su Yuer will recover all her memories. According to his exchange with Su Yuer at the very beginning, perhaps he could still get a big beautiful woman with wealth and power to fall in love with him after he returned to the life of an ordinary person. In other words, the pinnacle of his life will come in the ordinary world. Perhaps this was the reward he had gotten for using his time bracelet all this time. And the second option. He looked at task 2. Reopen the alien world. He had destroyed the altar earlier, turning the alien world back into a mundane one. If there was no alien world, then the heavenly palace wouldn't have appeared because their lifespan wouldn't allow them to live as long as they did. But what would be the consequences of opening the alien world? The time bracelet opens to stage 3, calamity. Calamity. That sounds like a disaster to me. And he was back to that topsy-turvy, heartbreaking life. Is that life? Is it really the life he wants? According to the last time I traveled through the timeline, there was an era called the last year of the Oracle in the timeline before this world. And there was that forest. There are so many mysteries. He looked at the time bracelet and inquired, System, if I choose the first mission, can I know some truth? He wondered if the time bracelet would tell him some of the truth. Will, if the host chooses task 1, the system will tell the host the truth about everything. But judging from some situations, knowing the truth is not really a good thing for you who choose task 1. The time bracelet broke the news to him. Aki Ink asked again, so if I choose mission 2, can I know more of the truth? The time bracelet replied, no, if you choose mission 2, the time bracelet will not tell you any truths. Some truths you can only explore on your own. Choose mission 2, where all truths are left to be explored on their own. Aki Ink pondered for a moment, lost in hard thought. There were actually a lot of truths that he wasn't aware of, such as the thing about Su Yuer's authentic work. According to old Mr. Su's dream, it was a whale that sent Su Yuer to the Su family, and that whale told Su Yuer that they had a race called the True Signs, and Su Fish was the last of their race. Chapter 118, Jimo's Choice. What exactly is the True Signs tribe? Aki Ink couldn't figure out this state, and if he chose mission 1, he might never be able to explore this truth. In addition to the true miracles, he was also very curious about the so-called alien world, and he wondered what the new alien world was, and what the catastrophe from so long ago was. Those heavenly palace people were using the altar. What were they trying to do? What a curiosity. He wanted to know those truths, but as he began to choose, he fell back into deep confusion. Mission 1. He can be happy for the rest of his life. Mission 2. He will not be ordinary in his life, and he will be hunted by a very scary being. Timekeeper. He didn't know what a timekeeper was, but the thing didn't sound like much of a good thing, after all. It was a time-correcting, history-correcting being. This kind of existence was completely at odds with him. In fact, he had thought about it before, and the system had told him that killing the timekeeper would earn him 100 billion points. 100 billion points was enough for him to buy all the things in the exchange mall and the time bracelet. Is this timekeeper really a simple commodity when he can give away so much? And most importantly, the timekeeper could continuously travel through time cracks. How strong should this kind of existence that could travel through time be in terms of ontological strength? It's unnerving to think about. He, kind of, wanted to give up the alien world and choose, well, the mundane world. I choose mission 1, he whispered softly, his whole body drooping like a wild dog with its spine jerked away. He couldn't explore those secrets any further or find out more about the truth. Time travel. Let's call it a day. He wouldn't have to live through the days of being scared and not having any memories to go back to every time he crossed over. Do we proceed to task 1 selection? Warning. If you choose mission 1, the time bracelet will be stripped away after returning to reality again. Okay, choose mission 1. Aki Ink doesn't intend to regret his decision now that he's made it. Ding! Mission selection successful. Now, can you tell me part of the truth? Aki Ink asked. In the age of the Oracle, the rise of the exalted, the blue star is in the entire universe, yet it belongs to the bottom tier of existence. The time bracelet slowly elaborated on the truth, because blue star produces its own resources for an alien. This resource has attracted the covetousness of some existences in the universe. These existences want to take control of Blue Star and gain access to its resources. And Blue Star's aliens are entangled with these extra-universal existences in order to guard Blue Star. The Great War went on for thousands of years. And in the end there were only a few dozen Xenos left in Blue Star. So these Xenos made a decision to blockade Xenos around the globe, so that Blue Star's Xenos would never be seen again. This method will allow those resources coveted by the outside world to wither as well. And Blue Star will no longer be a target for other creatures in the universe, and humanity will be able to develop and survive. At the same time, in order to preserve the fire of the Exalted, they intend to utilize the rules of the Exalted to create the Heavenly Palace, leaving behind 10 eternally lived Heavenly Palace people. Originally, the existence of the Heavenly Palace was well-intentioned, but you have to realize that humans change, Those people of the Heavenly Palace became covetous and cowardly, and their original point of staying was to wait for the opportunity to once again restore global psychic powers and bring the world back to the era of psychic powers. But the 10 men of the Heavenly Palace coveted their immortality, so they collectively made the intention that they would never revive the planet's supernatural powers, leaving the planet in perpetual silence. And your appearance directly invalidated all of everyone's supernormal abilities. This world was sealed forever. Even those people from the Heavenly Palace couldn't survive, and died in the river of time with their lifespans limited. Icky Ink shook inwardly as he listened to these words. Afterward, he couldn't help but ask, why didn't those Heavenly Palace people kill all humans so that they could live forever? The Time Bracelet replied, do you know about things like karma? If they kill people without any reason, it will lead to a karmic barrier in their alien cultivation, and their cultivation will end. Not only will they not be able to progress, but they will instead drop their alien awakening, and once they drop 50% of their alien awakening, their eternal lifespan will be gone. Icky Ink got it. He had read those mythological novels before, and the opposite of karmic obstacles was merit. The more merit one obtained the better, and similarly, karmic obstacles would make cultivation passive. It seems there's such a thing as being passive in the altered. He then asked what he was most concerned about. What's the situation with that True Trace clan? The Time Bracelet replied, do you know why the Oracle Era is called the Oracle Era? Before the Oracle Era, it was the Barbarian Era, and during the Barbarian Era, there was only one immortal mountain in the Blue Star, and only those who climbed the immortal mountain would be able to receive the favor of this world. And at the end of the Barbarian Age, a young girl with the ability, Heaven's Mandate, came out of nowhere and decided to enlighten everything in the world and give all creatures their powers. Later, she succeeded, and all the creatures were enlightened. A thriving gesture. But the alien creature that coveted the blue planet, in order to invade the blue planet, demonized all the creatures that were enlightened except for humans. The demons you see. In order to free these demons, the Heaven's Destiny Maiden opened up a heaven and earth and drove all the demons into this heaven and earth, which is the demon realm that you're hearing about now. The overall strength of the demon realm is below the Heavenly Palace, which is the main reason why the Heavenly Palace can control the demon realm. In addition to the demonized demons, there are also creatures that have been evolved, and these evolved creatures have made outstanding contributions in the fight against the alien creatures. And the true signs, as you ask, are some of these evolved, non-magic alien creatures. But you have now completely shut down the powers of this world, and from now on this world will not attract the attention of extraterrestrials. At that, Icky Ink asked, there won't be any shifters from now on? From now on, you will be the only alien on this planet. The Time Bracelet gave him the exact answer. Icky Ink got it. It seemed that his third-level fire elemental ability wouldn't be confiscated. But he wasn't planning on doing anything with his identity as the only alien. He was a normal person from now on, and this fire elemental ability might make his life better. The only shifter in the world. A little bit of time passed, and the Time Bracelet made one last inquiry. Do you have any more questions that need to be answered? Icky Ink thought for a moment and spoke. One last question. What is the point of your existence? Really? Chapter 119, An Imperfect Ending. One last question. What is the point of your existence? Really? Pool Ink's question rang out. And after a few moments of contemplation, the Time Bracelet spoke. Save the world. If the people of the Heavenly Palace are allowed to continue their misdeeds, Blue Star will be destroyed for some time to come. Why destroy? Icky Ink couldn't help but ask. They're going to draw in unrivaled opponents from Blue Star. And for the moment, what you've done has actually kind of saved the day. Except that this ending isn't the most perfect. Does the most perfect ending require me to choose mission 2? Icky Ink asked. That's right. By the way, there's one more thing I'm curious about. Icky Ink asked. What's the deal with those timekeepers you mentioned? The timekeeper? The one who's after him. In this universe, there exists something that makes no creature dare to offend. And that existence is the Time Authority. The Time Bracelet explained. Within the Time Authority, there are timekeepers, and these timekeepers kill all those who change history and change the future after traveling through the timeline. And you will be hunted by them because you traveled through time. Icky Ink asked. So I chose mission 1 because I won't be traveling to change history again. So I won't be hunted by them? Right. So if I choose mission 2, I'm going to be hunted by them for the rest of my life. And I'll probably end up dying at their hands? Chi Ink asked. That's right. The timekeepers are strong. Very strong. They are the strongest group of existences in the universe. No one in the entire universe can defeat them. The Time Bracelet explains. And if you choose mission 2, you'll end up with only 2 points. Which 2? Icky Ink asked. 1. You were killed by the timekeeper. 2. You will become a member of the Time Authority as a timekeeper. The reply from the Time Bracelet made the corner of Icky Ink's eye twitch as he said. Those are the only 2 options? The Time Authority does not allow anyone not from their organization to be a time traveler. Icky Inc. understood. It was fine not to travel though. The timekeeper looked pretty busy. The one he'd seen earlier had looked winded. Now he had no more problems. Farewell, child. Henceforth we shall never meet. The time bracelet also realized that there was nothing more wrong with him, and the sound slowly dissipated. Farewell. Ikari didn't say goodbye either, because goodbye wasn't realistic for them at the moment. He opened his time bracelet, which by now had turned gray, as if it would dissipate the next moment. He knew that by this time the time bracelet was no longer usable. It's a bit of a shame. He looked at a courtyard house in front of him, detecting that it was the Su family congregation inside. He pushed open the door and slowly walked in. Inside the courtyard, the Su family members were sitting around a round table, and Icky Inc. noticed that there was a pregnant woman inside the round table. And inside that pregnant woman's belly was the mission guide. Wait a minute. Where'd he get this? He suddenly remembered that this timeline seemed like to pace a fishy hadn't even been born yet? Who are you? The Su family members stood up and looked at G Inc. warily. Icky Inc. ignored the crowd and came directly to the pregnant woman, taking out the memory tracer and sticking it on the pregnant woman's stomach. Fishy, grow up fast. I'll be waiting for you in 20 years, he said softly. He then thought for a moment and pulled out the future development plan of the cuttlefish company gifted by the time bracelet and threw it onto the table. Help me raise my wife well. I'll be back in 20 years. Ding. Mission accomplished. You are about to be deprived of your time bracelet and return to reality. As the rest of the group watched in awe, the pregnant woman's husband, Su Yuer's father, was about to make a move on Icky Inc. when he softly hammered his fist into Icky Inc.'s chest. So much like flirting at once. Farewell. Icky Inc. waved to the crowd and looked around with nostalgia. Alas, what a marvelous piece of travel. And never again would time travel come before him. Perhaps, years from now, he'll tell his children and grandchildren about this trip. As a story? The next moment, his body felt a pulling force. It's marvelous that he didn't return to the real world by dying. Real world, January 1st, 2025. Son, if you don't get a girlfriend this year, don't come back. Mom's phone voice rang in Icky Inc.'s ear. He slowly put the phone down and looked around. This is the coffee shop where we first met. In front of him was the awakened sister. Sister Awakening was facing him. You boys are clearly the ones in the wrong. Why are you the ones who suffer the consequences? It's you girls? Icky Inc. interrupted, losing his smile. You're a funny one. I don't plan on raising someone's son. I haven't slept once, and I'm helping with the moon? That's what makes sense. You shrimp-headed man, who can't eat 3 dishes of anything for the rest of his life, can't get a wife in this life. Sister Awakening let out a vicious tirade. Yeah, you're right. Pool Inc. nodded. Grasshopper Nan really is all about your kind of. Hey, is it possible that my ink just can't see you? Just then, a girl suddenly took Ikari Inc.'s arm and said to Awakening Sister as if she was demonstrating. GMO Shuei turned his head, only to see Su Muhan's coquettishly smiling appearance. It's beautiful. Compared to Awakening Sister, it simply crushed the 18 layers. The moment Su Muhan took hold of him, a voice from the time bracelet resounded in GMO Shuei's mind. Ding, the time bracelet is coming to the end of this journey. It was a pleasure working with you, Mr. Ikuma. Nice working with you, Icky Inc. murmured. He then noticed that the glistening white bracelet on his left wrist had disappeared. You have a girlfriend and still come out on a blind date? Sister Awakening looked at Su Muhan, and her expression became extraordinarily ugly. What? He hasn't agreed to be my boyfriend yet. I've been courting him for ages. Su Muhan hugged Ikuma's arm and demonstrated. You have been pursuing him for a long time? Sister Awakening's expression was a bit stunned. Yeah, how could I let someone as good as him go? Su Muhan grabbed Ikumo's arm and locked eyes with him. Right, Mr. Ikumo? Icky Inc. said helplessly. Okay, stop it. Su Yuer was the one who got the memory tracer, and now Su Yuer should have the memories of all the reincarnations, of all the worlds after crossing over, in her body. I'm afraid that such a person has no drawbacks left, except for the fact that the powers don't ever exist. Su Muhan was now the only person in this world other than him who knew about the existence of the time bracelet, but that was good. At least, he wasn't so lonely on this journey anymore. He and Su Yuer had experienced life and death, shared hardships, and by this time, Su Muhan was the only one in the world who understood him. Pool Inc., are you willing to be my boyfriend? Su Yuer suddenly asked. Well, you guys came out to make fun of me, didn't you? Sister Awakening sneered, realizing that she might be a part of the play of the two people in front of her. So in a fit of anger, she raged a bit and took her bag and left. She really didn't want to see Su Muhan's face again. When she saw this face, she always had the feeling of burrowing into the ground and feeling ashamed of herself. After waiting for Awakening Sister to leave in anger, Sumuhan let go of Icky Ink's arm and sat down on the opposite side of Icky Ink's face. Nah. Doesn't seem to be quite the same scene as the first time we met, nah? This time you're not the blind date Auntie Wang introduced me to. Icky Ink shrugged. What Sumuhan said was that the first time they met, they were introduced by Auntie Wang. Icky Ink pulled out his cell phone and snapped a picture of Sumuhan. What are you doing? Sumuhan blinked in confusion. Taking a picture for my mom to see. She has been urging for marriage since the first life. Urging to the seventh life? I have to hurry to show her. Just say that her future daughter-in-law looks like this, so that she can stop urging for marriage in the future. GMO Shui explained and sent the photo to his mom. Put. Sumuhan couldn't help but laugh out loud. So GMO Shui, you admit you like me? Wait, who was it that said they chased me for a long time? Icky Ink asked rhetorically. That's only because you liked me first. Oh, so who was it that said I was someone's Tachibana Takaru? GMO Shui, you're such a... Sumuhan gritted her teeth. Is it so hard for you to admit that you liked me first? If you didn't like me, why did you suffer so much after I died the first time? Fish. What for? Sumuhan asked back without any good humor. Let's get reacquainted. Icky Ink reached out. My name is Icky Ink. I'm 23 years old. No, like 24. Unmarried so far. No girlfriend. Sumuhan bristled, but reached out to shake his hand. My name is Su Yuer. I'm 20 years old this year. You can also call me Sumuhan. If you're willing to confess to me, I can marry you. Oh. Complete book. End.